yourself for the worst sticker shock yet. We've got the latest.
Today marks 78 years since D-Day in Normandy. And this morning we'll recognize a 98-year-old veteran who was there, but who also delayed a graduation as part of the greatest generation.
Speaking of graduations, we've got this year's greatest and most memorable speakers in our yearly must-see montage. Early today starts right now.
Good to be with you. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin this morning with breaking news. Early this morning, the U.S. and South Korea fired 8 missiles in response to launches made by North Korea. On Sunday, North Korea fired 8 ballistic missiles off its east coast in what's likely the country's largest single test. For more on this, NBC's Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us live from Beijing. Janice, so what's the latest on all of this?
Philip, good morning. U.S. forces in Korea confirmed that combined live fire drill with South Korea's army, firing 8 missiles, one of them a U.S. Army missile, toward the East Sea in response to North Korea's latest test. Now, in a statement, USFK said that it was done to demonstrate the ability of combined forces to, quote, respond quickly to crisis events. But the pace of these launches, we're talking 16 missiles over 24 hours, is ramping up tension in the region. North Korea fired 8 missiles over the weekend from multiple locations over 35 minutes toward the Sea of Japan, according to officials. What appears to be the largest single-day ballistics launch yet. This is the 18th round of tests by North Korea so far this year, with the expectation that Kim Jong-un is preparing for another nuclear test. Philip?
Another escalation, Janice, talking about the war in Ukraine. Fighting continues to ramp up in the east there. What more can you tell us?
Well, Ukrainian forces are said to be taking large parts of a key city in the eastern part of the country. Russian forces had been concentrating on Severodonetsk, but according to statements by the governor there, that Russian bid to control the city has been faltering. The issue, of course, is that there are hundreds of people believed to be hiding in bomb shelters under a factory, with heavy street fighting continuing and both sides claiming gains. Now, President Zelensky visited 2 towns near the front line. He said he expressed his confidence and support to troops. He also said that he brought something for the military. He refused to elaborate on what, but this does come after the UK has promised to deliver advanced rocket launching systems capable of hitting targets 50 miles away. These are similar to the advanced systems that were pledged by the US last week. Russia has responded by saying that these long-range rockets are only going to, quote, add fuel to the fire. And Russian President Vladimir Putin has warned that his forces are going to seek out new targets and they're going to strike harder. Philip? Janice
Mackey-Freyer starting us off from Beijing. Janice, thank you.
Here in the United States, yet another weekend of deadly gun violence. Video shows the moments shots rang out on a busy Philadelphia street. Police say 3 people were killed and 12 others were injured. Officials believe a street fight led to the gun violence. Police recovered 2 guns at the scene, but say they have evidence that 5 weapons were fired, not including the rounds fired by an officer. The suspects were able to leave the scene without being identified.
In Chattanooga, Tennessee, another mass shooting took 3 lives outside of a nightclub. 2 were killed by gunfire. A third died while trying to run away when they were struck by a car. In total, 14 people were shot and 2 others were injured by cars. And in Michigan, at least 4 people were killed in 2 shootings, one in Saginaw and the other in downtown Grand Rapids.
Police say a 14-year-old girl was killed early Saturday morning outside a strip mall in Phoenix. 8 others were injured, including 2 women with life-threatening injuries. And in South Carolina, police say a woman was killed and 7 other people were hurt at a graduation party. 6 of the victims were children. The youngest is 12 years old.
According to the Gun Violence Archive, which is a group that tracks mass shootings, there were 11 mass shootings that occurred this weekend across 8 states. 15 lives were lost in those incidents.
As gun violence continues to plague the nation, Congress could finally take action this week. A bipartisan group of senators began work on new legislation in the wake of the mass shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde. For the latest, we get to Bree Jackson in D.C. Bree, what can we expect this week?
Good morning, Francis. Well, lawmakers will hear the devastating personal toll of these mass shootings, with family members of the victims in Uvalde and Buffalo testifying before a House committee. Both the House and the Senate are tackling gun control legislation this week. In the lower chamber, Democrats are eyeing a vote on a package that would include 8 strict gun control proposals. While that effort is all but certain to hit a wall with Republicans in the Senate, a bipartisan group in that chamber is working on a more modest legislation. Senator Chris Murphy is leading the charge. He said the bill would not include an assault weapons ban or comprehensive background checks, instead focusing on investments in mental health, new red flag laws, and more security funding.
I think the possibility of success is better than ever before, but I think the consequences of failure for our entire democracy are more significant than ever.
I think encouraging states to have some kind of red flag laws could make sense as long as there's adequate due process. I think there are school safety provisions. There are mental health issues that we could address.
And according to a new ABC News and Ipsos poll, Americans are overwhelmingly ready to see change. 70% say enacting stricter gun laws should be a higher priority than protecting the right to own guns. Meanwhile, President Biden is heading to California this week for the Summit of the Americas, which will focus on regional issues like immigration and the pandemic. The president is also heading to late night, appearing on Jimmy Kimmel Live on Wednesday. Francis.
Okay, Bree, thank you.
The Michigan plant that triggered the national baby formula shortage is back up and running. Abbott Nutrition restarted production over the weekend. The company says EleCare will be released to customers by June 20th, and they are working hard to restart production of Similac and other formulas. The out-of-stock rate for baby formula hit 73% nationwide by the end of last week.
Americans' gas price headaches are getting worse again. It is forcing millions of Americans to rethink their travel. According to AAA, the national average is now $4.84 per gallon. In 9 states, it's already surpassed $5 a gallon, and the biggest markup going to a coastal town in California. Mendocino hit nearly $10, with a Chevron station charging $9.60 per gallon.
That is no joke. All right, let's turn now to our Monday weather and NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, and we are tracking some storms early this morning in parts of the Central Plains. It's going to be stormy for many of us today. We have a couple of fronts that are going to bring those storms. Some could be strong to severe with damaging winds, some hail, even the chance of a few tornadoes. So this morning, watching those strong storms through Kansas, also parts of Oklahoma, we're seeing the lightning, hearing the thunder. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch this morning, and we're going to watch that as we go throughout this Monday. So a few spots where we're watching from the Dakotas into Kansas, the panhandles of Texas, also Oklahoma, and into the mid-Mississippi Valley. 6 million people at risk for winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail, an inch or larger, and also an isolated tornado is possible. Tomorrow we'll see that threat shift into parts of Colorado, also Kansas once again, and the panhandles of Texas and Oklahoma. So sort of the same spots tomorrow where we could see large hail and also winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. That's a big look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's going to be toasty in Texas today. Temperatures over 100 degrees in so many spots. 94 degrees in Corpus Christi, 92 in Brownsville. And as we head towards the upper Midwest, we are looking at some storms. Green Bay, 69. All right, guys, we'll talk more about those storms, the hot weather. Also look at the week ahead in just a bit.
Okay, a lot to cover. Thank you, Michelle. In today's News by the Numbers, soccer great Lionel Messi had a hot streak on Sunday during the Argentina versus Estonia friendly match. He scored all 5 of the team's goals. According to Sports Illustrated, it's been 10 years since Messi scored 5 goals in a match.
Australian golfer Minjee Lee won the U.S. Women's Open on Sunday. She won by 4 strokes over Mina Harrigan. Lee's victory won her $1.8 million, the largest payout in women's golf history.
Kobe Bryant's game-worn jersey from his rookie year is sold at auction for $2.73 million. The seller had the jersey from the 1967-69 season for 25 years.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The MTV Movie and TV Awards were live from Los Angeles, celebrating this year's biggest moments on the big and small screens. Jennifer Lopez was honored for her decorated career with the Generation Award. Her track On My Way was also named Best Song. Meanwhile, pop star Olivia Rodrigo won Best Music Documentary with her film about the making of her Grammy-winning debut album.
The Warriors, they look to bounce back in the NBA Finals after a tough Game 1 defeat. Golden State would capitalize on a massive third quarter. That was capped off by Jordan Poole's buzzer beater at the court. Look at him pull up. That was a set shot. The Celtics could not respond down the stretch. The Warriors even up the series with a 107-88 win. The series now shifts to Boston for Game 3 on Wednesday.
All right, shifting courts from the hardwood to clay, and some history made at the French Open. Rafael Nadal captured his 14th title at Roland Garros with a straight sets victory over Casper Ruud. That's the most titles that one Grand Slam by any tennis player. And on Saturday, Iga Swiatek won the women's crown with a straight sets win over Coco Gauff. It's Swiatek's 35th straight win.
Next here and early today, Maverick still flying high. The Top Gun sequel soars above the competition in another huge weekend.
And from President Biden to Taylor Swift, the must-see commencement speeches celebrating the class of 2022.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Looks cool, doesn't it? Tom Cruise is king at the domestic box office yet again. Top Gun Maverick is at the top of the chart for the second weekend since its release, bringing in $86 million. Plus, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness raked in almost $10 million domestically, and the Bob's Burgers movie saw $4.5 million.
All right, now a bit of good news from all that's happening around the world as we celebrate the class of 2022 with some of those who helped send them on their way.
This moment is only the beginning. It is the end of one part of your life, but it is the beginning of the rest of your life. And oh my goodness, what is waiting for you?
Don't let others define you, because believe me, they will try. But don't you dare let them define you. You define yourself.
You're not too young or too inexperienced. You're not too old or too tired. You're not too broke or resource poor. Say to yourself, I am enough. I am just right.
People get in their own way of their own success all the time. I see it so many times. I'm telling you, don't get in your own way. How? Persist.
Up some scars, some wrinkles, some gray hairs, an occasional bruised ego, but life is about the journey more than the destination.
Put your shoulders back, hold your heads up high, and walk through hell like you own the place. Go forth and believe in yourself.
Your generation is the most generous, the best educated generation this nation has ever known. It's your generation, more than anyone else, who will have to answer the question, who are we? What do we stand for? What do we believe? Who will we be?
Anyone who comes into your life to teach you something, to bring value. Sometimes these lessons are hard and painful, but yet they are there to make you stronger.
Let the loved ones celebrating you today help remind you, always, of where you came from.
What you earned here is more than a diploma. It is more than a formal education. It is experience and insight and wisdom.
As you leave here today, know that there will be places that you are not wanted. There will be people who don't welcome you.
Haters gonna hate. When that happens to you, listen to Taylor, Shake It Off.
Part of growing up and moving into new chapters of your life is about catch and release. You can't carry all things, all grudges, all updates on your ex. Decide what is yours to hold and let the rest go.
It's time. From the right to the left.
Oh, I was so feeling it. Congratulations to the class of 2022. And thanks to producers Jason Calabretta and Katie Remkin, and also editor Barry Silverman for putting all that together. Even though that's a message to these grads, we can all take so much of it ourselves.
Yeah, it's been a unique and very challenging last few years in school for all of them. So congratulations and best of luck. We're going to need you. All right, up next, Michelle has your Monday forecast.
Plus, marking a milestone that is long overdue, the sweet celebration for one World War II veteran.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Welcome back on this Monday. So many of us seeing showers and storms on this Monday from the Ohio Valley to the Great Lakes, down into the Mississippi and Tennessee valleys. Also looking at the chance for strong to severe storms in the central high plains. Toasty in Texas, many temperatures above 100 degrees, and a really nice day after a really nice weekend in New England, parts of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. Some more showers and storms in the state of Florida after a really soggy weekend. Some spots saw over 15 inches of rain. Then as we look towards Wednesday, that wet weather moves into parts of the Mid-Atlantic, the New England area, also the Northeast. A really pleasant day in the Northern Plains. And Friday, we are looking at a fantastic day in the Northeast. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Coming up on this 78th anniversary of D-Day, how one veteran proves it's never too late to reach your goals.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This weekend, celebrations rang out across the country in honor of Pride Month. Thousands of people attended Utah Pride Center's annual festival and parade in Salt Lake City. The festival says it is the largest West Coast Pride event per capita. The 30th annual Queens Pride Parade marched on after a 2-year pandemic pause, with New York City Mayor Eric Adams in a special attendance. And in California, the Venice Pride Festival and Parade saw attendees champion LGBTQ+ pride on the iconic Venice Boardwalk.
A decorated World War II veteran is proving it's never too late to achieve your goals. His name is Weldon McLean, and he waited 80 years to graduate high school after dropping out to join the Navy to fight in World War II. And his big day was marked by not one, but 2 milestones. Noel Walker from our affiliate KXAS in Dallas has the story.
Graduation is when high school seniors look forward to their futures. This year, another senior, Mr. Weldon Edward McLean, was looking back at a graduation long delayed by history. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, it changed the course of history and McLean's life.
I dropped out of school and tried to get in the Navy, and I was too young.
He was eventually drafted into the Army, one of the greatest generation who landed on the beachheads of Normandy.
I went on the second wave on D-Day, but I didn't hit shore till D2. And then it wasn't long after that, I got hit.
McLean earned a Purple Heart for being wounded in combat and went back to his unit when the Battle of the Bulge started.
My sergeant, when he saw me, he said, "Can I say that?"
Yeah.
He said, "What the hell did you come back here for?" I told him somebody had to show you how to build bridges.
McLean is one of the last surviving members of the 297th U.S. Army Combat Engineers and easily the oldest senior graduating from Sadler Southmaid High School this year.
He drives, he still picks up his mail and drives his truck and everything. He's pretty amazing.
Graduation day was on McLean's 98th birthday, proving it's never too late to be what you might have been.
Our thanks to Noel for that report, and we appreciate all that Mr. McLean has done for us. Appreciate you watching today. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. Have a great Monday. Another weekend of bloodshed. A rash of mass shootings leave at least a dozen dead across the country. The violence coming as Congress sets its sights on gun control.
Fighting fire with fire, we are live with how the U.S. and South Korea are confronting North Korean aggression in the region.
An epidemic on the roads, the shocking surge in fatal motorcycle accidents during the pandemic.
Gas prices have bank accounts running on empty, rocketing to nearly $10 a gallon in parts of California. Could we see any relief on the horizon?
And a buzzworthy new trend, why people across the country are shaving their heads to show support for some very special people in their lives. It's Monday, June 6th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning, I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with breaking news. Gunfire in Pennsylvania sends hundreds running for their lives. Police believe a street fight led to all that chaos. 3 people were killed, at least 12 others were injured. Authorities found 2 guns at the scene, but say there's evidence that at least 5 weapons were fired, not including rounds shot by one of their officers. Police, they're still searching for suspects.
Meanwhile, in Chattanooga, Tennessee, another mass shooting took 3 lives outside a nightclub. 2 were killed by the gunfire, and a 3rd died while trying to run away when they were struck by a car. In total, 14 people were shot and 2 others were injured by cars.
Those are just 2 examples of at least 11 mass shootings on Saturday and Sunday. According to the group Gun Violence Archive, there were mass shootings across 8 states that took 15 lives. That includes 4 people killed in Michigan. There were deadly shootings in Saginaw and in downtown Grand Rapids.
Police say a 14-year-old girl was killed early Saturday morning outside a strip mall in Phoenix. 8 others were injured, including 2 women with life-threatening injuries. And in South Carolina, police say a woman was killed and 7 other people were hurt at a graduation party. 6 of the victims were children. The youngest is 12 years old.
As we've just seen here, gun violence continues to plague the nation, and Congress could finally take action this week. A bipartisan group of senators began work on new legislation in the wake of the mass shootings in Buffalo and in Uvalde. For the latest, let's get to Bree Jackson in D.C. Bree, good morning. What can we expect this week?
Good morning, Philip. Well, lawmakers will hear the devastating personal toll of these mass shootings, with family members of victims in Uvalde and Buffalo testifying before a House committee. Both the House and Senate are tackling gun control legislation this week. In the lower chamber, Democrats are eyeing a vote on a package that would include 8 strict gun control proposals. While that effort is all but certain to hit a wall with Republicans in the Senate, a bipartisan group in that chamber is working on a more modest legislation. Senator Chris Murphy is leading the charge. He said the bill would not include an assault weapons ban or comprehensive background checks, instead focusing on investments in mental health, new red flag laws, and more security funding.
I think the possibility of success is better than ever before, but I think the consequences of failure for our entire democracy are more significant than ever.
I think encouraging states to have some kind of red flag laws could make sense as long as there's adequate due process. I think there are school safety provisions. There are mental health issues that we could address.
According to a new ABC News and Ipsos poll, Americans are overwhelmingly ready to see a change. 70% say enacting stricter gun laws should be a higher priority than protecting the right to own guns. Meanwhile, President Biden is heading to California this week for the Summit of the Americas, which will focus on regional issues like immigration and the pandemic. The president is also heading to late night, appearing on Jimmy Kimmel Live on Wednesday. Philip.
All right, Bree Jackson for us from D.C. Bree, thank you.
A Uvalde Elementary School employee has filed court documents against Daniel Defense, the gun maker behind the rifle used in the shooting. Amelia Marin is petitioning a court to depose the company in a bid to gather testimony and evidence about its sale and marketing practices and lobbying efforts. And at least 2 victims' families have hired a lawyer to investigate the same gun maker. And we should note that the shooter acquired his weapons legally. NBC News has reached out to Daniel Defense for comment. The company previously said it would cooperate with any official investigation.
Breaking overnight, the U.S. and South Korea showing a united front against North Korea. The 2 nations firing missiles in response to launches made by Kim Jong-un. On Sunday, North Korea fired 8 ballistic missiles off its east coast in what's likely the country's largest single test. Let's bring in Janice Mackey-Frere, who is live for us in Beijing with the very latest for us. Good morning, Janice.
Philip, good morning. U.S. forces in Korea confirmed this combined live fire drill early this morning, firing 8 missiles toward the East Sea. One of them was a U.S. Army missile in response to North Korea's latest test. In a statement, USFK said that it was done to demonstrate the ability of combined forces to, quote, respond quickly to crisis events. But the pace of these launches, 16 missiles over 24 hours, is ramping up tension in the region. North Korea launched 8 missiles over the course of 35 minutes from multiple locations, believed to be the largest single-day ballistic launch yet. 18th round of missile testing by North Korea so far this year, with the expectation that Kim Jong-un is preparing for another nuclear test. Philip?
Following that very closely. Janice, I want to turn briefly to the war in Ukraine. Fighting continues to ramp up in the east there.
Well, Ukrainian forces are said to be taking control of large parts of a key city in the eastern part of the country. Russian forces had been concentrating on Severodonetsk, but according to the governor there, he said that the Russian bid to take control of the city has actually been faltering. The problem, of course, there's hundreds of people who are trapped in bomb shelters, with street fighting continuing and both sides claiming victory. President Zelensky visited 2 towns near the front line to show his support, and he said to bring confidence. He also said he brought something else for the military, but he wasn't revealing what it was. But it does come at a time when the UK has promised to deliver new rocket launching systems to Ukraine, similar to the long-range rocket launching systems, the advanced systems that the US had pledged last week. This all stirring the ire of Russian officials. Russia has said, quote, these long-range missiles will add fuel to the fire. And Russian President Vladimir Putin has said that his forces are now going to seek out new targets and strike even harder. And Philip, one more note on Ukraine. Hats off to the Ukraine team. Failed to qualify for the World Cup after losing a qualifying match to Wales. The score was 1-0, and that goal came after a Ukrainian player inadvertently headed the ball into his own net as he was trying to clear it. So it was this agonizing loss for the team, coming in a match that had been delayed for months because of the Russian invasion.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate timing of that own goal, but the whole world was pulling for them, except for maybe if you were in Wales. But Janice, we appreciate the updates there. Thank you.
A North Texas man is lucky to be alive after his motorcycle was rammed from behind by a car on the highway. Timothy Maroney broke his back and sustained several other fractures. Police say the driver of the car was not issued any citations. Maria Guerrero with our Dallas-Fort Worth station KXAS has the story.
This Mesquite father had a camera mounted on his motorcycle to watch video of his rides. What it captured one night may be difficult to watch. The impact was fast and violent.
I flew in there and I smashed into the guy's windshield head first, and my helmet flew off my head.
He was heading home one evening in May. Rush hour traffic on 635 in Garland came to a standstill. He stopped. A car didn't, smashing into him from behind. Maroney flipped, flew forward, and hit the ground.
The first thing was in my mind was, don't get ran over. Don't get ran over. And stay coherent. This is between me living or dying.
He is now part of troubling statistics registered during the pandemic.
In 2020, when fewer people were driving, we still saw a 17% increase in the state when it comes to motorcycle crashes.
According to AAA, motorcyclists are 27 times more likely to die in a crash. Most happen in warmer weather months.
Well, we've noticed an increase in texting and driving, or distracted driving, impaired driving, speeding, certainly also aggressive driving.
I broke my back in 3 spots.
This brace also supports his broken tailbone. Maroney's got broken toes and some road rash, but credits his gear for saving his life.
So the car hit right in between here.
His wife showed us his banged up bike in the garage. Riding at night is now off limits.
Just happy to be alive. All right, happy to be alive.
Only able to stand 10 minutes a day.
That's painful. That's definitely painful.
This grateful survivor has a plea.
Everybody to pay attention, slow down. There's a mother or a father or a brother or a sister, a husband or a wife. We all ride, and everybody's trying to get home to their kids or their family.
Well, thanks to Maria from KXAS for that report. That is remarkable, given that video.
It is. It's frightening.
Wow.
It makes you never want to get on a motorcycle, even though it was not his fault that happened.
No, it's so scary.
Yeah. All right, let's turn now to our weather as we start a new week here. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, of course, tracking all of that for us. Morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And we're looking at a soggy and stormy start for many of us on this Monday. We're looking at some stormy weather through the Central Plains this morning. That's going to continue as we go throughout this Monday. So looking at some strong storms this morning, some heavy rain where you see the yellows, the reds, the oranges in parts of Kansas and also Oklahoma, moving into Missouri. Seeing that lightning, hearing the thunder early this morning. Now 6 million people at risk today. We are looking at winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, damaging hail of 1 inch or larger, an isolated chance of a tornado possible, especially where you see this yellow shading from Gillette down to North Platte, Dodge City, and then into parts of the Tennessee and mid-Mississippi valleys, Paducah, and also Memphis. Looking at heavy rain, at least the potential for heavy rain, we could see totals up to 4 inches. Again, where you see that darker coloring, that's where we're expecting the most rain. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're looking at hot weather in parts of the southern plains. Texas will be toasty today with temperatures in the 90s, even over 100 degrees in many spots. The southwest hot too, Phoenix 105. And then we're looking at those storms in the Great Lakes and the Midwest. All right, guys, we'll talk more about those storms today. Also look at the week ahead in just a bit.
Sounds good. Thank you.
In honor of Pride Month, Austrian Burger Kings are celebrating with a very special burger. You got to read between the lines or the buns here.
Okay.
The fast food chain unveiled their Pride Whoppers that consist of 2 identical buns. So the burgers include either 2 top sesame seed buns or bottom buns.
I got it.
The Pride Whopper will be available only in Austria Burger Kings until June 20th. Can you imagine this marketing team going, hey guys, this is what I got for Pride Month, right? And then the pitch in that conference room?
Yeah.
Apparently it worked.
I'm sorry, I cannot open up in Alabama. We can do it though in Austria if you're interested.
100%.
After a 2-year hiatus, the Tunnel to Towers returns to New York City.
And Prince Louis was at it yet again, getting cheeky with his mom as the Queen's 4-day jubilee came to a close.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Leading the news, the Tunnel to Towers climb returned to New York City after a 2-year hiatus. Climbers honored the lives of 9/11 heroes, scaling over 2,200 steps up One World Observatory. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation, which supports the event, says the day was about those lost saving others on 9/11.
we never forget the sacrifice that was made. And that's why things like today are so important.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation says over 1,000 people made the climb 104 stories up the tower over the weekend.
An exhibit honoring Breonna Taylor opened in Louisville on what would have been her 29th birthday. Breonna's Garden XR. And that exhibit welcomed visitors at the Roots 101 African American Museum. It aims to provide more facts about Taylor's life, not just about her death. Taylor was shot and killed by police executing a no-knock warrant in March of 2020. The exhibit runs through September 3rd.
Mariah Carey is facing a $20 million lawsuit over her iconic holiday track. Songwriter Andy Stone filed the complaint claiming copyright infringement over Carey's hit, All I Want for Christmas Is You. Stone alleges his 1989 song with the same title received, quote, extensive airplay before the Queen of Christmas's hit debuted in 1994. Neither Stone nor Carey have responded to NBC News' request for comment.
Queen Elizabeth marked the final day of her Platinum Jubilee with a surprise public appearance on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. This appearance capped a grand 4-day celebration of the Queen's 70-year reign as Britain's monarch. And of course, Prince Louis stole the show at the Jubilee pageant. There he is on the left there, throwing a little bit of a toddler tantrum. Look at him trying to shush his mom, putting his hand over his mom's mouth as she tried to talk to him. Even for the Duchess of Cambridge, it's hard to keep a 4-year-old in line while smiling and I'm sure gritting her teeth, telling him to, you behave right now, you're going to get it later.
He's like, where's the iPad? Where is the iPad?
He's like, I want to go. I'm bored.
Oh, man. Coming up next here on Early Today, fuming over high gas prices, whether there's any relief in sight as gas hits nearly $10 a gallon in some parts of California.
And CNBC's Steve Sedgwick will look at how to navigate the wave of change washing over Wall Street.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time.
When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
In today's News by the Numbers, soccer great Lionel Messi was on some hot streak on Sunday. During the Argentina's friendly match versus Estonia, he scored all 5 of his team's goals.
Australian golf player Minjee Lee won the U.S. Women's Open on Sunday. She won by 4 strokes, and Lee's victory won her $1.8 million. That is the largest payout in women's golf history.
Kobe Bryant's game-worn jersey from his rookie year is sold at auction for $2.73 million, according to SCP Auctions. The seller had the jersey from the 1996-97 season for 25 years.
Now to Wall Street, where investors are bracing for a news cycle ahead, as well as no peak yet in sight for gas prices. Let's go to London now and see NBC's Steve Sedgwick tell us more. Steve, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Philip. Good morning, Francis. Yeah, they're not really good, happy Monday stories, are they? OK, let's go through it. First of all, a chap called Ted Pick, who is the co-president over at Morgan Stanley, says there's going to be a paradigm shift in markets, and that's what investors can expect. We've had years of financial repression. We've got a transition period, concern, of course, about what's going on in inflation, and the intersection of the pandemic. Says we're having a paradigm shift at the end of 15 years of financial repression. Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan has been saying a hurricane is out there as well, so hold tight, everybody. Now, in terms of energy prices, my goodness me, oil prices going up. That means for some people in California, Mendocino, $9.60 a gallon. Absolutely huge. The California average is now $6.25. The national average is $4.81. That is over double what it was a year ago. Oh, hold tight, everybody.
As if we haven't been already.
Right. I know. I can't believe how much longer it's going to go. All right, Steve, thank you.
Up next, Michelle's got your weather for the week ahead.
And ahead, the emotional show of support just when they're needed the most.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Welcome back on this Monday. Lots of green showing up, showing us that we're going to see lots of showers and storms across the area from the Intermountain West into the Great Lakes and Midwest, into the Mississippi and Tennessee valleys, and also looking at this chance for strong to severe storms in the Central Plains. Toasty in Texas, lots of temperatures above 100 degrees there. It's dry and hot too in the Southwest. By Wednesday, those showers move into the Northeast and also New England. Back to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Next on Early Today, the buzzworthy trend in support of cancer patients.
right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A small act of kindness is spreading throughout the country. From adults to children, people nationwide are shaving their heads in solidarity with cancer patients to help them feel loved and supported throughout their battle. NBC's Jose Diaz-Balart has their story.
It's become a touching gesture of solidarity. Like this one in Florida, a surprise show of support for loved ones undergoing difficult treatments for cancer. In Georgia, Maggie Burns wanted to make her mom feel a little less alone in her battle against breast cancer. That's Maggie's mom, Tanya Hutchinson, getting her head shaved while going through chemotherapy. Then this happened. The reveal, Maggie's head shaved too, an emotional tribute to her mom.
I've not had one regret since. I mean, my appearance is nothing compared to the love that I have for this woman beside me right now.
It was sad and scary because some of my self-identity is tied up in my appearance. But when she took the beanie off in the barbershop, I just knew right then that she really, really, truly loved me.
This was unexpected. In April, Coon Rapids, Minnesota firefighter Christian Warby was about to undergo a stem cell transplant to fight a rare form of blood cancer.
Look at that, Christian.
But then, the co-workers he considers brothers answered the call to action. Dozens uniting to shave their heads to honor his bravery.
Yeah, I was bowled over. I really was. Just seeing all those faces, all those guys lined up and knowing that they were there to get their heads buzzed right there for me. It was incredibly moving.
Yeah, when you look around at all the other guys and see that their hair's buzzed, you do immediately think back to Christian. It also helps build the bond between all of us because we were all there together, and it's just a reminder of that family.
That type of teamwork playing out across the country, like at this elementary school in Indiana, a fundraiser to fight childhood cancer.
Having the feeling that you're helping somebody live a better life, it's such a great feeling.
Small acts of love to let others know they're all in it together.
The only thing that I wanted my mama to know was that she was loved more than she can imagine, and she was not alone, and she will never be alone.
I know, thanks to Jose for sharing those stories. That's exactly it, right? I mean, I'm assuming there's just a helplessness that you feel when you hear something like that. For a loved one, there's not much you can do than just to be there for them. And an act like that, shaving your head, lets you know they're not alone.
Especially for kids and for women, because, you know, so much of our identity and the looks, as they say, it means so much more. Thanks for watching Early Today.
Good morning, I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclea Asamoah. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, weekend of violence. More mass shootings across America. This morning, at least a dozen people are dead and many others wounded after several separate shootings spanning from coast to coast in the past 72 hours. We have team coverage as the debate grows over guns in America. Hitting the brakes this morning, prices at the pump reaching new record highs and forcing some drivers to rethink their summer travel plans.
Almost $7 for regular. Crazy. Never thought I would live to see that.
We'll tell you how some states are stepping in to drive the cost down and when you can start to feel some relief. Decisive vote breaking this morning, a big blow for British Prime Minister Boris Johnson as lawmakers announce a vote of confidence that could force him from power. We'll bring you the latest on the fallout and the continued criticism over the so-called Partygate scandal. And touching trend, a sign of solidarity to show cancer patients they're not alone. Loved ones and strangers alike shaving their heads to share their support. More on the gesture that's sending a message of love to people when they might need it most. I love to hear that. I love to see that, Kate.
I know.
We
Good
need
morning.
more of that. Good
we
morning.
need more of that. We need some good news this morning on a Monday.
Yes, good to see you.
Yeah, great to see you too. Good to be with you.
Yes, and we begin with another deadly shooting and a weekend of gun violence in America. At least 12 people were killed and nearly 40 others hurt after multiple mass shootings in the states across the country.
Yeah, in Philadelphia, at least a dozen people were injured and 3 people killed in the popular South Street Entertainment District. And in Chattanooga, Tennessee, 3 people were killed and 14 others were hurt after a mass shooting outside a night spot there. Today, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is set to visit Uvalde, Texas, site, of course, of Robb Elementary and the massacre where 19 children and 2 teachers were slaughtered. Since that attack, less than 2 weeks ago, there have been more than 30 mass shootings in America. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as an incident in which 4 or more people are shot or killed, not including the shooter. Again, look at that map. In the last 2 weeks, there have been 33 shootings, mass shootings. We have team coverage of this latest violence with NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin on the push for action in Congress, NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa in Philadelphia, and NBC News reporter Liz McLaughlin with us in Uvalde, Texas. Thank you all for being with us. We're going to begin with Emily and Liz. Good morning. I wish we were talking about something else. Emily, the Philadelphia shooting happened Saturday night, an area popular with both locals and tourists. What's the latest on the ground for the search for the shooters?
Kate, good morning to you. Still at this point, a lot of unanswered questions, including exactly how many people were involved in this shooting. Police believe there were 5 guns used in this shooting, and looking at the shell casings on the ground after the fact, they think that it may have started from a fight between 2 men that had escalated to then an exchange of gunfire turning into a shooting or a shootout rather of sorts. We know that one of those men, a suspected gunman, according to police, died in the shooting. The other police say may have been shot by an officer. Keep in mind, officers had been on the ground in this area, patrolling the area on foot when the gunfire started flying. Those bullets started flying, so they were able to almost immediately render aid to treat people who had been injured. And then one of the officers, according to Philadelphia police, started firing at the active gunman. According to police, they can't say for certain whether they struck him, but they say that he dropped his handgun and then he took off on foot. But a lot of these people, a lot of the 14 people struck in this shooting incident had actually been innocent bystanders, ranging from 17 years in age to 69 years in age. And looking at this street in South Street here, this is an iconic place in Philadelphia. We're within walking distance of Penn's Landing, of Independence Hall. Hundreds of people were gathered here. Keep in mind, hundreds of people. And so when bullets started flying, just sheer chaos breaking out. Kate.
Emily, thank you. Liz, I want to turn over to you. Secretary Mayorkas' visit, we mentioned, to Uvalde. It comes as the community, understandably, still struggling to come to terms not only with what happened, but with the police response and all the criticism. What's on his agenda today?
Kate, not many specifics, but Secretary Mayorkas is expected to get here this morning, meet with the workforce and officials. About 2 weeks ago, he praised Border Patrol agents who eventually encountered and killed that gunman. It was a tactical team that actually delayed, or went against the school district police chief's orders to stand down, and that was more than an hour after the shooting started. All of Secretary Mayorkas' meetings will be behind closed doors. They will be private as confusion and questions continue to swirl here. We're learning more about the timeline that's been changed 4 or 5 times after many inaccuracies from authorities here. Lots of tight lips from officials now, but we're learning more from people who were there that day, including a funeral home worker, Cody Briseño, who was right across the street from Robb Elementary at Hillcrest Memorial, near where the gunman crashed his vehicle, his grandmother's truck. And he ran over to help with a coworker, asking if he was okay. And then he saw what he described as an evil look in his eye as he reached for his gun. Here's more from him on that harrowing account of the day. Let's listen.
I run to the side, and while I'm running to the side, I'm on the phone with my wife. Hey, bring me my gun. Bring me my gun. And as I'm saying that to my wife, I could hear the gun going off again. Pa, 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 pa. And what's going on? What's going on? And I told her that I bring me my gun because this guy's headed to the school. My intention was to stop him. And I mean, I feel guilty, man, because I mean, I couldn't stop him.
Just heartbreaking. If you can only imagine, Briseño, not only the trauma of being shot at and running away, his wife did bring him his gun finally, and he went to the school, told police that the gunman had gone inside and tried to enter himself, but they told him to stand back and shut up. So he feels so much guilt, and not only that, he's having to work one of 2 small funeral homes here. So he's buried 5 victims, including his own cousin. Just unimaginable.
No,
Kate?
unimaginable. Liz, and you want to say to him, it's not your fault. Emily, the number of homicides in Philadelphia has more than doubled since 2013. What are people saying?
Well, the Philadelphia Police Commissioner called this a dark day for the city, describing the shooting this weekend as horrendous and unthinkable. They actually just reopened South Street here within the last hour or so because they had closed it, not just because of the recent spate of shootings across the city, but specifically on South Street here, what is typically a tourist magnet for both locals and then people coming in from out of town. We've seen this steady rise in homicides since 2013, as you mentioned. Here's more from the police commissioner on the rise in violence.
These incidents have an exponential effect on our community, and it not only impacts the individual that's been directly victimized, but it victimizes their loved ones, their families, and their neighbors, neighborhoods all over the world. It's unacceptable. It's beyond unacceptable. And we're still using every resource available to get to the bottom of what occurred, not just out there last night, but behind this gun violence in this city, period.
And Philadelphia isn't alone in its fight and struggle to stem and curb gun violence. More than 12 cities across the country have set unfortunate records, all-time highs for the number of murders in 2021. Kate?
Emily Akeda, Liz McLaughlin, thank you both so much.
And in Washington, Congress returns from a holiday recess this morning, facing growing calls for federal action on gun reform. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin joins us now. Good morning, Julie. I want to get into the weeds a little bit. In the Senate, we have this group of bipartisan lawmakers working on some kind of gun reform that could actually become law. So what's the latest on those negotiations?
Yeah, good morning, Zinkley. So in the Senate, everything takes momentum. It's up to the senators to craft a package that could actually pass with 60 votes. But we heard yesterday from 2 negotiators in that group, just as the Senate gets ready to come back today into town and hold these conversations in person once again, just some progress as to how the group is doing. I want you to take a listen.
I've never been part of negotiations as serious as these. There are more Republicans at the table talking about changing our gun laws and investing in mental health than at any time since Sandy Hook.
My hope is we'll get at least half the Republican conference. You know, that should be the goal here. We're going to have to be realistic about what can do that. Senator Murphy alluded to the idea that it's not going to be everything, certainly, that Democrats would like.
Yeah, look, it's certainly not going to be nearly as expansive as Democrats are hoping it to be. In the House this week, they're going to vote on a series of bills that stand almost no chance in the Senate, including things like raising the minimum age to 21 for purchasing some of these rifles and banning some high-capacity ammunition. But in the Senate, they're working on things like red flag laws, enhanced background checks, though not as enhanced as the House would like to pass, as Democrats would like. And look, Minority Leader McConnell, who is going to have the final say here in order to get half of his conference on board with this, kept saying last week in Kentucky over and over again that the top two things that he's focused on is mental health and school safety.
And clearly a serious issue. We heard Senator Murphy speak to that. And another big issue on the Hill and in D.C. this week is the January 6th committee. They're expected to have more discussions this week. Those long-awaited public hearings on the Capitol attack are beginning Thursday. What can we expect from those?
Yeah, look, it's been a year of closed door, behind the scenes work for this committee in the House, in which many times they faced opposition. They faced blockades from the Republican members, including from President Trump, who have repeatedly called the committee illegitimate, though it is bipartisan, of course, with Vice Chair Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, two Republicans on the 9-member panel. But look, their first long-awaited hearing is happening this Thursday, the first of at least 6, we are told, and they're going to be showing videos of some of the Trump family members and other folks that were testifying behind closed doors. They're hoping that this is the moment that the public really gets to see their work and gets to see what actually unfolded leading up to January 6th and what happened in the days after the insurrection, and potentially linking the former president's involvement in all of this.
And Julie, briefly, staying with January 6th, I know that over the weekend we got that news that the Justice Department has declined to prosecute Mark Meadows, that's former President Trump's chief of staff, for contempt of Congress. And at the same time, another top Trump advisor was arrested for snubbing congressional subpoenas. What should we know about this?
Yeah, the committee has achieved a lot here, in their words, for getting Peter Navarro, for getting Steve Bannon to be indicted by the Justice Department. This is no small feat. Of course, that happened for Peter Navarro because he snubbed a congressional subpoena. He failed to cooperate with the January 6th Select Committee. But the committee also says they are, quote, puzzled that Mark Meadows, Dan Scavino, two of former President Trump's top officials, the Justice Department declined, I should say, to indict those two individuals. They say they don't understand why that happened. Of course, lawyers for Dan Scavino and Mark Meadows are pleased with the Justice Department's take here.
Julie Sirkin, important analysis. Thank you so much.
Now to the economy, and the skyrocketing price of gas. Filling up your tank is becoming more of a challenge now, with the price of a gallon reaching another new high over the weekend. According to AAA, the national average of a gallon of regular right now, $4.84. That's an increase of 20 cents in just a week. So what's behind the new rise, and what's being done to control the high costs of living right now? Let's bring in Caleb Silver, the editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, several states like New York, where I live, and Georgia have suspended their gas taxes to try to help out drivers, but drivers are still paying a lot to fill up their tank. What's being done at the federal level to bring down prices, and when could we see changes?
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look great for gas prices for the rest of the summer. JP Morgan predicting we'll hit $6 a gallon by the end of the summer. If you go out to California, there's a gas station that's selling gas at $9.60 up in Mendocino County. Not a lot the federal government can do except urge more production and more refinement, except we're kind of at capacity here in the U.S. In fact, we're about 5% below capacity from where we were at the beginning of the pandemic. A lot of refineries were shut down, and it takes a lot to get those to get back up to speed. And the U.S. is exporting a lot of its own oil right now to other countries who have turned away from importing it from Russia. So we have a real supply-demand crunch going on right now, and that's going to impact drivers and the cost of gasoline for the next several months.
I can't believe you said over $9 a gallon in California. That's crazy. The gas prices obviously impacting what we're all doing, our behavior. Right now, U.S. gasoline consumption levels are running 3% lower than a year ago, according to DataTrack. Those researchers called that number a troubling sign. Explain why that is troubling and what happens if gas consumption levels dip even lower, especially during what everybody thought was going to be a busy travel season.
Yeah, that's something we like to call demand destruction. When prices get too high, consumers back out. So we're driving a little bit less, believe it or not, filling up a little bit less than we were a year ago, even though demand seems high because we're finally able to get out and drive around and go visit family and friends. But because prices remain high and keep climbing higher, folks are filling up less and less or finding alternative means. And you get that demand destruction here in gasoline, you could start to see it spreading to other parts of the economy. We know consumer sentiment is at a 10-year low. Consumer spending has hung in there, but the cure for high prices, Kate, is high prices because eventually consumers tap out, and so do small businesses. If you have to fill up a fleet of 10, 20 vans to keep your small business going, you're going to find other ways to do that, and that demand destruction eventually hurts spending, and spending drives 70% of U.S. GDP.
And quickly, the other big elephant in the room, inflation right now. The feds are going to release the updated consumer price index from May, showing just how high costs are and if inflation has reached a peak. I know consumer price index did dip in April, but it's still at its highest in decades. Tell us about that. What do these new numbers mean?
Yeah, we're going to get the consumer price index at the end of the week for last month. And what we're seeing is inflation may have peaked. It was 8.5% in March. It was 8.3% in April. It may have peaked. That doesn't mean it's coming straight down the hill. We're going to have high prices across the commodities board through the rest of the summer, driven by energy, which then translates into higher fertilizer costs, higher shipping costs, basically higher costs for everything we pay. We have to deal with inflation right now because it's going to be with us for the rest of the summer, at least probably for the rest of the year.
Caleb Silver, thanks so much for being with us.
Now to some welcome news for parents of infants around the country who have been struggling during the baby formula shortage. Abbott Nutrition announced Saturday that it has resumed production of formula at its plant in Sturgis, Michigan. The plant shut down in February because of product contamination, making the nationwide shortage worse. Abbott says it will start on its EleCare brand of formula and other specialty formulas for infants with food allergies. Despite this good news, though, the Biden administration is being taken to task over its response time. Commerce Secretary Gia Raimondo told CNN's Jake Tapper Sunday that she didn't learn about the shortage until more than a month after the Michigan plant shut down.
You're the Secretary of Commerce. When did you first learn of this problem?
I first learned about it, a couple of months ago. So this is April? This is a difficult issue, but yes, probably April.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Sturgis, Michigan, to talk about all of this. Jesse, good to see you. Now that Abbott has restarted production, when can we realistically expect to see products on store shelves?
Yes, and Clay, it looks like that's at least a couple of weeks away from now. They've restarted production here. They're prioritizing specifically some of their specialty formulas because we know that, of course, many children, many babies rely on these formulas, but there are people who specifically rely on those that are for people with allergies and have other specialty needs. So Abbott says it is prioritizing those, beginning with EleCare, which will be released to the public, they say, to consumers around June 20th. So they're saying released. I'm trying to get some clarity on what exactly that release is. Does that mean that's when we'll see trucks rolling out of the plant here in Michigan? Does that mean that's when it'll hit store shelves? So we're trying to get some clarity on that. And also, they say around June 20th. They don't give a specific date. Do want to reference part of a statement that Abbott shared on Saturday. The company is saying, we understand the urgent need for formula, and our top priority is getting high-quality, safe formula into the hands of families across America. So that is what the company says it is focused on right now, again, specifically looking at those specialty formulas first.
And Jesse, I'm glad you highlighted what they said about high-quality, safe formula, right? Because it's important we don't forget this plant shut down because of contamination problems that could have been fatal to infants. So now that it's back up and running, what stipulations did the FDA put in place in order for Abbott to safely restart?
Yeah, so the Biden administration has put in place a consent decree that they're in agreement with right now with Abbott. And that decree specifically emphasizes several points, both for initial startup and also for months from now for Abbott Nutrition to maintain this plant. But bottom line, to get things back up and running here, the FDA has said that it needs to see from Abbott an independent expert come in, look at their sanitation processes, their dry out processes, so that they have proper protocols in place here. They also want to see environmental testing. So all of that has had to be gone through and shared with the FDA according to this consent decree before production could restart here. And Abbott says that it has met the initial requirements set in place.
And Jesse, real quickly and briefly, we've seen the Biden administration fly infant formula from overseas. Are those flights still happening? And what else is the Biden administration doing to help ease the shortage as it stands right now?
Yeah, so the White House says that there are more Operation Fly Formula flights that will be coming to the U.S. later this week. We expect 2 to be coming from Melbourne, Australia, to the States by week's end. They'll be taking off later this week. And then there's also the Defense Production Act, which is a common term now because of what has gone on throughout the pandemic. Bottom line, though, that allows the White House to prioritize the production of baby formula and specifically looks to compel suppliers to provide supplies, ingredients to baby formula suppliers ahead of other customers to try to get more formula on shelves sooner.
We've seen a lot of shortages during this pandemic. Thanks for breaking this one down. Jesse, thanks.
Now to that dramatic news from overseas. By the end of the day, the United Kingdom could be in need of a new prime minister. This afternoon, Boris Johnson will face a vote that could remove him from power. It's the latest fallout from the revelations about lockdown parties in his Downing Street residence that landed Johnson with a fine from police. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from outside Parliament in London. Steph, good to see you. Good morning. This is quite a turn for Boris Johnson. It comes less than 3 years after he secures a Brexit deal with the European Union. He's swept into victory in 2019. How did we get here, and what does it mean?
Yeah, you know, Katie, he came in very popular. And this is one of those situations of people getting upset about a politician standing up and saying, do as I say, not as I do. And these revelations were made public that these parties took place in Downing Street, and there were a number over a period of a year, according to a report that just came out last month, that during the height of the pandemic, when people were being told not to gather, not to go inside, not to basically to seclude themselves at home and not see friends and family, there were a series of parties that were held that Boris Johnson attended himself. And they were parties that included alcohol and food and didn't really look a lot like essential business. And they were indoors and outdoors. And what happened was he stood up in front of Parliament and he said there were no rules broken. He then had to come back and say, well, it appears rules were broken and I didn't realize it. Then, as you say, he was fined £50 for attending a birthday party. All of this has undermined people's confidence in him, even within his own party. And this is important for tonight. This is about his party, the Conservative Party. They're the ones calling for this no confidence vote. At least 54 members of the party had to write letters to a committee saying they wanted to hold this vote. But a lot more will have to vote against him in this vote this evening. 180 have to vote no confidence in him for him to be removed from office. But watch those numbers, right? Even if he does win this vote later on tonight, if the margin is really small, he may still have to step down in a matter of months because the ministers will say it's really just untenable for you to continue as prime minister, Kate.
Okay, that makes sense. And if he loses, if all those people go against him, or if he, you know, if as you say, if he wins by not very much, what happens next?
Well, if he loses, then he steps down. I mean, he'll be removed. And then the party will have to vote for someone else. And that's a process that could take weeks. But again, you have this situation. This happened with Prime Minister Theresa May as well. In 2018, there was a no confidence vote that she won. But a third of her party voted against her, and eventually months later she had to say, this was during Brexit and her handling of Brexit, that she was going to step down. It won't leave this country without a leader. He continues to be prime minister until they select someone to take over. Now, you know, Boris Johnson is also a pretty stubborn guy, and you have to imagine he's going to stick around. And the feeling is that he will survive this vote, but again, it'll be the question of those margins.
Stephanie Gosk, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Turning to Miami, cleanup is underway this morning after a storm system brought torrential rain, winds, and flooding to the city Saturday. The storm dumped more than 10 inches of rain on Miami over 3 days. Winds were clocked at 40 miles per hour, but it wasn't quite strong enough to be classified as a tropical storm. The most serious impact was from the flooding. Fire crews rescued several drivers stranded as the waters quickly rose. The storm also left about 4,000 without power in Miami-Dade County.
Let's get a check of your morning news now. Weather.
Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. So good to see you on this Monday morning. And yeah, we had a lot of rain in Florida Friday into Saturday, nearly 15 inches in some spots. And we do have our first named storm of the season. That's Tropical Storm Alex, although it wasn't a tropical storm officially when it dropped that rain in Florida. So here are some of your rainfall totals. Hollywood, Florida, 14.85 inches of rain, and it came quickly. So that's why we all saw those flooding pictures throughout the weekend in Florida. Miami, over 11 inches of rain. Naples, Florida, over 8 inches and over 6.5 inches of rain in West Palm Beach. So they're going to be drying out on this Monday. Now here's the latest on Tropical Storm Alex. Winds at 65 miles per hour, so still pretty strong. It's affecting Bermuda right now with tropical storm conditions. It's moving quickly the east-northeast at 28 miles per hour. That's good news. It's going to zip on out of here, but first bringing those tropical storm conditions to Bermuda. And then it's going to weaken rapidly. It's facing some wind shear. It's facing some cooler waters as well. So we're going to see it a remnant low by later on today, and then it's going to become history. Now, we are also watching some severe weather, also showers and storms, a soggy start for many on our Monday. You can see some lightning, hearing some thunder in parts of the Central Plains into the mid-Mississippi Valley. So 6 million people at risk today. We're looking at the chance for some damaging hail, an inch or greater. Winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could also see a few tornadoes. So we're going to watch it as we go throughout the day, especially where we're seeing that yellow shading from parts of the Dakotas into Kansas, Nebraska, and the panhandle of Oklahoma and also Texas. And then we're looking at some storms likely, Paducah also into Memphis. Tomorrow we're looking at severe weather likely, where we're looking at Nebraska, Kansas, into the panhandles of Texas and Oklahoma once again, with the chance of some large hail, 2 inches or greater, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, and also the chance for some severe weather once again in terms of tornadoes. Rainfall forecast, that's going to be a big one. Heavy rainfall, totals up to 4 inches in a lot of spots, especially where you see those yellows, the reds, the oranges. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rain. And as we go throughout today, we're also looking at a nice day. We had a beautiful weekend in the Northeast. We're going to see that once again, you guys, in New England all the way down to the Mid-Atlantic. Back to you.
A lot of dangerous weather to watch out for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I liked the weekend here. It was beautiful.
Yes, we like warmth.
Yeah,
Thank you,
good.
Michelle.
Sure.
And coming up on Morning News Now, a dangerous new phase of the war in Ukraine.
When we come back, the new warning from President Vladimir Putin of Russia as Kyiv comes under attack for the first time in weeks.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the war in Ukraine and a new threat from Vladimir Putin. The Russian president warned the United States and the West that new targets would be hit if Ukraine continued to receive those long-range missile systems capable of reaching Russia. That warning turned into action yesterday when Russia struck Kyiv with several missiles for the first time in 5 weeks. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Odessa in southern Ukraine to discuss this and more. Ellison, good morning. It's good to see you. What more can you tell us about this attack on Kyiv and this new warning made by Putin?
Yeah, so Russian officials, they say they were targeting tanks that were delivered to Ukraine by other countries. Ukrainian officials say that Russian missile targeted and struck a place where they do railway repairs for trains that deliver grain. In Kyiv of late, it's been relatively quiet. Russia tried to take Kyiv in February. They failed. Even though there's been this slight sense of normalcy, reminders in Kyiv of the war are all around. Burned out Russian tanks, bombed buildings, checkpoints, things like that, that don't let you forget that there is a war, even in those moments where prior to this latest airstrike, things might have felt a bit calm. But obviously those airstrikes shattered whatever tiny bit of normalcy many residents felt. And to a lot of people, particularly in Kyiv, there was no question that it was an unnecessary target, something that they say had very little to do with the military, if anything at all. Again, they say that this was a place where they were repairing railway cars that were used to transport grain. Vladimir Putin, he had a new warning, if you will, for the United States and others, saying this in part. He said that if the West delivers any longer-range rocket systems, Moscow will, and I'm quoting here, draw appropriate conclusions and use our means of destruction, which we have plenty of, in order to strike at those objects that we haven't yet struck. Among other weapons, the United States is planning to send to Ukraine are what's known as HIMARS. Those are high-tech medium-range rocket launchers. It'll take about 3 weeks for those actually to get to Ukraine. But as a part of the deal between the United States and Ukraine, those are systems that will only be used to protect Ukraine in a defensive posture, not to strike any sort of targets on the other side of the battle line. Clay?
And Ellison, you said this disrupted a sense of normalcy. Are more cities in western and southern Ukraine preparing for potential new attacks? What's the scene like where you are in Odessa?
Yeah, I mean, they are, and they really have never stopped preparing for the possibility of other attacks. And where we are is a reminder. This is a hotel in Odessa. It was struck by a rocket on May 8th at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was speaking with the owner of this hotel, and he said no one was really here except for a couple staffers who were trying to get this hotel ready for the tourist season. Russian media, other people claimed that there were some sort of military foreign fighters here. He said that's absolutely not the case. It was just a few civilians who were here trying to get this ready for tourist season and also to try and open some rooms up for refugees who might need a place to stay. We had the opportunity to talk to a military official here in Odessa earlier this morning. Listen to some of what he had to say.
I stress that the enemy doesn't have enough capacity to attack us from Transnistria region or even try.
Багато говорять про можливий десант з Росії до Тирасполя літаками Росії.
There are a lot of talks about possible paratroopers coming from Russia to Transnistria.
Але це мрія ідіота.
But this is just idiot's dream.
Тому що жоден російський літак через територію України не пролетить, його буде знищено.
Any Russian plane will not be able to fly through Ukrainian territory. It will be destroyed.
Другого фронту з боку Придністров'я не буде.
There will be no second front from Transnistria.
Hey, can you pre-cue me? Charlene.
Allison.
Sure, if you guys can.
Important reporting. Thank you, Allison. And the devastation is clear. Stay safe.
Let's bring in John Herbst now for more on the situation in Ukraine. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and a senior director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Mr. Ambassador, good morning. Glad you're with us. What do you make of Vladimir Putin's warnings over the weekend? And could this mark a new phase of the conflict?
Putin's already begun a new phase when he retreated from Kyiv and began his offensive in the Donbass. This warning is because he's afraid of the impact of the weapons we're sending to Ukraine. He's trying to intimidate us and our NATO allies from sending additional such equipment. It's worth pointing out that long before we sent this equipment, he was attacking Kyiv, he was attacking Lviv. So this is a pretty empty threat because, again, he realized that if we continue to send weapons of this caliber, his forces in the East are likely not to succeed.
So we're learning this morning that the UK is moving forward with its latest shipment of long-range missiles to Ukraine. Do you think the U.S. and its allies should rethink their strategy to supply Ukraine if Russia steps up attacks across the region? Or based on what you just said, maybe you're not so worried about that?
No, on the contrary, we should be sending more. In fact, the HIMARS we're sending, we're only sending 4. We need to send a lot more than that. That's a trickle. The Russians are using their standard tactics of massive artillery bombardment against not just soldiers, but against civilians. If we can provide Ukraine an antidote to that, the ability to strike back, Russian offensive in the East will fail. It may fail in any case, but fewer Ukrainians will die if we send more of these missiles.
Let's talk about eastern Ukraine for a second. Are you encouraged by the fact that Russia has not taken full control of Severodonetsk yet?
Well, the Russians have made, I'm sorry to say, some incremental gains. And I'm concerned about that because Russia has a great advantage in tanks, in air power, and in artillery. But the fact they haven't gotten that far in the East, despite these great advantages, is a sign for a little bit of optimism. But again, the best thing we could do to defend American interests, because if Putin wins in Ukraine, he's going to go after our Baltic NATO allies, and our soldiers will have to defend the Baltic states. If we can send Ukraine more and sophisticated weapons to stop Putin in Ukraine, in Donbass, we will not have to worry about our Baltic allies.
Ambassador John Herbst, thanks so much for your perspective. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And coming up, an important lesson that could save lives.
When we come back, we're taking you to a Texas middle school where students are learning to spot warning signs in an effort to prevent school shootings. And bracing for a surge with new COVID cases still on the rise, how you can stay safe during the busy summer travel season. Up next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
With the country reeling from mass shootings like the one in Uvalde, Texas, there is an effort underway to stop school violence before it starts. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster takes us inside a Texas school for a lesson that could save kids' lives.
What's the second step? Inside this Dallas middle school, today's lesson is about preventing school tragedies.
We will be discussing topics and images around bullying, violence, suicide, and self-harm.
The program is called Say Something. It's run by Sandy Hook Promise, a group formed after the 2012 shooting in Connecticut at Sandy Hook Elementary School that took 26 lives. The free class teaches students how to recognize warning signs like peers posting threatening messages online, bragging about guns, or expressing suicidal thoughts.
Schools and the threats they face have changed dramatically. The goal here is to empower students to quickly flag them. Students are on the front lines. They see things through social media, through conversations with their peers.
Using real-life examples,
he posted this: "Don't come to school tomorrow if you want to live."
More than 3 million students nationwide have been trained to alert a trusted person or to submit an anonymous tip using the secure app.
They might not act immediately. It's because that they don't want to be called a snitch.
You beat me to the punch.
The program emphasizing it's not about snitching, but getting help to those who need it.
You didn't feel safe after Uvalde. After going through this class, what are you thinking?
After going through this class, I feel super safe.
Anything can happen. Anything. You should just always keep an open eye out for things.
Kids feeling responsible for their own protection. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Dallas.
Right now, COVID cases are rising across the country, but are we on the verge of a summer surge?
The United States is reporting an average of around 120,000 cases a day, and those are only the cases that are being reported to public health officials. There are concerns the number could be significantly higher, especially with the availability of at-home tests. This leaves a lot of questions for experts on just how contagious this current strain could be.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now. I started to say, I hope not. I hope we're not on the verge of more. Dr. Patel, restrictions have pretty much lifted across the U.S. People are not getting seriously ill from COVID as they once were. So what should we make of cases still rising?
Yeah, good morning, Kate and Zinkley. So I am going to give you some good news. We are seeing cases rising, but in many parts where we saw these cases rising initially, Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, we are seeing them plateauing and obviously on the other end coming down, hopefully in the next several weeks. So that does mean there are parts of the United States, namely parts of the South, parts of the West, Midwest, that are going up. But again, this matches almost to a T every surge we've had, with the exception, to your point, that we're not seeing as many hospitalizations. So the summer is supposed to be a summer of hopefully recovery, but that's really if you're vaccinated, boosted, and you're smart and aware of your surroundings. Don't be in crowded spaces with people who are coughing and not wearing masks. Take stock of who you're around and what you're doing when you're doing that.
Prevention is key. And as you talk about hospitalization, I think about how many people are not vaccinated, specifically kids, right? And I know that many kids under the age of 5 still are not eligible, all of them. And last week, Pfizer asked the FDA to authorize its vaccine for kids 6 months to 4 years old. But while we wait for any approval, what's your advice to parents of young kids right now, especially if they're planning to travel this summer and want to keep their kids safe?
Yeah, I think this is literally what I think has been flooding a lot of my inbox, as well as a number of other concerned kind of pediatricians. Both Moderna and Pfizer are up on deck for getting vaccines available for the under 5 set. But as you mentioned, it's not going to be soon. Three things. Number one, surrounding an unvaccinated child with as many vaccinated people is critical. It makes a difference. Number two, trying to find a mask if you're traveling planes, trains, automobiles that have other people on them, trying to find a mask that the child can wear. It's not perfect, and I wouldn't force a child to wear something that they're not comfortable with, because any mask is better than no mask. And then third, just being mindful of the symptoms. Just back to what we were saying. Look, a lot of us, including myself, have had allergy symptoms, but you don't know they're allergies unless you're testing. So the third layer of protection is really minimizing exposure to people who might have any symptoms until they test and until you can feel safe around them. But you can have children out safely, and I'm hoping families do.
Dr. Patel, I want to ask about long COVID. I've reported a lot about this. Doctors don't fully understand it yet. Do they know how this current strain of COVID might impact people long term, even if they're vaccinated?
Yeah, Kate, this is, I think, going to be what defines kind of our generation to come for how we treat COVID, because I do think long COVID or post-acute kind of complications of COVID are a chronic disease. We're going to talk about them like we do diabetes this year and in years to come. I think the most important thing that we know about this variant is that it can cause long COVID. It takes weeks or months to see the effects of these viruses on long COVID. So we don't have data from people who just recently got infected, but we do have data from people in November that are reporting symptoms, and they look similar to what we saw before. Vaccination helps, but it's not foolproof, and even vaccinated people can get long COVID. It's why, all in all, try to avoid getting sick if you can.
I think a good takeaway to end on. Try to avoid getting sick. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Coming up, summertime shortage that could endanger lives.
That's right. We'll explain what's behind a lack of lifeguards at pools and beaches across the country and what's being done to staff up ahead of the season's peak. Next on Morning News Now.
Happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Yamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. Summer is in the air, and as schools let out and temperatures rise, many folks will start heading back to the beach or community pools. But unfortunately, cities across the nation are struggling to find enough lifeguards to keep pools open. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains what's behind the shortage and how some cities are enticing new lifeguards.
In the blistering Texas heat, these teams are diving in.
Call 911, I need a backboard and AED.
They're training to save lives as the nation now faces a dire shortage of lifeguards. In Austin, they have fewer than half of the 750 they need. Jody J is the city's assistant director of Parks and Recreation. She says the pressure's on to safely staff dozens of public pools for families counting on inexpensive summer fun.
In a perfect world, you'd have 34 pools open.
Right.
How many are you prepared to open now?
We're looking at having 15 pools open.
The American Lifeguard Association says the shortage could close at least a third of the nation's 309,000 public pools. And it could mean fewer eyes on beaches, too. So where did all the lifeguards go? When pools shut down during the pandemic, many didn't keep up with the required training. Other workers went elsewhere. And now with the strongest job market in years, it often comes down to who's offering the best pay.
How are you trying to sweeten the deal?
Our lifeguards make anywhere between $16 and $19 an hour. We also have a $1,250 worth of bonuses.
Across the country, other communities are also ramping up recruiting efforts. Down south in Mobile, Alabama,
if they pay for the training session, we will give them the money back at the end of the season.
In the Heartland, Cincinnati's offering a $2,000 bonus for lifeguards who stay through the summer.
So we're trying to encourage people, seniors, young people, all ages. If you can swim, come and get certified as a lifeguard.
Out west in Phoenix, they offered a $2,500 bonus to early season hires. Back in Texas, Barton Springs Pool is one of Austin's biggest tourist attractions. Its hours of operation had been temporarily cut back.
It's kind of hard to plan around it. So yeah, it's disappointing.
Aquatic supervisor DeAndre Kane says staff is now working overtime to fill the need. What's the plan?
The plan is to train. We're going to keep advertising. Fingers crossed, prayers up. I think we're going to be able to do it.
Cities hoping for a rebound to keep a summer tradition going strong. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Austin.
My daughter is actually a lifeguard this summer, which I guess is really needed. Financial headlines now, and Elon Musk now clarifying reports that said that he was considering cutting Tesla's workforce.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us now with more on that and the rest of the day's business headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning to you guys. Yep, so Elon Musk is backtracking or at least clarifying news about possible job cuts at Tesla. In an email sent to executives on Thursday, which was seen by Reuters, Musk said he has a super bad feeling about the economy and needed to cut jobs by about 10%. But replying to a tweet this weekend, Musk says Tesla's total headcount will increase over the next year, but the number of salaried staff should be flat. The company had about 100,000 employees at the end of last year. Apple kicks off its annual developers conference today with a keynote address by CEO Tim Cook. Much of the focus will be on software, and analysts say iOS 16 will include upgrades to the iPhone screen lock, messaging, and health features. Improvements to the iPad will reportedly make it seem more like a laptop, making it easier to switch between tasks and handle multiple apps at the same time. One item we likely won't see at the Apple event, the long-rumored mixed reality headset. Reports say it's being delayed until next year due to issues with the battery life and performance. But the New York Times says Apple is enlisting the help of Hollywood directors like Jon Favreau to create content for the headset. Favreau currently produces Prehistoric Planet for Apple TV+. Back to you.
And I was going to say, and like a million other things, too.
I know,
right?
exactly.
They always have so many things coming out. I can't keep up.
I know, I definitely can't keep up.
But thank you for keeping us posted, Silvana.
You got it.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a kind gesture, giving cancer patients hope.
Seeing all those faces, all those guys lined up, and knowing that they were there to get their heads buzzed right there for me.
After the break, how the buzz cut has become a new trend and a sign of solidarity for so many people.
News is happening now. look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news. this is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
More than 1,000 people walked over 17 miles here in Manhattan from dawn to dusk on Saturday night to support suicide prevention. Why do I know this? Because that's my family. We were among them. Out of the Darkness overnight walks. It's a walk that helps save lives, helps bring hope to those affected by suicide, raises awareness. Among the walkers were people that have lost a friend or a family member, also survivors, people who are struggling themselves right now. It's all organized by the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. The walk started with an opening ceremony as the sun set, and then that's me at 3 in the morning. It all ended with the rising sun, which was absolutely beautiful. And Zinkley, there were these luminarias, these beautiful little bags, you know, filled with sand and a candle. And they each had the name on them of someone who's been lost. So that's Papa, that's my father-in-law, who we lost to suicide. And it was, when you're walking in at the end, there were just rows and rows of these luminarias. I have to say it was the most moving event and so supportive, right? It felt like you're part of a community who's speaking out and saying out loud that we've been affected in some way by suicide.
And I'm sure physically demanding, but also emotionally. And I'm sure that was just such a personal experience.
Yeah, it was. But I'll tell you, it was like uplifting. It wasn't sad. It was feeling like you're part of a community. But physically, Zinkley,
Are you limping, Kate?
I just walked from the studio over here and I was like, oh, because 17 miles. I am a runner and I thought it would be easy. It was not easy.
Oh, I'm so glad you got to do it, Kate.
That's part of it. That's part of the whole thing. And if, by the way, Zinkley, I think we should say this. If anyone you know is struggling out there, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline right now. It's 800-273-8255 or text TALK to 741-741. I saw people wearing shirts that said that on Saturday. By the way, we're about to move to 988 as a number in July, but right now it's that number that you just saw, Zinkley.
So important, Kate. Thank you so much. And across the country, there's another show of solidarity. People are shaving their heads to let loved ones battling cancer know they're not alone. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart shows us how this small act is making a huge difference.
It's become a touching gesture of solidarity. Like this one in Florida, a surprise show of support for loved ones undergoing difficult treatments for cancer. In Georgia, Maggie Burns wanted to make her mom feel a little less alone in her battle against breast cancer. That's Maggie's mom, Tanya Hutchinson, getting her head shaved while going through chemotherapy. Then this. The reveal, Maggie's head shaved too, an emotional tribute to her mom.
I've not had one regret since. I mean, my appearance is nothing compared to the love that I have for this woman beside me right now.
It was sad and scary because some of my self-identity is tied up in my appearance. But when she took the beanie off in the barbershop, I just knew right then that she really, really, truly loved me.
This was unexpected. In April, Coon Rapids, Minnesota firefighter Christian Warby was about to undergo a stem cell transplant to fight a rare form of blood cancer.
Look at that, Christian.
But then, the co-workers he considers brothers answered the call to action. Dozens uniting to shave their heads to honor his bravery.
Yeah, I was bowled over. I really was. Just seeing all those faces, all those guys lined up, and knowing that they were there to get their heads buzzed right there for me. It was incredibly moving.
Yeah, when you look around at all the other guys and see that their hair's buzzed, you do immediately think back to Christian. It also helps build the bond between all of us because we were all there together, and it's just a reminder of that family.
That type of teamwork playing out across the country, like at this elementary school in Indiana, a fundraiser to fight childhood cancer.
Having the feeling that you're helping somebody live a better life, it's such a great feeling.
Small acts of love to let others know they're all in it together.
The only thing that I wanted my mama to know was that she was loved more than she can imagine, and she was not alone, and she will never be alone.
Our thanks to Jose Diaz-Balart for that story.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow. Savannah and Joe both off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, throttled. The price at the pump from coast to coast now reaching painful new highs as the summer travel season revs up, closing in on nearly $5 a gallon nationwide. So what's driving this latest spike, and how can you save some cash? We've got the answers. Exhausted, another tragic weekend in America marred by gun violence, with at least 12 people killed in mass shootings across the country just over the past 72 hours, the most notable of which in Philadelphia and Chattanooga. 5 people killed by gunfire within the span of a few hours.
I am furious, not just for my neighborhood, for the whole country.
We've got the latest developments on that and how lawmakers in Washington are responding to this latest rash of violence. Also this morning on the docket, dozens of high-profile decisions expected to be passed down from the Supreme Court in the coming weeks. We'll take you to some of the major cases that could dramatically shape America's political and legal landscape. Plus, Jubilee Jubilation, a surprise appearance from Her Majesty the Queen herself, the cap-off of a weekend of historic celebrations. And good morning. That is where Joe is, I think.
Yes,
he's been
he'll
there.
He'll be back soon. Hi, Joe, if you're watching.
Yeah, exactly. Jubilee. But we begin this hour with those soaring gas prices at pumps all across America.
That's right. The national average for a gallon of gas now sits at, yikes, $4.83. That's 20 cents higher than just a week ago. And analysts are predicting more pain at the pump as the summer season goes on. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock brings us the latest from Miami.
Well, the rise in record gas prices has been relentless, with the United States now approaching $5 a gallon. If we had this conversation a month ago, it would have cost you about $63 to fill up a 15-gallon tank. Today, this same tank costs $73 to fill, a meteoric rise, as analysts right now are predicting $6 gas by Labor Day.
This morning, across the country, soaring gas prices are causing jaws to drop as the national average breaks records for another day.
Highest in my lifetime. I'm 86.
In Northern California's Mendocino County, one station charging nearly $10 a gallon, while some Los Angeles stations have eclipsed $8. California leading the pack at $6.34 a gallon on average, though 9 states currently sit above $5. And another 10 are within striking distance.
I try to erase it from my mind because I have to go to work. Got to get to where I'm going.
Are you surprised that demand so far has not dipped with these prices rising?
It has been surprising, but it's a testament to the strength of the economy, the jobs market, wages have been going up.
But concern is deepening. Even with the oil-producing nations of OPEC agreeing to tick up production, energy experts fear it won't make a dent in prices or offset what happens in Russia. The European Union slapping more sanctions on Russian oil and gas, further hamstringing global supply. Demand is also rising in the U.S. as the busy summer travel season approaches, and even oil producers weren't prepared for this kind of economic bounce back so quickly.
Tens of thousands of workers go shut down wells, thinking that it was going to be years before they're going to need them. Then the economy came roaring back.
In Washington, many Republicans blaming the Biden administration for not doing enough as prices spike. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg over the weekend striking back.
The price of gasoline is not set by a dial in the Oval Office.
Stuck in limbo are the millions of drivers dreading every trip to the pump.
You can't go any higher or I'll be broke.
Now, in terms of how these rising prices are actually impacting consumer behavior, so far has not had a significant impact. The agency that tracks gas consumption shows that we're about 5% off where we were at this time last year when prices were $3.02 a gallon. But there is a caveat to all of this, which is that diesel prices are at a record $5.64. Diesel is what powers the trucks that take the food that you eat in grocery stores, the clothes that you buy in stores. All those essential goods will likely continue to rise, with diesel rising too. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Important reporting as we hit the road. Sam Brock, thanks so much.
Now to those two mass shootings happening within just hours of each other this weekend in Philadelphia and Chattanooga, Tennessee. Both left a combined 23 injured and 5 dead, part of a weekend of gun violence all across the country. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Philadelphia this morning with the very latest. Gabe, it's so hard to even say, once again, another weekend of violence.
Yeah, it's so heartbreaking to hear, Kate. It was utter chaos here. In this street alone, there were hundreds of people packed here when the gunshots rang out. The victims range in age from 17 to 69 years old. And as you mentioned, this was one of many mass shootings over the weekend. All this as lawmakers are now pushing for new gun legislation. This morning, newly released video captures the moment gunshots rang out in Philadelphia. The massive crowd seen fleeing a popular nightlife area Saturday night as gunfire kills 3 people and leaves 11 others wounded.
Horrendous and unthinkable acts happened.
Just hours later in Chattanooga, Tennessee, police say 12 more people were injured and 2 others killed by gunfire at a nightclub.
There's going to be multiple shooters. We cannot confirm how many, but there's definitely more than one.
The back-to-back deadly shootings capping a weekend of gun violence across the nation. Since Friday, there have been 13 mass shootings across the country, according to the Gun Violence Archive, which defines mass shootings as 4 or more shot, not including the shooter. On Saturday, 8 injured and 1 dead in Phoenix, and in Summerton, South Carolina, 1 person was killed and 7 others injured, including 5 minors.
I am furious, not just for my neighborhood, for the whole country.
It all comes less than 2 weeks after a lone gunman killed 19 children and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas.
He looks right back at me and with that evil look, and I see this rifle.
Cody Briseño tells NBC News he locked eyes with the shooter moments before the gunman began his rampage inside the school.
I feel guilty, man, because I couldn't stop him.
The immense pain felt in Uvalde, Buffalo, Tulsa, and a growing number of other communities has heightened pressure on Congress as top lawmakers say they hope to present a bipartisan gun reform package by the end of the week. Some on both sides are cautiously optimistic.
It feels to me like we are closer than we've been since I've been in the Senate.
It's a test of the federal government as to whether we can deliver at a moment of just fierce anxiety amongst the American public. So we're closer than ever before.
Now, on Wednesday, victims, relatives, and survivors from both the Buffalo and Uvalde mass shootings are set to testify before Congress. And Kate, here in Philadelphia, the investigation is still underway. Investigators believe that one of the men who died was apparently in some sort of fight with another man. They both opened fire, then multiple shooters started shooting, and so far, no arrests, Kate.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks for tracking it for us.
And breaking this morning, after weeks of uncertainty, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela have not been invited to the upcoming Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. The guest list had been the source of tension, with Mexico's president threatening not to attend if those nations were not invited. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us live from L.A., where President Biden is scheduled to address the inaugural ceremony at the summit. Good morning, Mike. This summit is supposed to bring the leaders of the Western Hemisphere together, but the fight over this guest list seems to actually be dividing it before it even begins. What is the White House saying about all this?
Yeah, Zinkley, that's exactly right. This is only the 9th Summit of the Americas. It typically happens every 3 years, and this is the first time that the U.S. has hosted it since the inaugural summit in 1994. And the Biden administration, they really wanted to use this summit as a showcase for discussing as what they called regional solutions to regional problems, really focusing especially on the migration challenges coming from Central America that has led to the border crisis that we've been seeing over the last year and a half. Instead, as you say, this invitation guest list conundrum has really been what has occupied so much of the time and attention. And what the Biden administration is finally, after really not just wanting to discuss the guest list, is disclosing this morning is that after weeks of conversation with our allies, they say they're sensitive to the concerns that even some of our friends were bringing forward about the guest list, but that ultimately the U.S. is the host. They have the most discretion about who attends, and they have significant concerns about the democratic backsliding in places like Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua specifically. And so they've decided not to invite the leaders from those countries to attend. A senior administration official, though, is emphasizing that there will be other non-governmental representatives from these countries at other summit-related events, and so their voices will be heard.
Mike, let's talk about the potential ripple effects of all of this, right? The president of Mexico threatened to boycott the summit if Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, as I said earlier, were not included. Have we heard whether he plans to actually follow through with that threat, and what kind of impact would that have?
Yeah, this is really something we're going to now be watching closely in the hours ahead, because President Andrés Manuel López Obrador has been threatening not to attend this summit so close to Mexico, especially when they want to focus so much on the issues of immigration. The administration has been working closely with his government over the last few weeks. The president had a virtual conversation with him just over a month ago. Former Senator Chris Dodd, a friend of Biden, has been involved deeply in negotiations with the Mexican government. Up until this moment, it sounds like the Mexicans are only planning to send their foreign minister to the summit. And what's interesting about that is typically the President Biden, would host a news conference at the end of this. We're hearing that Secretary of State Tony Blinken is going to be the one doing the news conference at the end of the summit. And otherwise, officials are saying there are going to be deliverables from all the countries that are participating, whether or not their heads of government attend. And so they're trying to downplay all of this.
A lot to watch out for. Mike Memoli, thanks so much.
Turning now to the Supreme Court, where the justices are preparing to issue decisions on 33 outstanding cases before summer recess. The term has been called one of the most controversial in recent memory, with issues like gun safety, abortion, immigration, all on the docket. Rulings are expected to be released as early as this week, with the potential to dramatically shift the legal landscape here in the U.S. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now for more on the court. Danny, good morning to you. Happy Monday. A lot of major decisions that we're waiting for with potentially wide-ranging impacts. We've been talking about gun violence this morning, so I want to start there. Gun reform, the Second Amendment. The justices are currently reviewing a century-old law here in New York that restricts carrying a concealed weapon outside the home. How wide is the scope of that case? Could a decision there have implications for the whole country?
Several years ago, the court, in a rare instance of addressing the Second Amendment, held that you have a constitutional right to carry a handgun in the home. But it hasn't addressed whether or not that right extends to carrying a handgun out in public. Now, the court can go a couple ways here. It can make a broad, dramatic Second Amendment ruling here, or it can cabin or limit its ruling to New York specific law. On the one hand, opponents of the law or supporters of the law argue that for centuries, yes, there's been a right to carry arms, but it's been regulated. For example, we regulate people with mental illness or felons. We keep them from having firearms. On the other side of the argument is the argument that simply the Second Amendment enshrines a right to bear arms, and that should be sacrosanct.
Let's turn to probably the most anticipated decision. It's the Mississippi case where lawmakers are looking to ban abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. A leak of the draft decision suggested that the justices might be overturning Roe versus Wade. That was an early draft, though. It's possible it could have been altered. They could have changed their minds. What does this look like? Is it possible that this is the decision, and then what does that mean?
If you're just playing the odds are that this is the decision. Yes, it's a first draft, but that first draft at the Supreme Court comes after a vote and an assignment of the opinion, the final opinion, to be written, which in this case would have been by Clarence Thomas assigning it to Justice Alito. So even though it can change, maybe there will be parts that will be bolstered, maybe on the reliance interest. But the bottom line is, if you're just playing the odds, this is going to look a lot like the final opinion, unless, and I don't think this is likely, somehow in reviewing the dissents, that the majority opinion is somehow persuaded. That's just not how it works at the court. So in all likelihood, this is substantially similar to the final opinion, which overturns Roe.
All right. And Danny, let's talk about immigration finally. There are several cases the justices are talking about. Walk us through some of the biggest cases that they have yet to rule on, and why are they different? What could they mean for the future of our immigration policies?
The two biggest immigration cases involve a similar theme. In fact, they're essentially the Biden administration's effort to overturn or stop enforcing or just delete Trump-era immigration policies. Now, whether those are forcing people who come to the country to wait in their home country while their asylum petition is being considered, these are things that that the court has to consider whether or not a new administration has the power to stop enforcing an old administration's policy.
Danny Savalas, thanks so much. Always good to have you.
Now, let's get a check at your Morning News Now weather.
Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And we had such a beautiful weekend in the Northeast, parts of New England as well. We had really comfortable temperatures, low dew points, and we're going to get one more day before some rain moves in later tomorrow. So that's a bright spot on the map, but many starting out soggy and stormy across the country, from the Northwest to the Intermountain West, parts of the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, down into the mid-Mississippi Valley, Tennessee Valley as well. We're looking at the chance for severe to strong storms in parts of the Central Plains and more Florida storms. That's the last thing they need there. But we have a stationary boundary that's kind of draped over that area, and that's why we're seeing the rain there today. Also talking about record heat, toasty in Texas, temperatures over 100 degrees in many, many spots. So feeling very summer-like in parts of the Southwest, the South Central states. 109 today in Del Rio. That is 14 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 101 in El Paso. Temperatures in the upper 90s in Dallas, 94 in Houston, and 91 in Birmingham. So many spots above normal for this time of year. That continues tomorrow. Look at Phoenix, 107. That's 6 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 107 in San Angelo, 106 in Del Rio, and 97 degrees in Dallas. Now, we're going to keep that heat in place. You can see all the red, the orange on the map here. That's indicating where that warm air is in place, if not the hot air. So Dallas by Friday up to 101, 93 in New Orleans on Thursday, 92 on Friday. Also watching the chance for severe weather. Where you see the yellow, that's the likeliest spot. So through parts of the Dakotas into Nebraska, Kansas, the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas. Also from Paducah to Memphis. And we're looking at 6 million at risk. Could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Some damaging hail and isolated risk for tornadoes. That continues tomorrow pretty much in the same spots. So North Platte to Lamar down to Amarillo. We're looking at the chance for even larger hail, up to 2 inches in many spots. Back to you guys.
Looks like it'll be hot, a hot one, hot week.
Oh, it's hot. Yeah.
It's summer.
It's summer.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
Michelle.
true.
Coming up, war of words, a new warning from Russia's Vladimir Putin as the West supplies Ukraine with long-range missiles. We'll bring you the latest from Eastern Europe. Plus, a scheduled trip abroad that has some speculating about the Pope's future. Those stories and more after this. You're watching Morning News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with more on Russia's latest missile attack on Kyiv, the first act of aggression on the Ukrainian capital in more than 5 weeks. It comes after Russian President Vladimir Putin warned more attacks would follow if the U.S. and its allies continue sending long-range missiles to Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from the front lines of the war.
Good morning. Russian President Vladimir Putin warned the United States and NATO not to send Ukraine more advanced weapons, or he'll expand the war.
Speaking on Russian television, President Putin promised to strike unspecified new areas if Ukraine's Western allies supply it with rockets that can fire hundreds of kilometers into Russia. Perhaps to prove he's serious, Russia bombed Kyiv this weekend for the first time in weeks. There were no immediate reports of deaths. The United States has agreed to equip Ukraine with modern artillery and rockets. But for now, Washington is not supplying the advanced munitions Putin appears to be warning about. President Zelensky has promised not to fire American weapons onto Russian soil. This weekend, he visited Ukrainians displaced by the fighting and rallied soldiers out in the country's south and east, where Ukrainian forces are facing their biggest challenge of the war so far. Russian troops have encircled a pocket of the Donbas region. They're pushing toward the center to close a gap still held by Ukrainian forces. Ukrainian-American Miro Popovich fought for the United States in Afghanistan, became a citizen with the GI Bill, and has returned home to fight for his country. He says after failing to take Kyiv early in the war, Russian troops changed strategy.
I think they reevaluated their capabilities. They brought much more artillery, more rockets, more soldiers, and it looks like their soldiers are never ending. We keep wiping them away, and they bring more. And it's like a dragon. You slash his hat, and 3 more grows. It's pretty much the same thing here.
Are Ukrainian troops going to be able to hold on to this area out in the east?
I think so. I hope so. They are pushing, but we are strong as well. Plus, we got the support equipment from Lend-Lease from the States.
Several Ukrainian officials say that Russia is sending in more troops and claim that only an influx of new weapons can potentially turn the tide, which is exactly what Putin seems to be warning the United States not to try to do. Sinclair, Kate?
All right, Richard, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
We turn now to the Vatican, where a new announcement from the Pope is fueling speculation about the future of his tenure. Pope Francis has a busy summer travel itinerary. He's going to the Democratic Republic of Congo and South Sudan early next month, and Canada at the end of July. But there is one trip in August that has some wondering if it signals more than just a visit. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the details.
Pope Francis on Pentecost Sunday warning Catholics that focusing on the past risks making faith a museum piece. This morning, it is his present and future that has the rumor mill rolling. The Vatican announcing over the weekend the Pope will visit the Italian city of L'Aquila, home to Pope Saint Celestine V, who resigned in 1294, and more recently where Pope Benedict made a symbolic gesture in 2009. Before announcing his own resignation 4 years later. Associated Press Vatican correspondent Nicole Winfield says some are reading meaning into the trip.
We now have Pope Francis also making a pilgrimage to L'Aquila. Maybe, perhaps, or maybe not, the Pope might have in the back of his mind that at some point he might also resign.
Francis will make the trip the day after he holds a formal assembly called a consistory to create 21 new cardinals. 16 are under the age of 80 and eligible to choose his successor, including American Cardinal designate Robert McElroy of San Diego. Francis will have chosen the vast majority of cardinal electors.
It could just be coincidence, but at the same time, you can't ignore the facts when they present themselves, but with a grain of salt, knowing that this is a pope, he can do whatever he wants.
Might that be another reason to step aside?
There's nothing insidious about these appointments. It's just business. It's logical and it's normal.
At 85, Francis endures physical challenges, also fueling speculation. He underwent colon surgery last summer and suffers from sciatica. He recently started using a wheelchair because of pain in his right knee.
I don't think being in the wheelchair has affected his papacy whatsoever.
What can dismiss all this speculation, some experts believe, is the presence of Francis' predecessor, Pope Emeritus Benedict.
I don't think Pope Francis is going to resign while Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI is still alive. It's confusing enough that people think that there are two popes.
Thanks to Ann Thompson for that report. And it's worth noting, Pope Francis has given no sign of stepping down. He plans to go to Kazakhstan in September and is working on implementing his reforms to the Vatican bureaucracy, including setting term limits for working in the Vatican and allowing women to head Vatican offices.
More international headlines now, starting with escalating tensions between North Korea and the U.S. and South Korean militaries.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us from Beijing with that and a whole lot more. Janice, good morning.
Good morning. U.S. forces in Korea confirm a combined live fire drill with South Korea's forces launching missiles in response to a series of missiles launched by North Korea over the weekend. There was one U.S. Army missile that was launched, 7 from South Korea's forces. The missiles launched a day after North Korea launched 8 short-range ballistic missiles from multiple locations over 35 minutes, believed to be a record for ballistic launches in a single day by North Korea. Now, in a statement from USFK, they said that the idea was to demonstrate the ability of combined forces to respond both quickly and accurately to potential North Korean attacks. Also today, a warning from the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency that there are signs Kim Jong-un is preparing for another nuclear test. To Nigeria, where at least 50 people have been killed in a vicious attack on a Catholic church. Officials say parishioners were gunned down. Attackers also detonated an explosive device during a mass service. The Vatican says that they've released a statement and that Pope Francis is praying for the victims. And tennis champion Rafael Nadal has won his 14th French Open title. He beat the number 8 seed Casper Ruud. The Spanish pro now has the all-time record for French Open wins and 22 Grand Slam titles. But of this latest one in his storied career, Nadal says, quote, having this trophy means everything. So making a little tennis history over the weekend.
I love it. That makes sense. It's so impressive.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him. I felt badly for Coco Gauff, but she, at the end, she said she was grateful for having even been there.
Right.
She lost over the weekend.
Janice, thank you.
Coming up, capping off a celebration fit for a queen. Her Majesty's surprise appearance that brought the historic Platinum Jubilee to a memorable close.
Plus, the greatest generation revisits Normandy, France on the 78th anniversary of D-Day. That's next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. It's been a busy 4 days in London town celebrating Queen Elizabeth's 7 decades on the throne. The Platinum Jubilee has officially come to an end, but not without some memorable royal moments and memes along the way. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from London with more of the details from this weekend. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning to you. That's right. The Queen is back here at Windsor Castle this morning. She thanked the public on her last day of Jubilee celebrations, saying that she was humbled and deeply touched by the number of people who came out to celebrate her 70 years on the throne. And she gave them that one last reason to cheer. A royal surprise on the last day of Jubilee celebrations. The Queen appearing on the palace balcony, giving delighted crowds the cherished moment they were waiting for.
So let's save the Queen!
The 96-year-old monarch beaming, looking vibrant in bright green, joined by 3 generations of royals thanking the country. My heart has been with you all, and I remain committed to serving you to the best of my ability, supported by my family. Leading Sunday's parade, a hologram of the young Queen, waving to the crowds, beamed onto the historic carriage she rode for her coronation 70 years ago.
Yes, please.
The real Queen Elizabeth showed off her acting skills, kicking off Saturday's concert with another British icon, the famous Paddington Bear.
Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
The Queen's family taking center stage, including Prince William and Kate's 3 children, usually kept away from the cameras, but over the weekend, they were the stars.
And in light.
Prince Charles leading the tributes, adding personal touches in a heartfelt speech.
Your Majesty, Mummy, we all say thank you.
With a nod to the Queen's late husband, Prince Philip.
My papa would have enjoyed the show and joined us wholeheartedly.
Tens of thousands danced shoulder to shoulder in front of Buckingham Palace Saturday night to musical legends Rod Stewart, Elton John, Diana Ross.
Love, love, we talk about it, love.
Prince William and Kate's oldest son, 8-year-old Prince George, loving the show. Kate sharing a video as the family baked cupcakes in Wales. The real royal show stealer was William and Kate's youngest son, 4-year-old Louis, making faces, chatting with his great-grandmother, the Queen, hugging and challenging Mom Kate, sitting on Grandpa Charles's lap. Prince Harry and Meghan keeping a low profile, making only one public appearance at Friday's church service, spending most of their time privately, while the rest of the family and country celebrated their queen. And Prince Harry and Meghan really did keep a very low profile, as did their children. In fact, we didn't see Lilibet and Archie at all in public over this long 4-day celebration. And the Daily Mail is reporting that the family actually left England before the celebrations were over yesterday. NBC News has reached out for comment to the Sussexes and has not yet heard back. Sinclair.
A memorable few days of celebrations. Kelly Kobiea, thank you.
Now to a day that changed the course of world history. 78 years ago today, Allied forces stormed Omaha Beach in Normandy on D-Day. This morning in Normandy, parades and ceremonies underway to honor the soldiers from the United States and our allies who helped defeat Hitler. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Normandy for us this morning. Good morning, Carrie.
Good morning, Kate. Behind me, you can hear the chimes are playing. And over my shoulder here, a cemetery with 9,387 markers for Americans who were buried here. Just beyond is one of the beaches here in Normandy, Omaha Beach, where Americans came ashore. For those who came ashore and survived, and now remarkably 87 years later are alive, June 6, 1944 is a day that is very powerful to them, meaningful in many ways because they are part of what our colleague Tom Brokaw dubbed the greatest generation. And their hope right now is that we never forget the sacrifice made here for freedom. Flying along the French coast, American veterans.
That's amazing. Really amazing.
Some who have not been back here since it looked and sounded like this. D-Day, 78 years ago today.
This is Robert St. John in the NBC newsroom in New York. This is a momentous hour in world history. This is the invasion of Hitler's Europe.
Today, a hero's welcome for the greatest generation.
We have Walter Stowe, U.S. Navy.
Walter Stowe, like so many at the time, doctored his birth certificate to join the military when he was 15 years old.
How do you feel to be here, sir? Humbled and astonished and grateful.
Hitler's Nazi Germany had occupied France for 4 years. The massive D-Day invasion liberated France and eventually Europe. But the cost was steep.
I'll see you on the beach.
As depicted in the movie Saving Private Ryan. On this beach alone, codenamed Omaha, in just 24 hours, 3,000 casualties. Along the 50-mile coast, D-Day cost the U.S. and our allies more than 4,400 lives.
Salute, present, on.
Almost twice the number of Americans who died in Afghanistan over a span of 20 years. What's it feel like putting your shoes back on this sand?
It's eerie.
It's eerie to be here?
It is. It is very eerie to be here.
Jake Larson waded to shore in water up to his chin.
I said, God, what am I doing here? What the hell? I can't see anybody to shoot at, but I ran. I weighed 120 pounds at 5'7", and I said, thank God the Germans aren't good at shooting toothpicks. Honestly, I was thinking that.
At 99, Jake now shares his message on, yes, TikTok.
You TikTok fans, you just keep me going.
Social media fame, allowing Jake to ensure those who died defeating Hitler are not forgotten.
I feel their presence right now. Their souls are right here, witnessing this.
And what are they telling us?
They're telling me, thank you, Jake. Thank you for coming and telling the world that this is where we were killed.
And if we call you a hero?
No, I'm not the hero. I'm here to tell you that the heroes are buried over here.
Here in Normandy, no matter age, everyone knows what America did for their freedom.
I think they're brave, courageous, and nice.
The message is protect our freedom. Honor these heroes that have given their life at a young age. Honor these people. Don't honor me. Give the message.
Jake Larson joined 8 total D-Day veterans here, along with 21 other World War II veterans who were battling in other theaters. They are brought here by the Best Defense Foundation in partnership with Delta Airlines. And because the greatest generation is aging and there are so few left, most of them told me this is likely the last time they will ever be able to come back here. Kate?
Well, we hope that's not true. Carrie, it's so emotional. Meeting Jake, what a guy. How has this all impacted you?
You can probably hear in the background somebody's playing taps right now. This is just amazingly emotional. You know, they told me, one vet told me, they said, look, if we had not been successful here, we might have been speaking German in the United States. And that, of course, conjures up all types of images for me because my father was Jewish, and I just wonder if the Holocaust had somehow spread into the United States, I might not even be here, Kate.
Yeah, so poignant. Carrie, thank you for helping us remember all of them. We appreciate it.
And coming up, precautionary measures. Vaccines for monkeypox now being distributed across the country by the CDC. We'll tell you what you need to know about the virus as more cases are identified next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. The CDC is sending monkeypox vaccines across the U.S. as U.S. cases of the virus continue to rise.
The CDC has confirmed nearly 24 monkeypox cases. They're sending the vaccine doses to areas where people have had high-risk exposures to the virus. Dr. Jeremy Faust joins us now. He's an emergency physician at Brigham and Women's Hospital at Harvard Medical School. He's also a writer for Bulletin.com. Welcome. Happy Monday morning. I think people are seeing these headlines about monkeypox, and can I be honest, people are freaking out a little bit, right? We're concerned that maybe it's like early 2020 all over again, but it's not COVID. What do people need to know about the virus, doctor, and the cases?
Well, thank you for having me.
I agree. This is not COVID. This is a very different virus. It can spread, we think, through droplets in the air occasionally, but I know we said the same thing about SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID-19. Very different. This primarily spreads through person-to-person, very close, intimate sexual contact. That's why, for example, of the hundreds of cases that we see, the gender of most of them has been males so far. Now, why is that? Anyone can get it, but the reason for it is just an epidemiological fact. Why is it spreading the way it is? Well, because there has been contact. So anyone can get this, but right now, because of the fact that it's very frequently spread sexually, it's moving through networks of people, particularly males who have sex with males. But that does not mean that anyone cannot get it. Anyone can get this, and we want to be very careful. So if anyone has been exposed to anyone who has this very classic rash that you're showing the images of, or who has exposures that lead them at a risk, then we want to know about that and test for them.
And Doctor, I've reported on the history of monkeypox, but today scientists believe monkeypox may have actually been quietly circulating for years before this specific outbreak. Why do you think something like this virus may have gone under the radar for so long?
Yeah, it's interesting. The reason that scientists think this is that they are doing a very good job of collecting all the genetic samples and publishing them online and comparing them, and to see how many mutations there are. And the more mutations there are between two different versions, the more distant they are in terms of being related. And so it implies, as you said, that this has been going around for a while, or or something's changed, that maybe it's mutating more quickly. So there's really a couple of possibilities. One possibility is that there have been sort of outbreaks that went undetected, and my guess would be that they were chalked up to other diseases that can mimic this, something like syphilis. And in the case of syphilis, sometimes we do a test that doesn't specifically diagnose syphilis. What it does is it says, oh, you have a certain risk of having syphilis. And when we see that person with a rash, and the risk is high on the blood test, we think, oh, that must be syphilis. And in fact, maybe it was monkeypox. So that's one theory. And I think that, because monkeypox very frequently resolves without treatment, we don't realize that we are maybe treating the wrong disease at times.
Dr. Jeremy Faust, thank you so much. Apple is kicking off its Worldwide Developers Conference today, highlighting new software for its most popular devices and potentially clues about its future in mixed reality, the so-called metaverse.
Yeah, so what should we expect over the week from the tech giant? Let's bring in Daryl Etherington. He's the managing editor for TechCrunch. Good morning, Daryl. This is the time of year when Apple shows off its new gadgets, which sometimes we enjoy. Get your wallets ready. Right. As well as features for devices that we may already know or own. What are you looking forward to?
Well, I think there's big changes coming for iPadOS, which sounds like it might not be that exciting, but it could be very exciting. The iPad is a device that has for a long time sat kind of like in the middle of the iPhone and the Mac, but a lot of people want to use it for more things. So one of the rumors is that there's a lot of power user features coming, like the ability to have multiple windows and move them around on the screen, kind of like you would on a Mac. So it's possible the iPad could get a lot more powerful, which is great news for a lot of people out there who already own one.
We've heard so much about the metaverse. I've actually done a lot of reporting about the downsides of the metaverse, the dangers. Yes. But talk about virtual augmented reality headsets. Apple's reportedly working on its own headset, which probably wouldn't be unveiled this week, as I understand it. But what do we know so far about it?
Yeah, all signs point to them not actually showing it off at this event. Now, they could just surprise us and throw it in at the end or something like that. Google actually did something very similar at their own developer event very recently. But it looks like they'll probably just keep it in the tea leaves, essentially. So basically, we'll see clues throughout the operating system updates for their other products that indicate, oh, these are features that you would see being useful when an AR/VR headset comes. The big rumors, the leading rumors now are that we'll see this actually for sale and in the metal, so to speak, probably next year on shelves, which is a very fast timeline. And Apple likes to get developers on board as early as they possibly can, but they also don't like pre-announcing stuff. So they have to kind of thread that needle and suggest, here are some things you might be able to do if you're paying close attention, and get started on those ideas and concepts. And then later we'll give you more tools to work with to actually develop for the platform.
And Daryl, as you're saying, many people are watching this conference, and it has huge implications for the markets, right? As Apple lays out its strategy for the year, what are the stakes this time around?
It's interesting because Apple's been, I mean, all the tech companies have suffered, major kind of blowback from the general economic woes that are going on. But I think Apple has been one of the more consistent performers. And if you look at this, I'm very curious actually to see how the market reacts, because I think that there could be some blowback if they don't come outright and announce an AR/VR headset. I think some in the market are looking for them to do that to send a clear signal. But I don't honestly know, because that's still a big question mark, even when they do announce that, how that's going to be received by customers. We haven't yet seen that there's a clear and voracious appetite for that kind of product yet. So the market might not like that even when it does come out. So I think it will be very interesting to watch and see what kind of impact, if any, this has, because they have been delivering in all other areas, and they probably will continue to do so. And they're one of the least affected by other supply chain issues, right?
A lot to watch out for. Daryl Etherington, thank you so much.
And speaking of the
Thanks
markets, financial headlines now. Wall Street preparing for several major reports about inflation this week.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and a whole lot more. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, good morning. Well, the market's recent rally from the brink of bear territory could face a major test this week. Investors are focused on the monthly consumer price index, which comes out on Friday. It may offer insight into how much more the Federal Reserve will need to do in its fight against inflation. It's expected the Fed will hike interest rates by 0.5 percentage point at its next two meetings in June and July. Amazon stock will have a different and much lower price when it starts trading today after their company's 20-for-1 split. Stock splits themselves don't mean much. They allow investors to get more shares for each one they own, and it makes shares more affordable for others. But it could make Amazon a contender to join the Dow Industrial Average, which weights its 30 components by price. But don't expect that addition right away. The last change to the Dow was in 2020 when Amgen, Honeywell, and Salesforce replaced ExxonMobil, Pfizer, and Raytheon. Disney and Marvel think we all need a little more Groot in our lives. A new series of animated shorts, I Am Groot, will debut on Disney Plus in August, featuring the character from Guardians of the Galaxy, voiced by Vin Diesel. Marvel teasing the upcoming series this weekend on Twitter, showing off an official poster. It's the first original Guardians spinoff and arrives a week before another Marvel show, She-Hulk: Attorney at Law.
What? Honestly, I'm so excited. I love Groot.
So excited.
I know, me too. Me too.
So a lot to watch out for, Silvana. Thanks for keeping us posted.
There's just too much to watch, though,
I know.
Right? Too many
Never
things.
enough time.
Coming up, we're talking about the time of your life.
That's right. Graduation season is in full swing, and from it, Swift to our own T. Costello. Celebrities are heading back to school for some pretty viral commencement speeches. We've got the best of them next.
A critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
We're back with some good talk this Monday morning. Euphoria was the big winner at last night's MTV Movie and TV Awards. The HBO series picked up 4 awards, including Best Show and Best Performance Award for Zendaya. Another big winner was Spider-Man No Way Home. So a good night for Tom and Zendaya, the couple. And Spider-Man took home Best Movie. Tom Holland won Best Performance in a Movie also. Elsewhere, actress Jennifer Lopez, or J-Lo, delivered a tearful speech after winning the Generation Award. Vanessa Hudgens hosted last night's ceremony, which featured 6 new categories. Nominations included 26 gender-neutral categories. So a lot of cool developments in general and fun shows and movies that I really want to watch.
Yeah, I haven't even started Euphoria. That's another.
It's so good, but it's so intense. And bring your tissue box.
Yeah, my daughter watches it. But we were saying there's too many things. There's so many great shows to watch right now. Zinkley, it is graduation season. From Taylor Swift to Ludacris to NBC's very own reporter Tom Costello, they all offered words of wisdom to the class of 2022. Here's a look at the highlights.
This moment is only the beginning. It is the end of one part of your life, but it is the beginning of the rest of your life. And oh my goodness, what is waiting for you?
Don't let others define you, because believe me, they will try. But don't you dare let them define you. You define yourself.
You're not too young or too inexperienced. You're not too old or too tired. You're not too broke or resource poor. Say to yourself, I am enough. I am just right.
People get in their own way of their own success all the time. I see it so many times. I'm telling you, don't get in your own way. How? Persist.
You will rack up some scars, some wrinkles, some gray hairs, an occasional bruised ego, but life is about the journey more than the destination.
Put your shoulders back, hold your heads up high, and walk through hell like you own the place. Go forth and believe in yourself.
Your generation is the most generous, the best educated generation this nation has ever known. It's your generation, more than anyone else, who will have to answer the question, who are we? What do we stand for? What do we believe? Who will we be?
anyone who comes into your life to teach you something, to bring value. Sometimes these lessons are hard and painful, but yet they are there to make you stronger.
Let the loved ones celebrating you today help remind you always of where you came from.
What you earned here is more than a diploma. It is more than a formal education. It is experience and insight and wisdom.
As you leave here today, know that there will be places that you are not wanted. There will be people who don't welcome you. Haters gonna hate. When that happens to you, listen to Taylor, shake it off.
Part of growing up and moving into new chapters of your life is about catch and release. You can't carry all things, all grudges, all updates on your ex. Decide what is yours to hold and let the rest go.
It's time. From the right to the left.
Oh, that was awesome.
I love it. And I love graduation seasons.
Yeah, it's so inspiring.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fantastic. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclea Asamoah. Joe and Savannah are off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, weekend of violence. More mass shootings across America. This morning, at least a dozen people are dead and many others wounded after several separate shootings spanning from coast to coast in the past 72 hours. We have team coverage as the debate grows over guns in America. Hitting the brakes this morning, prices at the pump reaching new record highs and forcing some drivers to rethink their summer travel plans.
Almost $7 for regular. Crazy. Never thought I would live to see that.
We'll tell you how some states are stepping in to drive the cost down and when you can start to feel some relief. Decisive vote breaking this morning, a big blow for British Prime Minister Boris Johnson as lawmakers announce a vote of confidence that could force him from power. We'll bring you the latest on the fallout and the continued criticism over the so-called Partygate scandal. And touching trend, a sign of solidarity to show cancer patients they're not alone. Loved ones and strangers alike shaving their heads to share their support. More on the gesture that's sending a message of love to people when they might need it most. I love to hear that. I love to see that, Kate.
I know.
We need more of that. Good morning.
We need more of that. We need some good news this morning on a Monday.
Yes, good to see you.
Yeah, great to see you too. Good to be with you.
Yes, and we begin with another deadly shooting and a weekend of gun violence in America. At least 12 people were killed and nearly 40 others hurt after multiple mass shootings in the states across the country.
Yeah, in Philadelphia, at least a dozen people were injured and 3 people killed in the popular South Street Entertainment District. And in Chattanooga, Tennessee, 3 people were killed and 14 others were hurt after a mass shooting outside a night spot there. Today, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is set to visit Uvalde, Texas, site, of course, of Robb Elementary and the massacre where 19 children and 2 teachers were slaughtered. Since that attack, less than 2 weeks ago, there have been more than 30 mass shootings in America. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as an incident in which 4 or more people are shot or killed, not including the shooter. Again, look at that map. In the last 2 weeks, there have been 33 shootings, mass shootings. We have team coverage of this latest violence with NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin on the push for action in Congress, NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa in Philadelphia, and NBC News reporter Liz McLaughlin with us in Uvalde, Texas. Thank you all for being with us. We're going to begin with Emily and Liz. Good morning. I wish we were talking about something else. Emily, the Philadelphia shooting happened Saturday night, an area popular with both locals and tourists. What's the latest on the ground for the search for the shooters?
Kate, good morning to you. Still at this point, a lot of unanswered questions, including exactly how many people were involved in this shooting. Police believe there were 5 guns used in this shooting, and looking at the shell casings on the ground after the fact, they think that it may have started from a fight between 2 men that had escalated to then an exchange of gunfire turning into a shooting or a shootout rather of sorts. We know that one of those men, a suspected gunman, according to police, died in the shooting. The other police say may have been shot by an officer. Keep in mind, officers had been on the ground in this area, patrolling the area on foot when the gunfire started flying, those bullets started flying. So they were able to almost immediately render aid to treat people who had been injured. And then one of the officers, according to Philadelphia police, started firing at the active gunman. According to police, they can't say for certain whether they struck him, but they say that he dropped his handgun and then he took off on foot. But a lot of these people, a lot of the 14 people struck in this shooting incident had actually been innocent bystanders, ranging from 17 years in age to 69 years in age. And looking at this street in South Street here, this is an iconic place in Philadelphia. We're within walking distance of Penn's Landing, of Independence Hall. Hundreds of people were gathered here. Keep in mind, hundreds of people. And so when bullets started flying, just sheer chaos breaking out. Kate.
Emily, thank you. Liz, I want to turn over to you. Secretary Mayorkas's visit, we mentioned, to Uvalde. It comes as the community, understandably, still struggling to come to terms, not only with what happened, but with the police response and all the criticism. What's on his agenda today?
Kate, not many specifics, but Secretary Mayorkas is expected to get here this morning, meet with the workforce and officials. About 2 weeks ago, he praised Border Patrol agents who eventually encountered and killed that gunman. It was a tactical team that actually delayed, or went against the school district police chief's orders to stand down, and that was more than an hour after the shooting started. All of Secretary Mayorkas' meetings will be behind closed doors. They will be private, as confusion and questions continue to swirl here. We're learning more about the timeline that's been changed 4 or 5 times after many inaccuracies from authorities here. Lots of tight lips from officials now, but we're learning more from people who were there that day, including a funeral home worker, Cody Briseño, who was right across the street from Robb Elementary at Hillcrest Memorial, near where the gunman crashed his vehicle, his grandmother's truck. And he ran over to help with a coworker, asking if he was okay. And then he saw what he described as an evil look in his eye as he reached for his gun. Here's more from him on that harrowing account of the day. Let's listen.
I run to the side, and while I'm running to the side, I'm on the phone with my wife. Hey, bring me my gun. Bring me my gun. And as I'm saying that to my wife, I could hear the gun going off again. Pa, 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 pa. And what's going on? What's going on? And I told her that I bring me my gun because this guy's headed to the school. My intention was to stop him. And I mean, I feel guilty, man, because I mean, I couldn't stop him.
Just heartbreaking. If you can only imagine, Briseño, not only the trauma of being shot at and running away, his wife did bring him his gun finally, and he went to the school, told police that the gunman had gone inside and tried to enter himself, but they told him to stand back and shut up. So he feels so much guilt, and not only that, he's having to work one of 2 small funeral homes here. He's buried 5 victims, including his own cousin. Just unimaginable.
No, unimaginable. Liz, and you want to say to him, it's not your fault. Emily, the number of homicides in Philadelphia has more than doubled since 2013. What are people saying?
Well, the Philadelphia police commissioner called this a dark day for the city, describing the shooting this weekend as horrendous and unthinkable. They actually just reopened South Street here within the last hour or so because they had closed it, not just because of the recent spate of shootings across the city, but specifically on South Street here, what is typically a tourist magnet for both locals and then people coming in from out of town. We've seen this steady rise in homicides since 2013, as you mentioned. Here's more from the police commissioner on the rise in violence.
These incidents have an exponential effect on our community, and it not only impacts the individual that's been directly victimized, but it victimizes their loved ones, their families, and their neighbors, neighborhoods all over the world. It's unacceptable. It's beyond unacceptable. And we're still using every resource available to get to the bottom of what occurred, not just out there last night, but behind this gun violence in this city, period.
And Philadelphia isn't alone in its fight and struggle to stem and curb gun violence. More than 12 cities across the country have set unfortunate records, all-time highs for the number of murders in 2021. Kate?
Emily Ikeda, Liz McLaughlin, thank you both so much.
And in Washington, Congress returns from a holiday recess this morning, facing growing calls for federal action on gun reform. NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin joins us now. Good morning, Julie. I want to get into the weeds a little bit. In the Senate, we have this group of bipartisan lawmakers working on some kind of gun reform that could actually become law. So what's the latest on those negotiations?
Yeah, good morning, Zinkley. So in the Senate, everything takes momentum. It's up to the senators to craft a package that can actually pass with 60 votes. But we heard yesterday from two negotiators in that group, just as the Senate gets ready to come back today into town and hold these conversations in person once again, just some progress as to how the group is doing. I want you to take a listen.
I've never been part of negotiations as serious as these. There are more Republicans at the table talking about changing our gun laws and investing in mental health than at any time since Sandy Hook.
My hope is we'll get at least half the Republican conference. You know, that should be the goal here. We're going to have to be realistic about what can do that. Senator Murphy alluded to the idea that it's not going to be everything, certainly, that Democrats would like.
Yeah, look, it's certainly not going to be nearly as expansive as Democrats are hoping it to be. In the House this week, they're going to vote on a series of bills that stand almost no chance in the Senate, including things like raising the minimum age to 21 for purchasing some of these rifles and banning some high-capacity ammunition. But in the Senate, they're working on things like red flag laws, enhanced background checks, though not as enhanced as the House would like to pass, as Democrats would like. And look, Minority Leader McConnell, who is going to have the final say here in order to get half of his conference on board with this, kept saying last week in Kentucky over and over again that the top two things that he's focused on is mental health and school safety.
And clearly a serious issue. We heard Senator Murphy speak to that. And another big issue on the Hill in D.C. this week is the January 6th committee. They're expected to have more discussions this week. Those long-awaited public hearings on the Capitol attack are beginning Thursday. What can we expect from those?
Yeah, look, it's been a year of closed door, behind the scenes work for this committee in the House, in which many times they faced opposition. They faced blockades from the Republican members, including from President Trump, who have repeatedly called the committee illegitimate, though it is bipartisan, of course, with Vice Chair Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, two Republicans on the 9-member panel. But look, their first long-awaited hearing is happening this Thursday, the first of at least 6, we are told, and they're going to be showing videos of some of the Trump family members and other folks that were testifying behind closed doors. They're hoping that this is the moment that the public really gets to see their work and gets to see what actually unfolded leading up to January 6th and what happened in the days after the insurrection, and potentially linking the former president's involvement in all of this.
And Julie, briefly, staying with January 6th, I know that over the weekend we got that news that the Justice Department has declined to prosecute Mark Meadows, that's former President Trump's chief of staff, for contempt of Congress. And at the same time, another top Trump advisor was arrested for snubbing congressional subpoenas. What should we know about this?
Yeah, the committee has achieved a lot here, in their words, for getting Peter Navarro, for getting Steve Bannon to be indicted by the Justice Department. This is no small feat. Of course, that happened for Peter Navarro because he snubbed a congressional subpoena. He failed to cooperate with the January 6th Select Committee. But the committee also says they are, quote, puzzled that Mark Meadows, Dan Scavino, two of former President Trump's top officials, the Justice Department declined, I should say, to subpoena those, to indict, those two individuals. They say they don't understand why that happened. Of course, lawyers for Dan Scavino and Mark Meadows are pleased with the Justice Department's take here.
Julie Sirkin, important analysis. Thank you so much.
Now to the economy, and the skyrocketing price of gas. Filling up your tank is becoming more of a challenge now, with the price of a gallon reaching another new high over the weekend. According to AAA, the national average of a gallon of regular right now, $4.84. That's an increase of 20 cents in just a week. So what's behind the new rise, and what's being done to control the high costs of living right now? Let's bring in Caleb Silver, the editor-in-chief at Investopedia. Caleb, several states like New York, where I live, and Georgia have suspended their gas taxes to try to help out drivers, but drivers are still paying a lot to fill up their tank. What's being done at the federal level to bring down prices, and when could we see changes?
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look great for gas prices for the rest of the summer. JP Morgan predicting we'll hit $6 a gallon by the end of the summer. If you go out to California, there's a gas station that's selling gas at $9.60 up in Mendocino County. Not a lot the federal government can do except urge more production and more refinement, except we're kind of at capacity here in the U.S. In fact, we're about 5% below capacity from where we were at the beginning of the pandemic. A lot of refineries were shut down, and it takes a lot to get those to get back up to speed. And the U.S. is exporting a lot of its own oil right now to other countries who have turned away from importing it from Russia. So we have a real supply-demand crunch going on right now, and that's going to impact drivers and the cost of gasoline for the next several months.
I can't believe you said over $9 a gallon in California. That's crazy. The gas prices obviously impacting what we're all doing, our behavior. Right now, U.S. gasoline consumption levels are running 3% lower than a year ago, according to DataTrack. Those researchers called that number a troubling sign. Yeah, explain why that is troubling, and what happens if gas consumption levels dip even lower, especially during what everybody thought was going to be a busy travel season.
Yeah, that's something we like to call demand destruction. When prices get too high, consumers back out. So we're driving a little bit less, believe it or not, filling up a little bit less than we were a year ago, even though demand seems high because we're finally able to get out and drive around and go visit family and friends. But because prices remain high and keep climbing higher, folks are filling up less and less or finding alternative means. And you get that demand destruction here in gasoline, you could start to see it spreading to other parts of the economy. We know consumer sentiment is at a 10-year low. Consumer spending has hung in there, but the cure for high prices, Kate, is high prices, because eventually consumers tap out, and so do small businesses. If you have to fill up a fleet of 10, 20 vans to keep your small business going, you're going to find other ways to do that, and that demand destruction eventually hurts spending, and spending drives 70% of U.S. GDP.
And quickly, the other big elephant in the room, inflation right now. The feds are going to release the updated consumer price index from May, showing just how high costs are and if inflation has reached a peak. I know consumer price index did dip in April, but it's still at its highest in decades. Tell us about that. What do these new numbers mean?
Yeah, we're going to get the consumer price index at the end of the week for last month. And what we're seeing is inflation may have peaked. It was 8.5% in March. It was 8.3% in April. It may have peaked. That doesn't mean it's coming straight down the hill. We're going to have high prices across the commodities board through the rest of the summer, driven by energy, which then translates into higher fertilizer costs, higher shipping costs, basically higher costs for everything we pay. We have to deal with inflation right now because it's going to be with us for the rest of the summer, at least probably for the rest of the year.
Caleb Silver, thanks so much for being with us.
Now to some welcome news for parents of infants around the country who have been struggling during the baby formula shortage. Abbott Nutrition announced Saturday that it has resumed production of formula at its plant in Sturgis, Michigan. The plant shut down in February because of product contamination, making the nationwide shortage worse. Abbott says it will start on its EleCare brand of formula and other specialty formulas for infants with food allergies. Despite this good news, though, the Biden administration is being taken to task over its response time. Commerce Secretary Gia Raimondo told CNN's Jake Tapper Sunday that she didn't learn about the shortage until more than a month after the Michigan plant shut down.
You're the Secretary of Commerce. When did you first learn of this problem?
I first learned about it, a couple of months ago. So this is this is a difficult issue, but yes, probably April.
NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from Sturgis, Michigan, to talk about all of this. Jesse, good to see you. Now that Abbott has restarted production, when can we realistically expect to see products on store shelves?
Yes, and Clay, it looks like that's at least a couple of weeks away from now. They've restarted production here. They're prioritizing specifically some of their specialty formulas because we know that, of course, many children, many babies rely on these formulas, but there are people who specifically rely on those that are for people with allergies and have other specialty needs. So Abbott says it is prioritizing those, beginning with EleCare, which will be released to the public, they say, to consumers around June 20th. So they're saying released. I'm trying to get some clarity on what exactly that release is. Does that mean that's when we'll see trucks rolling out of the plant here in Michigan? Does that mean that's when it'll hit store shelves? So we're trying to get some clarity on that. And also, they say around June 20th. They don't give a specific date. Do want to reference part of a statement that Abbott shared on Saturday. The company is saying, we understand the urgent need for formula, and our top priority is getting high-quality, safe formula into the hands of families across America. So that is what the company says it is focused on right now, again, specifically looking at those specialty formulas first.
And Jesse, I'm glad you highlighted what they said about high-quality, safe formula, right? Because it's important we don't forget this plant shut down because of contamination problems that could have been fatal to infants. So now that it's back up and running, what stipulations did the FDA put in place in order for Abbott to safely restart?
Yeah, so the Biden administration has put in place a consent decree that they're in agreement with right now with Abbott. And that decree specifically emphasizes several points, through, both for initial startup and also for months from now for Abbott Nutrition to maintain this plant. But bottom line, to get things back up and running here, the FDA has said that it needs to see from Abbott an independent expert come in, look at their sanitation processes, their dry out processes, so that they have proper protocols in place here. They also want to see environmental testing. So all of that has had to be gone through and shared with the FDA, according to this consent decree, before production could restart here. And Abbott says that it has met the initial requirements set in place.
And Jesse, real quickly and briefly, we've seen the Biden administration fly infant formula from overseas. Are those flights still happening? And what else is the Biden administration doing to help ease the shortage as it stands right now?
Yeah, so the White House says that there are more Operation Fly Formula flights that will be coming to the U.S. later this week. We expect 2 to be coming from Melbourne, Australia, to the States by week's end. They'll be taking off later this week. And then there's also the Defense Production Act, which is a common term now because of what has gone on throughout the pandemic. Bottom line, though, that allows the White House to prioritize the production of baby formula and specifically looks to compel suppliers to provide supplies, ingredients to baby formula suppliers ahead of other customers to try to get more formula on shelves sooner.
We've seen a lot of shortages during this pandemic. Thanks for breaking this one down. Jesse, thanks.
Now to that dramatic news from overseas. By the end of the day, the United Kingdom could be in need of a new prime minister. This afternoon, Boris Johnson will face a vote that could remove him from power. It's the latest fallout from the revelations about lockdown parties in his Downing Street residence that landed Johnson with a fine from police. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from outside Parliament in London. Steph, good to see you. Good morning. This is quite a turn for Boris Johnson. It comes less than 3 years after he secures a Brexit deal with the European Union. He's swept into victory in 2019. How did we get here, and what does it mean?
Yeah, you know, Katie, he came in very popular. And this is one of those situations of people getting upset about a politician standing up and saying, do as I say, not as I do. And these revelations were made public that these parties took place in Downing Street, and there were a number over a period of a year, according to a report that just came out last month, that during the height of the pandemic, when people were being told not to gather, not to go inside, not to basically to seclude themselves at home and not see friends and family, there were a series of parties that were held that Boris Johnson attended himself. And they were parties that included alcohol and food and didn't really look a lot like essential business. And they were indoors and outdoors. And what happened was he stood up in front of Parliament and he said there were no rules broken. He then had to come back and say, well, it appears rules were broken and I didn't realize it. Then he is, as you say, he was fined £50 for attending a birthday party. All of this has undermined people's confidence in him, even within his own party. And this is important for tonight. This is about his party, the Conservative Party. They're the ones calling for this no confidence vote. At least 54 members of the party had to write letters to a committee saying they wanted to hold this vote. But a lot more will have to vote against him in this vote this evening. 180 have to vote no confidence in him for him to be removed from office. But watch those numbers, right? Even if he does win this vote later on tonight, if the margin is really small, he may still have to step down in a matter of months because the ministers will say it's really just untenable for you to continue as prime minister, Kate.
Okay, that makes sense. And if he loses, if all those people go against him, or if he, you know, if as you say, if he wins by not very much, what happens next?
Well, if he loses, then he steps down. I mean, he will be removed. And then the party will have to vote for someone else. And that's a process that could take weeks. But again, you have this situation. This happened with Prime Minister Theresa May as well. In 2018, there was a no confidence vote that she won, but a third of her party voted against her. And eventually, months later, she had to say, this was during Brexit and her handling of Brexit, that she was going to step down. It won't leave this country without a leader. He continues to be prime minister until they select someone to take over. Now, you know, Boris Johnson is also a pretty stubborn guy, and you have to imagine he's going to stick around. And the feeling is that he will survive this vote. But again, it'll be the question of those margins.
Stephanie Gosk, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Turning to Miami, cleanup is underway this morning after a storm system brought torrential rain, winds, and flooding to the city Saturday. The storm dumped more than 10 inches of rain on Miami over 3 days. Winds were clocked at 40 miles per hour, but it wasn't quite strong enough to be classified as a tropical storm. The most serious impact was from the flooding. Fire crews rescued several drivers stranded as the waters quickly rose. The storm also left about 4,000 without power in Miami-Dade County.
Let's get a check of your morning news now. Weather.
Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. So good to see you on this Monday morning. And yeah, we had a lot of rain in Florida Friday into Saturday, nearly 15 inches in some spots. And we do have our first named storm of the season. That's Tropical Storm Alex, although it wasn't a tropical storm officially when it dropped that rain in Florida. So here are some of your rainfall totals. Hollywood, Florida, 14.85 inches of rain, and it came quickly. So that's why we saw all those flooding pictures throughout the weekend in Florida. Miami, over 11 inches of rain. Naples, Florida, over 8 inches, and over 6.5 inches of rain in West Palm Beach. So they're going to be drying out on this Monday. Now here's the latest on Tropical Storm Alex. Winds at 65 miles per hour, so still pretty strong. It's affecting Bermuda right now with tropical storm conditions. It's moving quickly the east-northeast at 28 miles per hour. That's good news. It's going to zip on out of here, but first bringing those tropical storm conditions to Bermuda. And then it's going to weaken rapidly. It's facing some wind shear. It's facing some cooler waters as well. So we're going to see it a remnant low by later on today. And then it's going to become history. Now, we are also watching some severe weather, also showers and storms, a soggy start for many on our Monday. You can see some lightning, hearing some thunder in parts of the Central Plains into the mid-Mississippi Valley. So 6 million people at risk today. We're looking at the chance for some damaging hail, an inch or greater. Winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could also see a few tornadoes. So we're going to watch it as we go throughout the day, especially where we're seeing that yellow shading from parts of the Dakotas into Kansas, Nebraska, and the panhandle of Oklahoma and also Texas. And then we're looking at some storms likely, Paducah, also into Memphis. Tomorrow we're looking at severe weather likely, where we're looking at Nebraska, Kansas, into the panhandles of Texas and Oklahoma once again, with the chance of some large hail, 2 inches or greater, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, and also the chance for some severe weather once again in terms of tornadoes. Rainfall forecast, that's going to be a big one. Heavy rainfall, totals up to 4 inches in a lot of spots, especially where you see those yellows, the reds, the oranges. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rain. And as we go throughout today, we're also looking at a nice day
way. We had a beautiful weekend in the Northeast. We're going to see that once again, you guys, in New England, all the way down to the Mid-Atlantic. Back to you.
A lot of dangerous weather to watch out for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I liked the weekend here. It was beautiful.
Yes, we like warmth.
Yeah,
Thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
And coming up on Morning News Now, a dangerous new phase of the war in Ukraine.
When we come back, the new warning from President Vladimir Putin of Russia as Kyiv comes under attack for the first time in weeks.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest on the war in Ukraine and a new threat from Vladimir Putin. The Russian president warned the United States and the West that new targets would be hit if Ukraine continued to receive those long-range missile systems capable of reaching Russia. That warning turned into action yesterday when Russia struck Kyiv with several missiles for the first time in 5 weeks. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Odessa in southern Ukraine to discuss this and more. Ellison, good morning. It's good to see you. What more can you tell us about this attack on Kyiv and this new warning made by Putin?
Yeah, so Russian officials, they say they were targeting tanks that were delivered to Ukraine by other countries. Ukrainian officials say that Russian missile targeted and struck a place where they do railway repairs for trains that deliver grain. In Kyiv of late, it's been relatively quiet. Russia tried to take Kyiv in February. They failed. Even though there's been this slight sense of normalcy, reminders in Kyiv of the war are all around. Burned out Russian tanks, bombed buildings, checkpoints, things like that, that don't let you forget that there is a war, even in those moments where prior to this latest airstrike, things might have felt a bit calm. But obviously those airstrikes shattered whatever tiny bit of normalcy many residents felt. And to a lot of people, particularly in Kyiv, there was no question that it was an unnecessary target, something that they say had very little to do with the military, if anything at all. Again, they say that this was a place where they were repairing railway cars that were used to transport grain. Vladimir Putin, he had a new warning, if you will, for the United States and others, saying this in part. He said that if the West delivers any longer-range rocket systems, Moscow will, and I'm quoting here, draw appropriate conclusions and use our means of destruction, which we have plenty of, in order to strike at those objects that we haven't yet struck. Among other weapons, the United States is planning to send to Ukraine are what's known as HIMARS. Those are high-tech medium-range rocket launchers. It'll take about 3 weeks for those actually to get to Ukraine. But as a part of the deal between the United States and Ukraine, those are systems that will only be used to protect Ukraine in a defensive posture, not to strike any sort of targets on the other side of the battle line. Clay?
And Allison, you said this disrupted a sense of normalcy. Are more cities in western and southern Ukraine preparing for potential new attacks? What's the scene like where you are in Odessa?
Yeah, I mean, they are, and they really have never stopped preparing for the possibility of other attacks. And where we are is a reminder, this is a hotel in Odessa. It was struck by a rocket on May 8th at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was speaking with the owner of this hotel, and he said, no one was really here except for a couple staffers who were trying to get this hotel ready for the tourist season. Russian media, other people claimed that there were some sort of military foreign fighters here. He said that's absolutely not the case. It was just a few civilians who were here trying to get this ready for tourist season and also to try and open some rooms up for refugees who might need a place to stay. We had the opportunity to talk to a military official here in Odessa earlier this morning. Listen to some of what he had to say.
I stress that the enemy doesn't have enough capacity to attack us from Transnistria region or even try.
Багато говорять про можливий десант з Росії до Тирасполя літаками Росії.
There are a lot of talks about possible paratroopers coming from Russia to Transnistria.
Але це мрії ідіота.
But this is just idiot's dream.
Тому що жоден російський літак через територію України не пролетить, його буде знищено.
Any Russian plane will not be able to fly through Ukrainian territory. It will be destroyed.
Другого фронту з боку Придністров'я не буде.
There will be no second front from Transnistria.
Allison Barber with a compelling interview from Odessa this morning for us. Thanks so much.
John Hertz now for more on the situation in Ukraine. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and a senior director of the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. Mr. Ambassador, good morning. Glad you're with us. What do you make of Vladimir Putin's warnings over the weekend? And could this mark a new phase of the conflict?
Putin's already begun a new phase when he retreated from Kyiv and began his offensive in the Donbass. This warning is because he's afraid of the impact of the weapons we're sending to Ukraine. He's trying to intimidate us and our NATO allies from sending additional such equipment. It's worth pointing out that long before we sent this equipment, he was attacking Kyiv, he was attacking Lviv. So this is a pretty empty threat because, again, he realized that if we continue to send weapons of this caliber, his forces in the East are likely not to succeed.
So we're learning this morning that the UK is moving forward with its latest shipment of long-range missiles to Ukraine. Do you think the U.S. and its allies should rethink their strategy to supply Ukraine if Russia steps up attacks across the region? Or based on what you just said, maybe you're not so worried about that?
No, on the contrary, we should be sending more. In fact, the HIMARS we're only sending 4. We need to send a lot more than that. That's a trickle. The Russians are using their standard tactics of massive artillery bombardment against not just soldiers, but against civilians. If we can provide Ukraine an antidote to that, the ability to strike back, Russian offensive in the East will fail. It may fail in any case, but fewer Ukrainians will die if we send more of these missiles.
Let's talk about eastern Ukraine for a second. Are you encouraged by the fact that Russia has not taken full control of Severodonetsk yet?
Well, the Russians have made, I'm sorry to say, some incremental gains. And I'm concerned about that because Russia has a great advantage in tanks, in air power, and in artillery. But the fact they haven't gotten that far in the East, despite these great advantages, is a sign for a little bit of optimism. But again, the best thing we could do to defend American interests, because if Putin wins in Ukraine, he's going to go after our Baltic NATO allies, and our soldiers will have to defend the Baltic states. If we can send Ukraine more and sophisticated weapons to stop Putin in Ukraine, in Donbass, we will not have to worry about our Baltic allies.
Ambassador John Herbst, thanks so much for your perspective. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And coming up, an important lesson that could save lives.
When we come back, we're taking you to a Texas middle school where students are learning to spot warning signs in an effort to prevent school shootings. And bracing for a surge with new COVID cases still on the rise, how you can stay safe during the busy summer travel season. Up next.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
With the country reeling from mass shootings like the one in Uvalde, Texas, there is an effort underway to stop school violence before it starts. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster takes us inside a Texas school for a lesson that could save kids' lives.
What's the second step? Inside this Dallas middle school, today's lesson is about preventing school tragedies.
We will be discussing topics and images around bullying, violence, suicide, and self-harm.
The program is called Say Something. It's run by Sandy Hook Promise, a group formed after the 2012 shooting in Connecticut at Sandy Hook Elementary School that took 26 lives. The free class teaches students how to recognize warning signs like peers posting threatening messages online, bragging about guns, or expressing suicidal thoughts. Schools and the threats they face have changed dramatically. The goal here is to empower students to quickly flag them.
Students are on the front lines. They see things through social media, through conversations with their peers.
Using real-life examples.
He posted this: "Don't come to school tomorrow if you want to live."
More than 3 million students nationwide have been trained to alert a trusted person or to submit an anonymous tip using the secure app.
They might not act immediately. It's because that they don't want to be called a snitch.
You beat me to the punch.
The program emphasizing it's not about snitching, but getting help to those who need it. You didn't feel safe after Uvalde. After going through this class, what are you thinking?
After going through this class, I feel super safe.
Anything can happen. Anything. You should just always keep an open eye out for things.
Kids feeling responsible for their own protection. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News, Dallas.
Right now, COVID cases are rising across the country, but are we on the verge of a summer surge?
The United States is reporting an average of around 120,000 cases a day, and those are only the cases that are being reported to public health officials. There are concerns the number could be significantly higher, especially with the availability of at-home tests. This leaves a lot of questions for experts on just how contagious this current strain could be.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now. I started to say, I hope not. I hope we're not on the verge of more. Dr. Patel, restrictions have pretty much lifted across the U.S. People are not getting seriously ill from COVID as they once were. So what should we make of cases still rising?
Yeah, good morning, Kate and Zinkley. So I am going to give you some good news. We are seeing cases rising, but in many parts where we saw these cases rising initially, Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, we are seeing them plateauing and obviously on the other end coming down, hopefully in the next several weeks. So that does mean there are parts of the United States, namely parts of the South, parts of the West, Midwest, that are going up. But again, this matches almost to a T every surge we've had, with the exception, to your point, that we're not seeing as many hospitalizations. So the summer is supposed to be a summer of hopefully recovery, but that's really if you're vaccinated, boosted, and you're smart and aware of your surroundings. Don't be in crowded spaces with people who are coughing and not wearing masks. Take stock of who you're around and what you're doing when you're doing that.
Prevention is key. And as you talk about hospitalization, I think about how many people are not vaccinated, specifically kids, right? And I know that many kids under the age of 5 still are not eligible, all of them. And last week, Pfizer asked the FDA to authorize its vaccine for kids 6 months to 4 years old. But while we wait for any approval, what's your advice to parents of young kids right now, especially if they're planning to travel this summer and want to keep their kids safe?
Yeah, I think this is literally what I think has been flooding a lot of my inbox, as well as a number of other concerned kind of pediatricians. Both Moderna and Pfizer are up on deck for getting vaccines available for the under 5 set. But as you mentioned, it's not going to be soon. 3 things. Number 1, surrounding an unvaccinated child with as many vaccinated people is critical. It makes a difference. Number 2, trying to find a mask if you're traveling, planes, trains, automobiles that have other people on them. Trying to find a mask that the child can wear. It's not perfect, and I wouldn't force a child to wear something that they're not comfortable with, because any mask is better than no mask. And then third, just being mindful of the symptoms. Just back to what we were saying. Look, a lot of us, including myself, have had allergy symptoms, but you don't know they're allergies unless you're testing. So the third layer of protection is really minimizing exposure to people who might have any symptoms until they test and until you can feel safe around them. But you can have children out safely, and I'm hoping families do.
Dr. Patel, I want to ask about long COVID. I've reported a lot about this. Doctors don't fully understand it yet. Do they know how this current strain of COVID might impact people long term, even if they're vaccinated?
Yeah, Kate, this is, I think, going to be what defines kind of our generation to come for how we treat COVID, because I do think long COVID or post-acute kind of complications of COVID are a chronic disease. We're going to talk about them like we do diabetes this year and in years to come. I think the most important thing that we know about this variant is that it can cause long COVID. It takes weeks or months to see the effects of these viruses on long COVID. So we don't have data from people who just recently got infected, but we do have data from people in November that are reporting symptoms, and they look similar to what we saw before. Vaccination helps, but it's not foolproof, and even vaccinated people can get long COVID. It's why, all in all, try to avoid getting sick if you can.
I think a good takeaway to end on. Try to avoid getting sick. Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much.
Coming up, summertime shortage that could endanger lives.
That's right. We'll explain what's behind a lack of lifeguards at pools and beaches across the country, and what's being done to staff up ahead of the season's peak. Next on Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Summer is in the air, and as schools let out and temperatures rise, many folks will start heading back to the beach or community pools. But unfortunately, cities across the nation are struggling to find enough lifeguards to keep pools open. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky explains what's behind the shortage and how some cities are enticing new lifeguards.
In the blistering Texas heat, these teams are diving in.
Call 911, I need a backboard and AED.
They're training to save lives as the nation now faces a dire shortage of lifeguards. In Austin, they have fewer than half of the 750 they need. Jody J is the city's assistant director of Parks and Recreation. She says the pressure's on to safely staff dozens of public pools for families counting on inexpensive summer fun.
In a perfect world, you'd have 34 pools open.
Right.
How many are you prepared to open now?
We're looking at having 15 pools open.
The American Lifeguard Association says the shortage could close at least a third of the nation's 309,000 public pools. And it could mean fewer eyes on beaches, too. So where did all the lifeguards go? When pools shut down during the pandemic, many didn't keep up with the required training. Other workers went elsewhere. And now with the strongest job market in years, it often comes down to who's offering the best pay.
How are you trying to sweeten the deal?
Our lifeguards make anywhere between $16 and $19 an hour. We also have a $1,250 worth of bonuses.
Across the country, other communities are also ramping up recruiting efforts. Down south in Mobile, Alabama,
if they pay for the training session, we will give them the money back at the end of the season.
In the Heartland, Cincinnati's offering a $2,000 bonus for lifeguards who stay through the summer.
So we're trying to encourage people, seniors, young people, all ages. If you can swim, come and get certified as a lifeguard.
Out west in Phoenix, they offered a $2,500 bonus to early season hires. Back in Texas, Barton Springs Pool is one of Austin's biggest tourist attractions. Its hours of operation had been temporarily cut back.
It's kind of hard to plan around it. So yeah, it's disappointing.
Aquatic supervisor DeAndre Kane says staff is now working overtime to fill the need. What's the plan?
The plan is to train. We're going to keep advertising. Fingers crossed, prayers up. I think we're going to be able to do it.
Cities hoping for a rebound to keep a summer tradition going strong. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Austin.
My daughter is actually a lifeguard this summer, which I guess is really needed. Financial headlines now, and Elon Musk now clarifying reports that said that he was considering cutting Tesla's workforce.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us now with more on that and the rest of the day's business headlines. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning to you guys. Yep, so Elon Musk is backtracking or at least clarifying news about possible job cuts at Tesla. In an email sent to executives on Thursday, which was seen by Reuters, Musk said he has a super bad feeling about the economy and needed to cut jobs by about 10%. But replying to a tweet this weekend, Musk says Tesla's total headcount will increase over the next year, but the number of salaried staff should be flat. The company had about 100,000 employees at the end of last year. Apple kicks off its annual developers conference today with a keynote address by CEO Tim Cook. Much of the focus will be on software, and analysts say iOS 16 will include upgrades to the iPhone screen lock, messaging, and health features. Improvements to the iPad will reportedly make it seem more like a laptop, making it easier to switch between tasks and handle multiple apps at the same time. One item we likely won't see at the Apple event, the long-rumored mixed reality headset. Reports say it's being delayed until next year due to issues with the battery life and performance. But the New York Times says Apple is enlisting the help of Hollywood directors like Jon Favreau to create content for the headset. Favreau currently produces Prehistoric Planet for Apple TV+. Back to you.
And I was going to say, and like a million other things, too.
I know,
right?
exactly.
They always have so many things coming out. I can't keep up.
I know, I definitely can't keep up.
But thank you for keeping us posted, Silvana.
You got it.
Coming up on Morning News Now, a kind gesture, giving cancer patients hope.
Seeing all those faces, all those guys lined up, and knowing that they were there to get their heads buzzed right there for me.
After the break, how the buzz cut has become a new trend and a sign of solidarity for so many people.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More than 1,000 people walked over 17 miles here in Manhattan from dawn to dusk on Saturday night to support suicide prevention. Why do I know this? Because that's my family. We were among them. Out of the Darkness overnight walks. It's a walk that helps save lives, helps bring hope to those affected by suicide, raises awareness. Among the walkers were people that have lost a friend or a family member, also survivors, people who are struggling themselves right now. It's all organized by the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. The walk started with an opening ceremony as the sun set, and then that's me at 3 in the morning. It all ended with the rising sun, which was absolutely beautiful. And Zincle, there were these luminarias, these beautiful little bags, you know, filled with sand and a candle. And they each had the name on them of someone who's been lost. So that's Papa, that's my father-in-law, who we lost to suicide. And it was, when you're walking in at the end, there were just rows and rows of these luminarias. I have to say it was the most moving event and so supportive, right? It felt like you're part of a community who's speaking out and saying out loud that we've been affected in some way by suicide.
And I'm sure physically demanding, but also emotionally. And I'm sure that was just such a personal experience.
Yeah, it was. But I'll tell you, it was like uplifting. It wasn't sad. It was feeling like you're part of a community. But physically, Zinkley,
Are you limping, Kate?
I just walked from the studio over here and I was like, oh, because 17 miles. I am a runner and I thought it would be easy. It was not easy.
Oh, I'm so glad you got to do it, Kate.
That's part of it. That's part of the whole thing. And if, by the way, Zinkley, I think we should say this. If anyone you know is struggling out there, you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline right now. It's 800-273-8255 or text TALK to 741-741. I saw people wearing shirts that said that on Saturday. By the way, we're about to move to 988 as a number in July, but right now it's that number that you just saw, Zinkley.
So important, Kate. Thank you so much. And across the country, there's another show of solidarity. People are shaving their heads to let loved ones battling cancer know they're not alone. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart shows us how this small act is making a huge difference.
It's become a touching gesture of solidarity. Like this one in Florida, a surprise show of support for loved ones undergoing difficult treatments for cancer. In Georgia, Maggie Burns wanted to make her mom feel a little less alone in her battle against breast cancer. That's Maggie's mom, Tanya Hutchinson, getting her head shaved while going through chemotherapy. Then this. The reveal, Maggie's head shaved too, an emotional tribute to her mom.
I've not had one regret since. I mean, my appearance is nothing compared to the love that I have for this woman beside me right now.
It was sad and scary because some of my self-identity is tied up in my appearance. But when she took the beanie off in the barbershop, I just knew right then that she really, really, truly loved me.
This was unexpected. In April, Coon Rapids, Minnesota firefighter Christian Warby was about to undergo a stem cell transplant to fight a rare form of blood cancer.
Look at that, Christian.
But then, the co-workers he considers brothers answered the call to action. Dozens uniting to shave their heads to honor his bravery.
Yeah, I was bowled over. I really was. Just seeing all those faces, all those guys lined up and knowing that they were there to get their heads buzzed right there for me. It was incredibly moving.
Yeah, when you look around at all the other guys and see that their hair's buzzed, you do immediately think back to Christian. It also helps build a bond between all of us because we were all there together, and it's just a reminder of that family.
That type of teamwork playing out across the country, like at this elementary school in Indiana, a fundraiser to fight childhood cancer.
Having the feeling that you're helping somebody live a better life, it's such a great feeling.
Small acts of love to let others know they're all in it together.
The only thing that I wanted my mama to know was that she was loved more than she can imagine, and she was not alone, and she will never be alone.
Our thanks to Jose Diaz-Balart for that story.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Zinkley Asamoah.
And I'm Kate Snow. Savannah and Joe both off this morning. Right now on Morning News Now, throttled. The price at the pump from coast to coast now reaching painful new highs as the summer travel season revs up, closing in on nearly $5 a gallon nationwide. So what's driving this latest spike and how can you save some cash? We've got the answers. Exhausted, another tragic weekend in America marred by gun violence with at least 12 people killed in mass shootings across the country just over the past 72 hours, the most notable of which in Philadelphia and Chattanooga. 5 people killed by gunfire within the span of a few hours.
I am furious, not just for my neighborhood, for the whole country.
We've got the latest developments on that and how lawmakers in Washington are responding to this latest rash of violence. Also this morning on the docket, dozens of high-profile decisions expected to be passed down from the Supreme Court in the coming weeks. We'll take you to some of the major cases that could dramatically shape America's political and legal landscape. Plus, Jubilee Jubilation, a surprise appearance from Her Majesty the Queen herself, the cap-off of a weekend of historic celebrations. And good morning. That is where Joe is, I think.
Yes,
he's been
he'll
there.
be back soon. Hi, Joe, if you're watching.
Exactly. Jubilee. But we begin this hour with those soaring gas prices at pumps all across America.
That's right. The national average for a gallon of gas now sits at, yikes, $4.83. That's 20 cents higher than just a week ago. And analysts are predicting more pain at the pump as the summer season goes on. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock brings us the latest from Miami.
Well, the rise in record gas prices has been relentless, with the United States now approaching $5 a gallon. If we had this conversation a month ago, it would have cost you about $63 to fill up a 15-gallon tank. Today, the same tank costs $73 to fill, a meteoric rise, as analysts right now are predicting $6 gas by Labor Day.
This morning, across the country, soaring gas prices are causing jaws to drop as the national average breaks records for another day.
Highest in my lifetime. I'm 86.
In Northern California's Mendocino County, one station charging nearly $10 a gallon, while some Los Angeles stations have eclipsed $8. California leading the pack at $6.34 a gallon on average, though 9 states currently sit above $5. And another 10 are within striking distance.
I try to erase it from my mind because I have to go to work. Got to get to where I'm going.
Are you surprised that demand so far has not dipped with these prices rising?
It has been surprising, but it's a testament to the strength of the economy, the jobs market. Wages have been going up.
But concern is deepening. Even with the oil-producing nations of OPEC agreeing to tick up production, energy experts fear it won't make a dent in prices or offset what happens in Russia. The European Union slapping more sanctions on Russian oil and gas, further hamstringing global supply. Demand is also rising in the U.S. as the busy summer travel season approaches, and even oil producers weren't prepared for this kind of economic bounce back so quickly.
Tens of thousands of workers ago shut down wells, thinking that it was going to be years before they're going to need them. Then the economy came roaring back.
In Washington, many Republicans blaming the Biden administration for not doing enough as prices spike. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg over the weekend striking back.
The price of gasoline is not set by a dial in the Oval Office.
Stuck in limbo are the millions of drivers dreading every trip to the pump.
You can't go any higher or I'll be broke.
Now, in terms of how these rising prices are actually impacting consumer behavior, so far has not had a significant impact. The agency that tracks gas consumption shows that we're about 5% off where we were at this time last year when prices were $3.02 a gallon. But there is a caveat to all of this, which is that diesel prices are at a record $5.64. Diesel is what powers the trucks that take the food that you eat in grocery stores, the clothes that you buy in stores. All those essential goods will likely continue to rise, with diesel rising too. In Miami, Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Important reporting as we hit the road. Sam Brock, thanks so much.
Now to those 2 mass shootings happening within just hours of each other this weekend in Philadelphia and Chattanooga, Tennessee. Both left a combined 23 injured and 5 dead, part of a weekend of gun violence all across the country. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Philadelphia this morning with the very latest. Gabe, it's so hard to even say, once again, another weekend of violence.
Yeah, it's so heartbreaking to hear, Kate. It was utter chaos here. In this street alone, there were hundreds of people packed here when the gunshots rang out. The victims range in age from 17 to 69 years old. And as you mentioned, this was one of many mass shootings over the weekend. All this as lawmakers are now pushing for new gun legislation. This morning, newly released video captures the moment gunshots rang out in Philadelphia. The massive crowd seen fleeing a popular nightlife area Saturday night as gunfire kills 3 people and leaves 11 others wounded.
Horrendous and unthinkable acts
happened.
Just hours later in Chattanooga, Tennessee, police say 12 more people were injured and 2 others killed by gunfire at a nightclub.
There's going to be multiple shooters. We cannot confirm how many, but there's definitely more than one.
The back-to-back deadly shootings capping a weekend of gun violence across the nation. Since Friday, there have been 13 mass shootings across the country, according to the Gun Violence Archive, which defines mass shootings as 4 or more shot, not including the shooter. On Saturday, 8 injured and 1 dead in Phoenix, and in Summerton, South Carolina, 1 person was killed and 7 others injured, including 5 minors.
I am furious, not just for my neighborhood, for the whole country.
It all comes less than 2 weeks after a lone gunman killed 19 children and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas.
He looks right back at me, and with that evil look, and I see this rifle.
Cody Briseño tells NBC News he locked eyes with the shooter moments before the gunman began his rampage inside the school.
I feel guilty, man, because I couldn't stop him.
The immense pain felt in Uvalde, Buffalo, Tulsa, and a growing number of other communities has heightened pressure on Congress, as top lawmakers say they hope to present a bipartisan gun reform package by the end of the week. Some on both sides are cautiously optimistic.
It feels to me like we are closer than we've been since I've been in the Senate.
It's a test of the federal government as to whether we can deliver at a moment of just fierce anxiety amongst the American public. So we're closer than ever before.
Now, on Wednesday, victims, relatives, and survivors from both the Buffalo and Uvalde mass shootings are set to testify before Congress. And Kate, here in Philadelphia, the investigation is still underway. Investigators believe that one of the men who died was apparently in some sort of fight with another man. They both opened fire, then multiple shooters started shooting, and so far, no arrests, Kate.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thanks for tracking it for us.
And breaking this morning, after weeks of uncertainty, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela have not been invited to the upcoming Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. The guest list had been the source of tension, with Mexico's president threatening not to attend if those nations were not invited. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memling joins us live from L.A., where President Biden is scheduled to address the inaugural ceremony at the summit. Good morning, Mike. This summit is supposed to bring the leaders of the Western Hemisphere together, but the fight over this guest list seems to actually be dividing it before it even begins. What is the White House saying about all this?
Yeah, Zinkley, that's exactly right. This is only the 9th Summit of the Americas. It typically happens every 3 years, and this is the first time that the U.S. has hosted it since the inaugural summit in 1994. And the Biden administration, they really wanted to use this summit as a showcase for discussing as what they called regional solutions to regional problems, really focusing especially on the migration challenges coming from Central America that has led to the border crisis that we've been seeing over the last year and a half. Instead, as you say, this invitation guest list conundrum has really been what has occupied so much of the time and attention. And what the Biden administration is finally, after really not just wanting to discuss the guest list, is disclosing this morning is that after weeks of conversation with our allies, they say they're sensitive to the concerns that even some of our friends were bringing forward about the guest list, but that ultimately the U.S. is the host. They have the most discretion about who attends, and they have significant concerns about the democratic backsliding in places like Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua specifically. And so they decided not to invite the leaders from those countries to attend. A senior administration official, though, is emphasizing that there will be other non-governmental representatives from these countries at other summit-related events, and so their voices will be heard.
Mike, let's talk about the potential ripple effects of all of this, right? The president of Mexico threatened to boycott the summit if Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, as I said earlier, were not included. Have we heard whether he plans to actually follow through with that threat, and what kind of impact would that have?
Yeah, this is really something we're going to now be watching closely in the hours ahead, because President Andrés Manuel López Obrador has been threatening not to attend this summit so close to Mexico, especially when they want to focus so much on the issues of immigration. The administration has been working closely with his government over the last few weeks. The president had a virtual conversation with him just over a month ago. Former Senator Chris Dodd, a friend of Biden, has been involved deeply in negotiations with the Mexican government. Up until this moment, it sounds like the Mexicans are only planning to send their foreign minister to the summit. And what's interesting about that is typically the President Biden, would host a news conference at the end of this. We're hearing that Secretary of State Tony Blinken is going to be the one doing the news conference at the end of the summit. And otherwise, officials are saying there are going to be deliverables from all the countries are participating, whether or not their heads of government attend. And so they're trying to downplay all of this.
A lot to watch out for. Mike Memoli, thanks so much.
Turning now to the Supreme Court, where the justices are preparing to issue decisions on 33 outstanding cases before summer recess. The term has been called one of the most controversial in recent memory, with issues like gun safety, abortion, immigration, all on the docket. Rulings are expected to be released as early as this week, with the potential to dramatically shift the legal landscape here in the U.S. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now for more on the court. Danny, good morning to you. Happy Monday. A lot of major decisions that we're waiting for with potentially wide-ranging impacts. We've been talking about gun violence this morning, so I want to start there. Gun reform, the Second Amendment. The justices are currently reviewing a century-old law here in New York that restricts carrying a concealed weapon outside the home. How wide is the scope of that case? Could a decision there have implications for the whole country?
Several years ago, the court, in a rare instance of addressing the Second Amendment, held that you have a constitutional right to carry a handgun in the home. But it hasn't addressed whether or not that right extends to carrying a handgun out in public. Now, the court can go a couple ways here. It can make a broad, dramatic Second Amendment ruling here, or it can cabin or limit its ruling to New York specific law. On the one hand, opponents of the law or supporters of the law argue that for centuries, yes, there's been a right to carry arms, but it's been regulated. For example, we regulate people with mental illness or felons. We keep them from having firearms. On the other side of the argument is the argument that simply the Second Amendment enshrines a right to bear arms, and that should be sacrosanct.
Let's turn to probably the most anticipated decision. It's the Mississippi case where lawmakers are looking to ban abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. A leak of the draft decision suggested that the justices might be overturning Roe versus Wade. That was an early draft, though. It's possible it could have been altered. They could have changed their minds. What does this look like? Is it possible that this is the decision? And then what does that mean?
If you're just playing the odds are that this is the decision. Yes, it's a first draft, but that first draft at the Supreme Court comes after a vote and an assignment of the opinion, the final opinion, to be written, which in this case would have been by Clarence Thomas assigning it to Justice Alito. So even though it can change, maybe there will be parts that will be bolstered, maybe on the reliance interest. But the bottom line is, if you're just playing the odds, this is going to look a lot like the final opinion, unless, and I don't think this is likely, somehow in reviewing the dissents, that the majority opinion is somehow persuaded. That's just not how it works at the court. So in all likelihood, this is substantially similar to the final opinion, which overturns Roe.
All right. And Danny, let's talk about immigration finally. There are several cases the justices are talking about. Walk us through some of the biggest cases that they have yet to rule on, and why are they different? What could they mean for the future of our immigration policies?
The two biggest immigration cases involve a similar theme. In fact, they're essentially the Biden administration's effort to overturn or stop enforcing or just delete Trump-era immigration policies. Now, whether those are forcing people who come to the country to wait in their home country while their asylum petition is being considered, these are things that that the court has to consider whether or not a new administration has the power to stop enforcing an old administration's policy.
Danny Savalos, thanks so much. Always good to have you.
Now, let's get a check at your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman joins us now. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning to you both. And we had such a beautiful weekend in the Northeast, parts of New England as well. We had really comfortable temperatures, low dew points, and we're going to get one more day before some rain moves in later tomorrow. So that's a bright spot on the map, but many starting out soggy and stormy across the country, from the Northwest to the Intermountain West, parts of the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, down into the mid-Mississippi Valley, Tennessee Valley as well. We're looking at the chance for severe to strong storms in parts of the Central Plains and more Florida storms. That's the last thing they need there. But we have a stationary boundary that's kind of draped over that area, and that's why we're seeing the rain there today. Also talking about record heat toasty in Texas. Temperatures over 100 degrees in many, many spots. So feeling very summer-like in parts of the Southwest, the South Central states. 109 today in Del Rio. That is 14 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 101 in El Paso. Temperatures in the upper 90s in Dallas, 94 in Houston, and 91 in Birmingham. So many spots above normal for this time of year. That continues tomorrow. Look at Phoenix, 107. That's 6 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 107 in San Angelo, 106 in Del Rio, and 97 degrees in Dallas. Now, we're going to keep that heat in place. You can see all the red, the orange on the map here. That's indicating where that warm air is in place, if not the hot air. So Dallas by Friday up to 101, 93 in New Orleans on Thursday, 92 on Friday. Also watching the chance for severe weather. Where you see the yellow, that's the likeliest spot. So through parts of the Dakotas into Nebraska, Kansas, the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas. Also from Paducah to Memphis. And we're looking at 6 million at risk. Could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Some damaging hail and isolated risk for tornadoes. That continues tomorrow pretty much in the same spots. So North Platte to Lamar down to Amarillo. We're looking at the chance for even larger hail, up to 2 inches in many spots. Back to you guys.
Looks like it'll be hot, a hot one, hot week.
Oh, it's hot. Yeah.
It's summer.
It's summer. Thank you, Michelle.
That's true.
Coming up, war of words, a new warning from Russia's Vladimir Putin as the West supplies Ukraine with long-range missiles. We'll bring you the latest from Eastern Europe. Plus, a scheduled trip abroad that has some speculating about the Pope's future. Those stories and more after this. You're watching Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news, NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with more on Russia's latest missile attack on Kyiv, the first act of aggression on the Ukrainian capital in more than 5 weeks. It comes after Russian President Vladimir Putin warned more attacks would follow if the U.S. and its allies continue sending long-range missiles to Ukraine. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from the front lines of the war.
Good morning. Russian President Vladimir Putin warned the United States and NATO not to send Ukraine more advanced weapons, or he'll expand the war.
Speaking on Russian television, President Putin promised to strike unspecified new areas if Ukraine's Western allies supply it with rockets that can fire hundreds of kilometers into Russia. Perhaps to prove he's serious, Russia bombed Kyiv this weekend for the first time in weeks. There were no immediate reports of deaths. The United States has agreed to equip Ukraine with modern artillery and rockets. But for now, Washington is not supplying the advanced munitions Putin appears to be warning about. President Zelensky has promised not to fire American weapons onto Russian soil. This weekend, he visited Ukrainians displaced by the fighting and rallied soldiers out in the country's south and east, where Ukrainian forces are facing their biggest challenge of the war so far. Russian troops have encircled a pocket of the Donbas region. They're pushing toward the center to close a gap still held by Ukrainian forces. Ukrainian-American Miro Popovich fought for the United States in Afghanistan, became a citizen with the GI Bill, and has returned home to fight for his country. He says after failing to take Kyiv early in the war, Russian troops changed strategy.
I think they reevaluated their capabilities. They brought much more artillery, more rockets, more soldiers, and it looks like their soldiers are never ending. We keep wiping them away, and they bring more. And it's like a dragon. You slash his hat, and 3 more grows. It's pretty much the same thing here.
Are Ukrainian troops going to be able to hold on to this area out in the east?
I think so. I hope so. They are pushing, but we are strong as well. Plus, we got the support equipment from Lend-Lease from the States.
Several Ukrainian officials say that Russia is sending in more troops and claim that only an influx of new weapons can potentially turn the tide, which is exactly what Putin seems to be warning the United States not to try to do. Sinclair, Kate?
All right, Richard, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
We turn now to the Vatican, where a new announcement from the Pope is fueling speculation about the future of his tenure. Pope Francis has a busy summer travel itinerary. He's going to the Democratic Republic of Congo and South Sudan early next month, and Canada at the end of July. But there is one trip in August that has some wondering if it signals more than just a visit. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has the details.
Pope Francis on Pentecost Sunday warning Catholics that focusing on the past risks making faith a museum piece. This morning, it is his present and future that has the rumor mill rolling. The Vatican announcing over the weekend the Pope will visit the Italian city of L'Aquila, home to Pope Saint Celestine V, who resigned in 1294, and more recently where Pope Benedict made a symbolic gesture in 2009. Before announcing his own resignation 4 years later. Associated Press Vatican correspondent Nicole Winfield says some are reading meaning into the trip.
We now have Pope Francis also making a pilgrimage to L'Aquila. Maybe, perhaps, or maybe not, the Pope might have in the back of his mind that at some point he might also resign.
Francis will make the trip the day after he holds a formal assembly called a consistory to create 21 new cardinals. 16 are under the age of 80 and eligible to choose his successor, including American Cardinal designate Robert McElroy of San Diego. Francis will have chosen the vast majority of cardinal electors.
It could just be coincidence, but at the same time, you can't ignore the facts when they present themselves, but with a grain of salt, knowing that this is a pope, he can do whatever he wants.
Might that be another reason to step aside?
There's nothing insidious about these appointments. It's just business. It's logical
and it's normal.
At 85, Francis endures physical challenges, also fueling speculation. He underwent colon surgery last summer and suffers from sciatica. He recently started using a wheelchair because of pain in his right knee.
I don't think being in the wheelchair has affected his papacy whatsoever.
What can dismiss all this speculation, some experts believe, is the presence of Francis' predecessor, Pope Emeritus Benedict.
I don't think Pope Francis is going to resign while Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI is still alive. It's confusing enough that people think that there are two popes.
Thanks to Ann Thompson for that report. And it's worth noting, Pope Francis has given no sign of stepping down. He plans to go to Kazakhstan in September and is working on implementing his reforms to the Vatican bureaucracy, including setting term limits for working in the Vatican and allowing women to head Vatican offices.
More international headlines now, starting with escalating tensions between North Korea and the U.S. and South Korean militaries.
That's right. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer joins us from Beijing with that and a whole lot more. Janice, good morning.
Good morning. U.S. forces in Korea confirm a combined live fire drill with South Korea's forces launching missiles in response to a series of missiles launched by North Korea over the weekend. There was one U.S. Army missile that was launched, 7 from South Korea's forces. The missiles launched a day after North Korea launched 8 short-range ballistic missiles from multiple locations over 35 minutes, believed to be a record for ballistic launches in a single day by North Korea. Now, in a statement from USFK, they said that the idea was to demonstrate the ability of combined forces to respond both quickly and accurately to potential North Korean attacks. Also today, a warning from the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency that there are signs Kim Jong-un is preparing for another nuclear test. To Nigeria, where at least 50 people have been killed in a vicious attack on a Catholic church. Officials say parishioners were gunned down. Attackers also detonated an explosive device during a mass service. The Vatican says that they've released a statement and that Pope Francis is praying for the victims. And tennis champion Rafael Nadal has won his 14th French Open title. He beat the number 8 seed Casper Ruud. The Spanish pro now has the all-time record for French Open wins and 22 Grand Slam titles. But of this latest one in his storied career, Nadal says, quote, having this trophy means everything. So making a little tennis history over the weekend.
I love it. That makes sense. It's so impressive.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him. I felt badly for Coco Gauff, but she, at the end, she said she was grateful for having even been there.
Right.
She lost over the weekend.
Janice, thank you.
Coming up, capping off a celebration fit for a queen. Her Majesty's surprise appearance that brought the historic Platinum Jubilee to a memorable close.
Plus, the greatest generation revisits Normandy, France on the 78th anniversary of D-Day. That's next.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. It's been a busy 4 days in London town celebrating Queen Elizabeth's 7 decades on the throne. The Platinum Jubilee has officially come to an end, but not without some memorable royal moments and memes along the way. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from London with more of the details from this weekend. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning to you. That's right. The Queen is back here at Windsor Castle this morning. She thanked the public on her last day of Jubilee celebrations, saying that she was humbled and deeply touched by the number of people who came out to celebrate her 70 years on the throne. And she gave them that one last reason to cheer. A royal surprise on the last day of Jubilee celebrations. The Queen appearing on the palace balcony, giving delighted crowds the cherished moment they were waiting for.
God save the Queen!
The 96-year-old monarch beaming, looking vibrant in bright green, joined by 3 generations of royals thanking the country. My heart has been with you all, and I remain committed to serving you to the best of my ability, supported by my family. Leading Sunday's parade, a hologram of the young Queen, waving to the crowds, beamed onto the historic carriage she rode for her coronation 70 years ago.
Yes, please.
The real Queen Elizabeth showed off her acting skills, kicking off Saturday's concert with another British icon, the famous Paddington Bear.
Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
The Queen's family taking center stage, including Prince William and Kate's 3 children, usually kept away from the cameras, but over the weekend, they were the stars.
And in light.
Prince Charles leading the tributes, adding personal touches in a heartfelt speech.
Your Majesty, Mummy, we all say thank you.
With a nod to the Queen's late husband, Prince Philip.
My papa would have enjoyed the show and joined us wholeheartedly.
Tens of thousands danced shoulder to shoulder in front of Buckingham Palace Saturday night to musical legends Rod Stewart, Elton John, Diana Ross.
Love, love, we talk about it, love.
Prince William and Kate's oldest son, 8-year-old Prince George, loving the show. Kate sharing a video as the family baked cupcakes in Wales.
The real royal show stealer was William and Kate's youngest son, 4-year-old Louis, making faces, chatting with his great-grandmother, the Queen, hugging and challenging Mom Kate, sitting on Grandpa Charles's lap. Prince Harry and Meghan keeping a low profile, making only one public appearance at Friday's church service, spending most of their time privately,
while the rest of the family and country celebrated their Queen. And Prince Harry and Meghan really did keep a very low profile, as did their children. In fact, we didn't see Lilibet and Archie at all in public over this long 4-day celebration. And the Daily Mail is reporting that the family actually left England before the celebrations were over yesterday. NBC News has reached out for comment to the Sussexes and has not yet heard back. Sinclair.
A memorable few days of celebrations. Kelly Kobiea, thank you.
Now to a day that changed the course of world history. 78 years ago today, Allied forces stormed Omaha Beach in Normandy on D-Day. This morning in Normandy, parades and ceremonies underway to honor the soldiers from the United States and our allies who helped defeat Hitler. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders is in Normandy for us this morning. Good morning, Carrie.
Good morning, Kate. Behind me, you can hear the chimes are playing. And over my shoulder here, a cemetery with 9,387 markers for Americans who were buried here. Just beyond is one of the beaches here in Normandy, Omaha Beach, where Americans came ashore. For those who came ashore and survived, and now remarkably 87 years later are alive, June 6, 1944 is a day that is very powerful to them, meaningful in many ways because they are part of what our colleague Tom Brokaw dubbed the greatest generation. And their hope right now is that we never forget the sacrifice made here for freedom. Flying along the French coast, American veterans.
That's amazing. Really amazing.
Some who have not been back here since it looked and sounded like this. D-Day, 78 years ago today.
This is Robert St. John in the NBC newsroom in New York. This is a momentous hour in world history. This is the invasion of Hitler's Europe.
Today, a hero's welcome for the greatest generation.
We have Walter Stowe, U.S. Navy!
Walter Stowe, like so many at the time, doctored his birth certificate to join the military when he was 15 years old.
How do you feel to be here, sir? Humbled and astonished and grateful.
Hitler's Nazi Germany had occupied France for 4 years. The massive D-Day invasion liberated France and eventually Europe. But the cost was steep.
I'll see you on the beach.
As depicted in the movie Saving Private Ryan. On this beach alone, codenamed Omaha, in just 24 hours, 3,000 casualties. Along the 50-mile coast, D-Day cost the U.S. and our allies more than 4,400 lives.
Salute! Present! On!
Almost twice the number of Americans who died in Afghanistan over a span of 20 years. What's it feel like putting your shoes back on this sand?
It's eerie.
It's eerie to be here?
It is. It is very eerie to be here.
Jake Larson waded to shore in water up to his chin.
I said, God, what am I doing here? What the hell? I can't see anybody to shoot at, but I ran. I weighed 120 pounds at 5'7", and I said, thank God the Germans aren't good at shooting toothpicks. Honestly, I was thinking that.
At 99, Jake now shares his message on, yes, TikTok.
You TikTok fans, you just keep me going.
Social media fame, allowing Jake to ensure those who died defeating Hitler are not forgotten.
I feel their presence right now. Their souls are right here, witnessing this.
And what are they telling us?
They're telling me, thank you, Jake. Thank you for coming and telling the world that this is where we were killed.
And if we call you a hero?
No, I'm not the hero. I'm here to tell you that the heroes are buried over here.
Here in Normandy, no matter age, everyone knows what America did for their freedom.
I think they're brave, courageous, and nice.
The message is protect our freedom. Honor these heroes that have given their life at a young age. Honor these people. Don't honor me. Give the message.
Jake Larson joined 8 total D-Day veterans here, along with 21 other World War II veterans who were battling in other theaters. They are brought here by the Best Defense Foundation in partnership with Delta Airlines. And because the greatest generation is aging and there are so few left, most of them told me this is likely the last time they will ever be able to come back here. Kate?
Well, we hope that's not true. Carrie, it's so emotional. Meeting Jake, what a guy. How has this all impacted you?
You can probably hear in the background somebody's playing taps right now. This is just amazingly emotional. You know, they told me, one vet told me, they said, look, if we had not been successful here, we might have been speaking German in the United States. And that, of course, conjures up all types of images for me because my father was Jewish, and I just wonder if the Holocaust had somehow spread into the United States, I might not even be here, Kate.
Yeah, so poignant. Carrie, thank you for helping us remember all of them. We appreciate it.
And coming up, precautionary measures. Vaccines for monkeypox now being distributed across the country by the CDC. We'll tell you what you need to know about the virus as more cases are identified next.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Welcome back. The CDC is sending monkeypox vaccines across the U.S. as U.S. cases of the virus continue to rise.
The CDC has confirmed nearly 24 monkeypox cases. They're sending the vaccine doses to areas where people have had high-risk exposures to the virus. Dr. Jeremy Faust joins us now. He's an emergency physician at Brigham and Women's Hospital at Harvard Medical School. He's also a writer for Bulletin.com. Welcome. Happy Monday morning. I think people are seeing these headlines about monkeypox, and can I be honest? People are freaking out a little bit, right? We're concerned that maybe it's like early 2020 all over again, but it's not COVID. What do people need to know about the virus, doctor, and the cases?
Well, thank you for having me. I agree. This is not COVID. This is a very different virus. It can spread, we think, through droplets in the air occasionally. But I know we said the same thing about SARS-CoV-2, which causes COVID-19. Very different. This primarily spreads through person-to-person, very close, intimate sexual contact. That's why, for example, of the hundreds of cases that we see, the gender of most of them has been males so far. Now, why is that? Anyone can get it, but the reason for it is just an epidemiological fact. Why is it spreading the way it is? Well, because there has been contact. So anyone can get this, but right now, because of the fact that it's very frequently spread sexually, it's moving through networks of people, particularly males who have sex with males. But that does not mean that anyone cannot get it. Anyone can get this, and we want to be very careful. So if anyone has been exposed to anyone who has this very classic rash that you're showing the images of, or who has exposures that lead them at a risk, then we want to know about that and test for them.
And doctor, I've reported on the history of monkeypox, but today scientists believe monkeypox may have actually been quietly circulating for years before this specific outbreak. Why do you think something like this virus may have gone under the radar for so long?
Yeah, it's interesting. The reason that scientists think this is that they are doing a very good job of collecting all the genetic samples and publishing them online and comparing them, and to see how many mutations there are. And the more mutations there are between two different versions, the more distant they are in terms of being related. And so it implies, as you said, that this has been going around for a while, or or something's changed, that maybe it's mutating more quickly. So there's really a couple of possibilities. One possibility is that there have been sort of outbreaks that went undetected, and my guess would be that they were chalked up to other diseases that can mimic this, something like syphilis. And in the case of syphilis, sometimes we do a test that doesn't specifically diagnose syphilis. What it does is it says, oh, you have a certain risk of having syphilis. And when we see that person with a rash, and the risk is high on the blood test, we think, oh, that must be syphilis. And in fact, maybe it was monkeypox. So that's one theory. And I think that, because monkeypox very frequently resolves without treatment, we don't realize that we are maybe treating the wrong disease at times.
Dr. Jeremy Faust, thank you so much. Apple is kicking off its Worldwide Developers Conference today, highlighting new software for its most popular devices and potentially clues about its future in mixed reality, the so-called metaverse.
Yeah, so what should we expect over the week from the tech giant? Let's bring in Daryl Etherington. He's the managing editor for TechCrunch. Good morning, Daryl. This is the time of year when Apple shows off its new gadgets, which sometimes we enjoy. Get your wallets ready. Right. As well as features for devices that we may already know or own. What are you looking forward to?
Well, I think there's big changes coming for iPadOS, which sounds like it might not be that exciting, but it could be very exciting. The iPad is a device that has for a long time sat kind of like in the middle of the iPhone and the Mac, but a lot of people want to use it for more things. So one of the rumors is that there's a lot of power user features coming, like the ability to have multiple windows and move them around on the screen, kind of like you would on a Mac. So it's possible the iPad could get a lot more powerful, which is great news for a lot of people out there who already own one.
We've heard so much about the metaverse. I've actually done a lot of reporting about the downsides of the metaverse, the dangers. Yes. But talk about virtual augmented reality headsets. Apple's reportedly working on its own headset, which probably wouldn't be unveiled this week, as I understand it. But what do we know so far about it?
Yeah, all signs point to them not actually showing it off at this event. Now, they could just surprise us and throw it in at the end or something like that. Google actually did something very similar at their own developer event very recently. But it looks like they'll probably just keep it in the tea leaves, essentially. So basically, we'll see clues throughout the operating system updates for their other products that indicate, oh, these are features that you would see being useful when an AR/VR headset comes. The big rumors, the leading rumors now are that we'll see this actually for sale and in the metal, so to speak, probably next year on shelves, which is a very fast timeline. And Apple likes to get developers on board as early as they possibly can, but they also don't like pre-announcing stuff. So they have to kind of thread that needle and suggest, here are some things you might be able to do if you're paying close attention, and get started on those ideas and concepts. And then later we'll give you more tools to work with to actually develop for the platform.
And Daryl, as you're saying, many people are watching this conference, and it has huge implications for the markets, right? As Apple lays out its strategy for the year, what are the stakes this time around?
It's interesting because Apple's been, I mean, all the tech companies have suffered, major kind of blowback from the general economic woes that are going on. But I think Apple has been one of the more consistent performers. And If you look at this, I'm very curious actually to see how the market reacts, because I think that there could be some blowback if they don't like come outright and announce an AR/VR headset. I think some in the market are looking for them to do that to send a clear signal. But I don't honestly know, because that's still a big question mark, even when they do announce that, how that's going to be received by customers. We haven't yet seen that there's a clear and like voracious appetite for that kind of product yet. So the market might not like that even when it does come out. So I think it will be very interesting to watch and see what kind of impact, if any, this has, because they have been delivering in all other areas, and they probably will continue to do so. And they're one of the least affected by other supply chain issues, right?
A lot to watch out for. Daryl Etherington, thank you so much.
And speaking of the
Thanks
markets, financial headlines now. Wall Street preparing for several major reports about inflation this week.
That's right. CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with that and a whole lot more. Good morning, Silvana.
Hey, good morning. Well, the market's recent rally from the brink of bear territory could face a major test this week. Investors are focused on the monthly consumer price index, which comes out on Friday. It may offer insight into how much more the Federal Reserve will need to do in its fight against inflation. It's expected the Fed will hike interest rates by 0.5 percentage point at its next 2 meetings in June and July. Amazon stock will have a different and much lower price when it starts trading today after their company's 20-for-1 split. Stock splits themselves don't mean much. They allow investors to get more shares for each one they own, and it makes shares more affordable for others. But it could make Amazon a contender to join the Dow Industrial Average, which weights its 30 components by price. But don't expect that addition right away. The last change to the Dow was in 2020 when Amgen, Honeywell, and Salesforce replaced ExxonMobil, Pfizer, and Raytheon. Disney and Marvel think we all need a little more Groot in our lives. A new series of animated shorts, I Am Groot, will debut on Disney Plus in August, featuring the character from Guardians of the Galaxy, voiced by Vin Diesel. Marvel teasing the upcoming series this weekend on Twitter, showing off an official poster. It's the first original Guardians spinoff and arrives a week before another Marvel show, She-Hulk: Attorney at Law.
What? Honestly, I'm so excited. I love Groot.
So excited.
I know, me too, me too.
So a lot to watch out for, Silvana. Thanks for keeping us posted.
There's just too much to watch, though,
I know.
Right? Too many
Never
things.
enough time.
Coming up, we're talking about the time of your life.
That's right. Graduation season is in full swing, and from it, Swift T. Swift to our own T. Costello. Celebrities are heading back to school for some pretty viral commencement speeches. We've got the best of them next.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back with some good talk this Monday morning. Euphoria was the big winner at last night's MTV Movie and TV Awards. The HBO series picked up 4 awards, including Best Show and Best Performance Award for Zendaya. Another big winner was Spider-Man No Way Home. So a good night for Tom and Zendaya, the couple. And Spider-Man took home Best Movie. Tom Holland won Best Performance in a Movie also. Elsewhere, actress Jennifer Lopez, or J-Lo, delivered a tearful speech after winning the Generation Award. Vanessa Hudgens hosted last night's ceremony, which featured 6 new categories. Nominations included 26 gender-neutral categories. So a lot of cool developments in general and fun shows and movies that I really want to watch.
Yeah, I haven't even started Euphoria. That's another.
It's so good, but it's so intense, and bring your tissue box.
Yeah, my daughter watches it, but we were saying there's too many things. There's so many great shows to watch right now. Zinkley, it is graduation season. From Taylor Swift to Ludacris to NBC's very own reporter Tom Costello, they all offered words of wisdom to the class of 2022. Here's a look at the highlights.
This moment is only the beginning. It is the end of one part of your life, but it is the beginning of the rest of your life. And oh my goodness, what is waiting for you?
Don't let others define you, because believe me, they will try. But don't you dare let them define you. You defined yourself.
You're not too young or too inexperienced. You're not too old or too tired. You're not too broke or resource poor. Say to yourself, I am enough. I am just right.
People get in their own way of their own success all the time. I see it so many times. I'm telling you, don't get in your own way. How? Persist.
You will rack up some scars, some wrinkles, some gray hairs, an occasional bruised ego, but life is about the journey more than the destination.
Put your shoulders back, hold your heads up high, and walk through hell like you own the place. Go forth and believe in yourself.
Your generation is the most generous, the best educated generation this nation has ever known. It's your generation, more than anyone else, who will have to answer the question, who are we? What do we stand for? What do we believe? Who will we be?
Anyone who comes into your life to teach you something, to bring value. Sometimes these lessons are hard and painful, but yet they are there to make you stronger.
Let the loved ones celebrating you today help remind you, always, of where you came from.
What you earned here is more than a diploma. It is more than a formal education. It is experience and insight and wisdom.
As you leave here today, know that there will be places that you are not wanted. There will be people who don't welcome you. Haters gonna hate. When that happens to you, listen to Taylor, shake it off.
Part of growing up and moving into new chapters of your life is about catch and release. You can't carry all things, all grudges, all updates on your ex. Decide
what is yours to hold and let the rest go.
From the right to the left.
Oh, that was awesome.
I love it. And I love graduation seasons.
Yeah, it's so inspiring.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fantastic. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Good Monday to you. Right now on NBC News Now, under fire. At least 17 people are dead after a weekend of deadly violence here in America. We'll tell you the latest we know about the attack in Philadelphia, plus the growing calls for action on Capitol Hill. Plus, through the roof, the national average for a gallon of gas is rapidly closing in on $5, while experts believe prices could surge even higher. And inside the riot, the House January 6th committee prepares to hold live primetime hearings on the insurrection, the case it's getting ready to bring to the American people. Plus, winning at losing. If you're struggling to shed, well, a few extra pounds, it may not be your fault. We'll tell you why some experts say that we may be actually dieting all wrong. Good Monday, everyone. We begin this hour with America's crisis of violence and a surge of shootings just this weekend. Now, according to the Gun Violence Archive, there have been at least 23 incidents. That's in the U.S. just since Friday. At least 4 people have been shot and at least 17 people have died. Perhaps the most jarring of these happened Saturday night in Philadelphia, where 14 people were shot on a street well known for its nightlife and teeming with people. 3 people in that incident died. Right now, the House and Senate are working through several different pieces of potential legislation, all to really help stop the violence. But there is really no clear sign that anything will make it to the president's desk. Our team is looking at the impact of the crisis this hour, as well as what's really being done to try and stop it. So let's begin in Philadelphia with NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda. Emily, what pieces have police sort of put together about this shooting really in just the last 24 hours?
Hey there, Morgan. Well, one of the things complicating the investigation is the sheer number of people that were out here on South Street when bullets started flying. Police say hundreds of people were along here when the shootout really began. They believe that it initially began as these 2 men who got into a physical altercation, a fight. It escalated to an exchange of gunfire, a shootout. They say that one of the men they believe was actually shot by a police officer, forcing him to drop his handgun. We're told that he took off on foot. Then the other man, we told, died during the shooting. Police say, though, they believe 5 guns were utilized in the shooting, so presumably multiple shooters launching this massive manhunt. Take a listen here.
We know ballistically that we had at least 5 different guns out there. All right? Now, that's not including the police officer that returned fire with somebody. So there's 5 different guns. We recovered 2. So there's 3 guns that we still need to find and compare to our evidence.
And Philadelphia police had actually ramped up patrols in this area around South Street. There were several officers who were just a matter of yards away when this shooting broke out. Really, Morgan, speaking to the brazen nature of this crime.
And Emily, when you talk about the brazen nature, I mean, this happened right there on South Street, which anyone who's familiar with Philly knows this is a very popular nightlife destination in that city. So are we learning first anything more about the victims? And 2, what are the people there in that community behind you saying about this attack?
Morgan, understandably, a lot of frustration here and fear. This isn't the only shooting that has happened really in the past week. It actually prompted city officials to close down this section of South Street last night. It opened up earlier this morning because of the recent spate of shootings. But there are dozens of restaurants, bars. People come here for music, not just locals, but tourists as well. We're within walking distance of Independence Hall and Penn's Landing. So it's a magnet for people. As I mentioned before, hundreds of people were out here. In terms of the victims who were shot, 14 people shot, and they are between the ages of 17 years old and 69 years old. One of the 69-year-old victim telling our local affiliate that he had been inside. He heard this commotion going on outside, and he was struck as he stepped outside, trying to see what was happening. We know 3 people tragically died. Police are identifying them as 34-year-old Gregory Jackson, 27-year-old Alexis Quinn, and then the American Federation of Teachers, a union, identifying the 3rd person as 22-year-old Christopher Minners, an advisor for second-grade boys at Girard College. The AFT, the union, saying this really underscores how far-reaching gun violence will be without change, Morgan.
All right, Emily Cater is there on the ground. Emily, thank you so much. Meanwhile, police in Chattanooga, Tennessee are also investigating after 14 people were shot early Sunday morning. 2 of them were killed, and that shooting happened outside of a nightclub in the downtown area. Several other people were hit by drivers and cars, really just trying to get away. One person was killed after being hit by one of those cars. No arrests so far have been made. The tragedy in Uvalde, Texas is shining a spotlight on gun violence, specifically in Latino communities. Now, Latinos are twice as likely to die in gun homicides and 4 times as likely to be wounded in assaults with guns. And that's compared to their white counterparts, according to data analyzed by Everytown for Gun Safety. Most of the 19 children and 2 teachers who were killed in Uvalde were, in fact, Latino. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Uvalde, Texas. Guad, look, you sat down with a few Latinos there who have been personally affected by this shooting. What are their thoughts right now on gun reform and where it stands? Do they have hope?
Morgan, well, yeah, we sat down, we talked about a lot of issues. They have hope, but they are frustrated. I should also add that Uvalde is about 80% Latino. They talked about feeling misrepresented. They talked about a lack of empathy from their local leaders. The 3 people we discussed these issues with, one is a Navy veteran, a mother of a student that was not hurt in the incident here, but a student goes to Robb Elementary. And we spoke to the grandfather of one of the children that died in the shooting. One of the things that they kept mentioning was that they want to see some type of gun reform. A lot of them talking about changing the age limit from 18 to 21 or even higher for people to be able to buy these rifles. But another theme that came up was the lack of bipartisanship, which they blame for the lack of new gun reform. Here's part of the conversation that we had. You're going to hear from Vincent Salazar, the grandfather of one of the young girls that died.
Let's get together, let's fix this problem, and quit the bickering among each other, because there's no room for it no more. We don't have room in the coffins of these children for this bickering to go on. And all I'm asking is for everybody that's listening to us, you as mothers and fathers out there, please hug your babies, because I can't hug my granddaughter, 11 years old, anymore. But it's because of this bickering that's going on in the United States about this problem.
That was just part of the conversation that we had. And, you know, it got my attention that all of them also mentioned that in Uvalde, where 80% of the population, as I mentioned, is Latino, they say many of them are afraid to speak up when it comes to politics, because they said that some of the people involved, local leaders, are also owners of certain companies. And it's just very difficult to speak against what most people agree with here in Texas. So, you know, these are some of the things we discussed with them, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, look, Guad, that's hard to hear. You talked about how they feel like there's this lack of empathy coming from those local leaders, and especially that's scary, right? If people feel that connected to one another. But I guess, Guad, do they have sort of any faith that their local leaders can turn things around, especially with so much focus on that initial response from those local leaders?
So I asked them for specific examples, right? I said, you know, can you tell me something that's happened? And they say, well, take a look at what happened with Chief Pete Arredondo, who's the chief from the school district police, right? He's part of the investigation. People have been talking about whether he could have known that the kids were calling 911 calls. He's the one that made the decision to keep the officers outside. He was also elected to the local city council. And
He was supposed to be sworn in last week. We didn't know if it was going to happen. Ultimately, the mayor decided to swear in all the new city council members, included him. This is what they had to say about that decision. How does the community feel about the police department, your mayor, and now Peter Redondo, who's now your city council member?
Families are grieving, yet they took their time to go and swore him in. Now, you don't think about the slap in the face, that's a slap in the face.
If he cannot do his job as a police officer in Uvalde, what business does he have in city council?
And that was Captain Luna, a veteran from the Navy, talking to us. I will add, again, the one thing that everyone here seems to agree in all the conversations I've had is they'd like to see the age for someone to be able to buy one of these rifles change from 18 to possibly 21 or even higher, Morgan. That's what people keep telling me here.
Well, that's certainly a practical suggestion and something people could do. Guad Venegas for us there. Guad, thank you for being there. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, the Senate is returning today with gun legislation really top of mind. NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong joins us now. Scott, it's a pleasure to see you. Can we just start with the talks that are happening on the Senate side right now? How likely are we to actually see a compromise?
Well, let me set the stage for you. For the last week and a half, we have seen these lawmakers back in their respective states during the Memorial Day recess. They have been negotiating by phone, by Zoom calls, really virtually. Now they are back here in Washington in the Capitol for the first time in more than a week. They are holding in-person meetings, and they say they are still close. They have a framework that they are working with that involves a lot of the elements we've discussed in the past, expanding background checks, red flag laws, things like that, hardening school security. What they are doing is taking a very pragmatic approach, right? President Biden has said, well, let's ban assault weapons. Let's do universal background checks. This group, led by Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut, has said, hold on, let's see what can pass the United States Senate, which has held us up in the past. What can get 60 votes? And so this is a different type of approach that these bipartisan lawmakers, this group of 9, is taking. Let's hear a little bit more from Chris Murphy, Democrat from Connecticut, who is leading these bipartisan talks on what they are taking a look at.
On the table is red flag laws, changes to our background check system to improve the existing system, a handful of other items that will make a difference. Can we get there by the end of next week, as Senator Schumer has requested? I don't know. I think Republicans realize how scared parents and kids are across this country. I think they realize that the answer to this kind cannot be nothing, that it's frankly a test of democracy. It's a test of the federal government as to whether we can deliver at a moment of just fierce anxiety amongst the American public. So we're closer than ever before.
And so, Morgan, this is really a do or die moment for these bipartisan negotiators. Schumer has given them a very narrow window. We'll see in the next few days whether they could get it done.
Well, speaking of those next few days, Scott, we only have just a few minutes, but I do want to ask you about the House side. I mean, they're also set to meet on 2 gun safety measures. Survivors and families of mass shooting victims are expected to testify before a House panel this week. So can you just sort of briefly walk us through what we can expect on both of those fronts?
Yeah, definitely. This is all an effort by the House of Representatives to apply pressure to the United States Senate to get a deal done on guns. The House Oversight Committee on Wednesday is bringing in victims and family members of victims from the mass shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde, Texas, including a 4th grader who, we've heard this story before, smothered herself in her classmates' blood and played dead in order to survive that mass shooting. This is going to be extremely, extremely emotional day. Separately, the House of Representatives is holding votes on a package of gun bills designed to prevent future mass shootings. They're trying to really amp up the pressure on the United States Senate to take some action here.
All right, Scott Wong for us there live from Capitol Hill. Scott, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the cost of filling up your car, well, it's soaring, with the national average for regular now at $4.86 per gallon. Now, states on the West Coast and in the Northeast, they are seeing the highest prices. Experts say that surging summer demand and even reduced production means that we may be set up for even more pain at the pump. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is following all of this from Miami. Sam, I'm looking at those prices behind you, $4.75, $5.15, $5.29. What should we expect?
Look, it's a problem, Morgan, when $4.75 is lower than the national average, which is now $4.86. For the typical American, it costs about $75 right now to fill up their tank of gas. That is not sustainable. And the forces at play that are keeping these prices up, whether it's insatiable demand, reduced production, or the sanctions on Russia, are not going away anytime soon. Also, analysts right now, Morgan, predicting we're going to be looking at $6 per gallon by Labor Day.
Across the country, soaring gas prices are causing jaws to drop as the national average breaks records for another day.
Highest in my lifetime. I'm 86.
In Northern California's Mendocino County, one station charging nearly $10 a gallon, while some Los Angeles stations have eclipsed $8. California leading the pack at $6.34 a gallon on average, though 9 states currently sit above $5. And another 10 are within striking distance.
I try to erase it from my mind because I have to go to work. Got to get to where I'm going.
Are you surprised that demand so far has not dipped with these prices rising?
It has been surprising, but it's a testament to the strength of the economy, the jobs market. Wages have been going up.
But concern is deepening. Even with the oil-producing nations of OPEC agreeing to tick up production, energy experts fear it won't make a dent in prices or offset what happens in Russia. The European Union slapping more sanctions on Russian oil and gas, further hamstringing global supply. Demand is also rising in the U.S. as the busy summer travel season approaches, and even oil producers weren't prepared for this kind of economic bounce back so quickly.
Tens of thousands of workers ago shut down wells, thinking that it was going to be years before they're going to need them. Then the economy came roaring back.
In Washington, many Republicans blaming the Biden administration for not doing enough as prices spike. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg over the weekend striking back.
The price of gasoline is not set by a dial in the Oval Office.
Stuck in limbo are the millions of drivers dreading every trip to the pump.
You can't go any higher or I'll be broke.
So, Sam, I guess how else are these rising gas prices really impacting people beyond just filling up their tanks?
Pretty much every way imaginable, Morgan. The higher cost of fuel right now means flying is also more expensive. But really, I'm going to turn your attention to the cost of diesel, which has hit a record $5.64 right now nationally and rising. The clothes that you buy, the food that you're consuming, the electronics that you go shop for, all of those are arriving to stores on diesel-powered trucks, which means as long as diesel stays elevated, the cost of those goods, essential goods, will continue to rise as well.
All right, NBC's Sam Brock there in steamy Miami. Sam, thank you so much. A major step this weekend in the push to finally end America's baby formula shortage. Production has now resumed at the Michigan facility that's at the center of that crisis. But Abbott Nutrition says it will take time for the plant to run again at its normal level. NBC's Jesse Kirsch joins us now from that plant in Sturgis, Michigan. Jesse, look, every family that's watching this with young children wants to know how long this is going to take. I mean, how long will it actually take for formula from the plant there behind you to end up on store shelves?
Yeah, Morgan, we don't have a full picture on that yet, and I've emailed again this morning to Abbott to try to get a little bit more clarity. Here's what they are telling us. They say they have restarted production as of Saturday, but you'll have to remember this plant had been shut down going back to February because there were concerns over contamination out there, and this plant had been making headlines. And this plant is first getting back up and running, and they're not making all of their formulas again. At this point, the company says they are prioritizing specialty and metabolic formulas, including hypoallergenic Elecare. So they're trying to prioritize the most vulnerable infants who rely on these formulas and may not necessarily have another place to turn for nutrition. So they're trying to prioritize the most vulnerable. We know they're starting with Elecare. That's one of the brands that they specifically named. But they say they're planning the initial consumer release around June 20th. So just to pick two things out there, what exactly does release mean? I've been asking, trying to get some clarity. Does that mean that's when the trucks roll off the lot? Does that mean when we see things on store shelves? So we don't have full clarity on that yet. And they're saying around June 20th. So they're not even sticking to a firm date at this point, but certainly hopeful, good news to hear that the plant is starting to get up and running again.
And Jesse, I mean, what needs to really happen to make sure this plant doesn't shut down again? How do they prevent it?
Yeah, so there were a couple of things that they had to do before they were allowed to start production up again. They were in a consent decree with the FDA that mandated several things, including making sure they had proper procedures in place for dry out. That's one of the steps that they needed to make sure that they were taken care of, as well as cleaning and sanitation. They also needed to have an independent expert involved in observing and checking out what was going on here, and that expert's report had to be given to the FDA. So the company now says that they have met the initial steps, and so there is that layer of oversight involved here with them getting up and running again. But obviously, the company is not the only group under scrutiny. The federal government has been under scrutiny with questions surrounding why it's taken so long for them to be investigating what had allegedly been going on here, as well as why the Biden administration didn't act sooner. But of course, now we have the Defense Production Act in place to try to expedite the direction of materials to get more of these formulas made. And we have more foreign shipments coming in, including 2 expected from Melbourne, Australia, later this week.
All right, Jesse Kershaw is there in Michigan. Jesse, thank you. Meanwhile, some key developments this hour on the war in Ukraine. The UK stepping up its defense aid as Russia's Vladimir Putin amplifies threats against the West. Now, just over the weekend, Ukrainian President Zelensky met with soldiers on the front lines in the southeast, which is partially under Russian control. This was his second public visit outside of the Kyiv area since that invasion. Meanwhile, there is a new offensive underway in Kyiv, which is back in Moscow's crosshairs. Our Richard Engel has more.
Good morning. Russian President Vladimir Putin warned the United States and NATO not to send Ukraine more advanced weapons, or he'll expand the war.
Speaking on Russian television, President Putin promised to strike unspecified new areas if Ukraine's Western allies supply it with rockets that can fire hundreds of kilometers into Russia. Perhaps to prove he's serious, Russia bombed Kyiv this weekend for the first time in weeks. There were no immediate reports of deaths. The United States has agreed to equip Ukraine with modern artillery and rockets. But for now, Washington is not supplying the advanced munitions Putin appears to be warning about. President Zelensky has promised not to fire American weapons onto Russian soil. This weekend, he visited Ukrainians displaced by the fighting and rallied soldiers out in the country's south and east, where Ukrainian forces are facing their biggest challenge of the war so far. Russian troops have encircled a pocket of the Donbas region. They're pushing toward the center to close a gap still held by Ukrainian forces. Ukrainian-American Miro Popovich fought for the United States in Afghanistan, became a citizen with the GI Bill, and has returned home to fight for his country. He says after failing to take Kyiv early in the war, Russian troops changed strategy.
I think they reevaluated their capabilities. They brought much more artillery, more rockets, more soldiers, and it looks like their soldiers are never ending. We keep wiping them away, and they bring more. And it's like a dragon. You slash his hat, and 3 more grows. It's pretty much the same thing here.
Are Ukrainian troops going to be able to hold on to this area out in the east?
I think so. I hope so. They are pushing, but we are strong as well. Plus, we got the support equipment from Lend-Lease from the States.
Several Ukrainian officials say Russia is sending in more troops and claim that only an influx of new weapons can potentially turn the tide, which is exactly what Vladimir Putin seems to be warning the United States not to attempt to do. Richard Engel, NBC News, Kramatorsk, Ukraine.
Just ahead, a royal surprise, the last-minute appearance from Queen Elizabeth after skipping a few of the Platinum Jubilee events in her honor. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee has officially come to an end, but not before the monarch herself surprised her royal supporters by making an appearance on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. And that was after skipping several of the events. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella has the latest.
A royal surprise on the last day of Jubilee celebrations. The Queen appearing on the palace balcony, giving delighted crowds the cherished moment they were waiting for.
So let's save the Queen!
The 96-year-old monarch beaming, looking vibrant in bright green, joined by 3 generations of royals thanking the country. My heart has been with you all, and I remain committed to serving you to the best of my ability, supported by my family. Leading Sunday's parade, a hologram of the young Queen, waving to the crowds, beamed onto the historic carriage she rode for her coronation 70 years ago.
Yes, please.
The real Queen Elizabeth showed off her acting skills, kicking off Saturday's concert with another British icon, the famous Paddington Bear.
Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
The Queen's family taking center stage, including Prince William and Kate's 3 children, usually kept away from the cameras, but over the weekend, they were the stars.
And in light.
Prince Charles leading the tributes, adding personal touches in a heartfelt speech.
Your Majesty, Mummy, we all say thank you.
With a nod to the Queen's late husband, Prince Philip.
My papa would have enjoyed the show and joined us wholeheartedly.
Tens of thousands danced shoulder to shoulder in front of Buckingham Palace Saturday night to musical legends Rod Stewart, Elton John, Diana Ross.
Love, love, we talk about it, love.
Prince William and Kate's oldest son, 8-year-old Prince George, loving the show. Kate sharing a video as the family baked cupcakes in Wales. The real royal show stealer was William and Kate's youngest son, 4-year-old Louis, making faces, chatting with his great-grandmother, the Queen, hugging and challenging Mom Kate, sitting on Grandpa Charles's lap. Prince Harry and Meghan keeping a low profile, making only one public appearance at Friday's church service, spending most of their time privately, while the rest of the family and country celebrated their Queen.
That's our Kelly Kobiella reporting. Coming up, it's billed as must-see TV. Just after the break, what we know about the first primetime public hearings and the January 6th congressional investigation. Stay with us.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Making news right now, hurricane season is off to a soggy start across South Florida. What is now Tropical Storm Alex dropped more than 10 inches of rain across the Miami area just over the weekend. Fire crews had to rescue several drivers whose cars stalled out in those flooded streets. Plus, one person is dead after flooding sweeps multiple vehicles off of a bridge in Arlington, Texas. Local news outlets say the victim is a 22-year-old man who called his family to say that his car was stuck and filling up with water. At least 2 other people were pulled from that same water. And we're getting our first look at a new honor for a former First Lady. The White House just unveiled a new postal stamp honoring former First Lady Nancy Reagan. She's the 4th First Lady to be honored with a stamp, and Reagan is best remembered for her Just Say No anti-drug program for kids. She passed away in 2016 at 94 years old. The House January 6th committee begins its public hearings in prime time this week. The first of at least half a dozen hearings begin Thursday night with promises of stunning revelations showing just how close America's democracy came to collapsing. But members of the committee really do have their work cut out for them. Not only will they compete for the nation's attention, they're also dealing with a declining number of Americans who believe that former President Trump is in fact responsible for that attack. That's according to the latest NBC News poll. We're going to talk to NBC senior political editor Mark Murray in just a moment. But first, let's begin on Capitol Hill with our Capitol Hill correspondent, Ali Vitale. Ali, if you can, just sort of set the stage for us here. I mean, what should we expect from these first public hearings this week?
Yeah, Morgan, this is a highly anticipated kickoff to the public phase of these hearings. What I've been hearing from lawmakers on the committee for months now is that they hope to set a narrative for Americans about what happened on January 6th, as well as what led to the big lie coming to fruition in the very halls that I am standing in. We know that parts of this hearing are going to lay out what's to come over the course of the next few weeks. We're going to have at least 6 hearings throughout the month of June from the committee, all ranging on a variety of threads that the committee has been following, things like the big lie, the slates of electors that the Trump allies tried to create that were fake, but that they could have tried to use to supplant the real results here in Congress. Of course, they'll also focus on the role of the former president himself. We know that some of the things that they're going to show in these hearings have never been seen before, and our sources are telling us that that includes video depositions, including those with some of the former president's own family members, like Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, that's going to just show the audience how close the committee was able to get to the former president, trying to speak to his mindset in the days and weeks before the insurrection, but of course trying to target what he was doing, what he was thinking, and what was happening in the Oval Office and in the White House during those critical hours when the Capitol was under attack on the 6th.
And I mean, the GOP, Ali, is planning to counter these hearings with some messaging of its own, frankly. Yeah. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, they certainly are. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who's a close ally of the former president, said that Trump himself is directly involved in these counter-programming efforts, that they have TV bookings set up, and that they're going to be setting a different narrative. Of course, we know the former president no longer has Twitter, but that doesn't mean that we don't still get his statements in email form. I imagine our inboxes are going to have quite a few of those over the course of the next few weeks. But then allies, of course, are likely to use platforms that are friendly to them, including the conservative Fox News, especially in prime time. We know that some of these January 6th hearings are going to be happening in those critical primetime hours as well as during the daytime hours. And so what we're going to see from Republicans is a likelihood that they try to counter it in real time and on the airwaves.
All right, Ali Vitale for us there on Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you as always.
Thanks.
I do want to go ahead and bring in NBC senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, look, this latest NBC News poll shows some pretty interesting findings that may actually pose a challenge for the January 6th committee. What are they?
Yeah, the big takeaway, Morgan, is that the passage of time has actually benefited the former president, at least in perceptions about his role in the January 6th attack. Our poll shows that just 45% of Americans believe that Donald Trump was solely or mainly responsible for the violence and the rioting on that day. That's down from 52% when our poll asked that question in just the days after the January 6th attacks. And one big explanation is that we haven't had a whole lot of public committees. It's been months since the January 6th committee ended up holding public hearings on this. And it will be interesting to see in the months ahead and in the future surveys, Morgan, if those numbers start to kind of go back to what we ended up seeing in January of 2021.
And Mark, I mean, the committee certainly has its work cut out, as it broadcasts these hearings to the public, as Ali was mentioning. But which segment of the voters should we be keeping an eye on to see sort of how the display of these hearings really affects them?
Yeah, I'm really interested in the middle of the electorate and those independents. In our very polarized American politics right now, you have Democrats always in one corner, Republicans in another corner. But our poll ended up showing that just 41% of independents think that Donald Trump was mainly or solely responsible for January 6th. And that's down from what we ended up seeing 44% in January of 2021. And so for the Democrats and also for the handful of Republicans who are assisting this effort, being able to win over the middle of the electorate is crucial.
All right, NBC's Mark Murray for us there. Mark, thank you. And the rumor mill over whether former President Donald Trump will launch a new bid for the White House is hitting overdrive because Trump insiders say that a decision could come as soon as this summer. Advisors say he is growing bored with being just a Republican kingmaker and is itching to get back into the political arena as a candidate. But his close circle is divided on whether he should launch his campaign now or whether he should wait. NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen joins us now. John, what are you hearing sort of about the former president actually launching a bid soon? Is that likely?
Likely is it's always questionable in Trump world because nothing happens until he actually makes a decision. What I am hearing from advisors, both one of them on the record, Jason Miller, who said that he is urging former President Trump to get in before the midterms, maybe as early as this summer. And also I heard from somebody who asked to remain anonymous, who's a close advisor to former President Trump, who said that even though they are advising him to wait until after the midterms, they believe he is likely to go sooner rather than later.
And John, I mean, what's then the argument from his advisors against him announcing, as you mentioned, sooner? I mean, why should he delay it, according to them?
I mean, there are a whole host of reasons. Number one, the Republicans are trying to win the midterm elections right now, and it's possible that he could interfere with that, suck up some of the oxygen from candidates there. distract from those candidates. Other reasons are the idea that he, as the former president and the dominant force in the party, can wait as long as he wants to. And if he gets in early, what he does is creates a whole regulatory thicket for himself in terms of what he can raise for a campaign committee versus what he's got going now, a super PAC. All of that's pretty technical, but that's one of the reasons that you see candidates wait. And of course, he'd have to build up staff and pay those staff with those hard money donations. So there are a lot of reasons to wait, and traditionally candidates don't get in until at least after the midterms.
All right, NBC's John Allen joining us live from D.C. John, as always, thanks, my man. Appreciate you.
Good.
It's a race against time to save fragile woodlands along the East Coast from climate change, rising sea levels. Now, these patches of land with miles upon miles of dead trees are being called ghost forests. CNBC's Shamari Stone takes us to North Carolina, where wildlife experts are trying to save their land right there on the Outer Banks.
What was once a vibrant, luscious landscape is now filled with gray, barren tree trunks up and down parts of the East Coast. Rising sea levels, saltwater intrusion, and intense hurricanes creating what's called ghost forests, a loss of trees as a result of climate change.
Well, it makes me very sad to know that they're in peril.
Scott Lanier is a U.S. Fish and Wildlife official managing this 160,000-acre federal land called the Alligator River National Wildlife Refuge.
We're at ground zero for climate change and sea level rise.
Places you could once stand on dry ground 30 years ago are now waist-deep water.
The soil is getting wetter and wetter. It's harder for the land to drain.
Healthy forests play an important role in the environment, storing carbon and filtering groundwater pollutants. Lanier says losing these trees along the Atlantic seaboard could worsen the effects of climate change. State, federal, and environmental groups have teamed up to make sure these forests do not completely die.
Things such as putting in oyster reefs just offshore and creating these living shorelines.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife are also planting trees that can withstand wetness. Crews also installed pipes to drain and regulate water levels in some canals.
But it can prevent the saltwater intrusion.
Despite these efforts, it's a drop in the bucket compared to the vast spreading of ghost forests. And officials say the new landscape has a dramatic effect on farming, businesses, and everyday homeowners.
You're talking about climate change because the water's coming in.
Terry Williams has lived in Manteo, North Carolina for nearly 2 decades and has watched his backyard undergo a dramatic transformation.
Well, the salt water, when it comes up, it'll kill everything I have. We've already, every shrub, everything you're looking at in this yard, I have replanted twice.
For me, someone that loves natural places, wildlands, and wildlife, I feel really bothered by that whole thing.
For the news, I'm Shamari Stone.
Millions of Americans struggle with diets that simply do not work. Just after the break, meet the woman who shed 20 pounds in 6 weeks with one simple doctor-approved trick. Stay with us.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now,
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
All right, so NBC News is going beyond the scale this week. Bathing suit season is upon us, and some of us may be noticing that our pants are a bit tighter these days because most people gained an average of 15 pounds during the first year of the pandemic, with 10% of people gaining more than 50 pounds. So if you're trying to shed some of that extra weight and you're struggling with it, well, it may not be your fault. In fact, turns out we've been trying to lose weight all wrong.
It's the weight loss mantra that doctors have been touting for decades. Eat less, move more, and those extra pounds will disappear. Advice that 42-year-old Jennifer Haynes says she tried to follow.
Did anything ever click or work?
Not really. Every time I would do it, I couldn't stick with it.
How did the weight gain affect you physically?
Physically, I was very tired. I was very depressed.
A brand new report by a group of obesity doctors and scientists finds that telling people to eat less could actually be causing more harm than good, and that restricting calories not only causes people to be more hungry, but also slows down metabolism.
The body fights back against calorie restriction.
Harvard pediatrician and endocrinologist Dr. David Ludwig is the report's lead author. He and his colleagues are suggesting a whole new approach called the carbohydrate insulin model. The idea is simple. If overeating isn't fueling obesity, stop counting calories and just cut carbohydrates to control your insulin levels.
Too much insulin, fat cells get programmed to hoard calories so that there aren't too many calories in the bloodstream, there are too few. And that's why we get hungry.
Now, more research is finding that low-carb diets are not only effective, they're sustainable. Something Jennifer found out firsthand when she signed up for a low-carb study at Ohio State University in 2019. Led by researcher Jeff Volek, who has been studying low-carb diets for 25 years. He put Jennifer on a diet that contained 37 grams of carbs a day and had high protein and healthy fats like avocados and nuts. After just 6 weeks, Jennifer lost 20 pounds.
So this is just 6 weeks later, and all this white fat has been reduced from what we see.
Yes, and this is the type of fat you really want to target.
And kept going.
3 years later, how much weight have you lost in total?
All in total, about 88 pounds.
You lost 88 pounds?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a big deal.
Yes, it's
like a huge deal.
Yeah.
Jennifer says the diet wasn't easy at first. She was forced to cut out her favorite foods like pasta and potatoes, but seeing results was all the motivation she needed.
So once you get used to it and your kids get used to it, it's way easier because you can do it all as a family.
And she's not alone. Volek studies have found that people on low-carb diets can lose more than 10% of their body weight and keep it off.
what actually happens to the body when you're on a low-carb diet?
When you limit carbohydrates, the body gets really good at burning its own body fat because it doesn't have a lot of sugar to burn for fuel.
Something that Jennifer says has been a game changer.
I feel great. It's easier for me to get up, it's easier for me to go to sleep, and I feel a lot more comfortable with myself.
So one of the most interesting things about this new approach is that it also eliminates some of the stigma surrounding obesity, which is typically treated as a behavioral problem. But doctors often assume that people are just overweight because they eat too much. But instead, this takes the blame away from the patient and actually looks at obesity as a biological problem, really focusing on regulating that insulin hormone. And speaking of bathing suit season, temperatures are rising and more pools are opening, but this year there are less and fewer lifeguards to watch them. Cities across the country are struggling to find lifeguards to keep public pools and beaches from staying closed all summer. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has that story.
In the blistering Texas heat, these teams are diving in.
Call 911, I need a backboard and AED.
They're training to save lives as the nation now faces a dire shortage of lifeguards. In Austin, they have fewer than half of the 750 they need. Jody J is the city's assistant director of Parks and Recreation. She says the pressure's on to safely staff dozens of public pools for families counting on inexpensive summer fun.
In a perfect world, you'd have 34 pools open.
Right.
How many are you prepared to open now?
We're looking at having 15 pools open.
The American Lifeguard Association says the shortage could close at least a third of the nation's 309,000 public pools. And it could mean fewer eyes on beaches, too. So where did all the lifeguards go? When pools shut down during the pandemic, many didn't keep up with the required training. Other workers went elsewhere. And now with the strongest job market in years, it often comes down to who's offering the best pay.
How are you trying to sweeten the deal?
Our lifeguards make anywhere between $16 and $19 an hour. We also have a $1,250 worth of bonuses.
Across the country, other communities are also ramping up recruiting efforts. Down south in Mobile, Alabama,
if they pay for the training session, we will give them the money back at the end of the season.
In the Heartland, Cincinnati's offering a $2,000 bonus for lifeguards who stay through the summer.
So we're trying to encourage people, seniors, young people, all ages. If you can swim, come and get certified as a lifeguard.
Out west in Phoenix, they offered a $2,500 bonus to early season hires. Back in Texas, Barton Springs Pool is one of Austin's biggest tourist attractions. Its hours of operation had been temporarily cut back.
It's kind of hard to plan around it. So yeah, it's disappointing.
Aquatic supervisor DeAndre Kane says staff is now working overtime to fill the need.
What's the plan?
The plan is to train. We're going to keep advertising. Fingers crossed, prayers up. I think we're going to be able to do it.
Cities hoping for a rebound to keep a summer tradition going strong. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Austin.
78 years ago today, an invasion changed the course of history. How U.S. veterans are making D-Day, marking D-Day on the beaches of Normandy. Coming up.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today marks 78 years since the D-Day invasion. Allied troops led by the U.S. stormed the beaches of Normandy in Nazi-occupied France. Now, tens of thousands of men died that day, but it proved to be the turning point in World War II. Well, today, Normandy is honoring the U.S. and the Allied nations with parades and ceremonies for their sacrifice. Our Carrie Sanders is there.
Flying along the French coast, American veterans.
That's amazing. Really amazing.
Some who have not been back here since it looked and sounded like this. D-Day, 78 years ago, today.
This is Robert St. John in the NBC newsroom in New York. This is a momentous hour in world history. This is the invasion of Hitler's Europe.
Today, a hero's welcome for the greatest generation.
We have Walter Stowe, U.S. Navy.
Walter Stowe, like so many at the time, doctored his birth certificate to join the military when he was 15 years old.
How do you feel to be here, sir? Humbled and astonished and grateful.
Hitler's Nazi Germany had occupied France for 4 years. The massive D-Day invasion liberated France and eventually Europe. But the cost was steep.
I'll see you on the beach.
As depicted in the movie Saving Private Ryan. On this beach alone, codenamed Omaha, in just 24 hours, 3,000 casualties. Along the 50-mile coast, D-Day cost the U.S. and our allies more than 4,400 lives.
Salute, present, on.
Almost twice the number of Americans who died in Afghanistan over a span of 20 years.
What's it feel like putting your shoes back on this sand?
It's eerie.
It's eerie to be here?
It is. It is very eerie to be here.
Jake Larson waded to shore in water up to his chin.
I said, God, what am I doing here? What the hell? I can't see anybody to shoot at, but I ran. I weighed 120 pounds at 5'7", and I said, thank God the Germans aren't good at shooting toothpicks. Honestly, I was thinking that.
At 99, Jake now shares his message on, yes, TikTok.
You TikTok fans, You just keep me going.
Social media fame allowing Jake to ensure those who died defeating Hitler are not forgotten.
I feel their presence right now. Their souls are right here, witnessing this.
And what are they telling us?
They're telling me, thank you, Jake. Thank you for coming and telling the world that this is where we were killed.
And if we call you a hero?
No, I'm not the hero. I'm here to tell you that the heroes are buried over here.
Here in Normandy, no matter age, everyone knows what America did for their freedom.
I think they're brave, courageous, and nice.
The message is protect our freedom. Honor these heroes that have given their life at a young age. Honor these people. Don't honor me. Give the message.
So the first thing, Carrie, I have to say, I see you're live from Normandy, is that I have to follow Mr. Larson on TikTok because that seems to be where the action's at. But it was also interesting hearing him describe this as eerie. I mean, what has it been like for you? I mean, how has this experience being there impacted you?
Well, I mean, it's very powerful. 9,387 tombstones over my shoulder for the Americans who died and buried here. And just being at the beach, look, I can't help but wonder, because of what the veterans here told me. They said, look, if we hadn't been successful here in D-Day, we might have been speaking German in the United States. Well, when I take that a little bit further, if the Holocaust had made its way to the United States, my father was Jewish. That likely means that I would not be here. So when you connect the dots, and everybody has a way of connecting dots, it really resonates with what happened here, how important it was to history. And I don't care whether Jake and all the guys say they weren't heroes. They're heroes.
Absolutely.
Every one of them. Of course, they want us to remember these heroes, the ones who died in the effort.
Well, they are all our heroes. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. Thanks, Carrie.
Sure.
Good Monday, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. Right now on NBC News Now, under attack. Russian forces target Ukraine's capital, but lose ground in one key area. We're going to tell you about the fierce new resistance that's underway just ahead. Plus, crime crisis. A violent weekend of mass shootings leaves more than a dozen dead and many more wounded. The multiple manhunts being launched right now as lawmakers call for people to do something. And help is on the way. The baby formula factory at the center of the nationwide shortage is finally back up and running. So we're going to tell you when desperate parents will be able to find formula back on their store shelves. And doctors' orders. Trying to lose weight? Well, we'll tell you about the trailblazing new research that could soon have your doctor prescribing your workout. We start this hour with the war in Ukraine. After weeks of staying mostly out of Kyiv, Russia is now refocusing on Ukraine's capital. Missile strikes are targeting the city's fragile infrastructure, though there are no immediate reports of any deaths. Fighting is intensifying in one of the current key battlegrounds after Russia made advances just last week in the eastern city of Severodonetsk. A regional governor now says that Ukrainian troops have recaptured about half of that city. NBC News, though, has yet to verify that claim. NBC's Molly Hunter is following the latest in Kharkiv. Molly, can you just begin with that battle in eastern Ukraine? I mean, what are Ukrainian forces doing to really hold off those Russian advances, specifically there in Severodonetsk?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. And we've been talking about this city a lot. Severodonetsk, it's the biggest, most strategic city in the Luhansk region, part of that Donbass, and really the fiercest fighting is focused on Severodonetsk. So you mentioned that Ukrainian troops have kind of taken over half. We have an additional update from the governor of Luhansk, who's really been giving us rolling updates. Earlier this week, it was kind of 80%, then about half yesterday. As of this morning, he says that Russian forces have made even more advances. Now, Ukraine is holding on to positions in the industrial zone, he says, but the number of shellings today, Morgan, on Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, another town just west of Severodonetsk, has increased tenfold. I'm just going to read his latest statement. He says the number of shellings in Severodonetsk and Lysychansk increased tenfold in the Luhansk region. There are many cities with a situation comparable to Mariupol. Now the Russians are leveling Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. Now Lysychansk, we mentioned, as I said, it's just west of Severodonetsk, still in Ukrainian hands. We mentioned it's because where President Zelensky visited yesterday. This, as far as we are aware, is the closest that President Zelensky has been to the front line. He's been to Kharkiv just a couple of weeks ago. He's been traveling, and we've seen him kind of in and around Kyiv. But this is a big deal. He went to thank the troops. He went to boost morale, Morgan. He says, I'm proud of everybody I met, everyone I shook hands with, and everyone with whom I connected with and had expressed support. But as of now, Severodonetsk is really intense, kind of street-by-street urban fighting, Morgan.
And Molly, I mean, although there are no reported deaths in the latest strikes there on Kyiv, I mean, what does this sort of renewed attention on the capital tell us about Russia's evolving strategy now, more than 102 days in?
Yeah, more than 102 days in. Look, the 4 cruise missiles that hit Kyiv over the weekend, it's a big deal. I've been in Kyiv a lot. Nothing to this degree, no scale, no attack to this scale has happened in the last couple of weeks. Just heard something here in Kharkiv. Not sure what that was. Another little boom right there. But in Kyiv, Morgan, 4 cruise missiles hit a rail car repair facility. Now, Russia said it was targeting key military aid being delivered by European allies. The mayor of Kyiv said that Russia was targeting civilians, and the head of the Ukrainian railway said there was no strategic military aid at the railway car repair facility. Morgan, I'll send it back to you.
All right, NBC's Molly Hunter for us there. Molly, thank you. Meanwhile, we are getting a sobering scope of the damage and really the fear that people in Ukraine have been dealing with for 102 days, as we mentioned. Take a look at this video obtained by NBC News showing the moments that a hotel in Odessa was hit with a missile attack about a month ago. NBC's Ellison Barber returned to the key port city to see what's left behind.
Millions of tons of grain are stuck in the port here. This morning, we heard air raid sirens. We saw a funeral for a lieutenant colonel killed in battle. Odessa is an important city, and it is a city that has long been part of Russia's military plans. But military officials here in Odessa, they say they will not let the Russian army get close. Listen.
You see that the city was already is already less militarized, less checkpoints. We have changed our approach to the defense of the city. We will meet the enemy not in the city, but on the outskirts. We will not let them come to Odessa if it's necessary. But the enemy will not be here. Mykolaiv is near.
The threat of airstrikes is constant here, and this hotel, or what's left of it, is a reminder of that. This hotel was hit by a rocket on May 8th at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Speaking with the hotel owner, he says the only people here were a few civilian employees who were trying to get this place ready for tourist season and also to open some rooms up for refugees in case they needed it. He gave us videos of the moment that rocket flew into this building, attacking civilian objects like this. It is a war crime, and Russia has been accused of war crimes throughout the duration of this war. Back to you.
At least 17 people are dead after a violent weekend of shootings across the country, and among them, 3 people in Philadelphia. We've seen scenes like this from coast to coast, bullet holes, roped off crime scenes, and evidence markers. In fact, since the tragedy in Uvalde, Texas, less than 2 weeks ago, there have been more than 30 mass shootings here in the United States. So that means at least 4 people were shot or killed. That's all according to the Gun Violence Archive. And you see cities like Houston, Texas, Mesa, Arizona, and Grand Rapids, Michigan. We're going to return to Uvalde, Texas this hour, but let's go ahead and begin on the ground there in Philadelphia with NBC News correspondent Emily Queta. Emily, what do we know about just how all of this chaos unfolded?
So right now, Morgan, investigators believe that this all started as a physical altercation, a fight between 2 men. They say it then escalated to an exchange of gunfire. But you got to consider the number of people that were on South Street. It was a Saturday night. It was nice weather. And they say that there was a large number of events in town. So there were hundreds of people out here. And unfortunately, a number of people that were struck in the chaos were innocent bystanders. The police commissioner calling it a dark day for the city. Take a listen here.
It's unacceptable. It's beyond unacceptable.
And we're still using every resource available to get to the bottom of what occurred, not just out there last night, but behind this gun violence in this city, period. It's important that we bring justice to the victims, their families, and our community.
And we've seen a climb in crime here in Philadelphia since 2013. Just last year, Philadelphia setting an unfortunate new record for the number of murders in 2021, more than 550 murders. That's more than double than the number recorded back in 2013. Philadelphia is not alone in its rise in violence. More than a dozen cities set records for the number of homicides in 2021. Morgan.
You know, Emily, the House and the Senate are working on gun control legislation. I mean, what are Democrats and Republicans really saying about getting something done at this point?
Morgan, it does feel like there's this growing sense of optimism that we might see some kind of proposal put forward around a bipartisan package of gun control, potentially put forward by the end of the week. There's been growing pressure on Congress to make some kind of change, especially in the wake of just horrific mass shootings from Buffalo to Uvalde to Tulsa. Here's more from lawmakers themselves.
Feels to me like we are closer than we've been since I've been in the Senate.
The test of the federal government as to whether we can deliver at a moment of just fierce anxiety amongst the American public. So we're closer than ever before.
And Wednesday is anticipated to be an emotional day on Capitol Hill. The House Reform and Oversight Committee is expected to hear from victims' families from both Buffalo and Uvalde as they consider and examine what the next step should be in the wake of this growing rise in just horrific violence, Morgan.
Yeah, really scary. All right, Emily Ikeda for us there in Philadelphia. Emily, thank you. There are still no arrests after a deadly weekend shooting in Chattanooga, Tennessee. 14 people were shot early Sunday outside of a nightclub and 2 people died. Several other people were hit by cars trying to leave that scene. 1 person was killed after being hit by one of those cars. Then down in Uvalde, Texas, mourners are once again gathering to remember the 21 lives lost at Robb Elementary School. In fact, today funeral services are being held for 9-year-old Eliana Garcia. She would have turned 10 on Saturday. Another young victim wounded in the shooting, Kendall Avilares, and she was released from the hospital over the weekend. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is expected to visit the Uvalde community today. NBC News correspondent Liz McLaughlin joins us now live from Texas. Liz, what can we expect from the secretary's visit? I mean, what's his sort of message to this community right now?
The Department of Homeland Security, Morgan, has given few details. Secretary Mayorkas is just expected to be in Uvalde today, meeting with workforce, local officials, and all of those meetings will be private. The day after the shooting, he praised Border Patrol agents who took out the gunman, saying that they acted without hesitation. And of course, in the days following there, we saw that timeline revised time and time again, getting more information to realize that police did not act until at least an hour after that shooting began, potentially costing lives. As far as community reaction, the folks that I've talked to here in the community say that they're just pretty skeptical of government officials in general, and that actionable change will happen anytime soon. I think that it's good that they're thinking it's good that national entities are coming, certainly President Biden and now this Secretary Mayorkas, but they're asking for more answers, more accountability right now. The Uvalde Together Resiliency Center is opening today, a temporary center for the communities, for families in this community who are grieving right now. Still a long road ahead as far as mental health, and certainly not a way that this community can ever overcome this, but work through it and process it. Governor Abbott has promised $5 million towards this resiliency center, but it's interesting, he keeps saying that it's a mental health issue, but just a few months ago, Morgan, he actually cut $211 million from the mental health budget here.
All right, Liz, we appreciate you being there on the ground for us. Liz McLaughlin, thank you. Meet the Press Now takes a deep dive into gun reform legislation today. Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy joins moderator Chuck Todd to talk about the Senate negotiation. So do not miss the debut of Meet the Press Now today at 4 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. A key summit involving leaders from North, Central, and South America kicking off today in Los Angeles. But Mexico's president says he is skipping it out of protest since Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela were not invited. The U.S. is hosting the week-long event in Los Angeles. That means that President Biden gets to decide the guest list. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in L.A. for that summit. Mike, first off, just sort of explain to us, why were those three countries in particular not invited? And what is the White House saying about Mexico's decision?
Well, Morgan, this kind of diplomatic dust-up is not unusual around the Summit of the Americas. This is the 9th summit. It happens usually every 3 years. And in the view of the United States, this is meant to be a summit of democracies from the Western Hemisphere. But some of our allies, including in this case Mexico, believe that every country in the Western Hemisphere should be participating. Ultimately, as you say, the White House says they have the discretions as the host this time. They have concerns about what they see as the lack of human rights protections, some of the democratic norms backsliding, particularly in Venezuela and Nicaragua over this time. And so they ultimately did not want to essentially reward the formal governments of those countries with an invitation to the U.S. Now, a White House official is stressing that these countries will have representation in the form of some of the pro-democratic activists attending some of the events around the summit, if not the summit itself. And in response to Mexico's president, to his decision to boycott this, the White House is saying he's been invited to the White House in July, and the two leaders will sit together face-to-face then.
Okay, so they'll have sort of an offline. But, I mean, President Biden, what are his goals for the summit overall?
Well, this is somewhat of an embarrassment because it overshadows these goals that the U.S. has for this. They really wanted to showcase this summit in the president's backyard, especially the vice president's backyard, on one of the big political issues that they've been dealing with, especially migration, the root causes of migration, particularly from Central America. They wanted to use this summit to showcase what they called regional solutions to regional challenges. But the White House is saying, even if Mexico is not at the table in terms of their president being here, they will have a delegation here, and they are also among the countries that are coming to the table with some substantive commitments to try to tackle these root causes, including the economy, corruption, and public safety. We're also going to see a significant focus on private sector engagement in this, and that's actually, the vice president is already here. The president doesn't come till Wednesday, but she'll be announcing some major private sector commitments and investment in the region to try to deal with the economic situation there.
Well, we look forward to you bringing us those advancements on Wednesday. Mike Memoli joining us from sunny Los Angeles. Mike, great to see you. For the first time in months, baby formula is being produced at the Michigan plant at the center of this nationwide shortage. Now, this is good news for millions of American families who have been scrambling to find formula. But the nationwide crisis, however, is far from over. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us now from outside that factory in Sturgis, Michigan. Jesse, how soon will that plant behind you be back up and running at full capacity?
More, we don't have full context on the entire capacity available at this point because Abbott says it is right now prioritizing specifically specialty and metabolic formulas, including hypoallergenic Elecare. That is the first formula that is named that Abbott says it expects to be releasing to the public around June 20th. So they are trying to prioritize the formulas that would, in theory, be going to the more vulnerable, those more in need in terms of needing a specific type of formula. So that's what they're working on here right now. And, of course, the baby formula shortage has been going on for months, for most of the pandemic. But then in February, this plant shut down, and that exacerbated the situation, and we continue to see these shortages persisting.
And, I mean, given that there were several issues at this particular plant, I mean, what steps are now being taken to really make sure that it stays open?
So the FDA and Abbott have entered into a consent decree, and the FDA has spelled out steps it needs to see Abbott take before it was allowed to reopen. So, namely, among them, the FDA says that there needed to be an independent outside expert who is observing cleaning, sanitation, dry-out procedures that were going on here at the plant, and a report needed to be put together and presented to the FDA before Abbott could reopen. And the company says it has met the initial requirements set out by the FDA, allowing it to resume production here. But of course, the FDA is also under scrutiny for its response to what has unfolded here in recent months, as well as in response to a whistleblower allegation that was delivered to the FDA months ago, but took quite some time to make its way to the upper echelons of FDA leadership. And the FDA has been under fire from Congress with questions about what has gone on here, as well as the Biden administration, all the way up to the president himself. So lots of questions surrounding this as the crisis around baby formula continues. The latest information we have from Data Assembly shows in recent days that the national out-of-stock rate is close to 75%. Wow. So this is not going away anytime soon, it seems.
Yeah, that's hard to hear. 75%. All right, Jesse Kirschforth there in Michigan. Jesse, thank you. Now switching gears to the latest on the COVID pandemic. In fact, coronavirus cases are back on the rise across a lot of the country. In fact, all the states you see there on your screen, yellow, orange, red, have at least a 25% uptick in cases over the past 2 weeks. About 120,000 cases are being reported across the U.S. each day. But keep in mind that these are only the cases being reported to public health officials. So with at-home testing becoming more routine, health experts worry that the number of COVID cases could actually be much higher. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton joins us now. Dr. Hilton, I mean, this new rise in cases is sort of coming during yet another busy summer travel period. So what should travelers be aware of right now?
Right. Aware that COVID has never stopped and that COVID is still deadly, and that COVID, unfortunately, can also cause what we call long COVID disease, which is a lingering disability that are associated with having the infection in the first place. And so when they're talking about going to travel, you have to practice those same mitigation factors that we did back in 2020, right? We have to wear our masks. We have to make sure that we're socially distanced so we can stop this infection at the root and hopefully have a less deadly summer than we had with Delta last year.
And doctor, I mean, Pfizer vaccines for kids under 5. I mean, that could come as soon as this month ultimately. But in the meantime, I mean, how can parents really plan to travel while also keeping their little ones safe? I know that's the population that a lot of Americans are concerned about.
Right. And they should be concerned about. What we know is that in 1 year, there were 6 times more kids who died from COVID than from the flu. Wow. In fact, in 2021 alone, more than 600 children died from COVID-19. And we know that at least 500,000 children at this point have been diagnosed with that long COVID that we just talked about, of where for the rest of their lives, they may potentially have lingering side effects from the infection alone. So if I am thinking about my child that is not vaccinated, or even children that are vaccinated, it's not worth the risk of infecting their little bodies as their organs are still trying to develop into what they're going to be when they are 25, 26, 30 years old. We don't want to set them up on a trajectory of where they're going to have complications they're going to have to face because we simply refuse to wear a mask, or we simply refuse to even take that one trip. There's other things that we can do to help kids celebrate life that doesn't involve risking them to COVID-19.
All right, Dr. Ebony Hilton for us. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And just ahead, Queen Elizabeth makes a surprise appearance at a party in her honor. More on the Platinum Jubilee coming up next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
4 days of pomp and pageantry to celebrate Queen Elizabeth's historic 70-year reign are in the history books. In the final hours of the Platinum Jubilee, Queen Elizabeth thrilled royal fans by making a surprise appearance, telling the crowd that she remains committed to serving the United Kingdom to the best of her ability. Sky News royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills has the story.
There was only one finale the crowds had wanted. And they got it. The Queen stepping out once again, her heirs alongside her for a moment that even for them was breathtaking. A snapshot of the future on the palace balcony that's been such a focal point of so many milestones of the past 70 years. Sending a message to the nation, she said, "While I may not have attended every event in person, my heart has been with you all, and I remain committed to serving you to the best of my ability, supported by my family. I have been inspired by the kindness, joy and kinship that has been so evident in recent days, and I hope that renewed sense of togetherness will be felt for many years to come." They started the pageant by taking us back. The centrepiece, the gold state coach she used in 1953. The young monarch once again projected inside, bringing the coronation to life for a new audience. Behind the perfect military pageantry, a distinctly British display. Something for everyone, whatever your age, a nostalgic carnival of buses and music, and even the royal family were hooked. The younger ones at times were a little restless, but generally on best behaviour. As the procession passed by, an introduction to the kind of things you're expected to do when you're a royal. But also, they were doing it their own way. A video posted on social media showed cakes they'd made and sent to a street party in Cardiff. Grandad Prince Charles and Camilla hosted the flagship big lunch at the Oval Cricket Ground in London.
To Her Majesty the Queen.
This creation, made out of felt, not ideal if they were peckish, but others just loving the chance to get together.
And it's just amazing to hear all the fantastic things that are going on within our communities.
The lunch was brilliant. This is like a lifetime something which I will never forget.
It was a great day to be out here celebrating the big lunch, and yeah, I love the cake decorations that have been around.
Prince Edward and Sophie joined one virtually in the Queen's back garden on the long walk in Windsor, as people back on the Mall started to reflect on the weekend.
The whole thing's been such a party, really finishing with dancing, joking.
It's all been fantastic, and to see the Queen was an added bonus.
Oh my goodness, that just made our dream come true. She's amazing, isn't she? She's just the most inspirational woman ever.
And what a great choice of outfit. You couldn't miss her, could you? Absolutely brilliant.
It produced what will be iconic pictures of these celebrations. A weekend where the Queen has shown us her faith in her family and encouraged us to believe in them too. Always with one eye on the future, she's once again made history after a spectacular 70 years as Queen.
Pennsylvania could become the land of Oz. The celebrity doctor clinches the Pennsylvania GOP Senate primary. We'll tell you about the dramatic face-off now taking shape in the Keystone State. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a 911 dispatcher accused of hanging up on his caller during the Buffalo supermarket massacre is now out of a job. As the white gunman opened fire on black shoppers, the store's assistant manager called 911, whispering so that the gunman wouldn't find her. Well, the dispatcher allegedly shouted at her, asking why she was whispering, and then hung up. 10 people died in that shooting. There are still no arrests after a deadly shooting in downtown Grand Rapids early Sunday morning. It left a 25-year-old man dead and 3 others in the hospital. All of the victims are expected to survive. Investigators still do not know what caused a deadly derailment in Germany. At least 4 people are dead, dozens more recovering, and nearly 140 people were on that train when it crashed. Many of the passengers were students heading home for the holiday. More than 50 people are feared dead in Nigeria after a horrific attack on a Catholic church. A gunman opened fire and detonated explosives inside that church, and that attack targeted worshipers as they gathered to celebrate Pentecost Sunday, which is an important day in Catholicism. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga is monitoring this developing situation for us. Claudia, where does the search for the attacker stand right now?
Hi, Morgan. Well, the Nigerian authorities are not only still looking for the attackers, they're also still looking for a motive behind the attack, which could, of course, be religious, considering the location and the timing of the attack. A mass celebrated during Pentecost Sunday in a Catholic church. And also, if you consider that there is a resurgence, a revitalized Islamist resurgency in the north of the country, but also it could have other reasons, perhaps of an ethnic nature, if you consider that there has been a growing number of attacks by criminal gangs across the country that have carried out attacks for ransom or kidnappings for ransom. But what is even more puzzling for the authorities in Nigeria right now is that those two problems, the Islamists and the criminal gangs, have been affecting only the northwest part of Nigeria, while this church was in the southwest, which has been an area that has been fairly peaceful, at least, of course, until now, Morgan.
And Claudia, I mean, what are Nigerian officials and the Vatican saying in response to this attack?
Well, the Vatican was quick in reacting once they heard about the attack at the Church of St. Francis. The church was named after St. Francis, just as, of course, the Pope is named after St. Francis. Now, the Vatican has said in a statement that the Pope is praying for the victims who've been painfully attacked at a time of celebration. While on the government side, the Nigerian president said that the country shall never give in to evil and to wicked people. The problem here is that these wicked people do not have a name yet. Morgan?
Wow, all right, a lot of pieces to still figure out there. Claudio Lavanga for us there. Claudio, thank you. A new announcement from the Pope is fueling speculation about his future. Pope Francis has a busy summer travel itinerary. In fact, he's going to the Democratic Republic of Congo and South Sudan early next month and Canada at the end of July. But there is one trip in August that something could be more than just a visit. Here's NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson.
Pope Francis on Pentecost Sunday warning Catholics that focusing on the past risks making faith a museum piece. It is his present and future that has the rumor mill rolling. The Vatican announcing over the weekend the Pope will visit the Italian city of L'Aquila, home to Pope Saint Celestine V, who resigned in 1294, and more recently where Pope Benedict made a symbolic gesture in 2009. Before announcing his own resignation 4 years later. Associated Press Vatican correspondent Nicole Winfield says some are reading meaning into the trip.
We now have Pope Francis also making a pilgrimage to L'Aquila. Maybe, perhaps, or maybe not, the Pope might have in the back of his mind that at some point he might also resign.
Francis will make the trip the day after he holds a formal assembly called a consistory to create 21 new cardinals. 16 are under the age of 80 and eligible to choose his successor, including American Cardinal designate Robert McElroy of San Diego. Francis will have chosen the vast majority of cardinal electors.
It could just be coincidence, but at the same time, you can't ignore the facts when they present themselves, but with a grain of salt, knowing that this is a pope, he can do whatever he wants.
Might that be another reason to step aside?
There's nothing insidious about these appointments. It's just business. It's logical and it's normal.
At 85, Francis endures physical challenges, also fueling speculation. He underwent colon surgery last summer and suffers from sciatica. He recently started using a wheelchair because of pain in his right knee.
I don't think being in the wheelchair has affected his papacy whatsoever.
What can dismiss all this speculation, some experts believe, is the presence of Francis' predecessor, Pope Emeritus Benedict.
I don't think Pope Francis is going to resign while Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI is still alive. It's confusing enough that people think that there are two popes.
3 weeks after the Pennsylvania primary, the race for its open U.S. Senate seat is finally set, and the doctor is in. Celebrity doctor Mehmet Oz will square off against current Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. Oz won the GOP primary after his opponent, David McCormick, conceded despite an ongoing recount. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns joins us now from Philadelphia. Dasha, that recount was expected to take weeks, but I mean, here we are. So how are the candidates strategizing now that that race is finally set?
Yeah, here we are after 17 days, Morgan. That is how long it took to figure out who was going to be the Republican Senate nominee here in Pennsylvania. And on Friday night, McCormick conceded, moving out of the way for Dr. Oz to step into that position. But Morgan, that concession came after a bitter rivalry between the two, lasting well past Election Day. And just before primary day, I actually asked Dr. Oz why he wasn't running away with this race on the Republican side between the Trump endorsement and his name ID. And he blamed the McCormick campaign and the millions and millions of dollars that they spent on attack ads against him, which did kind of bruise him in this primary. But in his concession speech on Friday, he called for the Republican Party to unite behind Dr. Oz. Take a listen to what McCormick said.
But it's now clear to me, with the recount largely complete, that we have a nominee. And today I called Mehmet Oz to congratulate him on his victory. And I told him what I always said to you, that I will do my part to try to unite Republicans and Pennsylvanians behind his candidacy, behind his nomination for the Senate.
But Morgan, uniting the Republican Party might be difficult because of just how tough that primary was. They are now starting to look toward the opponent on the Democratic side, look toward Fetterman. Oz tweeting, calling him a radical leftist. The GOP also put out an attack out on Fetterman out on Friday before McCormick conceded, also trying to sort of paint him as an ally of Bernie Sanders and even farther left than Sanders. So already those oppositions, the tensions are boiling here, Morgan.
And Dasha, just briefly, I mean, we haven't seen John Fetterman in weeks since he suffered a stroke. How is he doing, and when could we see him campaigning again?
Yeah, well, Friday is the big news day these days, Morgan, and that is the day that we also learned about sort of the reality of Fetterman's health. He released a statement from his cardiologist, his doctor, saying that he actually had neglected his health for the last several years, that he was diagnosed with AFib back in 2017. He was supposed to be on medication, supposed to come back for follow-ups, but he neglected to do that, and now he has also been diagnosed with cardiomyopathy, another heart condition. He put out a pretty frank statement acknowledging that he ignored his health, ignored signs of trouble, and tried to use the moment to speak out and tell others not to make the same mistake that he did. He also promised to take better care of himself and said he wouldn't make that same mistake of neglecting his own well-being. But certainly he is sidelined for the moment, and we still don't know, Morgan, when he's going to get back on the campaign trail.
All right, Dasha Burns for us. Dasha, thank you so much. And after a break for Memorial Day weekend, primary season is back in full swing. Voters in 7 different states head to the polls tomorrow. In California, Governor Gavin Newsom is back on the ballot after fending off a recall attempt last fall. And in Iowa, Democrats are locked in a pretty tough primary race to unseat longtime Republican Senator Chuck Grassley. And who better to break all of this down for us than Chuck Todd, NBC News political director, moderator of Meet the Press, and now host of Meet the Press Now, which premieres this afternoon right here on NBC News Now. Chuck, 7 states are voting tomorrow, as we mentioned, and there are a lot of races up and down the ballot. So just break this all down for us. I mean, what should we be on the lookout for?
Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you there's 1 or 2 big high-profile statewide races that are big game changers when we're going to talk about them in November. It's really sort of the next tier down of primaries, certainly that we in the political unit and all of my political team is very focused on. There's out in California, they have a group primary system. There are some Republican incumbents worried about getting overtaken by folks running to their right that we're keeping an eye on. But some of the top statewide races, for instance, we haven't seen a lot of traction in any of those California statewide. The recall, I think, actually took any of the wind out of the sails of Republicans trying to target there. In fact, there's more, I think, focus and effort on the LA mayor's race, really, than there is the governor's race out there. But you highlighted the one statewide race I'm keeping an eye on, and that is that Democratic primary in Iowa Senate, because you have Grassley, and yes, Iowa's a state that used to be purple, trending red, but he's in his late 80s, and that's one of those where you just never know. He says he can handle another 6 years. If the Democrats nominate somebody that is, within the 40-yard lines, if you will, ideologically, they could make it a race if the wind isn't too much against them nationally, which right now I don't know if that will be the case.
And Chuck, I mean, you have a new show starting today. What can we expect to see this afternoon on your inaugural episode?
Well, we're kicking off. We got Chris Murphy coming on set. We'll be talking to him. Obviously, he's the point man for Democrats on the gun legislation. And my focus is to take a look at how we're having this big debate and this big fight over what will be a minutia change in our gun laws. This little incrementalism. But guess what? We can't do big things. Let's see if we can do small things. What if we can't do small things either? Then you have to start asking, is our entire legislative process essentially completely broken? We're going to find out this week.
Yeah, we hope not. All right, Chuck Todd for us there. Chuck, thank you so much.
You got it.
And don't miss the premiere of Meet the Press Now. That's coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern, only on NBC News Now. And on the money this hour, Elon Musk is toying with his takeover of Twitter again, and JetBlue is sweetening its offer to buy Spirit Airlines. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now with the latest business headlines. Dom, it's always great to see you. Let's start with the latest news there around Elon Musk and Twitter. I mean, this is just the news that keeps on giving. So where are we today? I mean, what's going on there now?
I mean, how many conversations at this point, Morgan, right, have we had about this whole thing? So, I mean, I guess you could interpret this latest one, right, as another sign that he's having some concerns, some reservations about his proposed takeover of Twitter. So Elon Musk filed a document with securities regulators where he essentially reiterated his discomfort with this fact, this idea that Twitter is not providing him the information he's requesting about how many so-called fake and or automated and or bot accounts are currently active on the social media platform. So in that filing, Musk attempts to make the case that Twitter and its board has failed to turn over material and relevant information about the business operations, and what that does is constitute a breach of their takeover deal. Now, remember, Musk offered, and Twitter's board did accept, a $54.20 per share bid to take Twitter private. Musk appears to have lined up the required financing to go through with this deal. Now there's a real worry that this deal does not get done because Twitter's stock, Morgan, right now is currently trading closer to $39 a share,
Wow.
so $15 below where investors thought they were going to get a done deal. So Twitter stock would be obviously trading much closer to that agreed upon price if they thought the odds or the likelihood of a deal happening were actually closer to 100%.
Dom, talk to me about what's happening in the skies, though, because JetBlue is upping the ante in this race to buy Spirit Airlines. So can you just walk us through JetBlue's sort of latest offer? What are the latest terms?
Okay, so here's how this is playing out. They're trying to sweeten the deal. And this has now become one of the most heated corporate dramas in America. JetBlue is offering to pay now Spirit Airlines a $350 million fee.
Wow.
If shareholders, right, but here's the thing, if shareholders approve a deal for JetBlue to buy them and then the deal fails to close, so it's called a breakup fee because of things like regulatory hurdles. Now, JetBlue went even further, saying that when shareholders actually agree to be taken over, Spirit shareholders agree to be taken over by JetBlue, they're going to get $1.50 per share of that $350 million fee right up front as a sign of good faith. So what that does is bring JetBlue's proposed deal to $31.50 in share in cash for Spirit Airlines. Now, you got to keep in mind, Spirit has already agreed to be bought out by rival low-cost airline Frontier, but for a mix of cash and stock. So here's where the conflict is. That deal is worth roughly $2.9 billion. JetBlue's revised deal is worth well over $3 billion and is all cash. The reason, Morgan, why Spirit is okay getting bought out for a lower price and for a mix of stock as well instead of cash is that they think a deal with Frontier actually has a higher chance of getting regulatory approval. But if JetBlue buys them, the deal will have to do a lot more to get a deal done. Now, JetBlue, for its part, Morgan, says they've already done the due diligence on this. They've already put together a package of asset sales to make sure that regulators are happy with this. So we'll see what happens next.
I don't blame them. They're eager to get that money. All right, Dominic Chu, thank you for breaking it all down for us. We appreciate it, as always. Take care, my man.
Got it.
Apple users may soon be able to avoid those pesky targeted ads. And its Worldwide Developers Conference this afternoon, the tech giant is expected to expand restrictions on an invasive tool called fingerprinting. That's a technique that allows companies to serve you up those targeted advertisements. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borstein is in here to help us break this down. Julia, I think we all heard pesky targeted ads and leaned a little bit closer to the TV. I mean, how does fingerprinting actually work, and how could this change it?
Well, you know, when you're on Facebook and you get served an ad that seems to know what you were just looking at or searching for elsewhere on your phone. Yeah, so there's a reason why you're getting those ads that seem so familiar and seem like they know exactly what you're looking for or searching for on your browser, and that's because their fingerprinting has this ability to connect you and what you're looking for with your IP address. So that makes it easier for the likes of a Facebook or a Snap or a Twitter to target ads to you. But here's the thing, Apple has been rolling out a slew of privacy protections. They rolled out a bunch of them about a year ago, and today they're expected to announce more privacy protections, which would make it harder for the likes of a Facebook or Instagram to be able to track you and what you're doing on your iPhone, and make it harder for them to target ads to you so narrowly. So that's one thing we're watching for out of this Apple Developer Conference today.
And Julia, I mean, what other big announcements are we expected to hear from that conference as well?
Well, so look, this is a software announcement conference. We're not going to be getting a new iPhone here. That's usually saved for the fall. But we are looking for new software. There might be a new MacBook, might be some new tools to turn your iPad into something that's a little bit more like a laptop. But one thing that we are hoping might be that last big thing, that they tease at the very end, is something about augmented or virtual reality. We know that Apple is working on new technology to create this next generation device, something that could bring gaming into maybe a headset, some sort of augmented reality device. Now, we don't expect them to fully unveil it today, but we might learn about more. We know that they're working on some voice control technology, and that would be very useful if you want to control what you're seeing on your augmented reality glasses. So that's the thing that would perhaps be most exciting for giving us a hint of what the next big device is that Apple might unveil in the future.
We are on the edges of our seats. Julia Borstein, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. And looking to lose some pounds, but haven't had much luck at the gym? Well, coming up next, a groundbreaking study of why the exercises we all grew up with might not actually be for you. Stay with us.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love. Radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We continue our NBC News series Beyond the Scale. So if you want to lose weight, you may want to skip the personal trainer and head straight to your doctor. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres takes us inside new research on prescription exercise.
For years, I've been searching for the best workouts. I even went to NASA once to train like an astronaut.
Yep, you can feel it. Yep.
So I was thrilled to get the inside look at NIH's trailblazing study where researchers are digging into the science behind exercise and how it really helps us.
So we know those benefits are there, but we don't know why those benefits are there. Is that what we're thinking here?
Not what happens or why it happens, but really how does it happen is what we want to answer.
That's a big question. The first step for researchers, creating a map of the body's response to physical activity to look at proteins, genes, hormones, and other signals. They call this MOTOR-PAC, which stands for the Molecular Transducers of Physical Activity Consortium. It sounds like a superhero mission, and this quest is just as impressive to learn how all the parts of the body talk to each other during exercise. Dr. William Krause is leading the study site at Duke University.
This allows us a scope, if you will, a scope of view across the lifespan that has never been possible before.
Today, the study has 10 sites across the country, enrolling more than 2,300 volunteers, as young as 10, to participate in a 12-week fitness program. Each volunteer is assigned to one of 3 groups: endurance training, resistance training, or the control group. Here at Duke, Penny Bitsas is in for her initial assessment.
I told them that I'm basically a couch potato.
Penny wears a mask to capture molecules in her breath, helping researchers measure how much energy she uses while exercising. Researchers conduct strength tests and in the lab analyze samples of blood, muscle, and fat. The goal? To do away with the outdated one-size-fits-all model of exercise. Instead, a new paradigm built on new science to target workouts to an individual's specific needs.
Exercise will benefit something in everybody. It just may not be what that particular person needs. Maybe particular components of the exercise, aerobic versus resistance, higher intensity, lower intensity, may allow us to target the exercise more to the needs of an individual.
At Advent Health, a study site in Florida, 25-year-old Randy Emil joined the study for himself and the health of his community.
Hopefully, communities like myself, Hispanics, and anyone can have personalized weight training and resistance training workouts that will help transform American healthcare and public health equity.
Researchers believe their study may impact national exercise guidelines.
As a physician, how will this ultimately help me help my patients?
We hope that with this data set, we will be able to provide those kinds of guideposts so that it will be clearer, not just what to prescribe, but also how long to prescribe when what you want to prescribe is additional exercise.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. John. And speaking of doctors, the cast of the hit hospital comedy Scrubs is back together to relive their laughs. Our Gotti Schwartz spoke with them about the show's impact more than a decade after keeping the audience in stitches.
Hey there, I don't know about you, but everyone I know in the medical profession has told me for years, when it comes to the most accurate depictions of medicine, it's not General Hospital, it is not Grey's Anatomy, it is Scrubs that's the favorite. And we got a chance to sit down with the cast at the ATX TV Festival this weekend and ask them about them. And let's just say they left us in stitches.
I can't do this all on my own. It's been a decade since the cast of Scrubs walked the halls of Sacred Heart, but some things never change.
What's it like being back together for the festival?
I hate these people. Casts from all over television appeared at the ATX TV Festival in Austin, but probably none had as much fun as the cast of Scrubs reuniting.
Walking down the streets of Austin as a group for dinner and having people that were just going out to have a night do double takes and go, "You from Scrubs?"
Yeah, we changed streets on the way home from dinner because there were so many drunk people that it was becoming hard to get home.
And just like that, the crack medical team that saved lives and dreamed big was back at it again with raunchy jokes.
One day I had just a leaf, literally a leaf, a maple leaf covering my junk, and that was it.
And secret noises.
There was a specific noise we could make. That noise. And Sarah would always start laughing.
A marvel to think this was the show that inspired a generation of new doctors and nurses.
Of all of the medical shows, this is what universally doctors and nurses say was the most accurate. And I think that's such a testament to Bill, because he always said, we're going to be very silly sometimes, but I always want the medicine to be completely accurate.
The series, which debuted in 2001 here on NBC, followed JD, Turk, Elliot, Dr. Cox, and Carla for 9 seasons.
Oh, Turk, that's a stupid sitcom. I mean, that's a sitcom.
Full of slapstick dream sequences.
Pretty sneaky, Death.
And tender moments of compassion, dealing with death like no other show had done before.
But with dialysis, you could live another 80 or 90 years.
I think you're being a little irrational.
Zach Braff and Donald Faison have gone on to become real-life best friends.
Listen, man, I mean, I found my life partner while making this show, man. It's like...
By the way, this is going to be on the Today Show.
Zach.
Your wife's going to watch this.
Oh, my wife is watching? I found my life partner, Casey Cobb, while making Scrubs.
I got to ask about the dream sequences. I mean, what was the most expensive dream sequence you ever came up with?
I wanted Zach to be riding a scooter, and I wanted him to go in a puddle and go underwater completely. The line producer came into the writer's room, and he goes, this joke's going to cost $75,000. He's like, you sure you want to do it?
Where was I?
You saw a manatee down there, right?
Yes, his name was Julian. Yes. We didn't exchange pleasantries, and then Neil says,
that's Julian.
So much of the script written on site or improvised, including one of the best on-screen dance-offs of all time, Poison.
It's not happening, bro.
A little bit?
No, it's not happening. No, I love that song. Ooh.
The dance so popular, it's been immortalized by the video game Fortnite.
My son looked at me and he said, Dad, this makes you an even bigger legend. And I was like, yeah, I'll accept that.
But when it came to Dr. Cox and those epic rants, he was on book.
Granted, to you, 5 days may seem like an eternity, seen as it's roughly 5 times as long as any of your white pasty relationships have lasted.
I would hand John these giant page-long monologues, and I'd be like, you got to do this word for word in about 45 minutes.
I decided if I was going to memorize this, I was not going to give you a cut point. You're going to damn sure stay on me the whole time.
You made me shave my mustache.
That was before I knew what was under there. It just feels like it was yesterday for me and through TikTok. My kid has become hip to the show.
it was the best job in the world because you knew you were going to belly laugh several times a day.
We would all eat lunch together at the lunch tent, and the writers would all come too, and we'd hang out with them, or we'd go down to the writers' room and hang out.
I don't think I'll ever experience what we had on this show again.
Now, the biggest impression I got from every single one of them was just immense gratitude for their fans and this deep love for one another. So the natural question, could we see an on-screen reunion? Well, the cast said they'd love to, but Bill Lawrence is too busy these days with projects like Ted Lasso. But then Bill shot back, let's do it, so stay tuned. Scrubs the movie could be coming soon. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford, and your news continues right now. Hey there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Good Monday to you. Right now on NBC News Now, under fire. At least 17 people are dead after a weekend of deadly violence here in America. We'll tell you the latest we know about the attack in Philadelphia, plus the growing calls for action on Capitol Hill. Plus, through the roof, the national average for a gallon of gas is rapidly closing in on $5, while experts believe prices could surge even higher. And inside the riot, the House January 6th committee prepares to hold live primetime hearings on the insurrection, the case it's getting ready to bring to the American people. Plus, winning at losing. If you're struggling to shed, well, a few extra pounds, it may not be your fault. We'll tell you why some experts say that we may be actually dieting all wrong. Good Monday, everyone. We begin this hour with America's crisis of violence and a surge of shootings just this weekend. Now, according to the Gun Violence Archive, there have been at least 23 incidents. That's in the U.S. just since Friday. At least 4 people have been shot and at least 17 people have died. Perhaps the most jarring of these happened Saturday night in Philadelphia, where 14 people were shot on a street well known for its nightlife and teeming with people. 3 people in that incident died. Right now, the House and Senate are working through several different pieces of potential legislation, all to really help stop the violence. But there is really no clear sign that anything will make it to the president's desk. Our team is looking at the impact of the crisis this hour, as well as what's really being done to try and stop it. So let's begin in Philadelphia with NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda. Emily, what pieces have police sort of put together about this shooting really in just the last 24 hours?
Hey there, Morgan. Well, one of the things complicating the investigation is the sheer number of people that were out here on South Street when bullets started flying. Police say hundreds of people were along here when the shootout really began. They believe that it initially began as these 2 men who got into a physical altercation, a fight. It escalated to an exchange of gunfire, a shootout. They say that one of the men they believe was actually shot by a police officer, forcing him to drop his handgun. We're told that he took off on foot. Then the other man, we told, died during the shooting. Police say, though, they believe 5 guns were utilized in the shooting, so presumably multiple shooters launching this massive manhunt. Take a listen here.
We know ballistically that we had at least 5 different guns out there. All right. Now, that's not including the police officer that returned fire with somebody. So there's 5 different guns. We recovered 2. So there's 3 guns that we still need to find and compare to our evidence.
And Philadelphia police had actually ramped up patrols in this area around South Street. There were several officers who were just a matter of yards away when this shooting broke out. Really, Morgan, speaking to the brazen nature of this crime.
And Emily, when you talk about the brazen nature, I mean, this happened right there on South Street, which anyone who's familiar with Philly knows this is a very popular nightlife destination in that city. So are we learning first anything more about the victims? And 2, what are the people there in that community behind you saying about this attack?
Morgan, understandably, a lot of frustration here and fear. This isn't the only shooting that has happened really in the past week. It actually prompted city officials to close down this section of South Street last night. It opened up earlier this morning because of the recent spate of shootings. But there are dozens of restaurants, bars. People come here for music, not just locals, but tourists as well. We're within walking distance of Independence Hall and Penn's Landing. So it's a magnet for people. As I mentioned before, hundreds of people were out here. In terms of the victims who were shot, 14 people shot, and they are between the ages of 17 years old and 69 years old. One of the 69-year-old victim telling our local affiliate that he had been inside. He heard this commotion going on outside, and he was struck as he stepped outside, just trying to see what was happening. We know 3 people tragically died. Police are identifying them as 34-year-old Gregory Jackson, 27-year-old Alexis Quinn, and then the American Federation of Teachers, a union, identifying the 3rd person as 22-year-old Christopher Minners, an advisor for 2nd grade boys at Girard College. The AFT, the union, saying this really underscores how far-reaching gun violence will be without change, Morgan.
All right, Emily Ikeda for us there on the ground. Emily, thank you so much. Meanwhile, police in Chattanooga, Tennessee are also investigating after 14 people were shot early Sunday morning. 2 of them were killed, and that shooting happened outside of a nightclub in the downtown area. Several other people were hit by drivers and cars, really just trying to get away. 1 person was killed after being hit by one of those cars. No arrests so far have been made. The tragedy in Uvalde, Texas is shining a spotlight on gun violence, specifically in Latino communities. Now, Latinos are twice as likely to die in gun homicides and 4 times as likely to be wounded in assaults with guns. And that's compared to their white counterparts, according to data analyzed by Everytown for Gun Safety. Most of the 19 children and 2 teachers who were killed in Uvalde were, in fact, Latino. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now from Uvalde, Texas. Guad, look, you sat down with a few Latinos there who have been personally affected by this shooting. What are their thoughts right now on gun reform and where it stands? Do they have hope?
Morgan, well, yeah, we sat down, we talked about a lot of issues. They have hope, but they are frustrated. I should also add that Uvalde is about 80% Latino. They talked about feeling misrepresented. They talked about a lack of empathy from their local leaders. The three people we discussed these issues with, one is a Navy veteran, a mother of a student that was not hurt in the incident here, but a student goes to Robb Elementary. And we spoke to the grandfather of one of the children that died in the shooting. One of the things that they kept mentioning was that they want to see some type of gun reform. A lot of them talking about changing the age limit from 18 to 21 or even higher for people to be able to buy these rifles. But another theme that came up was the lack of bipartisanship, which they blame for the lack of new gun reform. Here's part of the conversation that we had. You're going to hear from Vincent Salazar, the grandfather of one of the young girls that died.
Let's get together, let's fix this problem, and quit the bickering among each other, because there's no room for it no more. We don't have room in the coffins of these children for this bickering to go on. And all I'm asking is for everybody that's listening to us, you as mothers and fathers out there, please hug your babies, because I can't hug my granddaughter, 11 years old, anymore. But it's because of this bickering that's going on in the United States about this problem.
That was just part of the conversation that we had. And, you know, it got my attention that all of them also mentioned that in Uvalde, where 80% of the population, as I mentioned, is Latino, they say many of them are afraid to speak up when it comes to politics, because they said that some of the people involved, local leaders, are also owners of certain companies, and it's just very difficult to speak against what most people agree with here in Texas. So, you know, these are some of the things we discussed with them, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, look, Guad, that's hard to hear. You talked about how they feel like there's this lack of empathy coming from those local leaders, and especially that's scary, right? If people feel that connected to one another. But I guess, Guad, do they have sort of any faith that their local leaders can turn things around, especially with so much focus on that initial response from those local leaders?
So I asked them for specific examples, right? I said, you know, can you tell me something that's happened? And they say, well, take a look at what happened with Chief Pete Arredondo, who's the chief from the school district police, right? He's part of the investigation. People have been talking about whether he could have known that the kids were calling 911 calls. He's the one that made the decision to keep the officers outside. He was also elected to the local city council, and he was supposed to be sworn in last week. We didn't know if it was going to happen. Ultimately, the mayor decided to swear in all the new city council members, included him. This is what they had to say about that decision. How does the community feel about the police department, your mayor, and now Pete Arredondo, who's now your city council member?
Families are grieving, yet they took their time to go and swear him in. Now, you don't think about the slap in the face. That's a slap in the face.
If he cannot do his job as a police officer in Uvalde, what business does he have in city council?
And that was Captain Luna, a veteran from the Navy, talking to us. I will add, again, the one thing that everyone here seems to agree in all the conversations I've had is they'd like to see the age for someone to be able to buy one of these rifles change from 18 to possibly 21 or even higher, Morgan. That's what people keep telling me here.
Well, that's certainly a practical suggestion and something people could do. Guad Venegas for us there. Guad, thank you for being there. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, the Senate is returning today with gun legislation really top of mind. NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong joins us now. Scott, it's a pleasure to see you. Can we just start with the talks that are happening on the Senate side right now? How likely are we to actually see a compromise?
Well, let me set the stage for you. For the last week and a half, we have seen these lawmakers back in their respective states during the Memorial Day recess. They have been negotiating by phone, by Zoom calls, really virtually. Now they're back here in Washington in the Capitol for the first time in more than a week. They are holding in-person meetings, and they say they are still close. They have a framework that they are working with that involves a lot of the elements we've discussed in the past, expanding background checks, red flag laws, things like that, hardening school security. What they are doing is taking a very pragmatic approach, right? President Biden has said, well, let's ban assault weapons. Let's do universal background checks. This group, led by Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut, has said, hold on, let's see what can pass the United States Senate, which has held us up in the past. What can get 60 votes? And so this is a different type of approach that these bipartisan lawmakers, this group of 9, is taking. Let's hear a little bit more from Chris Murphy, Democrat from Connecticut, who is leading these bipartisan talks on what they are taking a look at.
On the table is red flag laws, changes to our background check system to improve the existing system, a handful of other items that will make a difference. Can we get there by the end of next week, as Senator Schumer has requested? I don't know. I think Republicans realize how scared parents and kids are across this country. I think they realize that the answer to this kind cannot be nothing, that it's frankly a test of democracy. It's a test of the federal government as to whether we can deliver at a moment of just fierce anxiety amongst the American public. So we're closer than ever before.
And so, Morgan, this is really a do-or-die moment for these bipartisan negotiators. Schumer has given them a very narrow window. We'll see in the next few days whether they could get it done.
Well, speaking of those next few days, Scott, we only have just a few minutes, but I do want to ask you about the House side. I mean, they're also set to meet on 2 gun safety measures. Survivors and families of mass shooting victims are expected to testify before a House panel this week. So can you just sort of briefly walk us through what we can expect on both of those fronts?
Yeah, definitely. This is all an effort by the House of Representatives to apply pressure to the United States Senate to get a deal done on guns. The House Oversight Committee on Wednesday is bringing in victims and family members of victims from the mass shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde, Texas, including a 4th grader who, we've heard this story before, smothered herself in her classmates' blood and played dead in order to survive that mass shooting. This is going to be extremely, extremely emotional day. Separately, the House of Representatives is holding votes on a package of gun bills designed to prevent future mass shootings. They're trying to really amp up the pressure on the United States Senate to take some action here.
All right, Scott Wong for us there, live from Capitol Hill. Scott, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the cost of filling up your car, well, it's soaring, with the national average for regular now at $4.86 per gallon. Now, states on the West Coast and in the Northeast, they are seeing the highest prices. Experts say that surging summer demand and even reduced production means that we may be set up for even more pain at the pump. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is following all of this from Miami. Sam, I'm looking at those prices behind you, $4.75, $5.15, $5.29. What should we expect?
Look, it's a problem, Morgan, when $4.75 is lower than the national average, which is now $4.86. For the typical American, it costs about $75 right now to fill up their tank of gas. That is not sustainable. And the forces at play that are keeping these prices up, whether it's insatiable demand, reduced production, or the sanctions on Russia, are not going away anytime soon. Also, analysts right now, Morgan, predicting we're going to be looking at $6 per gallon by Labor Day.
Across the country, soaring gas prices are causing jaws to drop as the national average breaks records for another day.
Highest in my lifetime. I'm 86.
In Northern California's Mendocino County, one station charging nearly $10 a gallon, while some Los Angeles stations have eclipsed $8. California leading the pack at $6.34 a gallon on average, though 9 states currently sit above $5. And another 10 are within striking distance.
I try to erase it from my mind because I have to go to work. Got to get to where I'm going.
Are you surprised that demand so far has not dipped with these prices rising?
It has been surprising, but it's a testament to the strength of the economy, the jobs market, wages have been going up.
But concern is deepening. Even with the oil-producing nations of OPEC agreeing to tick up production, energy experts fear it won't make a dent in prices or offset what happens in Russia. The European Union slapping more sanctions on Russian oil and gas, further hamstringing global supply. Demand is also rising in the U.S. as the busy summer travel season approaches, and even oil producers weren't prepared for this kind of economic bounce back so quickly.
Tens of thousands of workers go shut down wells, thinking that it was going to be years before they're going to need them. Then the economy came roaring back.
In Washington, many Republicans blaming the Biden administration for not doing enough as prices spike. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg over the weekend striking back.
The price of gasoline is not set by a dial in the Oval Office.
Stuck in limbo are the millions of drivers dreading every trip to the pump.
You can't go any higher or I'll be broke.
So, Sam, I guess how else are these rising gas prices really impacting people beyond just filling up their tanks?
Pretty much every way imaginable, Morgan. The higher cost of fuel right now means flying is also more expensive. But really, I'm going to turn your attention to the cost of diesel, which has hit a record $5.64 right now nationally.
Wow.
And rising. The clothes that you buy, the food that you're consuming, the electronics that you go shop for, all of those are arriving to stores on diesel-powered trucks, which means as long as diesel stays elevated, the cost of those goods, essential goods, will continue to rise as well.
All right, NBC's Sam Brock there in steamy Miami. Sam, thank you so much. A major step this weekend in the push to finally end America's baby formula shortage. Production has now resumed at the Michigan facility that's at the center of that crisis. But Abbott Nutrition says it will take time for the plant to run again at its normal level. NBC's Jesse Kirsch joins us now from that plant in Sturgis, Michigan. Jesse, look, every family that's watching this with young children wants to know how long this is going to take. I mean, how long will it actually take for formula from the plant there behind you to end up on store shelves?
Yeah, Morgan, we don't have a full picture on that yet, and I've emailed again this morning to Abbott to try to get a little bit more clarity. Here's what they are telling us. They say they have restarted production as of Saturday, but you'll have to remember this plant had been shut down going back to February because there were concerns over contamination out there, and this plant had been making headlines. And this plant is first getting back up and running, and they're not making all of their formulas again. At this point, the company says they are prioritizing specialty and metabolic formulas, including hypoallergenic Elecare. So they're trying to prioritize the most vulnerable infants who rely on these formulas and may not necessarily have another place to turn for nutrition. So they're trying to prioritize the most vulnerable. We know they're starting with Elecare. That's one of the brands that they specifically named. But they say they're planning the initial consumer release around June 20th. So just to pick two things out there, what exactly does release mean? I've been asking, trying to get some clarity. Does that mean that's when the trucks roll off the lot? Does that mean when we see things on store shelves? So we don't have full clarity on that yet. And they're saying around June 20th. So they're not even sticking to a firm date at this point. But certainly hopeful, good news to hear that the plant is starting to get up and running again.
And Jesse, I mean, what needs to really happen to make sure this plant doesn't shut down again? How do they prevent it?
Yeah, so there were a couple of things that they had to do before they were allowed to start production up again. They were in a consent decree with the FDA that mandated several things, including making sure they had proper procedures in place for dry out. That's one of the steps that they needed to make sure that they were taken care of, as well as cleaning and sanitation. They also needed to have an independent expert involved in observing and checking out what was going on here, and that expert's report had to be given to the FDA. So the company now says that they have met the initial steps, and so there is that layer of oversight involved here with them getting up and running again. But obviously, the company is not the only group under scrutiny. The federal government has been under scrutiny with questions surrounding why it's taken so long for them to be investigating what had allegedly been going on here, as well as why the Biden administration didn't act sooner. But of course, now we have the Defense Production Act in place to try to expedite the direction of materials to get more of these formulas made. And we have more foreign shipments coming in, including 2 expected from Melbourne, Australia, later this week.
All right, Jesse Kirsch there in Michigan. Jesse, thank you. Meanwhile, some key developments this hour on the war in Ukraine. The UK stepping up its defense aid as Russia's Vladimir Putin amplifies threats against the West. Now, just over the weekend, Ukrainian President Zelensky met with soldiers on the front lines in the southeast, which is partially under Russian control. This was his second public visit outside of the Kyiv area since that invasion. Meanwhile, there is a new offensive underway in Kyiv, which is back in Moscow's crosshairs. Our Richard Engel has more.
Good morning. Russian President Vladimir Putin warned the United States and NATO not to send Ukraine more advanced weapons, or he'll expand the war. Speaking on Russian television, President Putin promised to strike unspecified new areas if Ukraine's Western allies supply it with rockets that can fire hundreds of kilometers into Russia. Perhaps to prove he's serious, Russia bombed Kyiv this weekend for the first time in weeks. There were no immediate reports of deaths. The United States has agreed to equip Ukraine with modern artillery and rockets. But for now, Washington is not supplying the advanced munitions Putin appears to be warning about. President Zelensky has promised not to fire American weapons onto Russian soil. This weekend, he visited Ukrainians displaced by the fighting and rallied soldiers out in the country's south and east, where Ukrainian forces are facing their biggest challenge of the war so far. Russian troops have encircled a pocket of the Donbas region. They're pushing toward the center to close a gap still held by Ukrainian forces. Ukrainian-American Miro Popovich fought for the United States in Afghanistan, became a citizen with the GI Bill, and has returned home to fight for his country. He says after failing to take Kyiv early in the war, Russian troops changed strategy.
I think they reevaluated their capabilities. They brought much more artillery, more rockets, more soldiers, and it looks like their soldiers are never ending. We keep wiping them away, and they bring more. And it's like a dragon. You slash his hat, and 3 more grows. It's pretty much the same thing here.
Are Ukrainian troops going to be able to hold on to this area out in the east?
I think so. I hope so. They are pushing, but we are strong as well. Plus, we got the support equipment from Lend-Lease from the States.
Several Ukrainian officials say Russia is sending in more troops and claim that only an influx of new weapons can potentially turn the tide, which is exactly what Vladimir Putin seems to be warning the United States not to attempt to do. Richard Engel, NBC News, Kramatorsk, Ukraine.
Just ahead, a royal surprise, the last-minute appearance from Queen Elizabeth after skipping a few of the Platinum Jubilee events in her honor. Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back.
After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee has officially come to an end, but not before the monarch herself surprised her royal supporters by making an appearance on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. And that was after skipping several of the events. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella has the latest.
A royal surprise on the last day of Jubilee celebrations. The Queen appearing on the palace balcony, giving delighted crowds the cherished moment they were waiting for.
God save the Queen!
The 96-year-old monarch beaming, looking vibrant in bright green, joined by 3 generations of royals, thanking the country. My heart has been with you all, and I remain committed to serving you to the best of my ability, supported by my family. Leading Sunday's parade, a hologram of the young Queen, waving to the crowds, beamed onto the historic carriage she rode for her coronation 70 years ago.
Yes, please.
The real Queen Elizabeth showed off her acting skills, kicking off Saturday's concert with another British icon, the famous Paddington Bear.
Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
The Queen's family taking center stage, including Prince William and Kate's 3 children, usually kept away from the cameras, but over the weekend, they were the stars.
And in light.
Prince Charles leading the tributes, adding personal touches in a heartfelt speech.
Your Majesty, Mummy, we all say thank you.
With a nod to the Queen's late husband, Prince Philip.
My papa would have enjoyed the show and joined us wholeheartedly.
Tens of thousands danced shoulder to shoulder in front of Buckingham Palace Saturday night to musical legends Rod Stewart, Elton John, Diana Ross.
Love, love, we talk about it, love.
Prince William and Kate's oldest son, 8-year-old Prince George, loving the show. Kate sharing a video as the family baked cupcakes in Wales. The real royal show stealer was William and Kate's youngest son, 4-year-old Louis, making faces, chatting with his great-grandmother, the Queen, hugging and challenging Mom Kate, sitting on Grandpa Charles's lap. Prince Harry and Meghan keeping a low profile, making only one public appearance at Friday's church service, spending most of their time privately, while the rest of the family and country celebrated their Queen.
That's our Kelly Kobiella reporting. Coming up, it's billed as must-see TV. Just after the break, what we know about the first primetime public hearings and the January 6th congressional investigation. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Making news right now, hurricane season is off to a soggy start across South Florida. What is now Tropical Storm Alex dropped more than 10 inches of rain across the Miami area just over the weekend. Fire crews had to rescue several drivers whose cars stalled out in those flooded streets. Plus, one person is dead after flooding sweeps multiple vehicles off of a bridge in Arlington, Texas. Local news outlets say the victim is a 22-year-old man who called his family to say that his car was stuck and filling up with water. At least 2 other people were pulled from that same water. And we're getting our first look at a new honor for a former First Lady. The White House just unveiled a new postal stamp honoring former First Lady Nancy Reagan. She's the 4th First Lady to be honored with a stamp, and Reagan is best remembered for her Just Say No anti-drug program for kids. She passed away in 2016 at 94 years old. The House January 6th committee begins its public hearings in prime time this week. The first of at least half a dozen hearings begin Thursday night with promises of stunning revelations showing just how close America's democracy came to collapsing. But members of the committee really do have their work cut out for them. Not only will they compete for the nation's attention, they're also dealing with a declining number of Americans who believe that former President Trump is in fact responsible for that attack. That's according to the latest NBC News poll. We're going to talk to NBC senior political editor Mark Murray in just a moment. But first, let's begin on Capitol Hill with our Capitol Hill correspondent, Ali Vitale. Ali, if you can, just sort of set the stage for us here. I mean, what should we expect from these first public hearings this week?
Yeah, Morgan, this is a highly anticipated kickoff to the public phase of these hearings. What I've been hearing from lawmakers on the committee for months now is that they hope to set a narrative for Americans about what happened on January 6th, as well as what led to the big lie coming to fruition in the very halls that I am standing in. We know that parts of this hearing are going to lay out what's to come over the course of the next few weeks. We're going to have at least 6 hearings throughout the month of June from the committee, all ranging on a variety of threads that the committee has been following, things like the big lie, the slates of electors that the Trump allies tried to create that were fake, but that they could have tried to use to supplant the real results here in Congress. Of course, they'll also focus on the role of the former president himself. We know that some of the things that they're going to show in these hearings have never been seen before, and our sources are telling us that that includes video depositions, including those with some of the former president's own family members like Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, that's going to just show the audience how close the committee was able to get to the former president, trying to speak to his mindset in the days and weeks before the insurrection, but of course trying to target what he was doing, what he was thinking, and what was happening in the Oval Office and in the White House during those critical hours when the Capitol was under attack on the 6th.
And I mean, the GOP, Allie, is planning to counter these hearings with some messaging of its own, frankly. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, they certainly are. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, who's a close ally of the former president, said that Trump himself is directly involved in these counter-programming efforts, that they have TV bookings set up, and that they're going to be setting a different narrative. Of course, we know the former president no longer has Twitter, but that doesn't mean that we don't still get his statements in email form. I imagine our inboxes are going to have quite a few of those over the course of the next few weeks. But then allies, of course, are likely to use platforms that are friendly to them, including the conservative Fox News, especially in prime time. We know that some of these January 6th hearings are going to be happening in those critical primetime hours as well as during the daytime hours. And so what we're going to see from Republicans is a likelihood that they try to counter it in real time and on the airwaves.
All right, Allie Vitale for us there on Capitol Hill. Allie, thank you as always.
Thanks.
I do want to go ahead and bring in NBC senior political editor Mark Murray. Mark, look, this latest NBC News poll shows some pretty interesting findings that may actually pose a challenge for the January 6th committee. What are they?
Yeah, the big takeaway, Morgan, is that the passage of time has actually benefited the former president, at least in perceptions about his role in the January 6th attack. Our poll shows that just 45% of Americans believe that Donald Trump was solely or mainly responsible for the violence and the rioting on that day. That's down from 52% when our poll asked that question in just the days after the January 6th attacks. And one big explanation is that we haven't had a whole lot of public committees. It's been months since the January 6th committee ended up holding public hearings on this. And it will be interesting to see in the months ahead and in the future surveys, Morgan, if those numbers start to kind of go back to what we ended up seeing in January of 2021.
And Mark, I mean, the committee certainly has its work cut out, you know, as it broadcasts these hearings to the public, as Allie was mentioning. But which segment of the voters should we be keeping an eye on to see sort of how the display of these hearings really affects them?
Yeah, I'm really interested in the middle of the electorate and those independents. In our very polarized American politics right now, you have Democrats always in one corner, Republicans in another corner. But our poll ended up showing that just 41% of independents think that Donald Trump was mainly or solely responsible for January 6th. And that's down from what we ended up seeing 44% in January of 2021. And so for the Democrats and also for the handful of Republicans who are assisting this effort, being able to win over the middle of the electorate is crucial.
All right, NBC's Mark Murray for us there. Mark, thank you. And the rumor mill over whether former President Donald Trump will launch a new bid for the White House is hitting overdrive because Trump insiders say that a decision could come as soon as this summer. Advisors say he is growing bored with being just a Republican kingmaker and is itching to get back into the political arena as a candidate. But his close circle is divided on whether he should launch his campaign now or whether he should wait. NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen joins us now. John, what are you hearing sort of about the former president actually launching a bid soon? Is that likely?
Likely is it's always questionable in the Trump world because nothing happens until he actually makes a decision. What I am hearing from advisors, both one of them on the record, Jason Miller, who said that he is urging former President Trump to get in before the midterms, maybe as early as this summer. And also I heard from somebody who asked to remain anonymous, who's a close advisor to former President Trump, who said that even though they are advising him to wait until after the midterms, they believe he is likely to go sooner rather than later.
And John, I mean, what's then the argument from his advisors against him announcing, as you mentioned, sooner? I mean, why should he delay it, according to them?
I mean, there are a whole host of reasons. Number one, the Republicans are trying to win the midterm elections right now, and it's possible that he could interfere with that, suck up some of the oxygen from candidates there, distract from those candidates. Other reasons are the idea that he, as the former president and the dominant force in the party, can wait as long as he wants to. And if he gets in early, what he does is creates a whole regulatory thicket for himself in terms of what he can raise for a campaign committee versus what he's got going now with super PAC. All of that's pretty technical, but that's one of the reasons that you see candidates wait. And of course, he'd have to build up staff and pay those staff with those hard money donations. So there are a lot of reasons to wait, and traditionally candidates don't get in until at least after the midterms.
All right, NBC's John Allen joining us live from D.C. John, as always, thanks, my man. Appreciate you.
Good.
It's a race against time to save fragile woodlands along the East Coast from climate change, rising sea levels. Now, these patches of land with miles upon miles of dead trees are being called ghost forests. CNBC's Shamari Stone takes us to North Carolina, where wildlife experts are trying to save their land right there on the Outer Banks.
What was once a vibrant, luscious landscape is now filled with gray, barren tree trunks up and down parts of the East Coast. Rising sea levels, saltwater intrusion, and intense hurricanes creating what's called ghost forests, a loss of trees as a result of climate change.
Well, it makes me very sad to know that they're in peril.
Scott Lanier is a U.S. Fish and Wildlife official managing this 160,000-acre federal land called the Alligator River National Wildlife Refuge.
We're at ground zero for climate change and sea level rise.
Places you could once stand on dry ground 30 years ago are now waist-deep water.
The soil is getting wetter and wetter. It's harder for the land to drain.
Healthy forests play an important role in the environment, storing carbon and filtering groundwater pollutants. Lanier says losing these trees along the Atlantic seaboard could worsen the effects of climate change. State, federal, and environmental groups have teamed up to make sure these forests do not completely die.
Things such as putting in oyster reefs just offshore and creating these living shorelines.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife are also planting trees that can withstand wetness. Crews also installed pipes to drain and regulate water levels in some canals.
But it can prevent the saltwater intrusion.
Despite these efforts, it's a drop in the bucket compared to the vast spreading of ghost forests. And officials say the new landscape has a dramatic effect on farming, businesses, and everyday homeowners.
You're talking about climate change because the water's coming in.
Terry Williams has lived in Manteo, North Carolina for nearly 2 decades and has watched his backyard undergo a dramatic transformation.
Well, the salt water, when it comes up, it'll kill everything I have. We've already, every shrub, everything you're looking at in this yard, I have replanted twice.
For me, someone that loves natural places, wildlands, and wildlife, I feel really bothered by that whole thing.
For the news, I'm Shamari Stone.
Millions of Americans struggle with diets that simply do not work. Just after the break, meet the woman who shed 20 pounds in 6 weeks with one simple doctor-approved trick. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, so NBC News is going beyond the scale this week. Bathing suit season is upon us, and some of us may be noticing that our pants are a bit tighter these days because most people gained an average of 15 pounds during the first year of the pandemic, with 10% of people gaining more than 50 pounds. So if you're trying to shed some of that extra weight and you're struggling with it, well, it may not be your fault. In fact, turns out we've been trying to lose weight all wrong.
It's the weight loss mantra that doctors have been touting for decades. Eat less, move more, and those extra pounds will disappear. Advice that 42-year-old Jennifer Haynes says she tried to follow.
Did anything ever click or work?
Not really. Every time I would do it, I couldn't stick with it.
How did the weight gain affect you physically?
Physically, I was very tired. I was very depressed.
A brand new report by a group of obesity doctors and scientists finds that telling people to eat less could actually be causing more harm than good, and that restricting calories not only causes people to be more hungry, but also slows down metabolism.
The body fights back against calorie restriction.
Harvard pediatrician and endocrinologist Dr. David Ludwig is the report's lead author. He and his colleagues are suggesting a whole new approach called the carbohydrate insulin model. The idea is simple. If overeating isn't fueling obesity, stop counting calories and just cut carbohydrates to control your insulin levels.
Too much insulin, fat cells get programmed to hoard calories so that there aren't too many calories in the bloodstream, there are too few. And that's why we get hungry.
Now, more research is finding that low-carb diets are not only effective, they're sustainable. Something Jennifer found out firsthand when she signed up for a low-carb study at Ohio State University in 2019, led by researcher Jeff Volek, who has been studying low-carb diets for 25 years. He put Jennifer on a diet that contained 37 grams of carbs a day and had high protein and healthy fats like avocados and nuts. After just 6 weeks, Jennifer lost 20 pounds.
So this is just 6 weeks later, and all this white fat has been reduced from what we see.
Yes, and this is the type of fat you really want to target.
And kept going.
3 years later, how much weight have you lost in total?
All in total, about 88 pounds.
You lost 88 pounds?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a big deal.
Yes, it's
like a huge deal.
Yeah.
Jennifer says the diet wasn't easy at first. She was forced to cut out her favorite foods like pasta and potatoes, but seeing results was all the motivation she needed.
So once you get used to it and your kids get used to it, it's way easier because you can do it all as a family.
And she's not alone. Volek studies have found that people on low-carb diets can lose more than 10% of their body weight and keep it off.
What actually happens to the body when you're on a low-carb diet?
When you limit carbohydrates, the body gets really good at burning its own body fat because it doesn't have a lot of sugar to burn for fuel.
Something that Jennifer says has been a game changer.
I feel great. It's easier for me to get up. It's easier for me to go to sleep. And I feel a lot more comfortable with myself.
So one of the most interesting things about this new approach is that it also eliminates some of the stigma surrounding obesity, which is typically treated as a behavioral problem. But doctors often assume that people are just overweight because they eat too much. But instead, this takes the blame away from the patient and actually looks at obesity as a biological problem, really focusing on regulating that insulin hormone. And speaking of bathing suit season, temperatures are rising and more pools are opening, but this year there are less and fewer lifeguards to watch them. Cities across the country are struggling to find lifeguards to keep public pools and beaches from staying closed all summer. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has that story.
In the blistering Texas heat, these teams are diving in.
Call 911, I need a backboard and AED.
They're training to save lives as the nation now faces a dire shortage of lifeguards. In Austin, they have fewer than half of the 750 they need. Jody J is the city's assistant director of Parks and Recreation. She says the pressure's on to safely staff dozens of public pools for families counting on inexpensive summer fun.
In a perfect world, you'd have 34 pools open.
Right.
How many are you prepared to open now?
We're looking at having 15 pools open.
The American Lifeguard Association says the shortage could close at least a third of the nation's 309,000 public pools. And it could mean fewer eyes on beaches, too. So where did all the lifeguards go? When pools shut down during the pandemic, many didn't keep up with the required training. Other workers went elsewhere. And now with the strongest job market in years, it often comes down to who's offering the best pay.
How are you trying to sweeten the deal?
Our lifeguards make anywhere between $16 and $19 an hour. We also have a $1,250 worth of bonuses.
Across the country, other communities are also ramping up recruiting efforts. Down south in Mobile, Alabama,
if they pay for the training session, we will give them the money back at the end of the season.
In the Heartland, Cincinnati's offering a $2,000 bonus for lifeguards who stay through the summer.
So we're trying to encourage people, seniors, young people, all ages. If you can swim, come and get certified as a lifeguard.
Out west in Phoenix, they offered a $2,500 bonus to early season hires. Back in Texas, Barton Springs Pool is one of Austin's biggest tourist attractions. Its hours of operation had been temporarily cut back.
It's kind of hard to plan around it. So yeah, it's disappointing.
Aquatic supervisor DeAndre Kane says staff is now working overtime to fill the need. What's the plan?
The plan is to train. We're going to keep advertising. Fingers crossed, prayers up. I think we're going to be able to do it.
Cities hoping for a rebound to keep a summer tradition going strong. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Austin.
78 years ago today, an invasion changed the course of history. How U.S. veterans are making D-Day, marking D-Day on the beaches of Normandy. Coming up.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Today marks 78 years since the D-Day invasion. Allied troops led by the U.S. stormed the beaches of Normandy in Nazi-occupied France. Now, tens of thousands of men died that day, but it proved to be the turning point in World War II. Well, today, Normandy is honoring the U.S. and the Allied nations with parades and ceremonies for their sacrifice. Our Carrie Sanders is there.
Flying along the French coast, American veterans.
That's amazing. Really amazing.
Some who have not been back here since it looked and sounded like this. D-Day, 78 years ago today.
This is Robert St. John in the NBC newsroom in New York. This is a momentous hour in world history. This is the invasion of Hitler's Europe.
Today, a hero's welcome for the greatest generation.
We have Walter Stowe, U.S. Navy.
Walter Stowe, like so many at the time, doctored his birth certificate to join the military when he was 15 years old.
How do you feel to be here, sir? Humbled and astonished and grateful.
Hitler's Nazi Germany had occupied France for 4 years. The massive D-Day invasion liberated France and eventually Europe. But the cost was steep.
I'll see you on the beach.
As depicted in the movie Saving Private Ryan. On this beach alone, codenamed Omaha, in just 24 hours, 3,000 casualties. Along the 50-mile coast, D-Day cost the U.S. and our allies more than 4,400 lives.
Salute, present, arms.
Almost twice the number of Americans who died in Afghanistan over a span of 20 years.
What's it feel like putting your shoes back on this sand?
It's eerie.
It's eerie to be here?
It is. It is very eerie to be here.
Jake Larson waded to shore in water up to his chin.
I said, God, what am I doing here? What the hell? I can't see anybody to shoot at, but I ran. I weighed 120 pounds at 5'7", and I said, thank God the Germans aren't good at shooting toothpicks. Honestly, I was thinking that.
At 99, Jake now shares his message on, yes, TikTok.
You TikTok fans, you just keep me going.
Social media fame, allowing Jake to ensure those who died defeating Hitler are not forgotten.
I feel their presence right now. Their souls are right here, witnessing this.
And what are they telling us?
They're telling me, thank you, Jake. Thank you for coming and telling the world that this is where we were killed.
And if we call you a hero?
No, I'm not the hero. I'm here to tell you that the heroes are buried over here.
Here in Normandy, no matter age, everyone knows what America did for their freedom.
I think they're brave, courageous, and nice.
The message is protect our freedom. Honor these heroes that have given their life at a young age. Honor these people. Don't honor me. Give the message.
So the first thing, Carrie, I have to say, I see you're live from Normandy, is that I have to follow Mr. Larson on TikTok because that seems to be where the action's at. But it was also interesting hearing him describe this as eerie. I mean, what has it been like for you? I mean, how has this experience being there impacted you?
Well, I mean, it's very powerful. 9,387 tombstones over my shoulder for the Americans who died and buried here. And just being at the beach, look, I can't help but wonder, because of what the veterans here told me. They said, look, if we hadn't been successful here in D-Day, we might have been speaking German in the United States. Well, when I take that a little bit further, if the Holocaust had made its way to the United States, my father was Jewish. That likely means that I would not be here. So when you connect the dots, and everybody has a way of connecting dots, it really resonates with what happened here, how important it was to history. And I don't care whether Jake and all the guys say they weren't heroes. They're heroes. Every one of them. Of course, they want us to remember these heroes, the ones who died in the effort.
Well, they are all our heroes. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. Thanks, Carrie.
Sure.
Happening right now, mounting pressure. Lawmakers moving forward on gun control in the wake of more than a dozen mass shootings. Why some senators, including Republicans, are becoming optimistic. Up, and away. The price of gas hitting new heights again today. What experts say you could soon be paying to fill her up. And breaking at this hour, critical vote. UK British Prime Minister Boris Johnson's job is on the line. The imminent decision that could determine his political future. I'm Aaron Gilchrist at NBC News headquarters in New York, 2 p.m. here, 11 a.m. out west. Let's dive in. We'll begin with that stark reality on gun violence in this country. Things are not getting better. Three people killed over the weekend in Philadelphia, 11 others hurt there. Also, 3 people shot to death at a nightclub in Chattanooga, Tennessee. 14 were injured in that incident. Just try to wrap your brain around this. There were 13 mass shootings across this country just this past weekend. 12 people were killed in total, dozens were injured. There's been at least 33 mass shootings since all those little kids, 19 of them were killed at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. Now, that mass shooting pressuring Congress now to take action on some sort of gun legislation. The Senate back in session right now, and some lawmakers are actually hopeful that a bipartisan package on new gun control measures can be reached by the end of the week. So, leading us off this hour, NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, as we look at Congress here potentially taking action on gun control legislation, what can you tell us? What do we know at this point?
Well, Aaron, it is shaping up to be a critical week in the Senate for any prospect of gun control. There's a bipartisan group that's been negotiating for some time now since the Uvalde, Texas shooting. It is led by Chris Murphy, the Democrat from Connecticut, and John Cornyn, the Republican from Texas. These two figures have worked on gun legislation before, have had some modest successes on things like the Fix NICS Act back in the Trump era. Now, what is on the table here on the Senate side? It's a much, much more modest version of some of the things that President Biden had called for. They're looking at changes to red flag laws, at least encouraging states to pass those laws that create restraining orders from people suspected by law enforcement or family members to be dangerous. There's still some hope among Democrats that they can expand background checks, although Murphy had indicated over the weekend that it's going to be far from the universal background checks that Democrats and a few Republicans have been trying to pass. The goal here of Republican leaders is to get about half their conference, that's 25 out of the 50 senators, on board in order to pass any deal, to just create enough buy-in from the party to protect the members who, in this case, might go up against the gun lobby. We'll find out in the coming days what the appetite is. This is usually the point, Aaron, where a deal either comes together or ends up collapsing. Just over the weekend, you mentioned the Philadelphia shooting. I want to play a little bit of what Senator Bob Casey had to say about that shooting on South Street.
As much as it's been terribly difficult in this city this past weekend, over many, many months and even years, I'm inspired by your generation and your commitment right now. But we cannot, those of us who have the power to vote right now, can't surrender to a complicated problem. We've got to begin to solve the problem, even with one simple step that we could even take this week in Washington.
And the target for solving that problem among senators remains by the end of this week to at least have a general framework that has enough buy-in to settle up on. We'll find out soon in the coming days, Aaron, if that sticks.
Yeah, you know, Sahil, I want to talk about the House side of this, too. I know Speaker Pelosi has said that she's going to bring a number of gun reform measures to the floor in the House. These bills, we know, have a slim chance of making it through the Senate if that happens. Talk a little bit about her strategy here.
Yeah, there's a package of bills in the House called the Protecting Our Kids Act that it feature the larger vision of House Democrats who have a slim majority in the House of Representatives but have been able to pass major pieces of legislation. You see the details now on the screen. It includes raising the age to buy a semi-automatic weapon from 18 to 21. Members have said it's crazy that someone can't buy a White Claw in the country but can buy a semi-automatic weapon that is essentially a killing machine. They say that it outlaws high-capacity magazines, ammunition. There will be background check requirements for ghost gun purchases. It also builds on bump stock regulations by the ATF. And there's a safe storage requirement, something that senators are also looking at as a liability thing. If you don't store your gun properly and it gets used dangerously or criminally, then there should be liability, some senators believe. Of course, this is likely to get through the House of Representatives, but it doesn't face any shot at this moment of passing the Senate, where 60 votes are required. That means at least 10 Republicans. There simply isn't much Republican support, if any, for those provisions.
You know, Sahil, we talk about the politicking around this, obviously, but there are real people who are impacted by this violence around the country. I know that some of the families of the victims from Uvalde are expected to testify on the Hill this week. What can you tell us about that?
The House Oversight Committee plans to hold this hearing that features victims as well as family members of victims of the Uvalde shooting, as well as that Buffalo shooting. It will include, among other individuals, parents of a child who was killed in Uvalde. It will include testimony, the committee says, from the pediatrician in the small town of Uvalde, population 16,000. This is someone who treated those kids, including after the massacre, talked about that horrific scene in the hospital. It'll also include testimony from a fourth grader who, the committee says, smeared the blood of a dead classmate on her body and played dead while that shooting was happening to survive. She ultimately did survive, thankfully. It's a horrific scene just to even think about. But this is what the committee is trying to convey, the horrors of the shooting, the fact that it's so proximate to us, that it's not some distant thing and it could happen, all with the goal of translating anger into action, according to the committee chair, Carolyn Maloney. And Aaron, I should conclude by saying congratulations on the new show, the new hour. We're all thrilled for you. You do a fantastic job, and I'm excited to do much more of these with you.
Thank you, Sahil. I appreciate that. And we will, unfortunately, given the topic, we'll see a lot more of you as we try to work through what's happening on the Hill there. An important story for sure. Sahil Kapoor at the Capitol. Thank you. Now, the investigation into that deadly shooting in Uvalde is intensifying. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is in Uvalde today. It's been 2 weeks now since a gunman opened fire inside a school there, killing 19 children and 2 teachers. NBC News correspondent Liz McLaughlin is live in Uvalde for us today. Liz, talk to us first about what exactly Secretary Mayorkas is there to do today. What's he hoping to accomplish?
Aaron, right now, Secretary Mayorkas is at Robb Elementary School, where this horrible shooting occurred, laying flowers at the 21 crosses that represent the 21 victims of this tragedy, and meeting with Senator Roland Gutierrez, whose district includes Uvalde. We don't have many details on his other meetings. They're all supposed to be private, behind closed doors. It just says he's meeting with, quote, local officials and the workforce. Aaron?
You know, I know that the city of Uvalde has opened a temporary resilience center, they're calling it. What resources can the community expect to find there?
Yes, there was an event today to open the temporary center. Eventually, it will be a permanent center called Uvalde Together Resilience Center. And in a press release from Governor Greg Abbott, it's part of $5 million going towards resources for these families for mental health counseling and some other things. But interestingly, Governor Abbott pointed to mental health right after this shooting as part of the action that government should take. More mental health resources could have prevented this problem. But just 2 months ago, Governor Abbott actually cut $211 million from the program, from the place that actually, the budget that goes towards mental health programs here in Texas. Aaron?
And Liz, I know that there's been a move towards some legal action in there on the part of the families that have been impacted by this tragedy in Texas. What do you know about the legal action that's being taken and what the expectation is from that?
Well, Aaron, we just spoke with lawyer Sean Brown, who's San Antonio-based, who's representing a mother of a survivor. Her name is Karina Camacho, and her son, a 9-year-old fourth grader, was a student at Robb Elementary, and was in the room as those shootings occurred. He said that they are traumatized right now and shared some more haunting, chilling details about that day. The child was in the room and said that the shooter came in and asked if anyone needed help after he'd already fired shots. And one child stood up and then he shot that child. Just absolutely traumatic. And this lawyer has already sent letters of inquiry to both the Uvalde City Police and the Uvalde School District Police with an intent to sue them, asking for information, but no response right now. And that's in addition to a Robb Elementary School staffer and a father of a victim, Amerie Jo Garza, who are seeking more information from Daniel Defense, a precursor to lawsuits against the gun manufacturer that manufactured the weapon used in this shooting. This company has been known for pushing industry boundaries, including some controversial ads, and those inquiries are looking into marketing tactics and if they were targeting teens, if they were targeting this shooter specifically. Aaron?
All right, Liz McLaughlin in Uvalde, Texas for us today. Liz, thank you. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda now. She's in Philadelphia for us today, the site of yet another mass shooting. This time we saw this over the weekend. Emily, it seems like this was a wild shootout there in Philly. What can you tell us about where the investigation stands right now?
Aaron, well, we're just learning some new information from officials. It appears that they're getting closer to getting some of the gunmen behind bars. The district attorney of Philadelphia announcing that he's expecting to approve charges for at least 2 people believed to be in connection to Saturday's shooting, the non-fatal shootings. In total, there were 14 people shot, 3 fatally. And I think something that you really have to keep in mind is this South Street here, it was a sea of people Saturday night. So when bullets started flying, innocent bystanders were impacted. Actually, one, a 69-year-old, just speaking to our colleague Gabe Gutierrez moments ago, saying that he was inside one of the shops down the street over my shoulder. He stepped out to see what the commotion was. He thought the sound was fireworks. Suddenly, he looks down at his legs and he sees blood dripping down his leg. Can you imagine? It's just a terrifying scene for so many people that sent hundreds of people running for their lives. But the DA says we should be getting additional updates on this case that so many people are watching in just a matter of hours, Aaron.
Yeah, you mentioned the DA there. I do want to play part of something that the DA said earlier today, and then we'll talk about it on the other side here.
This act of violence is obviously no reflection on who we are as Philadelphians, what we stand for, or our resilience. This is a city where, despite the horror, other public gatherings, other coming together of people continued over the weekend. While we will continue to advocate for sensible and smart gun legislation, and to do so in the strongest possible terms, as we must, in a country where there are literally more guns than people.
So, Emily, I hear what the DA had to say there, and I see behind you at 2 in the afternoon, there aren't very many people in that South Street area where you are. Is there a raised level of concern about safety in Philly right now?
I think people's alert level is certainly up. People have been pretty outspoken about feeling scared to sometimes even going to the park or going down the street. They're much more mindful of what time of day they're out. The Philadelphia Police Commissioner saying, though, Philadelphia is still a safe place despite its really exorbitant rise in crime we've seen since 2013. We've seen the number of homicides tick up each year. Last year setting an unfortunate record, the most number of murders in 2021 in the city's history. Philadelphia not alone in its struggle to curb crime, more than a dozen cities in 2021 setting similar records. But also in speaking to people here, you know, you walk up and down South Street here and you're going to see bullet holes through some of the storefronts, through some of the windows. And the thing is, that's not just from Saturday night, Aaron. It's also from other recent shootings that have happened here. And so it's definitely something that officials are trying to crack down on and watch out for.
You know, I do want to ask you while we have you about another mass shooting that happened over the weekend, the one in Tennessee. 3 people we know were killed there. What more do you know about that today?
Yeah, so it happened happened in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and why I mentioned Chattanooga is this is the second weekend in a row that city saw mass shooter violence. This time around, 3 people killed, 12 others shot. I should also mention that one of the victims, one of the people killed, was struck by a car. A number of people injured as they were trying to flee the scene, and they were hit by cars. This happened outside of a nightclub, and it was just yet another example of a string of mass shootings we saw happen this past weekend. We saw a mass shooting at a Phoenix strip mall. We saw one at a graduation party in South Carolina, and then of course the one where I'm standing at here today on one of the most iconic streets of Philadelphia. Aaron.
Emily Ikeda for us in Philadelphia today. Emily, thank you. Let's turn now to the war in Ukraine. Britain announcing today it will join the U.S. in providing long-range missile systems to Ukraine. Now, that move comes despite Russia warning it would respond by striking new targets. Meanwhile, Russian rockets did strike the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv for the first time in more than a month. Ukrainian President Zelensky there has also paid a second visit to the front lines in an effort to boost morale. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi is joining us now from Kyiv. Ali, the Russian missiles we talked about here have damaged a train repair shop there in Kyiv. What more do you know about this latest attack?
Hey, Aaron, that's right. They hit a train repair shop at about 6 a.m. yesterday morning. Now, the Russians say that they were targeting a delivery of tanks donated to the Ukrainians by Eastern European allies. But the Ukrainians are saying that's simply not true. They say it hit a rail repair depot, and all that was in that depot were grain wagons. And we know what an important role grain is playing in this war, and it's a blockade on the Black Sea and not getting to essential places. So the Ukrainians saying that the Russians just continue to target civilian posts, and these were nothing to do with military targets. But of course, the Russians have threatened more attacks on what they say are military installments.
And Ali, we mentioned that the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made a second visit to the front lines over the weekend. What was his message for the troops that he saw there?
Well, his message was that he knows that the Ukrainians are outnumbered, outgunned by the Russians, but he said to his troops that he's confident that they are going to take that eastern front back. It's going to be a bitter battle with the Russians, but he thinks that once they get those long-range missile systems, it'll then tip the scale back into Ukraine's favor. The governor of that area said that once they get those missiles, they'll push the Russians back, and all the Russians will do is run, but those missiles are not going to be on the battlefield for at least 3 weeks until the Ukrainians are properly trained on them. And the British are also donating a bunch of long-range missiles. So there's a lot of armory coming Ukraine's way in the next few weeks, and that's given Zelensky a boost to give to his troops.
All right, Ali Arouzi for us in Ukraine today. Ali, thank you. We're following some breaking news at this hour out of the UK. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson facing a critical vote there that could remove him from power. Johnson's time in office has been plagued with scandal. We know that, including accusations that he lied about attending private parties during COVID lockdowns. And now a growing number of lawmakers in his own party turning against him. Sky News political correspondent Ali Fortescue is live from London for us now. Ali, can you walk us through what's happening in London right now as it relates to this vote?
Hello, good evening. Yes, I've literally just come from the what's called a committee corridor in the British Parliament, just over the road from where we are now, where MPs are basically queuing up, MPs from the governing Conservative Party, to vote on whether Boris Johnson should be leader of their party and therefore the Prime Minister of England. And the reason that all of this is happening is because Conservative MPs many are very unhappy with the Prime Minister. As you mentioned there, parties that were going on in Downing Street has really angered a lot of MPs. There are some that are annoyed by the idea of a windfall tax on energy companies that the government is set to introduce to help people with the cost of living. And there are plenty that think that Boris Johnson, who, remember, has been a hugely significant electoral asset in this country, he is someone that wins voters. He, I think people are worried, is no longer cutting through with voters, and he doesn't have that sort of magic spark that he used to. So for that reason, we've seen the threshold reached of 15 MPs who want the Prime Minister to go, and that has triggered this vote, what's called a vote of confidence. But now the number that the Prime Minister needs to reach is 180. If 180 MPs vote with him, which is more than half of his party, then he is safe. I think most people expect he will manage to do that, but even so, he could be badly wounded by this. Theresa May, it's worth saying, just a few years ago, in 2018, she won pretty comfortably. She was gone 6 months later, so plenty of people over the road thinking this could be the beginning of the end of Boris Johnson.
You know, people in this country pay a little bit of attention to things as they're happening in the parliament there in England. But, you know, Boris Johnson is not necessarily a stranger to scandal, to controversy, at least from the perspective of people in this country. What's different this time, do you think?
You're absolutely right. I mean, he is the great political survivor. He is someone who has defied the odds time and time again. And you will know that it has been a really difficult sort of 8 months or so. But I think we're in a pretty extraordinary position now. Remember, 2.5 years ago, this was a prime minister that won an incredible landslide majority in this country, the biggest majority for 40 years. And I think we've never actually seen a British Conservative Party leader actually recovering from this sort of vote. So the last time that it happened, as I say, Theresa May, she won fairly comfortably with an 83 majority. She was gone 6 months later. Before that, we had Ian Duncan Smith, who was the leader of the Conservative parties. He wasn't prime minister, but he lost this vote. Margaret Thatcher, the rules were slightly different, but she faced a leadership challenge. Even though she won, she was wounded and she was gone within days. So I think it is difficult to recover from this sort of thing. As you say, Boris Johnson, he has defied the odds time and time again. I will never put a gamble on Boris Johnson not being able to get his way through this. But I think it is hard, and many people across the road do think that it is going to be very hard under these circumstances for him to recover unless he gets a really good majority this evening. So the numbers tonight really do matter.
All right, we know you'll be watching those numbers. Ali Fortescue from Sky News with us today from London. Thank you, Ali. Well, you don't need us to tell you, gas costs a lot of money right now, and it's getting more expensive by the day. Coming up, what those sky-high prices mean for you before you hit the road this summer. Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Well, summer is here, and that means millions of Americans are hitting the road. Travel news site Vacationer, The Vacationer, reporting 80% of Americans will take a road trip at some point this summer. And the millions of Americans hitting the road are in for a pretty expensive fill-up. The average price of a gallon of regular unleaded now $4.87. That is 25 cents more than a week ago. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joining us now from Miami, where he's been posted up at a gas station. Sam, so how much is the gas where you are, and what are people telling you about these prices?
It's $4.75 right here, which is just below, Aaron, what the state average is. That's 10 cents below the national average, which is $4.86. Let me show you something. At these pumps, if you go around and just take a look, a lot of them, you will find, have somewhere between 4 and 5 gallons on them. This is 4 gallons for $20. Across the way, it was 5 for $25. Obviously, it's about $5 a gallon, but the bottom line is the common denominator to all of it, people are not filling up their gas tanks all the way. They say it's become nearly impossible to do so, and that's just a small sampling of the people that I'm talking to out there as we take a look at this one family right now getting their car filled up. How are you? I'm guessing this has become a lot more expensive for you than previously.
It has, as a matter of fact. I have a half a tank, and I figured I'd top it off to not really fill the tank up with $70.
Because that's what it costs right now. It went from 40 or 50 to $70, basically within a matter of months.
It's insane.
Does that affect the budget for your family, for your kids?
Everybody. That's why I'm only topping it off and not filling it up completely.
Makes total sense. You're in the same boat as a lot of people out there. And Aaron, I would just add as well that you're looking at a situation right now where at least 10 states have more than $5 average gas. Another 10, Aaron, on top of that, are right within the vicinity. So you're talking about roughly half the country that is looking right now at $5 gas. And experts say that by Labor Day, could be $6 or more. Now, there might be the perception as well that people who run gas stations like this one are making money hand over fist. That, according to the owner of this station, who owns 500 other gas stations, says could not be more inaccurate because as the prices go up, the amount of money they have to pay for credit card transactions also goes up, and there's market forces at play. Maximo Alvarez owns this station. Here's what he told me. How do you dictate how much you're going to charge consumers?
Well, we charge based on the competition. See, I don't know how much I'm going to pay for gasoline today at 6 o'clock. That price is set by the oil companies, and they will charge whatever they want. I don't have any say on that matter. But at the time of selling it, I can always sell it for whatever I want. However, if I sell it for more money than the competitor, then my volume is going to suffer, and I'll have less customers.
So, Aaron, that's the business owner perspective. From the consumer perspective, prices have gone up $0.25 a gallon in 1 week, Aaron.
So obviously we talk about prices going up. Let's talk about prices coming down, Sam. People want to know what's being done to try to get a handle on these gas prices, to try to get the costs to come down.
So a couple of things. One is the Biden administration a number of months ago announced they were going to be releasing 1 million barrels, give or take, a day from our strategic petroleum reserve, which is going to help for the next 6 months to some degree, but that is not sustainable. On top of that, the Biden administration right now considering changing the requirements of summer blends for winter blends, which have a heavier environmental footprint, but that might be what it takes right now to lessen just a little bit the price pressures on families.
All right, Sam Brock for us in Miami today. Sam, thank you. Appreciate it. There is some fresh scrutiny today on Tesla. Federal transportation safety officials looking into reports of Tesla's braking on their own. The administration is looking into whether this is related to Tesla's self-driving technology. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joining us now. He's been looking into this. So, Stephen, what specifically is NHTSA, the Transportation Administration, the safety folks, what are they looking into right now?
Yeah, these regulators are looking into 750 new reports of something called phantom braking. That's what happens when the Teslas are on a partially automated drive and for no apparent reason on roads, the vehicles will brake or decelerate all by themselves without the drivers trying to get that to happen. And it could happen multiple times within one drive, according to the complaints filed to NHTSA, something that they're looking into right now, try to figure out why exactly that happened. And important to note that right now there's no reports of any injuries or crashes because of it, but something that drivers have been concerned enough about to reach out to federal regulators about.
So what about Tesla? Is the company saying anything about all this?
Well, so far, Tesla has not responded about these new reports that are coming out, but they do have to respond to NHTSA by June 20th. So they have a few weeks to work together to get a response on these reports. So far, they're going to find out exactly what is causing this, or if it's actually happening. In the actual report from NHTSA, the letter asking for the information, it does call it an alleged incident. So right now, so everyone's trying to get on the same page about exactly what is happening and then figure out why.
All right, we'll see what happens. Stephen Romo, we appreciate it. Thanks. Well, stay with us. The January 6th committee getting ready to make its case in a series of high-profile public hearings. Still ahead, what you can expect this week and how Americans now feel about former President Trump's role in the attack more than 500 days later.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Bottom of the hour now, and here's what we're watching. Authorities in Chattanooga are searching for suspects in a shooting that left 3 people dead and at least 14 others injured on Sunday. 2 victims died from gunfire, while another died after being hit by a car that was leaving the scene. It is that city's second shooting in just 10 days. The mayor saying he'll treat gun violence like the, quote, crisis that it is. The trial has been delayed for 2 former Minneapolis police officers charged in connection with George Floyd's murder. The judge pushed the date until next January to diminish effects from the publicity surrounding it and to allow for a fair trial. And nearly 100 people have been recovered from a tractor trailer found in Texas near the border with Mexico. Deputies responded after receiving 911 calls with screams for help. Fatalities were reported, although it's unclear how many. That incident is under investigation. This week, the January 6th committee is launching the first of at least a half-dozen public hearings. Lawmakers promising stunning revelations after nearly a year of closed-door interviews, subpoenas, and reviewing thousands of records. Committee member and Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin of Maryland telling NBC News, quote, "I hope we will be able to spur the country to make the necessary reforms to solidify democracy." We have team coverage with our senior political editor, Mark Murray. We'll start on the Hill with NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Hake. Garrett, we're getting a glimpse into what these hearings might look like. The panel has said, quote here, the committee will present previously unseen material documenting January 6th, receive witnesses' testimony, and preview additional hearings. So what else should we expect? Who might we hear from?
Well, Thursday night, I think we can think of what we're going to see as an opening argument, as though we were in a trial. They're going to lay out the case that they intend to make over the next month against the former president and his supporters, who they believe were engaged in a criminal conspiracy. So we will hear from some live witnesses on Thursday night. The committee has not said who. But beyond that, it's going to be a mix of live witness testimony. There's some talk about going after some of the sort of bigger fish from the Trump orbit, like Bill Barr or Mark Short, the chief of staff to former Vice President Mike Pence, who could be people that the committee might potentially want to see come testify. We're also going to hear on videotape from some of the president's closest allies who did testify before the committee behind closed doors. Think Ivanka Trump or Jared Kushner. They will be able to tell the story, and the committee believes they'll be able to illustrate it. They've got tons of video that has not previously been seen, including from the security cameras around here, and photographs, including from the White House. They will help paint kind of a consistent narrative of the day and of the time leading up to it, both from here on the Hill and at the White House at the same time.
You know, Garrett, there's been talk about this whole issue being sort of wonky, right? Politicos are really interested in this, and that it might be a challenge for the committee to get the public's attention when it comes time for the public hearings. So what's the plan to make this, you know, must-see TV?
Well, they hope they can make it a compelling story. And some of that is, you know, the way we've all consumed it, Aaron, has been in those drips and drabs about little bits of news that have broken necessarily within context or within a coherent timeline. The committee is hoping to present a story with a beginning, a middle, and an end that goes in that timeline, and they've got some help to do it. They've brought in outside television producers to help them make this the kind of thing that might qualify as must-see TV, that will be a compelling narrative, both in terms of the story that is being told and the storytelling techniques to make it not some sleepy congressional hearing like we might have on any given Wednesday or Tuesday, but something that, you know, grips you in the way that coverage of that day gripped so many people.
So what about on the other side of this, Garrett? I mean, there are 7 House Republicans who have refused to comply with the committee's request to appear. We're talking about the minority leader, Kevin McCarthy, Ohio's Jim Jordan. What's the latest on the sort of the showdown here?
There might not be much of a latest here. I mean, those Republicans have been, I think, somewhat emboldened by the Justice Department's decision on Friday. Yes, they did decide to charge Peter Navarro, the former Trump trade advisor, with contempt of Congress, but they also issued a declination basically saying they wouldn't charge Mark Meadows or Dan Scavino with contempt. If you're any of those Republicans, you're basically making a bet now that the committee's not going to try to pursue contempt against you because A, they don't think it'll stick, and B, it might not happen in time. So we might be in something of a standoff situation with those members. I would say, Aaron, I would expect, in fact, to hear from perhaps all of those members as part of a counter-programming effort that we might see from some of the former president's allies to try to paint this entire exercise as purely partisan. I bet they'll be on TV, but it won't be in conjunction with this hearing itself.
All right, it's going to be interesting to watch. Garrett, I hope you have your comfortable cowboy boots on. It's going to be a busy week for you up there on the hill. Garrett Haig, thank you. Well, NBC News polling shows that the January 6th committee may have a tough road ahead, as Garrett just alluded to. Just 45% of Americans say Donald Trump is solely or mainly responsible for the riot at the Capitol. That's down from a January 2021 NBC News poll taken after the attack, when 52% blamed the former president. I want to bring in our senior political editor, Mark Murray. Now, Mark, explain what you're seeing with the polling here. What's behind the shift?
Yeah, Aaron, I think the easiest explanation is that you end up having a situation where the former president, Donald Trump, has benefited by the lapse of time. That in the year and a half since January 6th of 2021, and since we ended up having our first polling of this, that Americans' responses and perceptions of what ended up occurring on January 6th haven't been as harsh as they were. And so one of the tasks, as Garrett was just alluding to in his reporting, is that Democrats really need to make the case, along with Republicans Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, who are also on the January 6th committee. And Aaron, what was really striking me from our polling is that the fall just wasn't among Republicans or Democrats. It was among everybody, Democrats, Republicans, and independents. And so with the passage of time, one of the things that Democrats actually need to be able to do is actually start making the case and remind Americans of what ended up happening on that day.
Yeah, Mark, I know how good you are at being able to dig into the numbers in these polls and really interrogate that information. When you look at the polling there, what's the biggest challenge for the committee in these upcoming hearings?
Aaron, to me, the answer is the middle of the electorate. And, you know, in our very highly polarized political times, it's not surprising that Democrats get into one corner and Republicans in another. But our polling shows that just 41% of independents say that former President Donald Trump was mainly or solely responsible for January 6th. And when you aren't able to convince half of the middle of the electorate, the hard independents, people who really don't belong to either political party, it's really hard to actually get the totality of public opinion on your side where at least a majority of Americans support you. And so what I'm looking for in the days and weeks ahead when we're crunching all the other polling numbers after these public hearings is, where is this going with the middle of the electorate, the swing voters, independent voters? That, to me, is going to be the real test.
Yeah, never discount the middle. Mark Murray for us today. Mark, thank you. Appreciate it. We now know who is facing off in Pennsylvania's critical Senate race after a 17-day battle for the GOP nomination. Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz will go up against Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman this November. On Friday, GOP candidate Dave McCormick finally conceded to Oz. And with more on the race that will have national implications and the other big races this fall, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Philadelphia. Our digital deputy political editor Ben Camisar joining us as well. Dasha, I'll start with you here. Now that the race is set, how are both candidates positioning themselves as we head into the summer and into the fall? What issues are they zeroing in on?
Aaron, the race is set after 17 grueling days of us waiting to see who would be facing Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman in the general election. And I think right now the priority is to pivot from that primary phase to the general. A primary that was really brutal, Aaron. I mean, McCormick and Oz really went after each other. Millions of ad dollars were spent on attacks, one attacking the other. And when I spoke to Oz just before primary primary day. He told me that he believes the reason that he was so neck and neck still at such a late stage, despite his name ID, despite the Trump endorsement, was because his opponent really pummeled him on TVs here all across the state of Pennsylvania. So there's going to need to be a real strategy to unite the Republican Party now behind Dr. Oz and to pivot to fighting with his Democratic opponent rather than his Republican opponent in the primary. And he's already starting to do that, calling Fetterman a radical leftist. The GOP has put out an ad sort of tying Fetterman to Bernie Sanders. And Fetterman is, again, poking at Dr. Oz's Philadelphia roots, calling him New Jersey's Dr. Oz, posting a photo of him kissing his Hollywood star, saying, you know, I'm actually from Pennsylvania. So I think those are sort of the initial types of attacks and focuses from each campaign that we'll be looking at here.
So we're looking at something that's not going to be an easy fight on either side of this. I do want to ask you about the health of John Fetterman, the Democratic candidate here. How's he doing since the stroke last month?
Yeah, well, on Friday, his campaign put out a pretty frank message. They put out a letter from his cardiologist revealing that he actually had AFib. He was diagnosed with that condition in 2017, but he didn't take his medications the way he was supposed to. He didn't follow up, although his doctor asked him to, and that is what led to that stroke. And he has also been diagnosed with cardiomyopathy, another condition. In his statement, Fetterman was pretty candid about the mistakes that he made when it came to his health, trying to use this moment to sort of speak out and to shine a light on the importance of taking care of yourself. But he is sidelined right now. He's not on the campaign trail. He hasn't been for weeks, and we don't know the next time that he is going to be out there campaigning. Meanwhile, we know it's very likely that Dr. Oz is going to be hitting the trail as soon as possible. So how that dichotomy plays out will be interesting to see in the coming weeks, Aaron.
All right, Dasha Burns for us in Philadelphia today. Dasha, thank you. Now, the Pennsylvania primary fully behind us now, but voting in the next round of primaries is just one day away. Take a look. 7 states from coast to coast holding elections tomorrow. This comes as we learn there is growing concern among some state Republicans about Donald Trump and the chaos that he may bring. For more on that, we're going to bring in NBC News Digital Deputy Political Editor Ben Camisar. So, Ben, what are you hearing then? What are you hearing from Republicans about this?
Yeah, so this whole dynamic, it's the blessing and the curse, at least as far as Republicans believe in building their entire party around one man. When Trump and the party, when they're rowing in the same direction, Republicans think they're better with him. That's why he's still in the fold, despite everything that's happened over the past 6 years. The issue is that Trump's not always most concerned about what's best for the institutional Republican Party. So when there are times when those two things conflict and Trump goes his own way, that's when things can sometimes get messy. And that's about a lot of the frustration that we've been hearing around these primaries.
You know, Ben, just last week in Wisconsin, Trump snubbed the former lieutenant governor and GOP favorite there. He endorsed an outsider, Tim Michels, instead. Is there any clear rhyme or reason to Trump picking one Republican candidate over another? And does it change the course of the campaigning?
Yes, so this is a perfect example of one of those conflicting interests. So party insiders, party officials in Wisconsin were really excited by former Lieutenant Governor Rebecca Kleefisch. She had served, a heartbeat away from the governor's office before. She had been in a statewide campaign. She was relatively vetted. So the argument there was, let's all just get behind her and, no surprises, and let's move on to the general. Donald Trump likes surprises. So he jumped in and decided to endorse Tim Michels, another wealthy businessman, maybe perhaps, feeling some kinship, I don't know, but went that direction. So, that kind of upsets the apple cart here, takes a primary that was going to be potentially a little bit easier, makes it a little bit more complicated, more confusing. And, time will tell. Ultimately, Michels could be just as competitive in a general if he does win as Kleefisch would have been. We don't know. But ultimately, this is just an example of where Trump and the institutional Republican Party don't always agree, and sometimes he just makes life harder for them.
All right, Ben Camisar today looking at some of the state races, state primaries that are going to be happening tomorrow with us. Ben, thank you. Appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Now, while the midterms are getting most of the attention, there is a new focus on the presidential election in 2024. One of the big questions, will the former president Donald Trump run again? NBC News senior political analyst John Allen joining us now from our D.C. bureau. So, John, I know you've been talking to your sources about this. What are they saying about a possibility of a run and an announcement here?
Well, there's a division among Trump's advisors. Number one, he's bored, he's frustrated, he doesn't like playing kingmaker as much as he liked being president. He wants to be the center of attention, wants to get into the arena again. And there's a divide among his advisors about whether he should wait until after the midterm elections to make a decision about running in 2024 and to announce one. And those who believe that he should announce earlier than the midterms, and in fact as early as this summer.
At the same time, there have to be a fair number of Republicans who don't want him to run again, those who want to run themselves. Talk a little bit about who Donald Trump might face in a nomination battle.
Sure, there's a whole bunch of Republicans looking at it right now. They're building up. They're visiting early primary states, raising money, endorsing candidates, doing all the things that you would do if you were going to run a campaign. That includes former Vice President Mike Pence, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and some current people, senators, specifically Josh Hawley of Missouri, Tom Cotton of Arkansas, and Ted Cruz of Texas, as well as a bunch of others who might look at it. Ron DeSantis of Florida, of course, is the big name, the governor there. He's running for re-election right now, which raises an interesting point. DeSantis running for re-election as Florida's governor can't very well announce a bid for the presidency before that election in November, which means there's a window right now for Trump to get in and perhaps preempt DeSantis if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, very quickly, I want to ask you, sort of big picture here, right? Can you just sort of assess the political environment right now, how another Trump candidacy would be received?
I mean, it's such a great question. I don't think there's any indication that Donald Trump is a lot more popular than he was when he left office. But of course, the last election was pretty close on an electoral college scale, basically separated by about 45,000 votes over 3 states in terms of what it would have taken to flip the election in the other direction. Joe Biden, President of the United States, has seen his numbers go down since he took office. He's hovering around that 40% mark, a little bit above it sometimes. And so I think it's unclear what will happen. But I think both men right now, you'd have to say, are running for president. And the question is, will they stop?
All right. John Allen for us in D.C. today. John, thank you. Appreciate it.
Take care, Aaron.
Speculation swirling over a potential Vatican vacancy. Up next, why some are wondering about what may be next for Pope Francis. First, though, sometimes a wheelchair is a wheelchair and sometimes a wheelchair is a mule. Customs agents split open this chair at the airport in Charlotte last week. They found 10 kilos of cocaine hidden inside the cushion. Apparently, they got kind of suspicious about a 22-year-old passenger coming in from the Dominican Republic. Officers say his answers didn't really match up. He didn't really seem to be handicapped despite being in the chair. Well, now the feds have the drugs. The man is facing trafficking charges, a perfectly good electric wheelchair sitting at impound. And yes, that really happened.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today, speculation is swirling about the future of Pope Francis. The Vatican announcing over the weekend that the pontiff will visit the Italian city of L'Aquila in August. That's prompting suggestions that he may be considering retirement. NBC's Claudio Lavanga has been tracking this story. He's joining us now from Rome. So, Claudio, why is this particular announcement about the Pope visiting L'Aquila so significant?
Hey, Aaron, it's not where he's going that has fueled that speculation, but what he's going to do once he gets there. And what is he going to do at the end of August in L'Aquila? Well, he's going to attend a feast to celebrate Celestine V, who was a pope in the 13th century and one of very few in the history of Christianity that resigned. And guess which pope, or who was the last pope that went to attend that same feast at the end of August to celebrate the life of Celestine V? Well, Pope Benedict XVI, who's Pope Francis's predecessor, of course, who became the only modern pope to resign. He went there in 2009 and then he resigned in 2013, 4 years later. Is that enough to speculate that Pope Francis may be thinking to do exactly the same? Well, Vatican watchers are saying that it is very unlikely that Pope Francis will resign while Pope Benedict is still alive, because as Pope Benedict has taught us, when you resign, you're still called Pope Emeritus and you still get to wear white. So right now we have two people dressed as popes in the Vatican, and as you know, to his company, three's a crowd. Aaron?
Really good point there. You're absolutely right. But if we set aside the speculation from travel, we can't ignore the fact that Pope Francis is 85 years old. There have been some issues over time. What do we know about his health?
Well, we've known for some time now that Pope Francis has had some real mobility issues because of a bad sciatica. Also, last year he had some sudden surgery at his colon for diverticulitis, but he seemed to have recovered fine right throughout the year. But in the last month, we've seen his mobility problems really worsening, with him having to be taken around on a wheelchair and looking fairly unwell, to be honest. And despite that, he's still confirmed to travel to the Democratic Republic of Congo and South Sudan at the beginning of July, a difficult trip. But then, 2 weeks after that, he's also scheduled to travel to Canada. Well, I'll be traveling with him on those two, and I'll be able to see him up close and personal, so I'll be able to tell you more about his health condition then.
All right. Well, speculation aside, we hope the best for the Pope's health as he undertakes these travels. Claudio Lavanga for us in Rome today. Claudio, thank you. A massacre at a church in Nigeria and a deadly fire in Bangladesh. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Nigeria, where at least 50 people were massacred at a church during Sunday Mass. Doctors treating survivors of the attack are asking for blood donations to help treat the injured.
Well, we've been doing our best to resuscitate and make sure that their injuries are not worsened by in any way.
Gang violence and an Islamist insurgency have plagued Nigeria in recent months, but it's still not clear who was responsible for the shooting or what motivated them. Bangladesh, where the death toll has climbed to at least 49 people from a fire at a container depot. More than 200 people have been hurt. Flames first broke out on Saturday, and firefighters are still working today to extinguish them. Investigators are still searching for a cause. And South Korea, where the American and South Korean militaries launched 8 ballistic missiles into the sea today. It comes in response to North Korea's recent missile launches, including one yesterday, as tensions rise on the Korean peninsula. And that's the world now. The Queen's Jubilee wrapping up with a royal surprise. After the break, a look at some of the pomp and circumstance after days of historic celebration.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, Brits across the UK are cleaning up and recovering from days of celebrating the Queen's historic tenure. Thousands filled the streets for the final festivities and got a very special surprise at the end there. NBC's Kelly Kobiea has more now from outside Windsor Castle.
The Queen is back at Windsor Castle today. She thanked the public on her final day of the Jubilee celebrations, saying that she was humbled and deeply touched at the number of people who came out to celebrate. And she gave them one final reason to cheer. A royal surprise on the last day of Jubilee celebrations. The Queen appearing on the palace balcony, giving delighted crowds the cherished moment they were waiting for.
God save the Queen!
The 96-year-old monarch beaming, looking vibrant in bright green, joined by 3 generations of royals thanking the country. My heart has been with you all, and I remain committed to serving you to the best of my ability, supported by my family. Leading Sunday's parade, a hologram of the young queen waving to the crowds, beamed onto the historic carriage she rode for her coronation 70 years ago.
Yes, please.
The real Queen Elizabeth showed off her acting skills, kicking off Saturday's concert with another British icon, the famous Paddington Bear.
Perhaps you would like a marmalade sandwich. I always keep one for emergencies.
So do I. I keep mine in here.
The Queen's family taking center stage, including Prince William and Kate's 3 children, usually kept away from the cameras, but over the weekend, they were the stars.
And in light.
Prince Charles leading the tributes, adding personal touches in a heartfelt speech.
Your Majesty, Mummy, we all say thank you.
With a nod to the Queen's late husband, Prince Philip.
My papa would have enjoyed the show.
Kate sharing a video as the family baked cupcakes in Wales. The real royal show stealer was William and Kate's youngest son, 4-year-old Louis, making faces, chatting with his great-grandmother, the Queen, hugging and challenging Mom Kate, sitting on Grandpa Charles's lap. Prince Harry and Meghan keeping a low profile, making only one public appearance at Friday's church service, spending most of their time privately, while the rest of the family and country celebrated their Queen. The Sussexes kept a very low profile over the weekend. In fact, we didn't see the Queen's great-grandchildren, Lilibet and Archie, Meghan and Harry's children, in public at all. And the Daily Mail is reporting that the whole family left England before the end of celebrations on Sunday. NBC News has reached out, but haven't yet heard back.
Right now on NBC News Now, deepening crisis, a growing number of mass shootings nationwide putting America on edge. What lawmakers on Capitol Hill have planned for this week to try to curb the deadly trend. Back in business, the nation's largest baby formula factory is back open today. How soon the much-needed products could be back on store shelves. And Privacy Push, the new effort to limit how the biggest names in tech track what you do online. I'm Aaron Gilchrist, noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. at NBC News headquarters here in New York. Let's dive in, starting with the pressure on lawmakers in Washington to act on gun reform legislation. The Senate now back in session, a bipartisan group of lawmakers there making progress on a compromise that could include incentives for states to create red flag laws and increase funding for mental health. The ongoing talks come as the nation reels from another weekend of deadly gun violence. At least 13 mass shootings in 10 states since Friday. That includes a Sunday morning shooting outside a nightclub in Chattanooga, Tennessee. 3 people killed there, at least 14 injured. Another shooting on Saturday in Philadelphia also killed 3 people and injured at least 13 more. NBC News correspondent Julie Sirkin has the latest on the fight over gun control on Capitol Hill. First, we're going to go to NBC's Emily Ikeda in Philadelphia today. Emily, let's start with the investigation there on the shooting this weekend. What's the latest?
Hey there, Aaron. Well, our local NBC News affiliate just learning from law enforcement sources that an 18-year-old man is in police custody. He is expected to be the first person charged in connection to Saturday's mass shooting. Earlier today, the district attorney said that he is hoping to get charges approved for at least 2 people in connection to Saturday's shooting. Here's more from the DA Krasner.
We are expecting to approve charges later today for at least 2 people in connection to what we anticipate are non-fatal shootings. I went to the scene myself the morning after the shooting to see what was there. And it was chilling. No less chilling that it happened in more than 10 places around the country over the space of a few days.
And police believe that this all started as a physical altercation, a fight between two men. They say it then escalated into an exchange of gunfire. And keep in mind that a lot of the people struck in this shootout, if you will, were innocent bystanders. This street was a sea of people. It was a Saturday night on South Street, this iconic street with dozens of restaurants, bars. And Aaron, something I think this is all a backdrop to, we've seen more mass shootings than the number of days that have passed so far this year in 2022.
It is a sad, crushing reality when you put it in that perspective, Emily. I do want to ask you about the people involved here, though. What do we know about the 3 people who were killed and the victims who are still recovering?
So police say they believe that one of the people killed was involved in that initial fight, but they haven't specified who. They've released the names of 2 of the victims, 34-year-old Gregory Jackson and 27-year-old Alexis Quinn. The American Federation of Teachers identifying the 3rd victim as 22-year-old Christopher Minners. He was an advisor for 2nd and 6th grade boys at Girard College. The AFT, the union, saying that this really is a reminder that gun violence can touch everyone. It stretches far beyond just certain cities, and it's a reminder of this by this tragic shooting, Aaron.
And we had a second tragic shooting over the weekend as well, Emily, the shooting in Chattanooga, Tennessee that we mentioned just hours after the shooting in Philadelphia. Where does the investigation stand there in Tennessee?
Yeah, so that happened early in the morning, just after 2 a.m. in Chattanooga, Tennessee, outside of a nightclub. 3 people killed, 12 others shot. But I think it's worth noting one of the people killed was actually struck by a car. A number of people also injured by that as they were trying to flee the scene. They were hit by cars. Another thing worth noting, this is the 2nd weekend in a row in Chattanooga where they saw mass shooter violence there. Since Friday, looking across the U.S., there have been 13 mass shootings. Aaron.
Emily Ikeda for us in Philadelphia today. Emily, thank you. At the same time today, there are talks underway. A group of senators, a bipartisan group, trying to reach a compromise on gun reform. That group working over the weekend on an agreement that could come as soon as this week. Senators on both sides of the aisle more hopeful than ever, but they stress that no deal has been reached as of yet. NBC's Julie Sirkin is on the Hill for us today tracking this story. So, Julie, where do the negotiations stand right now with this group of 9 senators?
Yeah, hey, Aaron. We actually just ran into Senator Chris Murphy on my way over here, and my colleague Garrett Haake asked him about comments from Leader McConnell focusing on mental health and school safety. And Senator Chris Murphy said that negotiations now are more serious than they ever have been. He said that the group of 8 bipartisan senators want to have an agreement this week by the end of the week, and they are starting to read in Leaders McConnell and Schumer on those negotiations, on those plans. They're also going to meet in a smaller group today. Senator Sinema, Tillis, Cornyn, the lead Republican, the senator from Texas, by the way, and Senator Chris Murphy going to meet today at least once, he told us, and they're going to discuss red flag laws. They're going to discuss enhanced background checks, so not enhanced, as of course some Democrats would hope they would be, and all of that falling under the mental health umbrella, Senator Chris Murphy told us.
You know, I have to wonder how much these senators are listening to what they're hearing from the folks who live in their communities. There's a new poll out, CBS poll, we'll put the numbers up here. 81% of people support background checks on all potential gun buyers. 72% of the people there support a federal red flag law. So, Julie, are lawmakers on the Hill feeling the heat from that sort of support, that overwhelming support we're seeing in these numbers?
Well, look, Aaron, this isn't the first time since Sandy Hook especially that lawmakers have tried to forge a bipartisan agreement to try and make it harder for people to obtain a gun in this country, to make mental health funding a priority in these kinds of situations. But now Senator Chris Murphy said himself over the weekend that he has never seen negotiations as serious as they are now. So you could presume that those kinds of polls, public opinion, as these increased mass shootings keep on happening, as you just spoke with Emily there, that is having an effect on senators here, where nearly half of the Republicans, in Senator Toomey's words, should be able to support something by the time all is said and done in these negotiations. At least that's their hope.
Yeah, Julie, obviously a lot of attention on the Senate right now as these conversations are happening. The House, though, is also getting ready to take some action here on some gun measures this week. What are you hearing from that side of the Capitol?
Yeah, look, the House is going to take on more measures that wouldn't necessarily have much of an appetite here in the Senate. They wouldn't get even 10 Republicans' vote needed to pass, and they are measures like restricting the ability to purchase some high-capacity ammunition, from raising the legal age of purchasing some rifles from 18 to 21, and more expansive background checks. But like I said, that has nearly no chance of survival here in the Senate, though the House plans to take it up this week. What they are doing is holding a big hearing on Wednesday in the House Oversight Committee, and we're actually going to hear from some families of survivors of the victims of the Uvalde and Buffalo shootings. I want you to take a listen to something that one Texas Democrat said over the weekend. Watch.
If they can arrive at something on red flag legislation, if they can arrive at something that does increase funding for mental health, because we do need that in this country, then I will certainly support it. But I don't think that we can stop there. Obviously, that's not going to solve everything. We will need to take a step-by-step approach, and we'll need to take whatever we can get, but we need to show that we can break this ice, that we can have some progress.
So look, Aaron, House Democrats are going to send a message here, but that doesn't mean they're not going to support the efforts that are significantly more scaled back in the Senate either. So we're going to see what happens if they can forge an agreement by the end of this week.
A lot of activity to watch on the Hill for us. Julie Sirkin today. Julie, thank you. Some new data showing 4,100 Latinos were killed by guns every year. That's according to Everytown for Gun Safety. Some of the deadliest mass shootings have disproportionately killed Latinos, like the 2016 Pulse nightclub attack in Orlando and the 2019 Walmart shooting in El Paso. The massacre at Robb Elementary School in Texas last month, just another example. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas in Uvalde, Texas for us today. Guad, what more does that shooting data tell us?
Aaron, the reason why we're looking at this data, of course, is because Uvalde is 80% Latino. So when you look at these numbers from NBC's reporting, they spoke to a advocate of gun safety, and they found these numbers right. So we also found that Latinos are twice as likely to die from gun homicides versus white Americans. So also when it comes to being wounded, 4 times more likely to be wounded with an assault from a gun. So these are the numbers that are alarming. We've been talking to members of the community here about gun violence with Latinos. They feel like it's not just gun violence, but at least here in Uvalde and in Texas, a lot of the Latinos tell us that there's other issues that they've been suffering from in the community that the leaders are not paying attention. But of course, right now, gun reform is on everybody's mind, Aaron.
So let's go a little deeper into that then, Guad. You talked to some of the folks who live there in Uvalde about gun reform in particular. What did they tell you?
Right. So, first off, it's important to let people know when you come to Texas, especially to a rural area like Uvalde, most people that talk to you say they own a gun. They agree with people being able to have a gun, but they now add the question, but why have an assault rifle? So that's sort of the idea here. We had a sit down. It was a panel where we spoke to the grandfather of one of the victims that died in the school, the mother of a student who was not hurt, and also a retired Navy captain. They gave us their opinions, and this is what they had to say about the possibility of gun reform, of gun law reform.
This guy bought that assault weapon, came back another day, bought another one. All these guys behind the counter selling, they ought to make a course, 5-6 week course, 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, to teach them how to profile a person when you go in there and buy a gun. Give them the ability to recognize that this guy's a little off his rocker.
And as long as we don't change these laws, this will happen again. What we need is, yes, we need the age limit to 21. Yes, we need a background check, but also we need a 30-day waiting period so we can really understand why this person is buying these weapons.
Ideas from community members here in Uvalde who are struggling after this tragedy, Aaron.
And Guad, I know the funerals are continuing there for the children and the 2 adults who were killed in Uvalde. Can you talk to us a little bit about that and how some of the victims who are still in the hospital are doing?
Aaron, we've had funerals every day. It's just a long list. Today we have another funeral for one of the victims. It's hard to keep track. It's emotionally draining. to keep up and to read the details. For the members of the community and, of course, the family members have chosen to stay away from the media as they get through these funerals and these memorial services. I should add that DHS Secretary Mayorkas is in town. Just moments ago, he visited the area behind me. That's Robb Elementary, the memorial that's been set up outside. And we've slowly gotten some updates. We know that there was an update from the San Antonio University Hospital saying that 2 9-year-olds continue hospitalized there. Days ago, we received an update from the grandmother of the shooter who was in the hospital. She came in critical condition. She has improved, but she remains in the hospital. So, right, you know, you have the people that died, the 21 people that were killed, and then you have those that were wounded, some of them still in the hospital. As these funerals are expected to continue, there is a schedule, and if you look at it, it is overwhelming because every day there's memorials and funerals, Aaron.
You know, it's even from afar, it's hard to process what those families and that community is going through. And I know as a reporter on the ground, it's hard to sort of be there witnessing, having to chronicle all that's happening. Gwad, you've been doing some great work. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you later. Thank you. New today, fresh efforts to punish Russian billionaires and oligarch Roman Abramovich. NBC News reporting the Justice Department has moved to seize 2 of his planes. One of them is said to be one of the most expensive private planes in the world. It's the latest move in response to the invasion of Ukraine. I want to bring in NBC's Tom Winter now, who often tracks the money for us, and obviously this is a case of that. So remind us first, about this case, where the investigation is as it relates to Abramovich.
Right. So this is kind of really unique because a lot of times that we've talked about these seizures in the past, and we're up to millions of dollars in cash. We're talking about yachts that some of these people have had as all part of the Justice Department Operation Klepto Capture. We're talking about individuals that are on the sanctions list. But that's not Abramovich. This is an entirely different scenario where you see them still going after the same target, right? Somebody who's close to Putin in his inner circle, somebody who's made billions of dollars because of his connections to Putin and the Russian government, but not somebody who's been sanctioned. So how did they do it? The Commerce Department has rules that came into play after the invasion. They said if the plane's manufactured in the USA, if a Russian owns it, if they flew there after March 2nd, you're on notice. We have the ability to say you cannot export that plane or re-export that plane to Russia. That's where he's fallen afoul of the laws, according to them. And the FBI, in the course of their work, were able to speak to people who obviously communicated what the intentions were of the representatives of Abramovich. In a number of transactions involving 5 total shell companies, they were able to go through and track the money and get it to the point where they say, you know what, this company is actually controlled by Abramovich. Here are the planes. We can connect it all through. We can go seize them.
So here are the planes. Where are the jets right now? And can they actually, will they actually be able to seize them?
The ultimate question. So the Gulfstream G650ER, you know, the model that you like.
Yeah,
the one you have. That one is currently in Russia. So that's not going to come back. And we're looking at a picture of the same type of model right there. The other plane, the Boeing 787, last believed to be in Dubai, but it may have moved since then. Either way, not particularly good jurisdictions for the U.S. In the best of times, the U.S. has no extradition treaty or agreement with Russia, and it is against the Russian Constitution to turn over any individual who is sought extradition by another country, and so obviously their property might be tied to that. So that's not going to be particularly helpful. One thing these planes do need, they need parts, they need service, and in order to do that, they're going to have to leave Russia because none of these companies have any sort of support there. So if someday those planes are flown somewhere outside of Russia or to a more friendly U.S. jurisdiction, chances are they're property of you and I and everybody watching us.
The feds are going to be watching. They'll grab them if they can.
Exactly right.
Tom Winter, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thing.
Now, Ukrainian forces are trying to hold off Russian advances in the east. Those troops there are fighting street by street for control of Severodonetsk, but it's not clear which side is winning at this point. NBC News foreign correspondent Ali Arouzi is on the ground for us there, tracking this from Kyiv. Ali, Russia has the numbers when it comes to troops, right? We talk about the fact that there are so many Russian troops on the ground. President Zelensky says Ukraine has every chance to fight back here. What are you hearing about the fighting there today?
Hey, Aaron, that's right. The Russians have outnumbered and outgunned the Ukrainians, but there is a very intense fight going on the Eastern Front, especially on Severodonetsk, which is the capital of the Luhansk region, and it's a key battle. Both sides really need this, and that's why the fighting there keeps ebbing and flowing. On Friday, we were hearing from the governor of Luhansk, the military governor of Luhansk, saying that the Russians were in control of about 70 to 80% of the area. But over the weekend, he said that the Ukrainians had made significant grounds and captured a lot of the areas they had lost. But today, again, the governor said that the Ukrainians had made a lot of losses there. So it just really underscores how intense the fighting is and how hard both sides are fighting for that capital of that region. So it's a very, very bloody mess there. Apparently, there's, bombardment going on there morning, noon and night. There's no peace for anybody there as the fights intensify every day. We spoke to a young lady, a 14-year-old actually, who managed to escape from Severodonetsk about 2 months ago. Let's take a listen to what she had to say.
In Severodonetsk, it was much louder.
You said you're getting used to this. I mean, how can somebody get used to this?
We are just brave, and we are Ukrainians. Severodonetsk people are Ukrainians too. It doesn't matter that it's Lugansk region or they speak Russians or something else. It doesn't matter.
And Aaron, I asked her, are you upset that you've lost your belongings, your home, all of the things that you hold dear to you? She says, I don't care about any of that stuff. I just want my city back.
I did want to ask you too, Ali, about some of the political movement that's happening there. I know the Russian foreign minister was supposed to go to Serbia, but some of the countries around that area closed off the airspace. That would have been the first visit by a high-ranking Russian official to Serbia since the war in Ukraine started. What is Russia saying about that cancellation?
Well, obviously, Russia is saying that this is the fault of the West, that they're blocking them from having essential communications with their allies, and this was another lost opportunity for diplomacy. But it really does underscore how isolated Russia is, not just across its own borders, but around the world. These are countries that border Russia, North Macedonia, Bulgaria, Montenegro. They all said, you're not using our airspace. So it just shows that Russia has fewer and fewer friends every day. They're becoming more isolated. So the Russians have said the Serbian president has been invited to come and see them in Moscow rather than Lavrov traveling to see him because he just simply can't get there.
All right, Ali Arouzi for us in Ukraine again today. Ali, thank you. Relief is coming for millions of families impacted by the baby formula shortage. Still ahead, the critical step just taken and when you can expect to see supplies back on store shelves.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No. The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Well, relief could soon be coming in the baby formula shortage that's impacting families nationwide. Formula maker Abbott is restarting production at a facility in Michigan. It had been closed for months, and it fueled the crisis we're seeing right now. The first order of business here, getting those hard-to-find hypoallergenic formulas to the families that need them. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch outside that factory in Sturgis, Michigan for us today. So, Jesse, how long is it going to take for the formula to really start flowing here and make its way to store shelves?
Yeah, so Aaron, it sounds like there's still some flexibility in that timeline. Remember, this plant had been shut down going back to February before Abbott Nutrition said they resumed production on Saturday. As you mentioned, they're starting with specialty and metabolic formulas, including hypoallergenic Elecare. We're told that Elecare will start being released to consumers around June 20th. So I'm trying to get some clarity. We've reached out to the company for some information on what release means. Does that mean that's when the trucks are rolling out of here? Does that mean when it'll be on store shelves? And again, around June 20th. They're not even giving a firm date there, but certainly a sign of hope because there was already a baby formula shortage. And then in February, when this shut down, that became exacerbated even further. And so this is something that will hopefully calm some parents down across the country, but certainly a concern for many families.
So you mentioned that shutdown, Jesse. This was because of concerns about contamination at the plant there. What's the FDA doing now to try to make sure that facility doesn't have to close again?
Yeah, we know that the FDA says it has been on site here recently. They have entered into a consent decree with Abbott Nutrition, and part of the terms of reopening this plant, according to that consent decree, were that they would have an independent outside expert coming in here, that there would be monitoring of the cleaning, of environmental testing, that there would be sanitation done here as well, and an overview of procedures for the drying out process and sanitation and all of that, and that a report from the independent expert would be given to the FDA before operations could resume. And so Abbott Nutrition says it has met the initial requirements for the FDA to be doing this work. And of course, we know that there's scrutiny for the Biden administration as well for how they have handled the aftermath of all of this too, Aaron. So very much an ongoing situation, and just something to point out again. There is a sign of hope that you're going to start to have more formula, including those specialty formulas for the more vulnerable, being produced here again. But Data Assembly's recent numbers show that right now in this country, there is close to a 75% out-of-stock rate nationwide. So, again, a sign of hope, but we're still very much in the thick of this shortage of baby formula all over the country.
All right, Jesse Kirsch in Michigan today. Jesse, thank you. Well, there is a disturbing rise in reports of children being poisoned by melatonin. Now, that's a hormone that our bodies actually produce naturally to regulate our sleep. A lot of us take supplements for this as well. But now some children are going to the hospital for taking too much. I want to bring in NBC News breaking health reporter Aria Bendix now. She's been looking into this. So, Aria, people take melatonin as a natural remedy. I've taken it to help me sleep. How is it that children are being poisoned by this?
Yeah, so doctors like to say the dose makes the poison, right? So too much of any substance, even if it's benign, can be harmful. That's what we think is happening here. We think it's mostly toddlers who are accidentally getting into their parents' supply, ingesting too much. And when I say too much, I mean very, very large amounts, well beyond the recommended dosage. So maybe perhaps a full bottle. Yeah. We've seen about 4,000 children hospitalized from this over the last 10 years. But it's important to point out that the majority of kids who are taking too much melatonin aren't having any symptoms.
And I know the melatonin I take they're gummies. So it's like, for kids, it's candy. They're just eating candy. It doesn't matter to them what it is for the little ones, right?
It is, and it's tempting. It's easy to be mistaken, and sometimes it isn't properly labeled, and that can be an issue.
And this is not something that's regulated, right? I mean, melatonin, it's a sort of a natural thing that we take. Why isn't this something that the FDA, for example, would regulate?
Yeah, so melatonin is actually a dietary supplement in the U.S., and what that means is it can be produced and sold over the counter without a prescription, doesn't require FDA approval. And then some doctors in particular are concerned that there might be too much or too little melatonin that isn't really disclosed on the label. So it's hard to tell actually if a kid has overdosed or not.
Is there anything being done, or are they looking at the effects, the real long-term effects on children by, taking too much of this melatonin?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what the long-term effects are. We know in the short term it can actually be good if it's taken in a normal amount. So some studies have shown that it can be helpful for kids with sleep issues as long as they don't have a comorbidity. So it might help them fall asleep. It might help them sleep longer. Studies haven't shown that it reduced the amount of time that kids have woken up in the middle of the night. But right now, doctors are giving it what they call a weak recommendation, meaning they're suggesting you try other things first. So do a normal sleep schedule, try to reduce screen time before television, and then maybe talk to your pediatrician about using melatonin.
And grown folks could use that advice too, I think.
Absolutely.
Taking this stuff. Aria Bendix, we appreciate you being here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Well, still ahead, more than 82 million COVID vaccine doses wasted across the U.S. since late 2020. Still ahead, why those shots never found arms and which pharmacies are mostly to blame.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Bottom of the hour right now, NBC's Stephen Romo has some of the stories trending on NBCnews.com. Stephen.
Yeah, Aaron, a lot going on today. We start in Southern California, where a teen was arrested after threatening to, quote, shoot up their high school. That senior was arrested on charges of making criminal threats, possessing brass knuckles, and having a ghost gun. Mariah Carey is being sued over her iconic holiday hit, All I Want for Christmas Is You. Songwriter Andy Stone alleges he wrote a song with the same title back in 1989, 4 years before the release of Carey's song. And President Biden is set to appear on Jimmy Kimmel Live later this week. It'll be the first time the president has been a guest on a late-night talk show since he took office. Aaron?
All right, Stephen Romo for us today. Stephen, appreciate it. Thanks. President Biden is facing dueling conflicts today. The Summit of the Americas kicking off in Los Angeles without Cuba, Nicaragua, or Venezuela. The White House decision not to invite those nations triggered a boycott from Mexico, a boycott threat from Mexico. Meanwhile, on the domestic front, inflation dealing a setback to the president's infrastructure ambitions. Surging prices for materials, supply chain issues, and worker shortages hindering major projects. We're following the latest developments with Josh Letterman in Washington. We'll begin with NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli. He is in L.A. ahead of the president coming there as this summit gets underway. Mike, the U.S. obviously hosting this summit for just the second time. Talk to us about, who's there, who isn't there, and why.
So, Aaron, at the heart of this controversy over who's coming and who's not is really a disconnect between the United States and some of our even close allies about what this summit should be about. When Bill Clinton hosted the first Summit of the Americas in 1994, it was really meant to be a showcase for democracies in the Western Hemisphere. And that's why, as the U.S. was again preparing to host the summit here in Los Angeles, they were focusing on, once again, democracies. And there's also, to be frank, some political pressure on President Biden within his own party not to invite dictatorships like those that have ultimately not been invited, Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. But some of our closest allies think that this should be something that's open to everyone in the region, and that's why you had the decision by Mexico's president to follow through on his threat not to attend if these countries were not invited. But the White House is insisting that these countries will be represented here, even if their heads of government are not here, and there's still going to be an awful lot on the agenda that will be strong for the administration to come out of it.
You know, at the same time, Mike, the White House, an official confirmed that President Biden is going to host the Mexican president in July, right?
Yeah, that's right. This was really, I think, part of the behind-the-scenes negotiations that have been happening over the last few months. Former Senator Chris Dodd, a longtime friend of President Biden, was part of those negotiations with, they call him AMLO, President Manuel Lopez Obrador. He was really, they thought that they could bring him to the table in the end. He followed through on his threat not to attend the summit. But part of sort of the off-ramp here was to extend an invitation for an in-person meeting at the White House in July. And as the White House is also making clear, Mexico's foreign minister will be in attendance here as well.
You know, Mike, the administration is really working to try to showcase efforts to develop, you know, sort of regional solutions to regional challenges. That's what we've heard from the White House, right? Can you walk us through some of the agenda for this week and Vice President Kamala Harris's role at the summit as well?
Yeah, Aaron, well, really what the White House is hoping is that with this invitation issue now settled and behind them, they can focus on what they promise are some real deliverables, as the White House really has been dealing with, especially the crisis of migration at the southern border. We know that Vice President Kamala Harris has been given this assignment of dealing with what they call the root causes, the economy in Central America, political corruption, others instability in the region. And so she is actually going to be starting to hold events here in Los Angeles. This is her own home state today, tomorrow, and Wednesday before the president arrives, including at a CEO summit on Wednesday, for instance, where she says the private sector will come to the table with some real commitments about investing in the economy over the long haul in Central America. Now, when President Biden comes out here on Wednesday, he's really playing much more of a hosting role at first, welcoming the leaders here. On Thursday, he'll give remarks at the opening session, as well as hosting a dinner for the heads of government and their spouses here Thursday night. Friday, he'll be the host of what they're calling a working lunch. But it's interesting that both President Biden and Vice President Harris, in addition to their summit-related activities, are also going to be focusing on the economy. President Biden's going to do an event while he's in Los Angeles at the Port of Los Angeles. We know that was a real focus of some of the supply chain challenges for this administration. And Vice President Harris today is actually doing her first event today about women's reproductive health. She's been a really leading voice in the administration about the expected decision from the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade.
All right, Mike Memley for us in L.A. today. Mike, thank you. Now, all of that is going on as inflation is still taking a bite out of President Biden's infrastructure ambitions. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman in Washington today. Josh, obviously we know that inflation is affecting pretty much everybody these days, but specifically it's having an impact on the construction sector. Talk to us about that.
Hey, Aaron. Well, it's great to join you on your brand new show, and a big congratulations to you. Look, the construction sector has been particularly hard hit by inflation, because when we talk about inflation overall in the country, it's been hovering above 8%, which is obviously far too high. The cost of building materials and supplies has gone up 70%, more than that. And so it is a significant increase to the basic cost of any kind of construction project. And combined with that are the challenges in finding construction workers, because we've been talking about the historically low unemployment rates, which is obviously good for people who are looking for jobs, but it means that people who are trying to hire people to do those jobs have a lot more difficult job finding them. And so all of that is contributing to long delays in finishing construction projects that people would otherwise want to be doing, things that are good for the economy, but where these shortages are causing the latest disruption, Aaron.
Which in turn will cause costs to go up, I would imagine. So what does this mean for those entities, local governments that have to shoulder the rising costs?
It means they have to prioritize which projects they want to be able to finish first, and really maybe downgrade the timeline for how quickly they're going to be able to accomplish things. We are hearing reports from across the country where, you know, local governments, state governments are trying to pursue projects that are now months, if not a year or more, delayed, simply because they can't get either the workers or they can't get, you know, the iron, the concrete, the basic building materials they need to be able to carry out those projects.
All right, Josh Letterman for us in Washington. Josh, we appreciate you making time to be on the inaugural broadcast here. Thank you. Well, this just in, new details about another public hearing on the January 6th insurrection The committee investigating that riot announced the second hearing will be held on Monday, June 13th. The first hearing is going to be this Thursday. These will be the first public hearings on the committee's findings. Now to the alarming news on the coronavirus pandemic. A huge number of life-saving vaccine doses have gone to waste. The CDC saying more than 82 million doses were discarded between December 2020 and mid-May. Meanwhile, some real estate agents are reportedly not paying back COVID relief loans and instead reaping the benefits of a booming housing market. Joining me now with more, NBC News national security correspondent Kim Delaney, and we'll start with our medical reporter Erica Edwards. Erica, the CDC saying that pharmacies, states, U.S. territories, they've all wasted millions of vaccine doses in the last year and a half or so. The big question, of course, is why?
Yeah. Hey, Aaron, that's a great question. So unlike most immunizations used in the U.S., the COVID-19 vaccines come in multi-dose vials, meaning once you open up that vial, you have to use all those doses within a few hours. Otherwise, they have to be tossed out. Now, some pharmacies have said, it's worth it to open up a new vial, even if it just means getting one shot into an arm. They thought it was that important, even if those other doses were eventually tossed out. Millions of other doses simply expired on store shelves or were spoiled when in the event of, say, a power outage or freezers malfunction in other cases. Aaron?
Yeah, was there any particular pharmacy or any particular part of the country that seemed to toss out more vaccine doses than others?
Yeah, so two major pharmacies, CVS and Walmart, were responsible for more than a quarter of those doses that were tossed out, and really mainly because of the sheer volume of doses that they received initially. Otherwise, pharmacies like Publix, Costco, and Rite Aid were also responsible for a substantial number of those tossed doses. Now, when it comes to the states, it was really interesting. Two states in particular stand out. Oklahoma is one of them that tossed out 28% of the 4 million doses that it was allocated. Alaska, you can see there, tossed more than 27% of its 1 million doses. Aaron?
We look at the fact that, less than half of fully vaccinated people in this country have their booster shots. What's being done to prevent these doses from going to waste in the future?
Yeah, this is largely a problem of supply and demand. We have a huge supply. The demand has really fallen in the past months or even years. The CDC is now working with manufacturers to re-engineer those vials. So they sort of slim them down to just one dose per vial. Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson told NBC News that they too are working on ways to re-engineer their products to reduce waste and really cut down on those losses. Aaron? All
right, our medical reporter Erica Edwards with us today. Erica, we appreciate it. Thank you. Now, during the pandemic, real estate sales really soared, and so did commissions for agents. Now we're learning that agents also received billions of dollars in taxpayer money in loans, and few of them paid that money back. NBC's Ken Delaney is joining us now with more details on this. So, Ken, real estate agents got close to $4 billion in loans through that PPP, that Federal Paycheck Protection Loan Program. We're learning that few of them actually paid that money back. Is that legal, or was there any kind of loan forgiveness? What happened here?
Great question, Aaron. It's completely legal, but whether it makes sense is, of course, another matter. So the background here, the federal government made about $800 million worth of Paycheck Protection Program loans. Those were designed to help businesses stay afloat during the pandemic. And this program was designed to make it easy for those loans to turn into grants. And that's exactly what has happened. About 80% of those loans have been forgiven, and probably a lot more will be in the end. And as we've previously reported, there was an enormous amount of fraud in this program. But even in cases where there wasn't fraud, there are growing questions about money that went to businesses that didn't really suffer during the pandemic. My colleagues on the NBC News investigative unit looked into loans made to real estate agents, because some of those people, as you said, did very well as housing prices boomed during COVID. And NBC News found that the government made more than 300,000 paycheck protection loans to real estate businesses claiming just one employee, and for a total of $3.9 billion. Most of those loans, $3.1 billion worth, have been forgiven, we found, meaning that the recipients get to keep the money. Those loans were made with the understanding that they'd be forgiven if the recipient met certain criteria, like spending 60% of the loan on payroll and the rest on eligible expenses. And a senior Small Business Administration official told us that laws passed by both Democrats and Republicans and signed by President Trump were extremely liberal and generous when it came to loan forgiveness, Aaron.
So, Ken, what do we know about the how on some of this? I mean, did real estate agents who applied for this assistance all get the same amount of money? Did it vary? How did the government decide who got what?
On average, according to the public records we reviewed, these sole proprietor real estate firms got $13,000. But 146 of these entities got more than $90,000 each. And some of these loans turned grants went to real estate agents in booming markets. For example, $3.6 million of the money went to real estate entities in Beverly Hills, California, and $14.9 million went to firms in Charlotte, North Carolina, another booming area. Realtors in these markets were not really hurt by the pandemic, Aaron, but they got relief anyway.
Yeah, I know that NBC talked to some of the real estate agents who received some of these loans. What did they have to say about all this?
As you can imagine, many of them did not want to say a word about it, Aaron. Some said they figured they would take the money because everyone else they knew was getting some. We found one very successful realtor in Austin, Texas, who said she was paying back her loan. She sold more than $10 million worth of real estate in 2020 and got an $83,000 loan. And she told NBC News that she just didn't feel right asking for it to be forgiven. Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney in our Washington bureau today. Ken, thank you.
You bet.
Apple announcing major changes to the way you send and receive iMessages, plus a new feature meant to help people in abusive relationships. Up next, what you can expect when you update your iPhone.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, in just a few minutes here, the markets close after a rally today. This comes as Elon Musk adds to the drama over his Twitter takeover. CNBC's Bertha Coombs has the day's business headlines. She's joining us from CNBC. So, Bertha, let's start with the markets. They're going to close soon here. How are things looking?
Looks like we may close fractionally higher, Aaron. It was a lot higher this morning. Got some sort of bullish news out of China. They are easing COVID restrictions both in Shanghai and Beijing, and also ending a probe. Beijing had been looking into the ride-hailing giant Didi. That's like the Uber of China. They'd been looking at a lot of tech firms. It looks like that probe is going to come into a close now. So that looks kind of bullish as China looks to really focus more on reopening their economy and trying to help that global supply chain.
You know, it seems like there's something new in the Elon Musk Twitter saga every week, right? What's the latest here? He's threatening to walk away from the deal again?
Every week, it's almost every hour, it seems. He certainly is, fodder for a lot of discussion. So the latest thing, he's threatening once again to walk away from the $44 billion bid he made over the issue of spam and bot accounts on the platform. They've been going back and forth on this. In fact, he tweeted last night, he tweeted a line from Shakespeare's The Tempest saying, "How many goodly creatures are there here?" to underscore his point. But now his lawyers have gotten involved, telling the company that their failure to provide precise data on these spam bots amounts to a material breach of contract, he says, and would give Musk the right to just walk away from the deal. Twitter responding that they have and are continuing to cooperate information with Musk, and that they intend to close this transaction and enforce the merger agreement. It could all end up in the courts if he does walk away at this point.
And we won't be hearing Shakespeare there, I'm sure, about that. One of the other big takeovers that's been in headlines lately, JetBlue and Spirit. JetBlue really wants Spirit, right?
Yeah, this is another contentious situation in the merger area. So JetBlue has made a hostile bid for Spirit, which has already agreed to be merged with Frontier Airlines. So this morning, JetBlue sweetened its hostile bid, saying it'll pay $350 million in a reverse breakup fee if the regulators don't approve the deal over antitrust issues, which is one of the reasons that Spirit says it wouldn't make sense for them to merge with JetBlue. The time is no accident, though. On Friday, Frontier sweetened its own breakup fee to $250 million. That merger agreement actually is set to go before shareholders for a vote next week. So everybody's trying to really drum up support for their side. Spirit's board says it is going to review the JetBlue offer, but they definitely want to merge with Frontier instead.
All right, we'll see how it all shakes out in the end. Bertha Coombs for us at CNBC today. Thank you, Bertha.
Thanks.
Well, Apple's Worldwide Development Conference kicked off today. The company announcing new products and big software updates, too. NBC's Gotti Schwartz has been following this conference for us. He joins us now, and I know there were a lot of big announcements coming from Apple today. What really stood out? What's getting the most buzz?
Yeah, there was a lot that they announced today, but so far the showstopper seems to be this ridiculously simple function, and that is the ability to edit messages that you send to somebody else as long as they have an iPhone. You know, the same function that people on Twitter have been begging Twitter to do forever. Well, the way this one would work is, let's say you have a typo because you sent a text too fast. You can fix it right there. And if you send a message and then you decide, maybe I shouldn't have sent that message, you can actually unsend it. However, if you're sending to a non-iPhone number, no dice. And yes, those green bubbles that you see whenever you send somebody a text message that doesn't have iPhone, those are going to stay.
See, this is another reason to pressure your cousins and your aunts into getting an iPhone.
That's what they want. That's what they want.
Right. I do know that Apple also released a new feature that's meant to help people in abusive relationships, too. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, this one's pretty straightforward. It's aimed at helping people who might be dealing with domestic abuse or a breakup. It's called Safety Check. It basically lets you quickly see who's got access to things that you're sharing, like location or your calendar, and then immediately cut that access off to everyone with just one click to protect your privacy. Again, it's not exactly new hardware, but in the world of interconnectedness, it's these little tweaks to the way that we communicate and what we share that seems to be the big announcements coming out of today's Apple update.
And I know they also made a big update to the Apple Pay system, right? What happened there? What are they doing?
Yeah, this is almost like supercharged layaway, but you get what you're buying right up front, built right into Apple Pay. So let's say you want to buy some new Apple AirPods. You can get them by promising to make up to 4 payments without interest over 6 weeks. Now, the first payment is due right away, but then the other 3 every 2 weeks, and all payments are managed right there in the Wallet app. And all of this as Apple seems to be taking more and more steps into the world of banking.
Aaron? Wow, yeah, I mean, we expect it, right? It's sort of par for the course with the way they're doing things everywhere. Gotti Schwartz, appreciate it.
Sure.
Another update is reportedly expected to limit a tool used by the likes of Facebook and Google. It's called fingerprinting, and that's the process of tracking users based on personal settings like your browser configurations, even down to the fonts that are used. We are keeping an eye on the conference. We'll bring you any updates if they happen before this broadcast ends. And a new ghost story to share around the campfire this summer. And there's nothing supernatural about it. Still ahead, we'll tell you about the so-called ghost forests and what they tell us about the haunting reality of climate change.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. Our players and coaches have been harmed. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
There are new concerns about America's so-called ghost forests. These once lush, dense habitats, now graveyards for dead trees. The trend is concerning scientists who are racing to find answers. Here's CNBC's Shamari Stone.
What was once a vibrant, luscious landscape is now filled with gray, barren tree trunks up and down parts of the East Coast. Rising sea levels, saltwater intrusion, and intense hurricanes, creating what's called ghost forests, a loss of trees as a result of climate change.
Well, it makes me very sad to know that they're in peril.
Scott Lanier is a U.S. Fish and Wildlife official managing this 160,000-acre federal land called the Alligator River National Wildlife Refuge.
We're at ground zero for climate change and sea level rise.
Places you could once stand on dry ground 30 years ago are now waist-deep water.
The soil is getting wetter and wetter. It's harder for the land to drain.
Healthy forests play an important role in the environment, storing carbon and filtering groundwater pollutants. Lanier says losing these trees along the Atlantic seaboard could worsen the effects of climate change. State, federal, and environmental groups have teamed up to make sure these forests do not completely die.
Things such as putting in oyster reefs just offshore and creating these living shorelines.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife are also planting trees that can withstand wetness Crews also installed pipes to drain and regulate water levels in some canals.
But it can prevent the saltwater intrusion.
Despite these efforts, it's a drop in the bucket compared to the vast spreading of ghost forests. And officials say the new landscape has a dramatic effect on farming, businesses, and everyday homeowners.
You're talking about climate change because the water's coming in.
Terry Williams has lived in Manteo, North Carolina for nearly 2 decades and has watched his backyard undergo a dramatic transformation.
Well, the salt water, when it comes up, it'll kill everything I have. We've already, every shrub, everything you're looking at in this yard, I have replanted twice.
For me, someone that loves natural places, wildlands and wildlife, I feel really bothered by that whole thing.
Well, we know that temperatures are rising now and pools are opening up around the country. This year, though, there are fewer lifeguards to watch those pools. Cities all over the country are struggling to find lifeguards to keep the public pools and beaches from staying closed all summer. Here's NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky.
In the blistering Texas heat, these teams are diving in.
Call 911, I need a backboard and AED.
They're training to save lives as the nation now faces a dire shortage of lifeguards. In Austin, they have fewer than half of the 750 they need. Jody J is the city's assistant director of Parks and Recreation. She says the pressure's on to safely staff dozens of public pools for families counting on inexpensive summer fun.
In a perfect world, you'd have 34 pools open.
Right.
How many are you prepared to open now?
We're looking at having 15 pools open.
The American Lifeguard Association says the shortage could close at least a third of the nation's 309,000 public pools. And it could mean fewer eyes on beaches, too. So where did all the lifeguards go? When pools shut down during the pandemic, many didn't keep up with the required training. Other workers went elsewhere. And now with the strongest job market in years, it often comes down to who's offering the best pay.
How are you trying to sweeten the deal?
Our lifeguards make anywhere between $16 and $19 an hour. We also have a $1,250 worth of bonuses.
Across the country, other communities are also ramping up recruiting efforts. Down south in Mobile, Alabama,
if they pay for the training session, we will give them the money back at the end of the season.
In the Heartland, Cincinnati's offering a $2,000 bonus for lifeguards who stay through the summer.
So we're trying to encourage people, seniors, young people, all ages. If you can swim, come and get certified as a lifeguard.
Out west in Phoenix, they offered a $2,500 bonus to early season hires. Back in Texas, Barton Springs Pool is one of Austin's biggest tourist attractions. Its hours of operation had been temporarily cut back.
It's kind of hard to plan around it. So yeah, it's disappointing.
Aquatic supervisor DeAndre Kane says staff is now working overtime to fill the need. What's the plan?
The plan is to train. We're going to keep advertising. Fingers crossed, prayers up. I think we're going to be able to do it.
Cities hoping for a rebound to keep a summer tradition going strong. Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Austin.
I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Meet the Press Now starts right now.
If it's Monday, Congress returns after another violent weekend of mass shootings across America. I'll speak with the top Senate negotiator on gun reform talks in Washington in just a moment, as lawmakers signal they're closing in on a deal. But what is it? Plus, Mexico's president announces he is personally boycotting a U.S.-hosted summit this week after the White House refused to invite the leaders of Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. What it means for the U.S. on the world stage and for Biden politically. That's ahead. Plus, Putin strikes Kyiv, rocking Ukraine's capital with several blasts over the weekend. We'll have the latest on the ground as Russia digs in. Are they making actual progress? It's a new warning for Ukraine and the West. Welcome to the very first episode of Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd. Thanks for streaming with us wherever and however you get NBC News Now, live or on demand. It's as easy as ever. And just like we've done on Sundays, Meet the Press, for 75 years, That's right, our diamond anniversary is with the NBA this year. This hour will provide you with all the political news and analysis you need to know. We'll be here every weekday at 4 p.m. Eastern. And we're also rolling out a revamped First Read newsletter, a fresh Meet the Press blog, a podcast version of Meet the Press Now, something we couldn't do before, but we can now. You can check it all out now at meetthepress.com. Speaking of now, let's get started with what's happening in Washington today. Congress is back in session, and the Senate negotiations are trying to see if we're going to see some senators hammer out some kind of deal on gun reform that can actually get to the president's desk for real this time. The Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, has set a Friday deadline for any sort of bipartisan agreement. In a few moments, I'll be joined by the leader of those talks, Connecticut Democratic Senator Chris Murphy, who's now saying he's more confident than ever that something can pass. What that something is and how much of a difference it would make, that remains to be seen. Meanwhile, as these talks ramp up, America's epidemic of gun violence and mass shootings continued unabated over the weekend. At least 12 people were killed in what many deem as mass shootings over the weekend in at least 7 locations, including 3 who died after a gunman opened fire on Philadelphia's busy South Street late Saturday. And don't forget, these types of mass shootings are just a small portion of the carnage of gun violence this country is living with every single day. As for those Senate talks I mentioned, they're confined to just a very small portion of what President Biden asked for when he addressed the nation on gun violence in prime time last week.
We need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. And if we can't ban assault weapons, then we should raise the age to purchase them from 18 to 21. Strengthen background checks. Enact safe storage law and red flag laws. Repeal the immunity that protects gun manufacturers from liability. Address the mental health crisis, deepening the trauma of gun violence and as a consequence of that violence.
According to Politico, Senate talks right now are focused on a package that includes enhanced background checks, a way to incentivize states to implement red flag laws, and funding for school safety and some new mental health programs. But folks, the reality is what the president wants is vastly different than what can make it through the Senate. And if that sounds familiar, it's because this same dilemma, the divide between what party leaders want versus what party leaders can actually pass, has plagued virtually everything in President Biden's agenda. Prescription drugs, they can't seem to get there. Health care, they can't seem to get there. Build back better, they haven't built back anything, and so on. So odds are, if anything makes it through the Senate, it's going to be, for lack of a better word, small, perhaps even fractional. And right now, the problem of gun violence is big, huge, affecting just about everyone. Just take a little survey of your own close friends and family and ask them whether they have been in a community or know somebody who has been shot or shot at. Those mass shootings we mentioned, just from this weekend, they occurred everywhere, from the East Coast to the West Coast, at all times of day, in all kinds of places, to all kinds of people. There were victims that were young, there were victims that were old, victims that were black, victims that were white, victims living in urban areas, and victims living in rural areas. This is one thing we're unified on. This is an entire United States of American problem. No matter where you live, and one where Congress will have to decide how much they can and want to do it, something right now. Emily Ikeda is on the ground force in Philadelphia. That's the site of that mass shooting I told you about on South Street over the weekend. Actually, some developments in finding out the perpetrator there. But Emily, you're in Philadelphia, but the point is, this isn't just about Philadelphia. This isn't just about targeted school shootings. This is about gun violence in pretty much everywhere you go in society.
Yeah, that's right, Chuck. Good to be here with you on Meet the Press Now. Philadelphians understandably among the people that are calling for change, putting pressure on Congress after it saw a steep rise in crime. Really, since 2013, it's continued to climb. The number of homicides last year, the city setting a new record for the number of people murdered, more than 560 people, and that's more than double than what we saw in 2013. But you take a look at even a single incident, the mass shooting of Saturday, and you see the range of people impacted and how far-reaching a single incident can be. 14 people shot, 3 of those people were killed, and the victims ranged in age from 17 years old to 69 years old. And NBC News, our colleague Gabe Gutierrez actually talking to the 69-year-old. He said that he was just at a bar over my shoulder down the street there when he heard some kind of commotion outside on Saturday evening. He stepped out to see what was going on, heard what he thought were fireworks. Then he looks down at his legs and saw that he was bleeding. Another victim, someone who actually was killed, was identified as Chris Minners by a teachers union. He was a 22-year-old who was a residential advisor for 2nd and 6th graders at Girard College. The AFT, the American Federation of Teachers, writing, I think this is really quite poignant. The loss of Chris reminds us that gun violence can and will touch everyone in our nation as long as our elected officials allow it to continue. Gun violence tormenting so many different types of communities. Chuck.
Emily, that was exactly the point we wanted to make today. This is not a specific area. There's not a geographic group, a geographic area, a demographic group, a geographic area that is immune from this. Perhaps the only safe place is an airport after you've gone through TSA. Emily, thank you. Let's now go over to Capitol Hill. That's where our Capitol Hill correspondent, Ali Vitale, is and reporting on the latest negotiations over gun reform legislation. So, Ali, let's break it down here, both on substance, what is being talked about, what is in a potential deal, and timing.
Chuck, of course, you're launching this new show at such a pivotal moment here in Congress. And as I've been talking to senators who are now back in town today, it's clear that there's still a momentum. It's why those talks continued virtually and over text over the course of the last week as they tried to figure out where the points of commonality are. We now know your next guest, Senator Chris Murphy, one of the leading negotiators here, is going to be working over dinner tonight. We just caught up with Senator John Cornyn, who's going to be one of his dinner mates, who's part of that smaller group that you see on the screen there. Murphy, joined by fellow Democrat Kyrsten Sinema, as well as the Republican John Cornyn, who's been deputized by Mitch McConnell, who he's in his office right now, presumably talking about what comes next here. And of course, the other Republican there on the screen, Tom Tillis. That group of 4 is kind of talking on a parallel track to the larger group that's also bipartisan of 9 senators who are working along the lines of what you laid out in your lead there. Talking about mental health and school safety, but also talking about red flag laws and background checks. I think it was striking in my conversations here just over the last hour or so, hearing from John Cornyn saying that he and Murphy have worked on these kinds of pieces of legislation together in the past. He sees Murphy in this moment right now as being pragmatic, doing what he needs to do to get a deal, even if the provisions that they ultimately agree upon are far less than what people like Biden and the White House and even gun violence prevention advocacy groups say that they want in this moment. And you hear it when you hear Murphy talk, and I'm sure he's going to say this just a few minutes from now when he's on with you. The optimism in this building is real, but also for many of these folks, they've been here before. I think the other person who I've really been paying attention to a lot is Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. He has blessed these bipartisan talks, and as I ran into him just a few minutes ago, he said they're trying to get a bipartisan outcome that makes a difference, and he said hopefully sometime by the end of the week. That's also the timeline that we heard just a few minutes ago from Murphy himself in the halls of Congress. So clearly they're trying to flesh out the details here a little bit more as the buckets of policy have remained the same. Now they're trying to put a little bit of meat on the bone here and see if they can advance this ball a little bit, Chuck.
Look, if Schumer and McConnell are agreeing on timing, that's something. And that isn't something we should overlook. Ali Vitale, you did a great job previewing. My next guest is on set with me right now. Obviously, he's been one of the most outspoken senators on this issue. He's a point person on the current effort to pass legislation in the Senate. It's Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy. How are you, sir?
Great. Congratulations on the new show.
Thank you very much. It's exciting to be on the anniversary of D-Day. I always say that. It's probably the most American
That's right.
And one of our best moments as a country. So at least I won't forget. Let me start with Ali's report there. You're close. Let's talk about timing first. If we don't see a bill at the end of this week, we won't see a bill.
No, listen, I think we've been making progress every single day. Our goal is to get an agreement by the end of the week, but I think we'll take the time necessary. Remember, we're trying to get broad consensus, Republicans and Democrats. We are talking about doing something substantial. I hear the skepticism about how big this package can be, but I'm not going to support anything that doesn't save lives. I'm not going to support something that just checks a box. And so in order to get a bill that makes a meaningful difference, it's going to take a little bit of time. Our hope, our goal is by the end of the week, but we'll take the time that we need.
There seem to be 4 categories that's been reported on. I want to see if you'll confirm them. Getting rid of some of the loopholes in the background check system. Obviously not all of them, it sounds like. The red flag law, not a federal one. Is this about incentivizing states to pass their own or a federal one?
I actually don't think it'd be a good idea to have a federal red flag law. I think it'd be very inaccessible for local law enforcement to have to go into the federal court system. So I support state laws. I think they need some guidance and some funding in order to implement these laws and make sure that everybody knows how to access
Carrot
them.
and stick. So for instance, everybody had to raise the drinking age to 21 in order to get your highway funds back in the 80s. Would it be something like that with the red flag laws?
I think we're talking about carrots.
Okay, all carrots in this case. School security, what does that mean?
No definition on that yet. There's no doubt there's going to be an increased appetite from school districts to both harden their physical security, invest in security personnel. I think there's bipartisan agreement that we should try to help schools with that. That's part of the discussions.
And then this investment in mental health, what is realistic? What's on the table of this mental health spending?
Well, I think you know how I sort of feel about the intersection of the conversation between mental health and gun violence. I sort of submit that we don't have any more mental illness in this country than any other high-income nation. We have all of the gun violence. And so I don't necessarily make the connection between mental illness and violence in the way that some of my colleagues do. But we have a broken mental health system in this country, and so we should try to fix it. We are right now fleshing out some of the investments we could make. I think obviously it will be and should be targeted on the juvenile population, on the profile of these mass shooters, which tend to always be in this 18 to 25 range. I think we can come to agreement on that as well.
So is there any other area that's being explored, or are those the 4 areas?
I think there are other areas that are being explored. So I think there's, maybe 4 or 5 ideas, relatively important but incremental changes to our gun laws.
How about raising the age from 18 to 21 on these assault rifles?
Obviously, I support that. The president supports it. It's just a question of whether that can get 60 votes in the Senate.
Rick Scott signed a bill as governor for it.
He did.
Even Texas, at least with their handguns, at one point had it at 21 on handguns. I mean, you would think there's some wiggle room.
I think there's certainly Republican support for raising the age. I don't know whether there are 60 votes yet. And right now, my entire focus is on what can get 60 votes.
And I guess from the big picture, New York Times did a pretty exhaustive, and you probably saw, of sort of looking at what laws were violated with each of these mass shootings. What's really striking is in the last 5 years, no laws were violated.
Right.
These were legally purchased weapons. Now, the things that we see here are, number one, things that could impact these last 5 years of mass shootings. Raising the age, that doesn't appear to be on the table, or a waiting period.
Well, properly administered red flag laws in these states clearly could have made a difference. It could have made a difference in Texas. And
how?
How? If you
with the Texas law, there was no reports of this young man at the time, unless you're saying 5 years worth of mental health checks in a school system might have made this incident not happen. But that's a reach, is it not?
Well, I think you do have to look at the totality of the circumstances. More evidence is coming out every single day about what he was saying online in the lead up to the shooting. But again, the focus has to be on the everyday gun violence that happens in this country. I know the country is focused on these mass shootings, rightfully so, but every single day 100 people are dying from guns. And so if you are able to tighten up our background check system, you're going to save lives here in Washington, D.C., in Bridgeport, Connecticut, in New Orleans, Louisiana. We've got to be focused on the totality of gun violence in this nation, not just the mass shootings.
If you can't do this, look, John Cornyn has basically praised what you're describing here as a very pragmatic solution, that you should be able to get the votes for this. Should.
Yeah.
I have yet to count 10 Republicans.
Yeah.
Have you?
So sometimes when we go away for a week, right, we go home for a week, sensitive negotiations like this fall apart. This week, the opposite is happening because my colleagues went home and heard the same thing I did. Parents are frightened to death. They're frightened to death for their kids, and they're frightened to death that government isn't going to be able to respond to the most fundamental concern that parents have, the safety of their kids. I think senators are coming back to town today with a newfound resolve to get something done. I get it. There's a reason why we haven't passed substantial gun reform in 30 years. This is the most politically complicated, most emotionally fraught issue we deal with. I think something different is happening right now.
All right, but look what happened to the Buffalo congressman, Congressman Jacobs there, who suddenly all of his support went away when he just expressed the openness for an assault weapons ban. Did that not send a message to some Republican elected officials?
Right, but look what happened in 2018, where anti-gun violence candidates won all over the country campaigning on universal background checks. So I don't doubt that there are different politics on this issue in the Republican and Democratic side of the aisle, but you can win in this country.
New York State and the suburbs of Buffalo, though. That just happened.
You can win in this country on running on things like expanding background checks and red flag laws.
Not everywhere. And isn't that part of the issue? Is you got to that politically, until someone loses for having, for basically being too pro-gun, the politics of this doesn't change dramatically?
If we pass something along the lines of what we are contemplating, every single person who votes for it will be running on it. We will pass something that is broadly popular, more popular now than ever before. In the wake of Uvalde, in the wake of the shootings last weekend, there is a popular uprising in this country to do something. And what we pass, it will be mainstream, it will be bipartisan, and it will be popular.
You are an eternal optimist on this. If it doesn't happen, then what?
I'm devastated. And I fear for the future of this country. I mean, I think this is a test of democracy. I think there are a lot of people out there who have been doubting whether democracy can deliver for them for a decade. And now, at this moment, if we're unable to put our politics aside and do something to guarantee the safety of our kids, I think it's another blow to the health of American democracy. I think it's a big moment for us.
You spend a lot of time focused on foreign affairs as well, and I think you have a particular interest in Latin America. I'm just curious, we had some breaking news over the last couple hours. The Mexican president's going to personally boycott the U.S.-hosted Summit of Americas over us not inviting Nicaragua, the leaders of Nicaragua, Cuba, and Venezuela. First of all, the decision by President Biden, was it the right one?
I think the president made the right decision. But I think that our policy to continue to isolate the Cuban regime and the Venezuelan regime continues to be a thorn in our side. And it is time for us to explore ways to try to midwife talks in Venezuela, to try to continue to reform our relationship with Cuba as a mechanism of opening up new areas and new avenues of cooperation with our partners in the region. This is just another sign that our Venezuela policy and our Cuba policy is badly broken.
But this is now, I mean, this is kind of an embarrassing moment that our neighbor won't come to the Summit of the Americas.
Well, but this has a lot to do with his domestic politics. I don't know that this is necessarily a death blow to the relationship.
No, I'm not saying it's a death blow, but
relationship between the United States and Mexico.
When you look at what China's trying to do in Latin America and what we're trying to do in Latin America, not the best moment.
Yeah, and listen, we've got to have different answers for our partners in Latin America. We've got to have more economic partnerships like those that are being offered by the Chinese. This is should be a lesson for us that we need to do more in the hemisphere.
Chris Murphy, it's good to see you.
Thank you
for coming on.
Thanks.
I appreciate it. Coming up, if it's Monday, we're gearing up for another round of primary contests tomorrow. We're still dealing with the fallout of results from 3 weeks ago in battleground Pennsylvania. What it all means for the midterms. Next and later, we'll go live to Kyiv after Putin blasted the capital city with missile strikes again over the weekend. He's threatening to attack even more targets. You're watching Meet the Press now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next. who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. As a bunch of states prepare for primary elections tomorrow, it's somewhat of a superish Tuesday tomorrow for what it's worth. Just not a lot of headline races. Pennsylvania finally has a result in the Republican Senate primary nearly 3 weeks after voters there went to the polls. The Republican Senate candidate David McCormick officially conceded to the Trump-endorsed candidate Mehmet Oz on Friday. McCormick congratulated Oz on his victory and promised to throw his support behind him in the general election against the Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. Meanwhile, Fetterman, who handily won his primary last month, despite suffering a stroke the weekend before the election, a stroke that he's just now saying nearly cost him his life. Dasha Burns joins us now with more from Philadelphia. And Dasha, it seems like we've got the health story on Fetterman's side, we had the recount story, and now that the Republican situation is settled with Oz, there's a lot more focus and potential scrutiny on what we know about John Fetterman's health. Enlighten us, Dasha.
Yeah, Chuck, great to be with you for your debut show on NBC News Now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And look, we have now the heart patient versus the heart surgeon. This sets up quite the story for the general election. And you're right, on Friday, quite a stunning admission from Fetterman that he almost died from this stroke. He released a pretty candid statement alongside a letter from his cardiologist where some more details were revealed of how he's essentially neglected his health for the last 5 years. His cardiologist saying that he was actually diagnosed with AFib back in 2017. He was supposed to come for follow-ups. He was supposed to be taking medication. He did not do those things, and that led to a stroke that nearly killed him. His cardiologist saying that now he is taking the right steps, that if he follows doctor's orders, he should be fine to campaign and to hold office if he is elected. But this is not small. Like, this is a big deal here, and it's going to be a story throughout this election. The question that I have for voters that I'll be asking is, does this make Fetterman seem weaker, or does it make him more relatable in a country where there's a very complicated, cumbersome healthcare system to navigate? And he himself even, said in the statement that men typically tend to ignore these sorts of signs of trouble. So, how will this play with voters? How is the Oz campaign going to use this in their side of the story here? We're going to have a lot to watch out for.
Yeah, I guess, Dasha, the question I have with Fetterman is that it does feel as if They're piecing out the story, and it isn't Fetterman himself who's telling us these updates. It's his wife. Is he healthy enough? Is he not healthy enough to do these updates himself?
Yeah, well, he had a written statement that he put out, but you're right, Giselle Fetterman, his wife, has very much essentially stepped in for him over the last few weeks. She's been holding campaign events. She was there at his election night rally, and we're going to be sitting down with her actually later this week, so we will have more updates. But right now, he is kind of sidelined. He is not back on the campaign trail, and his campaign, and Giselle will ask her about this, but haven't yet said when he will be able to come back. And now that there is a candidate on the Republican side who's going to hit the ground running here, how long is he going to be sitting this out, and will that harm him if it's weeks or months? We'll have to see, Chuck.
And on the Republican side, has Dr. Oz come out and endorsed Doug Mastriano yet, the Republican nominee for governor? Is he ready to run as a ticket with the entire Republican statewide slate?
Well, that's going to be really interesting to see. Oz, since he's received the nomination, has thanked McCormick, but he's stayed rather quiet. We'll see what comes out in the next week or so. But these two are very different candidates, Chuck, and whether or not they align, how closely they align themselves on the campaign trail is also going to say a lot about the stage of the Republican Party and the direction that the GOP is headed here.
Very hard for Oz to totally walk away since they both received the Trump endorsement. Dasha Burns in Philadelphia for us. Dasha, thank you. And speaking of the Trump endorsement, it was Dr. Oz. It's proof that his MAGA authenticity was enough to get that nomination in Pennsylvania. But some Republicans are increasingly wary of the chaos the former president's attention can bring. He did bring some chaos in Pennsylvania, but it was chaos Oz desperately needed in a crowded primary. Others don't need it. In fact, according to new NBC News reporting, some Republicans really wish Trump would just stay out of their upcoming primaries altogether. In states like Nevada, Wisconsin, and Missouri, some say they're turned off by Trump's fixation on the false claim that the 2020 election was stolen. And some Republicans in those states are frustrated that Trump's influence over GOP primaries could have serious implications for control of state houses or even the U.S. Senate come November. For a little bit more on this, let me bring in NBC News senior political reporter Natasha Korecki. So, Natasha, it's interesting to me, just as you had this story that you were writing, I noticed Adam Laxalt, who is a Trump-endorsed candidate in Nevada, is in a more competitive primary than he planned on being. He's now running an ad. Earlier, he ran ads from Trump. Now he's running an endorsement ad from Ron DeSantis. Is this yet another example of Trump fatigue in Republican primaries?
I think it is one example. There's a lot of criticism of Adam Laxalt focusing way too heavily on Trump's endorsement. It was in every radio hit, in all of his ads, and people were saying that he was just focusing on that way too much. But overall, you're right. I mean, what we were hearing in story after story from different states, what Republicans were telling me is that there was just this Trump fatigue. They were tired of hearing about 2020. And in a lot of these states, the Republicans were saying, hey, we already corrected a lot of the issues. There's the voter fraud issues he was talking about, to the extent that there were any. They've addressed it in laws, but he's still talking about it. So that is one thing that Republicans were just, what I kept hearing more and more, the most common phrase was, please, let's move on. Mostly that was from 2020, but in some cases that was from Trump himself. Now, don't get me wrong. Candidates want his endorsement. It's absolutely the most sought after endorsement in the Republican Party. At the same time, that doesn't mean that the party itself in those states think it's the best thing for them. They think in cases like in our story, we pointed out Missouri Senate race and Eric Greitens. If he were to get the endorsement from Trump, Republicans fear that will end up putting into play a race that should be a very safe seat for them.
Natasha, it feels like, and we've been sort of hinting at this for a few weeks now, there really is, the party wants to move away from Trump more than it wants to move away from Trumpism. And in some ways that in this fight over the Trump endorsement, I think exposes that, yes?
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, in the Adam Laxalt case you just talked about, I had people saying, I'm not going to vote for Laxalt. I don't care that Trump endorsed him, but if Trump came here to campaign for Laxalt, I would completely come and see Trump. I mean, they support Trump and they support, his philosophies. They love him. But they also think we might be open to more faces, as we also reported in the Wisconsin story. They wanted Ron DeSantis over Trump in 2024, which also was interesting.
No, it is. Well, no matter how much you might like a band when they first come out, if they keep playing the same songs over and over again, you get kind of tired of it. And there's something about Trump's hits. He plays the same hits over and over. Perhaps that is a little bit of this problem as well. Natasha Korecki, some terrific reporting there from Trump World. Natasha, thank you. Coming up, a majority of Americans say gun violence can be prevented. Many Republicans, though, are ready to accept mass shootings as a reality of life and freedom in this country. You're watching Meet the Press Now. What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. More than 4 in 10 Republicans say they have accepted that gun violence is simply the price we pay for living in a free society. That was according to some new poll numbers released today from CBS. In fact, another CBS poll conducted in the wake of the Uvalde school shooting, the majority of Americans, 72%, say they believe gun violence is something we can stop with enough effort. 28% of all Americans say it's something Americans just need to accept. But among Republicans, as I noted there, 44% say the gun violence of the past month is just the cost of living in America. We're seeing this divide play out in real time this midterm season, even in areas touched by recent tragedy. As I mentioned earlier with Chris Murphy, Republican Congressman Chris Jacobs is no longer seeking re-election. Basically, 1 week after he voiced potential support for gun control legislation, specifically an assault weapons ban, in the wake of the mass shooting in a Buffalo grocery store just miles away from his district. Joined now by our first Meet the Press Now panel of our new era Washington Post congressional reporter Mariana Sotomayor, Democratic pollster and NBC News political analyst Cornell Belcher, and Republican strategist Brad Todd. Mariana, let me start with you. Chris Jacobs, this is not, he's not a bomb thrower, member of Congress, is a New York Republican, and sometimes there seems like more of a workhorse guy than a show horse guy. What he said seemed sort of almost like a normal reaction that any elected official might give. Well, yeah, I might be more open to this than I have ever been before. And then within a week, what happened?
Literally 1 week, and he decided, I can't run in this atmosphere. in the time where he said, listen, I've seen mass shootings happening in this country, but something is different when it's in your own backyard. He doesn't represent Buffalo. It's the district right outside of it. But he was born and raised there. And then Uvalde happened. And he has kids. And he said, you know what? We need to do something about this. I can actually vote to ban assault weapons, maybe limit high-capacity magazines, raise the age limit. But the moment he said that, like we just said, 1 week later, he said, I'm out. Because, and he has said this since in interviews, immediately all the Republican endorsements that he had pulled out. He was getting calls, he was getting texts, his phone number got leaked, and he was being told, you can't survive in this atmosphere. And it's something that, you know, Republicans, as they look at the atmosphere, they say, you know what, this is a Republican district. We can just get someone else who kind of toes the party line on this front.
Brad, was Chris Jacobs right, or did he panic? Could he have, like, stuck it out? And, you know, I'm watching, and it's for different reasons. I'm watching a guy like Tom Rice, who looks like he might survive. It's sort of like sometimes you take the initial punch, and then you might be able to make it. Was he right?
I think the panic was when he came out for gun control. I mean,
what is the definition of coming out for gun control mean?
You know, once he said he could vote with Democrats who
on
we
an
know
assault weapons ban,
who we know want to ban
the
hardware.
specific. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, just as you pointed out, right, most of these last few deadly crimes have all been legal, other than the part that they were the crime part. And New York has some of the strictest gun control laws in the country, second maybe to California, who's also had mass shootings. We know that the gun control answers that Democrats are proposing won't work. And so Republican voters are voters who understand that. And I think that going against his base, he went against his philosophy, and that is what put him there.
You know, it's interesting, Cornell, that Pew came out today with another one of their longer-term studies, and this was not a gun-related question, but it was about whether, essentially, do you use government to protect people from themselves or not? And it was essentially, as you might not be surprised, a large majority of Democrats believe government should pass laws that help people protect essentially themselves from themselves, and a majority of Republicans said no. You know, that isn't government's job to do that. It seems to apply here to this gun debate.
No, here's a problem: is this ideal that. And by the way, this is why I listened to the interview with Senator Murphy, and of course they've got to put out sort of a good faith effort, and they've got to sort of go to the negotiation table and try to actually move something. Chuck, you and I have been watching a long time. I think I've seen this play a couple of times. And in the end, there's no way Mitch McConnell's going to allow any of this to happen. In the end, he's going to pull back and say, you know what, Democrats were too radical. They were trying to do too many things that we don't agree with. But I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. The Republicans and Jacob, he's right in line. They're not going to allow this to happen. And the question becomes, do they pay a price? 72% of women want to ban assault rifles. That's not about being Democrat or Republican. That is across the board. When you get into those sort of numbers, the moderate middle swath of this country wants something to happen on guns, and Republicans are saying no.
There's something that you could do, though. We could talk about the fact that this is a software problem, not a hardware problem. No one's talking about social media's impact on these terrible tragedies. We've turned made broadcasters out of every teenager in America, and kids who want fame and are willing to do really bad things for it now have a way to do it. We can have a conversation in Congress right now about limiting age to social media. Maybe you shouldn't be able to get a social media account till you're 21. Maybe we ought to talk about that.
Social media reform is not the answer to this, and I don't think most Americans buy social media reform as the answer to this. Gun reform is the answer to this.
Mariana, by the way, one of the points that Senator Murphy made to me before he left was they're not looking for 10 Republican votes. They need 15 or 20. Nobody wants just 10. They want the cover of that, which implies to me they need Mitch McConnell's vote. Is he willing to vote? Wow. I can't even finish the answer. Look, if it sounds like Cornyn and McConnell are discussing this right now.
Yeah, I mean, Cornyn said in the first couple days when he said, you know what, I'm willing to negotiate, I will vote for whatever we decide to if there are 10 to 15. I actually think he said 15 to 20 members, or senators. That is a huge question.
I think you don't have that math. I think the right math here is what you do on this or any subject in this Congress has to be something that maybe 80 people in the U.S. Senate can win a primary on. Win a primary. Right. So 80 people means a lot.
We're saying the same. In some ways, we're saying the same thing in different ways. But I don't know how you find 15 or 20 Republicans.
Joe Biden promised us he would do that. He promised us he'd be that kind of president. He's out of this conversation.
And Mitch McConnell has let us know what kind of minority leader he is time and time again. It's not going to happen.
Could you come up with 15?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Because if you even take the number of Republicans who are retiring, that's not 10. That is still not enough. Those are people who are already in the conversations, could be open to it. It doesn't seem like
to me, some of the usual suspects, like I wouldn't count on the Lisa Murkowski vote.
But
automatically based on Alaska.
You could get an overwhelming majority to talk about mental health and about making sure more mental health records are in the background check system. If the fact that we are not talking exclusively about that, on which there ought to be about 100% agreement, that's bad leadership on Chuck Schumer's part.
I don't get why 18 to 21 is controversial.
I don't get it
from 18
either.
to 21. Explain why that's controversial.
Because over half the people in this country do not go to college when they leave high school. They don't go to the comfy confines of a fraternity house. They instead go get an apartment and they get a job. And for you to tell them that the first 3 years of their working lives, my dad lived in trailers working for the lineman for AT&T when he was 19. To tell that kind of person, you don't live in the best neighborhood and you don't get to defend your home, that's just not right.
Nobody said it's limiting every weapon from one person. Why, it's about one.
Currently are limiting, handguns are currently limited to people under 21. And so right now it's only rifles and shotguns are available to you under age 21 under federal law.
That's the point, is that nobody's saying you outline all of them. There's nothing about the Second Amendment that says it's absolute.
We currently have restrictions on the books. Republicans are willing to enforce those restrictions right now.
At some point, we have to listen. That's not acceptable to the majority of Americans right now. And at some point, the majority of Americans are going to have to make these guys pay for where they are on this. And Chuck, when you have 42% of moms are very concerned that there's going to be a shooting at their school, this has to change.
Look, if something does get signed, though, it will. I do think that it will surprise a lot of people, a lot of the public that has tuned out Congress because they assume nothing ever gets done. So I'll be curious to see if they do sign even this small incremental thing we're talking about. I want to change subjects here. But before I do, I want to go to Mike Memoli. He's in L.A. covering the Summit of Americas. And Mike, it's already gotten underway, but there's a big sort of skunk in the punch bowl here for this Summit of Americas. Our neighbor to the south, the president of Mexico, AMLO, he basically said since President Biden refused to invite the leaders of Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, he is personally boycotting. How much air does this take out of the Summit of the Americas balloon?
Well, listen, Chuck, the White House really is downplaying this, as you'd expect. Today was the rip the Band-Aid moment. Make it clear we're not inviting these dictators, Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua. We're still going to have a fulsome summit. This is what the White House is saying. Mexico is going to be in attendance. They have made commitments that are going to be part of the big rollout this week about issues like migration and climate, the economy. It's just that AMLO, the president there, won't be there. Now, some of this is about Trump, and some of this is self-inflicted in terms of the fallout for the Biden administration. I was at the Summit of the Americas in Panama in 2015. You remember the U.S., President Obama really basking in the goodwill generated from Latin American countries as they were working to normalize relations with Cuba. He had that historic meeting at that summit with Raul Castro. Trump comes along and undoes all of the Obama normalization effort. But where this is somewhat self-inflicted, and you have a panelist there who can also speak to the politics of this, Biden's problem with Latino voters as well as anybody, the Biden administration was not willing to really go back to the Obama position and work towards normalization. One, because of their concern about South Florida voters, and partially because Senator Bob Menendez is really an incredible critic of doing just that. So the Biden administration, they say this is going to be a big week with a lot of commitments made. AMLO will get his White House meeting next month, an invitation there. But there's no doubt that this is a setback for a time when Biden wants to focus on democracies versus autocracies, and he doesn't have the buy-in from our southern neighbor.
Mike Memoli with that report for us from L.A., who's covering Summit of Americas for us. Mike, thank you. Cornell, I think he was referring to you and your understanding of polling here. You know, before Bernie Sanders was a national figure and before democratic socialism was a thing, the Cuba policy that Obama pursued in South Florida wasn't unpopular. It was divided, but it wasn't unpopular. Then the S word happened, and then it went south. Is that what's happened here? Do you accept that? Do you accept that premise?
I accept the premise that the president couldn't invite the Cubans. I mean, and look, listen, the political downside of the Mexican president not being there is less than the political downside if he invited Cuba, the Cubans there. Not even close. And yes, it is about South Florida.
Mariana, I was stunned at the shots AMLO took at Menendez in his statement, at Trump, at the Republican Party, at Biden. I mean, he was getting very political.
Yeah, all over the place. But I actually wanted to circle back to what you were just mentioning about Hispanic voters and the socialism. I just came back from Las Vegas, and I mean, I'm Hispanic. I have been to South Florida. I've been to Texas, and one thing you constantly hear is that socialism word is a problem. It has bled into other states and other Hispanic communities. And Republicans are really trying to make gains right now in all of these areas. And the one thing that even maybe beyond the socialism aspect that a lot of these members of the Hispanic community are seeing is, you know, why is this Democratic Party that I voted for, that I grew up on, that my grandparents voted for, they're moving too much to the left? Like, what is left for me?
Brad.
Hijacking of the Democratic Party by young, white, college-educated liberals is going to be its demise in swing cities. It is. And Florida's the top of that.
Well, no, I mean, I was just going to say, you're seeing, I mean, the Cuba policy wasn't controversial until the S word. Is that fair? I mean, controversial.
Well, also, it's not just Cubans in South Florida. It's Nicaraguans, Colombians. I mean, but
it does play differently among, and you know, they're not monolith. It does play differently among South Americans than it does, say, Mexican Americans and others. There is some bifurcation around.
It's true, but the Colombians didn't vote Democratic down in South Florida for the first time in 2020. That's why Donna Shalala's not a member of Congress anymore.
Yes.
You know, one thing that's just I want to mention very briefly is the fact that a lot of Republicans, too, are talking about, hey, in the House, if we take back the majority, we want these kind of discussions. We want to be talking to Central America, to South America, because there's other countries where things are getting worse.
Well, real quickly, I like our chances against a guy who said, I'm going to build a wall between us and Mexico.
All right, guys. Thank you for this. It's a wonderful, smart first panel. So thank you. Still ahead, we're going to head to Ukraine as Russia mounts new air attacks on Kyiv. What does that mean? We're going to bring you the latest on the ground with Ali Arouzi. We'll be right back.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody.
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making Space, the inspirational podcast from Hoda Kotb. Listen now.
Welcome back. Britain is now joining the U.S. in providing Ukraine with longer-range missile systems, but it comes as Vladimir Putin warns the West against helping arm Ukraine with weapon systems like that. And as Russia attacks Kyiv for the first time in weeks, rockets struck the Ukrainian capital yesterday. There have been no reports of any deaths, but Russia claims the strikes destroyed tanks and other vehicles sent to Ukraine by Eastern European allies. Ukraine's deputy defense minister says Kyiv is constantly under threat, even as residents and diplomats begin returning to the city. In an interview that aired yesterday, Putin said Russia would strike new targets if the West supplied Ukraine with long-range missiles. Ali Arouzi joins me now from Kyiv, and also with me is Clint Watts, former U.S. Army infantry officer and former FBI special agent. He's now an NBC News national security analyst. He's going to help me analyze Russia's path in the east. But Ali, these Russian strikes at Kyiv, did they do real damage? Or was it meant to essentially put an exclamation point on Putin's warning to the West?
Hi, Chuck. It was certainly a warning from Putin. Well, what they damaged, according to the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians were very keen to take the world media out there to show exactly what the Russians had hit, was a rail repair depot. They had grain delivery wagons in there, which is so essential to the world's food supply, and that's what they destroyed there. But as you mentioned, the Russians said no, this was a legitimate target. These were tanks that were delivered to the Ukrainians by Eastern European allies, and the Russians have said since the beginning of this war that those are legitimate targets. But from all the video that was put out by the Ukrainians, by the international media that was there were no evidence of any tanks there, just grain delivery wagons in that area. So it really was a message from Putin, and it came at exactly the same time when he'd been warning about those new missile systems not coming into Ukrainian hands.
And Ali, what is the definition of long range here, right? It does seem as if we say we're sending only medium-ranged missiles. The Brits are saying they're sending longer-range missiles. What is the distinction?
Well, they're capped. The missiles that the U.S. and the British are sending, the U.S. has about a 45-mile range. The British ones have a 50-mile range. So really, Chuck, they're defensive missiles. These are not missiles that can strike deep into the heart of Russia. These are missiles that can take out an offensive attack by the Russians, because both the British and the Americans, who are so supportive of the Ukrainians, don't want this to escalate into Russian territory. They want to be very careful about that. And they got a promise from the Ukrainians that even these mid-range rockets won't be used into Russian territory. So they're still being very careful about this. But the Ukrainians think that these missiles, even though the range is limited to 50 miles, will tip the scale into their favor.
I'm sure a lot of people are shaking their head. It's okay for Russia to attack Ukraine, but it's not okay for Ukraine to attack Russia. I think anytime you've had a conversation about bullies, I think we know how that ends. Anyway, Ali Arouzi on the ground first in Ukraine. Ali, thank you. Let me move to Clint Watts. Clint, break it down. What is going on in the East? And it certainly looks like the Russian progress is real. The question is it, are they making progress fast enough before they sort of lose their own ability to do reinforcements in the East?
Yeah, two interesting dimensions, Chuck, is what do you win if you destroy everything that's there? I think that's going to be one of the big questions in the Donbass. It will almost be unlivable, at least at this point. It's just severe indirect fire artillery and missiles. That's the predominant action that's going on day to day. Russians are making slow and incremental progress at different points. The battle almost is entirely around Severodonetsk right now. That area is very key to the Luhansk Oblast, the region there. And that city has been really the scene of a battle going on more of 2 weeks. The Russians took part of it last week. The Ukrainian counteroffensive over the last few days has taken back some of that ground. So it's interesting to watch this tug of war that's going back and forth in the remaining strongholds of Luhansk, that region. That is only half, Chuck, of Donbass. Other axis that they've tried to advance on from Izium down from the north, they have not had great success. They were originally trying to push for larger envelopments of Ukrainian forces. That didn't happen. You see the Ukrainians piling in there, and the one thing to watch is Ukrainian casualties. They've definitely picked up, and we really don't have a good handle on the state of the Ukrainian military at this point.
And Clint, the need for these mid-range, long-range missile systems, however you want to describe them, these 45 to 50-mile-an-hour ranges that the Ukrainians need. I know the East is sparser, so I assume that is why they need these weapon systems?
That's right, Chuck. Two parts to that. One, they need standoff. Right now, most of the artillery and counter battery that the Ukrainians are using, which gets better, they have the M777 and a few other weapons that are coming in. It's pretty limited in terms of how far they can reach, which means standoff can be achieved by Russian artillery. They have a lot of artillery. That's an essential part of Russian mechanized warfare, is the use of a lot of artillery. Separately, they want to be able to hit in the rear areas and the rear lines of the Russians. Right now, the Russians can move around largely unimpeded, and their lines of communication and logistics are very solidified. Add those weapons to the Ukrainian arsenal going out to 45 or 50 miles, that changes the situation. That makes it very different for the Russian military in terms of their freedom of maneuver.
Glenn Watts, it's always, you give us a pretty easy way to understand the daily machinations of this war, particularly what's happening these days. Clint Watts, thank you. Well, that does it for us this hour. Thank you for tuning in to what is our debut of Meet the Press Now on NBC News Now. It's your home for news in the moment and analysis all the time without fear or favoritism. And since this is episode 1 on News Now, I want to take a moment to remind people of our mission here to share with you what you need to know about what's happening in Washington and in American politics. And most importantly, explaining why it happened and why it matters to you. We cover politics as it is. It's a mission that's more important than ever in these increasingly divisive times. So, folks, I've always been a big believer in finding new ways to reach new audiences. So we know where you are, and putting Meet the Press on NBC News Now 5 days a week is at the forefront of where we want to be in streaming news. It was a no-brainer. We know you are here because you are simply looking for smart, honest news and analysis. That's all, which has been and always will be the driving force behind Meet the Press. So favorite us, subscribe to us, bookmark us. We will be on the front lines, giving you honest, straightforward reporting on what's happening in American politics and why. We call balls, strikes, and yes, BS when necessary. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back with more Meet the Press Now on NBC News Now tomorrow. My colleague Tom Costello picks things up, filling in for Hallie Jackson now after the break.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good Monday. We are coming on the air with the aftermath of a deadly weekend. Shootings across the country, including in Philadelphia, where police just gave us an update on the suspected shooters who sent bystanders running for their lives after several shots were fired into the street, killing 3 people, just one of at least 13 mass shootings over the weekend. Plus, the Justice Department's latest attempts to get its hands on a Russian oligarch's asset. This time, 2 planes, including one of the most expensive private jets in the world. And one of the biggest stars in the world in sports pushing for the release of WNBA star Brittney Griner from a Russian jail. Will King James support help free her? Also ahead, former President Trump has proven he has an impact on the elections, but are his endorsements wearing a bit thin, even in his own party? We're going to take a look. And the battle brewing between Starbucks and union activists, the lengths some say the company has gone to get rid of unionized workers. Hey there, I'm Tom Costello for Hallie, and we are expecting a vote any day now on exactly what we're going to be seeing with the House of Representatives on a package of new gun legislation, as families across the country are reeling from yet another deadly weekend of mass shootings in America. At least 12 people were killed, 54 injured in 13 mass shootings across the country just this weekend. In Philadelphia, bystanders were sent running for their lives after police said multiple people opened fire in the city's entertainment district, leaving 3 people dead, 12 injured. And late tonight, we're learning that Philadelphia police have a person of interest in custody. In Chattanooga, Tennessee, 11 people were injured, 3 people died, 2 from gunshot wounds, 1 after being hit by a car following a shooting outside of a nightclub there. The city's police chief says no one has been arrested. And in Somerton, South Carolina, 1 person died, 7 injured after a drive-by shooting at a high school graduation party. It comes after we had already a deadly Memorial Day weekend, 13 killed, 17 mass shootings across the country. In total, that's now 33 mass shootings just since the horrific school shooting we saw in Uvalde just 2 weeks ago. That according to the Gun Violence Archive, which defines a mass shooting as 4 or more people shot, not including the shooter. All of it further increasing the pressure on lawmakers to come to some sort of an agreement on gun legislation. That group of bipartisan senators really has been working behind closed doors for a week now. And the Democrats spearheading the talks spoke with NBC's Chuck Todd just before we came on the air.
If we pass something along the lines of what we are contemplating, every single person who votes for will be running on it. We will pass something that is broadly popular.
All right, joining us now live, Emily Ikeda and Garrett Haig. But let's start with Emily. Emily, give us a sense on the latest on this investigation where you are in Philadelphia. What did the assistant DA have to say?
Hey, Tom, good to be with you. The Assistant District Attorney describing just how complicated of an investigation this is for a number of reasons. The first being this street, South Street here, was a sea of people Saturday night. Hundreds of people were out and about when bullets started to fly. The other thing to consider is they say that the crime scene is about 2 blocks long, and they're looking at almost 4 different sections of that. And the reason being is because the investigators say that this started as a physical fight, a brawl that snowballed into so much more. It escalated to involving guns, involving at least 4 people at this time. That's what we're hearing. We know one of the first gunmen, one of the first shooters, was killed, and we're now learning from the district attorney's office that they have approved 2 arrest warrants, the first being for another alleged gunman. He's being identified as Coran Garner. Police say that he had left a ghost gun at the scene with an extended magazine. And just to give you some background information on this, police had been patrolling this area on foot, South Street. They had had ramped up patrols in the area, knowing that there were large events in Philadelphia throughout the weekend. And so when the shooting broke out, they were able to quickly arrive and immediately began treating people. And then what they noticed was actually an active shooter who police say was Coran Garner. And so they say he turned and looked at him, and so they started firing at Garner, and they struck his hand. The other person I'll make mention of, we don't have a name for that other person who has the arrest warrant approved for, and not much information. But of course, as we learn more details in the coming days, we'll be sure to bring it to you, Tom.
Okay, Emily, thank you very much. Let's go now to Garrett Haag on Capitol Hill. Garrett, let's talk about where this legislation is going on Capitol Hill. We know that a ban on assault weapons is off the table, and so are universal background checks. So what is still on the table?
Well, I just had this conversation with John Cornyn, the Republican senator who's negotiating with Chris Murphy, and they both outlined 4 broad areas that they're trying to hit on here. They talked about strengthening background checks, not expanding them, which seems like splitting hairs here, but trying to make sure the existing background check system works better, including perhaps by looking at juvenile records. So in the case of perhaps the shooter in Uvalde, his juvenile record could have become relevant and prevented him from buying the gun used in that shooting. Let's also talk about incentivizing states to improve their red flag laws or to put them in place. And there's also sort of unspecified measures here dealing with mental health and school security. Those are the pieces that the Republican lawmakers want. Tom, these negotiations are very tenuous at this hour, but those 2 senators, Chris Murphy and John Cornyn, are sitting down for a private dinner tonight. They're going to keep those negotiations going. Both have said things have gone farther and have been more serious than at any other time in which they have tried to find some kind of compromise on this issue.
Okay, but obviously all of this goes nowhere if they can't get 10 GOP votes to overcome a Republican filibuster. Do they think that they have the votes this time?
It's going to depend on what they actually put on paper, and I would actually argue it won't be a question of 60. It'll probably be 70 or no vote at all. And I say that because if there is a deal to be had here with John Cornyn, who sits right in the middle of the Republican conference politically, if he's on board with something that Democrats are on board with, there are probably 15 Republican senators to the left of Cornyn, if that makes any sense, on this issue. So if he's on board, I think the numbers are there. If he's not on board, you wouldn't even see a vote, because you would have potentially, nothing specific to bring forward that would be new.
You are a pro of watching Capitol Hill. What's your gut tell you right now, Garrett?
I am pessimistic until proven otherwise, but the tone and tenor of these conversations are different than ones I have covered, all of which have only led to failure. So we'll see where this goes. I think we'll have a much better picture by the end of the week.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Garrett, appreciate all of your reporting. And Emily, thank you very much. And while lawmakers scramble to come up with an agreement on gun legislation in Washington, President Biden hosting a summit of the Americas this week in Los Angeles for the first time, and listen to this, 30 years, but only one day in, and the administration is already doing a little bit of damage control after excluding Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua from this regional meeting, which led the Mexican President Obrador to say thanks, but no thanks. He's boycotting the meeting, instead sending Mexico's foreign minister in his place. A senior U.S. administration official says the non-invites were expected, as the U.S. has reservations about human rights in those countries. The spotlight also turning on Vice President Harris and her most difficult task so far, tackling the root cause of immigration, the surge into the southern U.S. border. Joining me right now, Mike Memoli. So, Mike, the White House says the U.S. was in charge of the invitations, and they were in communication with other countries about whether to invite Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. President Obrador is not coming. This seems to undermine the very purpose of the summit.
Yeah, Tom, it's certainly an embarrassment for the Biden administration before the summit even begins. But really, this question over who would be invited and who would actually attend in the end has been one that's been looming over the summit for some time. So what the administration is hoping that today serves is that rip the Band-Aid moment finally is over, that now they can focus to the important business of the summit. But it is interesting because at the heart of this is a real fundamental disagreement between the U.S. and some of our allies about what the summit is even supposed to be about. The U.S. views this as a summit of democracies, and as part of that summit, they do not want to invite dictators like Raul Castro, like the Maduro in Venezuela, to attend this function. We also know, Tom, that politically it would be incredibly difficult for President Biden, even within his own party, to have those dictators present here. So what the White House is now saying is, first of all, yes, we understand that AMLO, the Mexican president, is not going to be attending, but he's coming to the White House next month. Mexico's still represented here. They're still coming to the table with some real commitments. But also that there will be representatives from Venezuela, from Cuba, from Nicaragua, just not from their governments. They want to help empower some of the pro-democracy forces in those countries, and they'll be attending the summit, just not the dictators of those countries.
Mike, thanks. One more question, though, for you. A lot of foreign policy focus for the president has been on China, the U.S. troop withdrawal in Afghanistan, the war in Ukraine. So where does the focus turn at the summit?
Yeah, what's interesting about this, Tom, is when I covered Biden as the vice president, he used to joke that, you know, the Western Hemisphere is my hemisphere. President Obama assigned me to deal with it. And so he built relationships with a lot of the major countries in the Western Hemisphere. Now, a lot of those leaders have turned over since Biden was vice president. But what they really wanted to use this summit was to really reinforce the idea that, yes, the U.S. has got a migration problem at the border. Republicans have been really seizing on this. But this is a problem with regional causes, and it has regional solutions. So they really wanted to focus, and this is what Vice President Harris will be doing in the days leading up to Biden's arrival here on Wednesday, focusing on private sector commitments, things that they're doing to invest in these Central American countries particularly, also what the governments there are investing in their own resources as well. That's what they want the focus of this summit to be, but obviously a lot of the focus is going to be elsewhere, especially about who's not here.
Yep, absolutely. Mike, thanks very much. All right, the White House today released a memo saying another overseas flight bringing in more than 1 million, make that 1.5 million 8-ounce bottles worth of imported baby formula is on its way now to the U.S., should arrive Thursday. It comes just days after Abbott Nutrition, the largest producer of baby formula in the country, restarted production at its plant in Michigan. The current baby formula crisis that has been plaguing the nation escalated 4 months ago when the Abbott's Michigan plant shut down. FDA inspectors said they found a type of bacteria dangerous to babies that led to a massive recall of the company's formula, exacerbating an already tight market that was impacted by supply chain issues and the pandemic. Abbott reopened over the weekend. Jesse Kirsch is in Sturgis, Michigan at the plant. Jesse, so Abbott says it'll start by ramping up the production of EleCare and other specialty formulas for infants with food allergies. Walk us through the timeline. How quickly will that be on store shelves?
Yeah, and Tom, as you mentioned, this place has been shut down for quite a while. So February was when they stopped producing formula here, and they restarted, according to Abbott, on Saturday. So this is not like a flip of a switch kind of situation. What we know from Abbott is that they are expecting to begin with the release of EleCare. That's a hypoallergenic formula, and that they are expecting to happen around June 20th. So there's two things that stick out there to me, and I've asked Abbott in follow-up. We've been reaching out to them, trying to get some clarity on what exactly that release to consumers looks like. Does that mean that's when the trucks are leaving the plant here? Does that mean that's when it will get to store shelves? We don't have an answer on that yet. And also pointing out, they say around June 20th. So they don't even have a firm date there, because obviously this is a very fluid situation, but certainly a sign of hope for families, because as you mentioned, when this plant shut down, it took an already looming shortage and made it far worse, it appears. And right now we're looking at a national out-of-stock rate, according to Data Assembly, of near 75%. So any help is big help.
75% out of stock. Okay. FDA investigators, though, I guess they're on site there. They've been there for a few days now, overseeing this process. So talk about some of the requirements that the company has to meet to stay open with the FDA on site.
Yeah, we know recently that the FDA has had its teams here. They say they've been here to inspect. We also know that part of the stipulations of the consent decree that was entered between the FDA and Abbott Nutrition require that the company bring in an outside independent inspector, someone, an expert who would be overseeing sanitation, environmental testing, and also dry out procedures. So all of the things that are involved at a plant like this, that had to be overseen by an outside independent expert, and that expert's report, according to the FDA, has to get to the federal regulator. So before this plant could reopen, as we understand it, Abbott Nutrition Christian had to present this independent experts report to the federal government, and Abbott says it has met its initial requirements to begin production here again. But of course, there's scrutiny facing the federal government as well for its response to what has unfolded here, Tom.
Okay, Jesse, thanks very much. Jesse Kirsch in Michigan. We turn now to Ukraine, where for the first time in weeks, Russian forces fired off missiles at Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. No one was killed in the attack, and while one of the missiles was destroyed, 4 of them did hit infrastructure targets. It comes as President Putin is threatening to attack new targets altogether if Western countries keep supplying Ukraine with long-range missiles. Putin says Moscow would be ready to hit, quote, objects that we haven't yet struck. But the West seems undeterred. Just today, the UK announcing it will be giving Ukraine those very long-range weapons to fight back, especially in the eastern region of the country. Those rockets can hit targets up to 50 miles away, and they are very, very similar to the rockets the U.S. said it is also giving Ukraine. NBC's Ali Rusi is in Kyiv. Ali, some people had actually been returning to Kyiv for the first time since the invasion, and now we're hearing about this new attack on the capital. How much is the capital under threat, and are people rattled?
Hi, Tom. That's right. Life had gone back to semi-normality here. Shops had opened up. People are on the streets. And this attack certainly shattered that sense of calm that's existed here in Kyiv for over a month now. The last attack was on the 29th of April. And people don't feel that safe, especially as the threats that Putin is putting out there. But compared to the east, this is still a very safe place. We managed to talk to one lady who'd escaped Mariupol. She's here in Kyiv now. Let's take a listen to what she had to say about that rocket attack. Were you surprised there was an attack in Kyiv again after so long?
Мы немножко успокоились. Уже думаем, как-то сказали, что Киев все равно накрыт каким-то куполом, а здесь такое, и опять переживать.
Are they scared here in Kyiv as well?
Ну, не так, как там было.
And the feeling amongst these folks, Tom, is that at some point more attacks are going to come to Kyiv because Putin has been warning that he will hit fresh targets, and a likely target is the capital.
Yeah, so let's talk about these new advanced weapons the West has given Ukraine. The Pentagon said that it could take weeks to actually get them into the place on the battlefield where they mattered. So 2 questions. How critical are they to the fight right now? And also, we've heard a lot about the fact that a lot of new technology arrives, but the Ukrainian military doesn't know how to operate the high-tech equipment that they're receiving. Can you talk to that?
That's right. Look, the Ukrainians say that these new missiles that are coming their way are going to tip the scales into their favor. They say that it's going to push the Russians away from the front line. But as you mentioned, they're about 3 weeks away from the battlefield. Ukrainians are being trained on them at an undisclosed location, and anything could happen in 3 weeks, Tom. This is a fierce battle. The Russians are pounding the Eastern Front. So 3 weeks is a long time. But the Ukrainians say this is essential to push the Russians away from that Eastern Front, and the governor of the Luhansk area said that once they get them, they'll hit the Russians, and then the Russians will be on the run. We'll have to see if that happens once they're in play.
Okay, Ali, can I ask you a bigger picture question here? I've been wondering this. This war has caused so much suffering and loss, but it seems like Russia could have gone even further if it wanted to. We are not seeing the kind of carpet bombing we saw in World War II or Vietnam. Is there any sense that Russia is holding back, that it's not going full throttle, or at least to the maximum that it could?
Well, if you look at the Eastern Front, they're certainly not holding back there. Look, they spread themselves very thin at the beginning of this war, and they had to regroup and re-strategize. But what they're doing in Severodonetsk is very hardcore. I mean, they are bombing that place morning, noon, and night. You speak to residents of Severodonetsk, and they're saying this is turning into a kind of a Mariupol for them. The place is being hit really hard. The Russians are throwing everything they have at it. So it's not as if they're backing out, but they're concentrating their attacks in key locations so they don't suffer the losses that they did last time. Their attack on Kyiv was an unmitigated disaster last time, and I think they've learned lessons from that. And the fear here is that if they do take the Eastern Front and they can move their front line further west, then those targets that they were hitting 2 months ago will again be key targets for the Russians.
Boy, we're really lucky to have you there. Thanks, Ali. Appreciate the perspective. Thanks very much. The Justice Department moving today to seize 2 jets belonging to the Russian billionaire Romanov Abramovich. You're looking at the 2 planes, a Gulfstream and a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Right now, that 787 is in Dubai and the Gulfstream is in Russia. That 787 reported to be one of the most expensive private jets in the world, valued at $350 million. This is all part of DOJ's Operation Klepto Capture, focused on focused on legally taking Russian oligarchs' access after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Tom Winter is on the deck with us. So, Tom, we've already seen Abramovich sanctioned by the UK, the EU, and Canada, but not by the U.S. So why now, and what's next?
Well, the Justice Department and a senior Justice Department official briefing reporters this afternoon, Tom, made it clear this is about a couple of different things. First off, the muscular enforcement of sanctions, though, to your point, he's not sanctioned here, he's sanctioned elsewhere. And number 2, sending another message to those close to Vladimir Putin, which is you have a choice. You can continue to be close to him. You can continue to be part of a Russia that is escalating its attacks and doing the things in Ukraine that Ali just laid out for us. Or you can leave that regime and perhaps you won't lose your tremendous amounts of wealth. I mean, Tom, you know better than anybody, the 787, one of the most technologically advanced commercial airliners in the sky today, delivered green to Abramovich, which means you got the fuselage, the wings, the engine, and the controls, and nothing else. And then he outfitted it to the point that is believed to be valued at $350 million, making it, as you said, one of the most valued and most expensive personal yachts on the planet. So that's kind of the focus today, is sending a message to those close to Russia that as it escalates and furthers its invasion, you're going to be in trouble financially.
Yeah, so the Wall Street Journal reporting that President Zelensky had asked the U.S. not to sanction Abramovich because of its role in peace talks. So what more do we know about his involvement on that front, the peace talk front?
Right. So there's been no indication now for several months that he's been involved in that, Tom. We haven't heard that ourselves here at NBC News. It hasn't been further reported elsewhere. So I think it's important, 1, to note that. 2, the U.S. is clearly sending a message. We really don't have to sanction you. We have all sorts of other rules and regulations that have real teeth to them, and now we're going to start enforcing it. By the way, we've got a whole team devoted to it, a whole team that will look at your 5 shell companies in Cyprus and other places around the world, even as he tried to move, allegedly, his assets to his children. We will see through those. And I think one of the most important parts of today's briefing, Tom, was the tremendous amount of private sector, those that might normally facilitate these transactions, the amount of private sector cooperation that is being given to Operation Klepto Capture in the Justice Department, given this war and given what's going on.
That's fascinating. Okay, Tom, thanks. Tom Winter. Now to the UK, where Prime Minister Boris Johnson just narrowly survived a confidence vote from his party. 211 members voted for him, 148 voted against him. This means the Prime Minister will stay on his job as Prime Minister for now. According to Conservative Party rules, he is safe from challenge for another year, but those rules can and have been changed before. Over 15% of his party wanted this vote. That came after an investigation found a culture of partying and socializing among the Prime Minister's staff during different stages of UK's COVID lockdowns. Stephanie Gosk is in London. So, Stephanie, we're seeing the party now declare that they have confidence in the Prime Minister, but this was a rather close vote, right? So what's the takeaway? Is his future still doomed, or is he in trouble?
Well, you know, if you look at those numbers, Tom, 211 to 148, that's about a 60-40 split. And in U.S. politics terms, that's kind of a landslide victory, right? And Boris Johnson saw it that way himself today. Here's what he had to say. Listen to this.
It's a convincing result, a decisive result, and what it means is that as a government we can move on and focus on the stuff that I think really matters. I'm grateful for the support that they've given me.
But here's the problem with that. The problem is that this is his own party that voted, and 40% of his party in Parliament doesn't support him. They want to kick him out, and that can make life very difficult. And there's precedent here as well, Tom. You had the Prime Minister Theresa May also faced a no confidence vote. She actually was more successful than Boris Johnson in this one, and just months later, she decided she couldn't stay in office and stepped down. Tom?
I like the theme music back there, Stephanie. Thank you for that. Can we talk, though, about what his future may hold? Because, as you mentioned, you know, it is his own party, and he's only got 60% support. I heard somebody earlier on the news saying any prime minister who has faced a no-confidence vote, even if they narrowly survive, they don't have a long political future. What do you think?
Yeah, Tom, it's tough, and not just because of this serenading music out here from protesters. It is going to be a tough road. And you know, the situation, the climate right now in the UK looks a lot like it does in the US. There's low unemployment, but inflation is skyrocketing, and people are unhappy about it. Within his party, they're unhappy that he just increased taxes against oil and gas companies. That's to try to alleviate the burden on the average Brit. But really, it's difficult here. Life is difficult, and that is how you are judged as a politician. So it will be a real uphill battle, but he seems to have more than 9 lives, this guy, so we'll see what's ahead, Tom.
Yeah, he does. All right, one more question for you. Labor doesn't have a particularly strong prime minister candidate right now, or a shadow prime minister. So what's the future for the Conservative Party then? Yes, Boris Johnson has won this no-confidence vote. What's the future for the Conservative Party?
Well, there are a number of people who aren't necessarily clamoring openly, Tom, because that wouldn't be right. But one name that's being bandied about is the current foreign secretary, and she could possibly rise up if he were to step down. But listen, you know, Boris Johnson's a stubborn guy, and he certainly sounded determined today, and looks like he's ready for the battle. So we'll have to see. Tom.
Stephanie Gosk with her traveling band right there outside of number 10. Thank you very much, Steph. Coming up, some of the biggest names in basketball are pushing the Biden administration to bring Brittany Griner home. The WNBC star has been detained in Russia for more than 100 days, the latest on her case. Plus, a big mystery over a big problem right now in Europe. People there report getting pricked by needles at nightclubs. What law enforcement is telling clubgoers to look out for. That's coming up.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Back on NBC News Now with the 5 things our team thinks you should know about. Number 1, new charges for Enrique Tarrio and 4 other members of the Proud Boys. A federal grand jury indicted them on seditious conspiracy charges related to the January 6th attack. This indictment alleges Tarrio knew of discussions around a plan to storm the Capitol and that he was part of discussions about occupying government buildings. Number 2, state lawmakers in Nigeria say a gunman opened fire and detonated explosives at a Catholic church in the southwestern part of the country on Sunday. Dozens of people are feared dead, including children. This happened in one of Nigeria's most peaceful states. It's not clear who was behind the attack. Number 3, today, thousands of workers in the UK started a 4-day workweek trial. No cut to their pay. The pilot program will reportedly last for 6 months and involves more than 3,000 workers, 70 companies. The group organizing this experiment says the goal is to work 80% of the usual work week in exchange for 100% productivity. Number 4, Elon Musk threatening to back out of his $44 billion deal to buy Twitter. He is accusing the company of resisting and thwarting his right to information about fake accounts before he buys it. His lawyer sent a letter to the Twitter board saying it's breaching the buyout agreement and he has the right not to complete the deal. Number 5, have you seen it? Top Gun Maverick soaring again at the box office over the weekend. It came out only less than 2 weeks ago, but has reportedly brought in more than $500 million globally so far. All right, a strange new crime trend. Nightclub needle attacks are puzzling police across Europe. In recent months, there have been hundreds of people reportedly being pricked out of the blue with needles at nightclubs and concerts. On Sunday, French prosecutors charged a 20-year-old man in southern France in connection with a fresh spate of needle attacks. Doctors and multiple prosecutors are on the case, but there are many unanswered questions. No one knows why this is happening, who is behind the spike in attacks, and whether the victims have been injected with drugs or some other substance. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has the latest on the story from Paris.
Yeah, this is a major concern here for law enforcement officials in France. They say that they have received more than 350 cases since March, half of those in just the last month. Now, clubgoers who have been victims of these attacks report feeling experiences like vertigo. They've had symptoms like dizziness. Some have fainted and passed out, nausea. But here's what they're trying to do to try and stop this from happening. We know that clubs and nightclubs are strengthening their security. We know that they are patting people down, looking for sharp objects as well as needles. But here's the thing. When these cases are reported, doctors say it may be too late because they're not finding any trace of a substance inside these folks' bodies. And so it's a real mystery for law enforcement officials, and it's a big concern for people who are going out. Take a listen.
Every night that I go out, people are talking about it. Okay, have you heard about the news? And it creates distance between people. You kind of are more afraid to come to somebody new. Maybe they will be the person with the needle, and so, yeah, it sucks.
This isn't just an issue here in France. The Netherlands, as well as England and Belgium, they're also investigating cases. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks. In fact, I have family members in Belgium, and their kids have been out to parties and concerts, and the same thing has happened there. They were all talking about it. All right, gas prices hitting new record highs. Some stations are charging Get this, almost $10 a gallon. The impact this might have at the polls as people get ready for a big primary day when we come back.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody? We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now. At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Yeah, you don't need us to tell you, right? The price of gas just keeps going up and up. Now averaging $4.87 a gallon nationally. California already well above that. $6.34 a gallon on average in that state. But in Mendocino, California, $10 a gallon almost there, while at many stations in L.A., more than $8 a gallon. And that could have an impact with voters in Tuesday's primaries. An ABC News poll found the three biggest factors for voters are the economy, inflation, and gas prices. And, of course, that's all wrapped into one. We are not alone, though. Take a look at this. Canada's average per gallon right now, about $6.50. While in the UK, it's over $8. Look at Hong Kong, $11.21 is the average. Venezuela, dirt cheap there. It'll run you a mere 8 cents a gallon. They are the cheapest anywhere on the planet, but they are sitting on top of one massive oil well. Speaking of the primaries, California is one of 7 states holding elections tomorrow, so we may start to see what impact gas prices are having at the polls. There's also the question of the power of former President Trump. This week, the committee investigating the January 6th attack will hold its first public hearings. An NBC News poll shows the House Select Committee may have some work to do with the public. Right now, just 45% of Americans say Donald Trump is solely or mainly responsible for the insurrection, the riot. That's down from a poll taken just days after the attack when 52% of people said the president was mainly responsible. Jonathan Allen joins me now to talk about all of this. So, John, the poll seems to suggest time has been on former President Trump's side. Do you think that these hearings could sway public opinion already, or are we already baked into our preconceived ideas about this whole attack to begin with?
It's a great question, Tom. The reason for public hearings is to try to sway public opinion. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't have all the cameras, all the lights on. The members of Congress on this January 6th committee want to use the evidence that they've found in this public setting to try to move those numbers, to try to get more Republicans and independents, certainly in a place where they look at January 6th the way that most Democrats still do, and certainly moved toward a prosecution. But if they didn't care about public opinion, if they only cared about a legal case or setting up the Justice Department, they could do all of that, privately, or certainly not in prime time.
Okay, so let's talk about President Trump's influence in some of the races down the road. So just last week in Wisconsin, Mr. Trump snubbed former Lieutenant Governor and GOP favorite Rebecca Kleefisch and instead endorsed outsider Tim Michels for governor ahead of the August primary. In Nevada, next week, the Trump-endorsed candidate for the Senate is facing a tough fight. So what's the state of play when it comes to the former president's influence right now on the GOP?
Yeah, our colleague Natasha Korecki just wrote about this, that because of some of these endorsements, there are folks in states across the country that are basically saying former President Trump should stay out. That said, he's still the singular dominant force in Republican primary politics. He's made roughly 200 endorsements. The vast majority of them that have already seen primary elections have won, and yet several high-profile candidates have lost. I think it'd be fair to say both that he remains that big singular dominant force in the party, and also perhaps a little bit of his influence has diminished.
Okay, let's go back to California. Voters across that state, very blue state, are also concerned about the economy, just like the rest of the United States. Do we think that this will impact any races in California with the highest gas prices in the nation?
Tom, it certainly could, in that what you have in California in the primaries, unlike many states, is what they call a jungle primary. So the Democrats, the Republicans, and any independent candidates all run in the same mix. So it's possible to see that in a way that you might not in an only Democratic primary or only Republican primary. That said, it's not something that we've seen necessarily as the top issue in the most competitive congressional races. We do have a lot of interesting things on the ballot tomorrow in California, including that LA mayor's race with current Congresswoman Karen Bass and Rick Caruso, who's been spending a ton of money there. So that should be interesting to watch.
All right, good. John, thank you very much. Later tonight, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee will be holding a rally for WNBA star Brittany Griner in her hometown of Houston. Griner has been held in Russia since February after a search of her luggage turned up vape cartridges containing cannabis oil. Last month, the State Department said her case has been classified as wrongly detained. The NBA is also stepping up its support. LeBron James tweeting, quote, "We need to come together and help do whatever we possibly can to bring BG home quickly and safely." And the Boston Celtics wore "We Are BG" T-shirts at their practice before last night's NBA Finals game against the Warriors. Let's bring in Katie Beck right now. Katie, tonight Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee says she wants Griner to know that her community is standing behind her and beside her with the goal of pressuring the White House, I guess, right, to prioritize her case.
Absolutely. They're hoping those voices reach well beyond Houston, Tom. They want the Biden administration to be paying attention to this. She is a Houston native, and frankly, it has been almost 4 months that she has been detained in Russia. The vast majority of that were sort of detained in silence. We didn't really know where her case was going and if there would be a fair legal process. At first, the Biden administration kind of stayed silent on this, as did the State Department, just saying that they were offering the support that they do any American who is detained abroad. And then things sort of heated up when they said she was wrongfully detained. She is facing 10 years behind bars for this offense. That is a very serious consequence given the nature of the infraction. So I think what this grand rally and vigil that's planned for tonight outside the Toyota Center in Houston is meant to say is we've really got to start applying pressure to this, getting that name out there, and making clear that, 4 months is too long.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, she allegedly had cannabis oil in her vape cartridges, right? She wasn't smuggling marijuana or coke or anything like that. Why are we seeing an increase now? Why do we see the WNBA and the NBA stepping up the pressure now?
I think at first there was this hesitancy that maybe that they needed to do an investigation. There were actually, as you said, just traces of cannabis oil found in those vape cartridges. So it wasn't actually even cannabis oil that she was transporting. It was traces of it that were left in cartridges in her luggage. So I think at first they were hoping that perhaps there was a diplomatic way to resolve this and they would not have to escalate to some legal avenues to get the State Department involved. But it very quickly became clear that as this judge continues to extend the detaining of her in Russia, this case is not going away, and they don't have any plans immediately to let her go.
And we should make the point, this is what the Russians allege, right? We don't know this for sure. This is what the Russian prosecutors say. Listen, one more thing to you now. Griner is said to be getting emails and letters while she's in her Russian jail cell. Talk to us about that communication. What happens next in her case? Do we know?
Yeah, it's sort of a surprising twist because typically, as we've seen in past cases, there is sort of a silence or a vacuum that happens when people get detained in Russia. They don't have a lot of open communication with, the outside world. Apparently, there have been multiple WNBA players that have been sending letters and emails, hundreds of them, to her as she has been sitting in jail. And she's been responding to some of them. Some of these players said they were shocked to get a return letter from her. Now, what she's saying in the letter is that basically the Russians are screening everything she's writing, that she's putting something down, they are taking a photograph of it, translating it, screening it. So, how honest is that communication? It's hard to say because obviously everything is being monitored by the Russians. But in this particular case, it is a bit rare that we would see someone in her situation that is able to communicate back and forth with people here in the United States. Where does it go from here? I mean, I think the Biden administration is going to be facing a lot of vocal advocates in Houston and around the world saying, what are we doing to try and get this girl home? This doesn't seem like the punishment fits the crime.
No, and it's a Russian jail cell. It can't be worse. Katie, thank you very much. Katie Beck reporting there. Still to come, a Starbucks in upstate New York is closing, and the union backing organizing efforts at the coffee chain says it's retaliation. How workers at that store are reacting. Coming up next in The Original.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day, and because you couldn't possibly read, watch, or listen to all of them, who can? Our Bureau items have already done it for you. Our teams have itemized it all. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment that we like to call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, a judge delayed the trial of two former Minneapolis officers charged in George Floyd's killing until January. Tu Tao and J. Alexander King were expected to go on trial next Monday on charges of aiding and abetting second-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter. The judge said he moved it to give them a better chance at a fair trial. From our West Coast Bureau, police in Southern California say a teenager they arrested for threatening a school shooting on social media. He also had a ghost gun. Those are guns made by assembling pieces, and they're often sold in a kit. 17 years old, he was charged with criminal threats, possession of brass knuckles, and possession of an unregistered gun. Also from our West Coast Bureau, rescuers found a missing 4-year-old boy in Montana. Look at that face. 2 days after he went missing near his home, they said they found this little guy in good condition, except that he was hungry and thirsty after spending 2 days outside on his own. They found him about 2.5 miles away from where he was last seen. They took him to a nearby medical center for evaluation. He looks good there. Now we want to bring you today's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. You know, we've talked a lot about unions recently. Big companies like Amazon, Starbucks, and Apple are facing union pushes really across the country. Starbucks is now facing another union battle after the coffee giant announced it's shutting down its cafe in Ithaca, New York. Shutting down. That just voted to unionize back in April. The union believes the closure is a form of retaliation. Now, this is the latest escalation between the national labor movement and Starbucks. NBC News correspondent Isa Gutierrez has the latest.
Outrage over Starbucks store closure. The workers' union at the coffee giant claiming the company is illegally closing one of its recently unionized stores in Ithaca, New York, to retaliate against its workers' activist efforts.
I was shocked.
They read a statement about how they were closing because they couldn't deliver us the partner experience and business needs.
The store closing its doors a week later on June 10th, almost 2 months to the day after employees there voted yes to unionize. In an email to NBC News, a spokesperson for Starbucks said, quote, "We have fully honored the process laid out by the NLRB and encouraged our partners to exercise their right to vote in the election to have their voices heard. Any claims of union busting are categorically false."
Between health insurance and Starbucks paying for a lot of people's college through ASU, losing those hours and losing that job would mean losing all of that.
Workers at over 100 Starbucks locations across 26 states have voted to unionize since December 2021. The closure in Ithaca, the latest escalation in the growing battle between Starbucks and the national labor movement, a movement that's reared its head at online retail giant Amazon this year as well.
Starbucks has engaged in one of the fiercest and most brutal anti-union campaigns that's happened in labor history.
Workers United filed an unfair labor practice charge against the company with the National Labor Relations Board on Friday, alleging Starbucks is closing the store in retaliation to workers unionizing and striking in April.
They think it will send a message to workers everywhere else. If you try to unionize, if you try to speak up for yourselves, this is what's going to happen.
Union efforts from employees at other major companies also making headlines. Most recently, Amazon workers at a Staten Island warehouse voting to unionize in the spring. Today, the National Labor Relations Board hosting a hearing related to those workers' complaint that the company intimidated and interfered when they tried to organize. In a statement to NBC News, a spokesperson for Amazon said the allegations are, quote, without merit, and we look forward to presenting the facts during this week's hearing. In the meantime, recently unionized employees leaning on each other for support.
The level of solidarity has just exceeded my expectations. Even if we take this loss now, it's going to turn back around.
All right, so let's now talk, in fact, to Isa Gutierrez. And Isa, I was just on the website, and this is apparently the Starbucks near the college. So this is a college town in Ithaca, right? The workers union at Starbucks has pushed back on store closures, right?
That's right, on other store closures as well, Tom. So last summer, this workers' union filed similar charges with the NLRB when Starbucks closed stores in Buffalo after their union campaign went public. Now, Ian, the attorney for the union, told me today that the agency will hold a trial addressing those complaints against Starbucks next month. Only time will tell how the NLRB will respond to these new claims with regards to the closure of the Ithaca store. We'll stay on this story. Tom?
Thank you, Issa. Thank you very much. We really want to stay on top of this. Appreciate it. All right, 78 years ago today, 78 years ago, Allied troops stormed the beaches in Normandy. Kerry Sanders went there and spoke with some of the veterans, paying their respects. We're going to hear from them and him in a moment.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession?